Hi guys, this is Shadow. Join our Patreon and have access to tons of novels and hundreds of hours of audiobooks. Also, by selecting a tier monthly, you can request any novel you want and I can turn it to audiobook for you. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Enjoy.
Chapter 101, Team 2. It was a thought that came to me the moment that I ended my performance. I could still vividly remember how I had almost lost myself in my performance. How I had almost lost myself to Alexander's emotions. It was there that the thought came. Can I copy their experiences and fighting styles? What if I were to immerse myself deeper into their characters, not just their emotions, but their memories and fighting styles? Would that work? Staring at Luxon, who stood on the opposite end, I closed my eyes and sank deeply into my thoughts. I immersed my mind deeper and started to reconstruct a few parts of what I had seen after using the skill. It was a backyard. The world was grey, and there was no sound around. Swoosh. A boy stood in the middle, waving his daggers. With careful steps and movements, he practiced against a dummy. Contrary to what one would expect, his movements and fighting style weren't chaotic. Rather, it was refined and minimalistic. There wasn't much that I could work with. I only had a few memories. However, given how boring his life was, most of them were just about his training. Just like his areas, his world was a colorless one. Staring at his figure, I immersed myself in his image. I tried to picture myself in him, slashing the daggers, swords, and fists, taking the little steps, and avoiding the dummy. I mimicked everything in my mind. Before I knew it, I was no longer watching, but I was the one doing the movements. Slash, I ducked down and slashed up. Slash, I sidestepped and avoided the counterattack. Slash, the more this continued, the more I felt myself synchronize with the Alexander from my vision. From the way he moved his body, to the way he breathed. I copied it all, to the point where I was slowly becoming Alexander. Opening my eyes, I felt a lot of my emotions numb down. Scratch, scratch. My neck started to itch. The deeper I immersed myself in his emotions, the more I found myself picking up his traits. Alexander was a dagger user. Such was the weapon of his choice. That being said, he could also use other weapons. In my case, clank, clank. I still chose to stick to the chains and body. While the memories were clear in my mind, they weren't enough for me to completely become him. It was good that way. Were I to completely lose myself in this deep sense of initiation that I was currently relieving, I wasn't sure whether I'd be able to return to who I was. In fact, what I was doing was dangerous in itself. I couldn't immerse too deeply into this. There was a very real risk of losing myself in the character. What would happen if I lost myself in character? What would become of me? Are you ready? Overhearing Luxon's voice, my chest trembled. The world around me started to gradually lose all color. It was starting to become boring. No. It had already become boring. Scratch, scratch. It was such a monotonous world that made me crave for something, for some color. Staring at him, I nodded my head. Am ready. Womb. He appeared before me. In less than a few seconds, he had covered the distance that was between us. On any normal occasion, I would have panicked a little. But, now, boring. I took a single step to the side, deftly avoiding the incoming slash. Briefly, Luxon appeared stunned. I took in his expression, seared it in my mind as my lips trembled slightly. Twisting my torso, I coiled the chain on my left hand and punched toward where I expected Luxon to be. Swoosh. As my fist drew near to his face, I felt my heart beat faster. Yes, yes, finally. Something to break the monotonous shell that was my world. Just as I thought my attack was going to hit, he disappeared and reappeared right behind me. The chains in my hand snaked around my arm, deftly moving towards my shoulder where a wooded sword appeared. Bang! I felt an intense pain as the wooden sword smacked against my shoulder. Scratch, scratch. I felt a wave of annoyance as our eyes met. Just in the nick of time, I had been able to protect my shoulder. But even so, I could tell that it was dislocated. Boring, so boring. Using my other hand, I stepped slightly and punched forward. Swoosh. That attack meant nothing as Luxon appeared on the opening on the side of my body. How weird. As if I could tell what he was going to do next, I tilted my body slightly. Swoosh. The sword slashed in an upward direction, narrowly avoiding my nose. It was close, extremely close, about a few millimeters. Had I not been careful, I might have lost my nose. But I couldn't care at all about myself. Rather, I found something peculiar. Swoosh. I ducked down. Swoosh. Stepped to the left. Swoosh. Stepped to the right. I could trace Luxon's movements. Despite that, each time it'd get hit, I felt pain engulf my mind, but I was used to pain. I didn't let it affect me. Swoosh. Marks started to appear on my clothes as I avoided them, but I was slowly starting to get a hang of it, getting better and better at dodging. Almost as if I was in a trance. No, rather than trance, it was more like I was starting to be able to predict them. In this monotonous world, everything felt bland. And as I delved deeply into Alexander's mind, I could see that Luxon's movements were similar to his. Alexander's life was boring. In his life, one of the few means of entertainment for him was combat. There was nothing he enjoyed more than seeing his opponent defeated and basking in the audience's praise. It was for that reason that he spent a major part of his life just training. So, swoosh, taking a slight step forward, I yet again avoided his attack. Bar, thump. Ha! The more time passed, the more I started to grow accustomed to this new style. It was still raw, but it was working. I was gradually starting to mimic Alexander's movements perfectly, to the point where I slowly started to lose sight of myself. And slowly, I indeed started to lose sight of myself. Luxon's opinion of Julian was rather mixed. While he did believe that he was weak and that he didn't deserve his rank, he also didn't dismiss his emotive abilities. They were in a league of their own. But that said, so long as he doesn't touch me, I'm good. As far as he knew, Julian was only capable of voice transmission for sadness. If one was ready, then defending against it wasn't impossible. In that case, the only thing that he truly needed to worry about was the distance between the two. He couldn't allow Julian to touch him, and that shouldn't be a problem. Luxon was confident in his abilities. Just like Josephine, he had been trained in a knight's family. He was extremely proficient in the sword. Besides those monsters, he was confident in handling everyone. He was that confident in his skills. Therefore, swoosh. Luxon was stunned when he noticed that his attacks were starting to miss. How is this? Swoosh. Even as he slashed again, he was stunned to see that his attack graced the air. Planting his foot forward, Luxon went for an upward diagonal slash. He was midway through his motion when he suddenly felt a small resistance coming from the bottom part of his sword. Exerting more force, he managed to push through the resistance. But the few seconds lost due to the resistance were enough for Julian's foot to land on his stomach. The blow hurt, but it wasn't anything that he couldn't handle as he took several steps back. As Luxon was about to reposition himself, the resistance returned. This time, it was latched onto his foot. Yet again, his movements had been impeded. Another foot came at him. It wasn't very fast, and Luxon was able to dodge it. Dodging wasn't the problem. He could dodge all the attacks. They weren't anything that put him in a difficult spot. The problem was the fact that he couldn't gather any rhythm. Before he could initiate any of his rehearsed sequences, they were consistently disrupted, throwing him off balance and severely impeding his ability to launch an effective counterattack. Swoosh. It was an annoying situation since it put him in a passive spot. Damn it. Gritting his teeth, he slashed again. Wow, Luxon seems to be having a hard time. By the side, Josephine observed everything with open eyes. Blinking her eyes rapidly, she looked at Ira. I'm not seeing things, right? Julian is actually holding his own. Ira didn't answer. Her eyes were currently fixed on Julian's form. At first, his movements were sloppy. At a glance, she could tell its faults and break them down. Had she been in Luxon's position, she would have probably been able to deal with him in less than 5 bouts. But things started to change gradually. The madness that lingered within his eyes started to intensify, and his movements were beginning to become more refined. Not only that, but upon closer inspection, she noticed a familiar set of threads moving around and shattering Luxon's rhythm, preventing him from fully tapping into his skill. But it wasn't that which sent chills down Ira's spine. No. It was the fact that the more the fight progressed, The fainter Julian's image became in her mind. It was as if he was transforming into an entirely different person. From his movements to his expressions, Ira was starting to see a different person. What the fuck? It was a strange thought, one that she had a hard time coming to terms with. But, bang, seeing Julian's lips tremble as his attack finally shattered Luxon's attack, Ira noticed that the madness within his gaze further intensified. The emotions he was feeling, ecstasy, joy, excitement, she could see them in his expression as a genuine smile spread across his lips. Bang, bang, bang. He started a frenzy of attacks. Controlling the thin threads, he continued to shatter Luxon's movements. With no other choice but to stay passive, Luxon could only cover his body with his arms. Bang, bang. The more Julian attacked, the more Ira saw his emotions run rampant. At this very moment, he wasn't Julian. That person seemed to have been replaced by another entity, taking over his body as he attacked the flustered Luxon, who, despite not losing, was slowly and steadily getting pushed back. Bang! As another one of Julian's fists landed on Luxon's guard, Ira stood up and appeared beside the two. Stop! Ira clasped Julian's fist. For a brief moment, Ira thought to attack her as silence ensued between the two, but gradually, his eyes started to return to normal. Eventually, he calmed down and lowered his hand. Turning around, he picked up his blazer and unrolled his sleeves. With his back turned, he asked, "I take it that the result is clear, no?" Ira looked at Luxon, who despite being unhurt was panting heavily. Turning to look towards the others, she closed her eyes before nodding. "Yes." "Good." With a small nod, he left the premises. Staring at his back, Ira's expression turned complex. What in the world was that? Chapter 102, Team 3, Feeling the cold water trickling down my face, I took a deep breath. Looking up, I stared at my reflection. A familiar visage met my gaze, but as I looked closer at my expression, I noticed the slight curl at the end of my lips. Though I smiled, I wasn't actually smiling. My body was smiling in my stead. No, rather, Alexander was smiling for me. I let out a long breath and turned off the tap. Massaging my face, my smile gradually faded. The same was true for the monotonous world around me as color started to return, and I felt my emotions become more pronounced. The world, it didn't feel as boring anymore. Staring at the all too familiar expression, I finally relaxed. It's a dangerous ability. I could still feel the lingering traces of Alexander lingering within the depths of my mind. If I wasn't careful enough, then there was a chance that the Alexander in my memories would take over. I can't allow that. There was a goal that I needed to accomplish. I couldn't lose sight of who I was before I even achieved my goal. Even so, it worked. For just a few minutes, I was able to become Alexander. It was sloppy, and I needed to put more work into it, but during the fight, I had become him. It was for that reason that Luxon was thrown off during the fight. While I still wasn't stronger than him, in this state, I could hold my own against him, even hold him in a passive state. The more I thought about this new ability, the more my heart thumped. So many possibilities. What if I were to memorize and mimic more than one style? Not just Alexander. What if I tried to assimilate myself with more personalities? What would happen then? Would I be able to call forth different types of combat styles? Though my physical limitations constrained how much I could imitate, if I could switch between personalities, it would certainly throw off a lot of my opponents. If at one moment I was Alexander and the next switched to another personality, then it would make it impossible for my opponent to predict how I fought. It's an interesting idea, one that I sort of wanted to put to the test but had to stop myself from doing so. My neck was starting to feel itchy, and my hand twitched at the sensation. I almost started to scratch my neck to get rid of the itch. Leaning forward, I grasped the sides of the sink. It's troublesome. The new technique sounded strong, but there were severe limitations to it. It involved letting myself be immersed in the emotions and memories of another person. In the process, I needed to make sure to not lose sight of myself. The more I immersed myself in them, the more I could copy and replicate their abilities, but at the same time, It also took a massive toll on me mentally. I couldn't guarantee that I wouldn't lose sight of myself within those memories and emotions. For that reason, I needed to be careful. My neck felt itchy all of a sudden. I stared at my reflection and clenched my fist tightly. Fuck off. Alexander was starting to take over my mind once again. It was an exhausting situation. However, I resisted. I didn't let Alexander take over who I was. Grasping tightly the corners of the sink, I brushed my wet hair to the side. I'll control you, not just him, but whoever else I planned on assimilating in my mind. I wasn't going to let them take over my mind. That much I was sure of. The days passed and the day of the midterms neared. With the midterms being one of the main attractions of the festival, it naturally attracted a lot of attention from the general public and big guilds. But it wasn't without reason. An announcement had been released by Haven a few days before the long-awaited midterms. Announcement: in light of the delay with the midterms, the Haven facility has agreed with the other academies within the Empire to open the midterms for all other academies. This will now be a joint examination from students from all over. Announcement: the news took over the Empire by storm as excitement boiled over the news. Within a few days of the announcement, the academy campuses became packed with people. From large sponsors to members of the 15 guilds, the academy was filled with important figures. Of course, there were plenty of reporters. Kason Wallens, a rather renowned reporter, walked around the academy campus to interview the Haven cadets. With their reputation, a lot of his audience was interested in listening to what they had to say. Currently, he was interviewing a young cadet who appeared to be in his first year. How do you feel about the upcoming midterms? Oh, I feel great. I think my team will perform well. That confident? Well, I wouldn't say confident, but I trust in all the work I put in with them. That sounds amazing. The interview flowed smoothly. Whenever he asked a question, the cadet would respond with picture-perfect answers. You're aware that the other academies will be coming for the upcoming midterms? Do you fear them a little? Oh, yeah. Even though we at Haven are hailed as the strongest, the other academies are not to be looked down upon. They are extremely powerful in their own right. We can't let ourselves drown in our own arrogance. It was a picture-perfect interview. Humble and confident. The interviewer nodded along as he interviewed the cadet. Thank you very much for the interview. I hope you and your team manage to achieve some success in the midterms. Haha, thank you very much. Wrapping up the interview, the cadet left and Kason looked at the recording in satisfaction. After a little editing, he could send the video directly to be broadcast around the Empire. Turning his head, Kason noticed his producer's expression looked troubled. Is something wrong? Well, what is it? Spit it out. Did I make a mistake in the interview? No, it's not that. Then, it's monotonous. Bland. The people at Haven all seem to reply in the same manner. It's rather boring, don't you think? Oh, when he put it like that, Kason frowned. What can I do? It's all live, and it's not like I can tell the cadets to start behaving irrationally. No, I get that. Then, it's whatever. Just keep doing your job. I'll think of something. With these words, the producer left. Staring at his departing back, Kason scratched the side of his face. Bland. Staring at the recording device, he sighed. It looks like he'll have to do more interviews. In a sense, he agreed with the producer. The interviews were indeed a little bland when taking into account that all of them were real. There was no spice. All of a sudden, Kason's eyes widened as he caught sight of a group in the distance. As if they were magnets, they attracted the attention of all the people around them. Wherever they walked, heads would turn. Walking at the front was a familiar-looking cadet. One that just recently had started to make waves. With an appearance that was hard to forget, Kason was sure it was him. Alongside him were 4 other cadets. Amongst them, one girl in particular stood out. With platinum long hair and red hair, her appearance didn't lose out to Julian. Without even thinking, he appeared before them. Hello, cadets. If you don't mind, can I do a quick interview? An interview? A head popped up. With widened eyes, she looked at him with excitement. Of course, Kason sighed in relief. He didn't want to admit it, but he felt rather intimidated by Julian's gaze. That was despite him not doing anything that would warrant such intimidation. Come. Clearing his throat, He turned on the recording device and started to interview. This time, unlike the previous attempts, he decided to hold the interview live. Hello, it's nice to meet you. Please introduce yourselves. Are you a group? Oh, yes, we are. I'm Josephine. Stepping forward, Josephine introduced herself before pointing towards the others. He's Julian, our team leader. He's Anders, and he's Luke's. Oh, I see. And? Kaysen pointed the recording device in the direction of the platinum-haired girl. I think you skipped her. No, I didn't. You can call her it. Finally speaking, Kira looked at her with a scowl. Do you want to get hit? Maybe, the violent gorilla. No differentiate. Kaysen blinked as Kira slapped Josephine's head. This is Liv, with a forced smile. He tried to calm the girls down and focused his attention on Kira. Hee. Friendly banter. Seems like the team chemistry is high. The fuck you on about? Kira looked at him with an expression that seemed to say, is this guy an idiot? Chemistry? What the hell is that? Kaysen felt his face stiffen. Suddenly, he started to regret a lot of things. Well, and he quickly asked a question. How do you feel about the current format? A lot of academies from the outside will be coming soon. Do you have any opinion on that? What do I care? It's a pain in the ass. If anything, they are just going to be a bother. It's not like they are any good talk. Kira was stopped midway as Josephine appeared from behind as she went on to cover her mouth. What are you doing? This is getting recorded. Everyone will see you say this stuff. Licking me. The fuck are you putting your hand over my mouth for? Crap. You. Quickly wiping her hand over her shirt, Josephine's expression twisted as Kira laughed at her from the side. Staring at the scene, Kaysen felt his face twitch. This isn't good. This team, what the hell was this team? Feeling that the interview was going in the wrong direction, Kaysen looked around and finally settled his gaze on Julian. Right, there's him. Despite how intimidating he looked, he appeared to be the most reasonable of the group. Kaysen decided to interview him. What about you, Cadet Julian? What do you think about the recent news? As if not expecting to be interviewed, Julian looked down and tilted his head. About? Kaysen cleared his throat and repeated. About the Academy's decision to open up to the other academies for the upcoming examinations. Do you feel anything about that? There are quite a lot of powerful cadets in the other academies. I'm sure you must have already heard of a few. Kaysen went on to list a few names. Jonathan Monroe, Carl Redhouse, Amelia Clementine, they are all high-level prospects just like you. Do you feel anything competing with such cadets? Julian's expression didn't change much despite the question. Initially, Kaysen thought he was mulling deeply over their names, especially since he noticed his deep frown. Judging from his expression, he seems to take them extremely seriously. As expected, even the Black Star of Haven has heard of their names. Julian's mouth soon parted open and Kaysen moved the recording device closer to his face. There was nothing more exciting than high-caliber prospects talking about each other. This was sure to get the audience to pay attention and let them forget about the previous encounter. Such were his thoughts until he heard Julian's words. Who? At that moment, Kaysen froze. He recalled his producer's words, and his mouth twitched, because he knew a storm had just started to brew. Chapter 103, Midterms, 1. With the incoming midterms, cadets were allowed to rent training grounds for a few hours each day. Although there were a lot of cadets, there were just enough for everyone to train without any issues. In one such training ground. What are you doing? I've halted her practice to turn around. Drip, drip. Her entire body was soaked in sweat as a large metallic block dropped on the area before her. Bang! Frowning, she looked at her team members. Her eyes jumped a little when she noticed both Evelyn and Leon huddled next to the other team members, staring at the mana display in their hands. It was a rather expensive device that allowed citizens to watch streams and recordings. I've also had one. She often used it to watch her performance back in the play. We're supposed to be training. What are you doing? I've's words halted mid-sentence. Stepping to the side, her eyes widened at the sight that greeted her. Appearing on the screen was a familiar group. Licking me. The fuck are you putting your hand over my mouth for? Ife's mouth opened in a no shape as she watched the screen. But if that wasn't enough, Jonathan Monroe, Carl Redhouse, Amelia Clementine, they are all high-level prospects just like you. Do you feel anything competing with such cadets? Who? Right then and there, Ife almost smacked her forehead. She wasn't the only one who felt that way. Raising his head, Leon looked around. His gaze met with Ife's and Evelyn's. The two of them looked at him with the same expression and sighed almost simultaneously. He's done it, we're fucked. Indeed, they were spot on. The moment the clip was streamed, it immediately made waves and started to be shared everywhere. Knowing how the media worked, it took no time for titles to appear. Who? A bold statement. Confidence or arrogance? The Black Star announces his utter disregard for the incoming academies. Shortly after, a Q&A was released. It was from one of the cadets whom Julian had disregarded. Jonathan Monroe of Montel Institute. It went on as follows. Q. What do you think about Haven's Black Star statement? A. Quite frankly, nothing. I've also never heard of him. My only target is Ife, whom I believe is the true Black Star. Q. Are you saying that you don't take him seriously? A. Who? Q. I see what you did there. The release of the Q&A sparked a new wave of conflict. To add fuel to the fire, the other two members joined in to release their own statements. A. There's a rumor that he's the weakest Black Star in Haven's history. The standards seem to have fallen rather low. Carl Redhouse of Rodney Academy. A. Not interested. I have another target in mind. Amelia Clementine of the Silver Wing Institute. Before the midterms could even start, sparks had already started to fly. Things were so heated that the topic became one of the most talked about throughout the empire. Just when everyone thought things couldn't get any more heated, a new interview was released. This time, it was with none other than Haven's Black Star. Q. There's a lot of buzz regarding what you said. Do you have anything to say to that? A. Number. Q. A. Then, what do you have to say about what your competitors have said? A. Haven't seen. Q. You haven't. A. Number. Q. Then, do you have anything to say to the other academies? A. Number. Q. Should I repeat what they said? A. Annoying. The interview ended there, but the buzz it created was even fiercer than before. All of a sudden, Julian had become one of the central figures of the midterms, with all attention focused on him. His performance in the midterms would be heavily scrutinized. Unconcerned with all of this, Julian practiced with his team. He was just about to spar with Anders when Kira approached him. Hey! Do you seriously not care? Stopping, Julian frowned. About what? The interview thing, you know? No. Oh, Kira scratched the side of her face. It seemed like she wanted to ask something but was unsure of how to ask. What? So, like, do whatever you want. Really? Kira's eyes lit up. Looking at her briefly, Julian turned his attention away from her. He wasn't too bothered to figure out what she wanted. He just let her be. Wasn't as though she wasn't going to do it if he didn't give her permission. Yes. A new interview was released shortly after that. Q. With a lot of the fire on your team, Captain, your team is currently under a lot of pressure. Do you have anything to say to that? A. Yes. Q. What is it? A. Suck my bar. There were only 3 days left until the midterms. Classes had already stopped a week before the midterms, with cadets from the other academies coming into the academy. The air was rather tense. All teams were getting ready for the upcoming evaluation. The same was true for my team as we all woke up early in the morning to train. 3 a.m. Fuck, kill me. Why are we doing this so early in the morning? We would start the day with physical training, running for 10 kilometers for the first 10 minutes, and then going to the weight rooms to train our bodies. Such was the plan. 5 a.m. Clank. Come here. I'll fuck you up. We would then move to the dummy area where we spent the next few hours sparring against them. Iru appeared rather aggressive today. I didn't pay much attention to her and just focused on the dummy in front of me. Time passed on like that. It was now 8 a.m. The team was now sitting at a large table where we all had our breakfast. Everyone seemed to be somewhat nervous about the coming examinations, especially when considering the scale of the entire event. Are you not nervous? Overhearing Josephine's question, I turned to face her. Nervous? Was I nervous? I was extremely nervous. If I were to fail the examination, then I would be in a lot of trouble. It wasn't something that I could fail. It was for that reason that I pushed even more than before. Still, I couldn't show that I was nervous. It wasn't because I didn't want to show weakness or something meaningless like that. It more had to do with the fact that as the leader, I couldn't show them that I was nervous. A nervous leader wasn't a good leader. So for that reason, I shook my head and replied, "No." Wow, here I am, shivering every day. "You and your nonsense again?" Ira grumbled by the side, scooping some of the cereal in her mouth. "All you fucking do, much, is talk a lot of nonsense, munch." "Uck, speak after you swallow your food." Gulp. "I do whatever the fuck I want." "Yeah, I saw." "Kaka, what did you think of the interview? Did you see their reactions?" "It's disgusting." "You say that, but the same applies to you." "That's disgusting." "Enough you two. Stop trying to start a fight." "After you're done, let's go to the training grounds. They're going to announce the name of the event soon." In response to Luxon's words, Ira and Josephine quieted down and hurried to eat their breakfast. Unlike the two, I kept at my pace. While it was indeed true that the team event would be announced today, that would be in 2 hours. There was no need to rush. Eat slowly. "Well, train more." We're training more? What sort of? I felt all eyes pause on me. I didn't pay attention to the looks they were giving me. Cleaning my mouth, I stood up. "Team sparring. Let's go." "No way. We just came back from training." "What sort of?" Ignoring their words, I headed out of the canteen and proceeded to head back towards the training grounds. There was no time to spare. Along the way, I sighed. "Come on, make it quick." By now, I was just waiting for the quest window to pop up. Every day, I would wake up to check if I received a new notification. With how things usually flowed, it was bound to happen. I just helped it show up early so that I could better prepare for it. But it's not coming. Regardless of how much I waited, the notification never came. There were only 3 days left now, and the more things were delayed, the more disadvantageous things would be for me. I was just waiting at this point. Either nothing happens and the entire event is a good one, or something will happen and the quest window is going to appear soon. To be honest, I was leaning more towards the latter. After getting a better idea of the sheer size and power of the organization, all hopes of the Academy thwarting whatever schemes they had disappeared. While it was true that Delilah was present, thinking about the faceless man, I quite frankly didn't think she was as strong as him. Rather, I thought she was inferior to him, and not by a small margin. Crazy. It was a crazy thought. For someone to be stronger than Delilah, just what was stopping him from conquering the entire world? The more I thought about the faceless man, the more nervous I became. But even so, I had no choice but to look ahead. I still had time, not much, but I had time. Just as I took another step forward, the world around me froze and I lost control of my body. There it is, a vision. As expected, some bullshit is about to happen. The world around me started to shift and turn. Blinking twice, I found myself inside a small restaurant. 2 unfamiliar people stood on the opposite end of the table. Their figures appeared to be quite hazy, making it hard for me to decipher their appearance. No, in fact, the entire vision appeared rather blurry. What's going on? It was the first time that I had experienced a vision like this. It was odd. What do you think? Even so, I had no choice but to pay close attention to the conversation. All information was vital. Well, I don't know. The situation is messed up. There's a lot of attention currently focused on Haven and the Chancellor. A lot of attention focused on Haven and the Chancellor. I perked up my ears to listen carefully. It can't be helped. After the incident during the midterms, there's been a lot of complaints. The royal family is using the situation to take her down a notch. Ugh. How annoying. It wasn't even her fault. Not her fault. She's the one overseeing Haven. It's her responsibility to look after these things. Please. You know damn well it's not her fault. She may be strong, but she isn't omnipotent. If there's anyone to blame, then blame the inspectors. This is all their fault, to begin with. Had they not been so lazy. Stop. You don't know that. But The conversation started to get heated from that point. Straining my ears, I tried to pick up for any more words. Oi. But before I knew it, I was back in the training grounds. Before me, Ira stood, sporting a frown. She looked at me. "What are you doing?" "Nothing." I brushed her words away. However, from the corner of my eyes, I glanced at the notification that popped up. My heart dropped. Main quest activated. Midterms. Character progression plus 207%, game progression plus 11%, failure Calamity 1 plus 15%, Calamity 2 plus 15%, Calamity 3 plus 15%. So the main storyline is starting. The stakes suddenly increased dramatically, and so did the rewards. Silently clenching my teeth, I brushed the notification to the side and stared at my group. With heavy expressions, they all appeared to be stretching. I pursed my lips. About training. Everyone raised their heads to look at me. Even though I hadn't said anything, Ira's expression suddenly changed. So did Josephine's. "You wouldn't dare." No, I didn't care for their screams and curses. Stretching my arm, I muttered, "We're doubling it." Chapter 104, Midterms, 2. Everything is ready. There shouldn't be a problem. Atlas Megrail casually sat on his chair while looking at the scenery outside. A small orb rested on the wooden table beside him. "If everything goes well, then we can push the narrative forward. Add a little bit more oil to the fire, and we'll be able to get her out of the academy." "That's good," a soft voice replied from the orb. It was unknown to anyone but Atlas who the voice belonged to. "What about the kid? Did you let him in on the plan?" "Kid? You mean Vector? He's quite a promising prospect. His talent evaluation has him as a potential Fiend rank prospect." "Fiend, you say?" Leaning on his chair, Atlas thought back to Vector. Within the organization there were ranks. They went as follows: discardable, grazed, fallen, Fiend, low it, high it. The highest rank within the organization was the High Seat, something of which he was a member of. It was the highest rank within the organization, with only the leader ranking higher. Below them were low it, those that had the potential to become high its but weren't quite there yet. Fiends came after, strong members with a lot of potential, but easily controlled. Thinking about the conversation he had with Vector not so long ago, Atlas suddenly smiled. "I wonder about that." "You wonder? Is there something wrong with Vector?" "No. Nothing." Atlas shook his head. He had only had a brief conversation with him. He wasn't quite sure of whether he had a potential higher than his current Fiend-ranked potential. From what he saw, he had the makings of someone who could become a seat. Well, who knows? The future was hard to predict. He needed to observe more before coming to a proper conclusion. In any case, he remembered what the question was about, and answered. "I didn't let him in on the plan, but he'll probably tell him that something is going to happen." "Oh?" There were no hints of surprise in the voice. It was as if they could tell exactly what Atlas was thinking. "Let me guess. You want to see if he's capable of stopping what we've done." "You know me well." Atlas laughed as his finger drummed lightly against the wooden table beside him. "If we let him in on the plan, and he tries to stop it to buy her trust, then it might look too unnatural. It might even make things look suspicious. Right. If he can stop it, then there's a chance he might earn her trust. If he fails, then our plan succeeds and we can push her out of the academy. Both are tempting options. It looks like you've thought about all possible scenarios." Leaning his head back, Atlas' gaze drifted into a haze, his eyes losing their focus. It was as if he had been transported to another realm, detached from the present moment. Gradually, his eyes closed. He let out a long breath. "All scenarios. I wonder about that." 9:58 a.m. A few minutes before the announcement. That's it. The announcement is, about to come. I can't take it anymore. Yes. No. More. Taking a deep breath, I wiped the sweat from my body. My entire body was screaming with pain. And looking at the others who appeared to be utterly exhausted, I wiped my forehead. "I guess we can take a break." Thump, thump. Ira and Josephine dropped to the ground at the same time. "I'm dying." Water. Perhaps because I had been training with incredible intensity ever since I had entered the academy, I was used to the high-intensity training, unlike everyone else who was showing signs of exhaustion. In particular, Ira and Josephine were breathing hard as they lay flat on the ground. The other two didn't seem to be as tired. But I could tell from just a glance that they shared the same sentiments as the girls. I shrugged my shoulders. They were supposed to be the elites of this world. This shouldn't be too much for them. I was still weaker than them. That much was clear to me. However, the gap which seemed insurmountable at the start was starting to shrink. It became clear to me why. Compared to them, I was putting an extra 3 to 5 hours into training. The extra hours were allowing me to close the gap between us. Oh, the announcement is here. Suddenly sitting up straight, Ira took out a small orb. There, she started to read. Midterm announcement. Labyrinth. Explore the artificial labyrinth with team members. Points will be awarded for each monster that is killed. At the end of the labyrinth, there will be a boss monster. Combat with other teams is allowed. The team with the most points will win. Announcement end. The awaited announcement regarding the midterms arrived just as anticipated. A labyrinth. Everyone was staring at the orb in Ira's hand as it displayed a message above, almost like a hologram. What happens if I pass my hand through? Would it pass through the projection? This is interesting. Ira was the first one to voice out her thoughts. So not only do we get to fight monsters, but we also get to fight other cadets. It seems like it. Lukeson replied from the side. If we defeat the other teams, all their points will be transferred to us. He. Covering her mouth, Ira started to laugh to herself while quietly mumbling things like, "Fucking bastards, I'll show you that I wasn't lying in the interview." Josephine's face scrunched up on the side. It can't be that, Kakaka. Briefly staring at them and then the announcement, I took my attention away from them and thought back to the vision. It had been nagging at the back of my mind for the past several hours. As usual, there's not much I can work with. The only thing that I was able to pick up was that the backlash from the entire situation was going to affect Delilah. Perhaps, this was in fact the goal of the organization. It wouldn't come as a surprise to me if that were to be the case. I wasn't exactly sure what their goal was, but given that I was here, there was something that the organization wanted from the academy. If that was the case, then Delilah was most likely their biggest obstacle. But what exactly were they planning? Should I just go ahead and ask? This option wasn't exactly out of the table. I didn't want to, but it would clear up a lot of my troubles. Then again, if they wanted my assistance, I'm sure they would have told me something was up by now. Still, it wasn't as though I was without any clues. There was in fact one clue that I had managed to pick up from the conversation. If there's anyone to blame, then blame the inspectors. It wasn't hard to piece out all the pieces from there. So long as I figured out who the inspectors were, and what their job was, then I figured that I would be able to figure everything out. Who? Letting out a long breath, I stretched my arms a little. I guess I'll start there. But first, are you guys ready? Frowning, I stood up. We've had enough rest. Let's start again. But just as I stood up, I stopped and noticed that something was wrong with the others. Their expressions. Why are you looking at me like that? They looked like they were constipated. Haven Education Department. There was a conference held by the high-ranking members of Haven and the other academies. There were 10 people in total, consisting of Haven Chancellor Delilah Rosenberg, Chancellor Geoffrey Stein, Chancellor Marilyn Paulius, and a few other notable figures belonging to the other renowned academies within the Empire. In order to ensure that everything flowed smoothly, a meeting was taking place. With that being said, the current focus was on the expected viewership of the event. The last time we held a similar event, we reached a viewership count of about 20 million active watchers. The annual draft receives about 100 million, so realistically speaking, we should be aiming for 20 million plus. The viewership was important. The midterms weren't only about testing the cadets so that the guilds had more information about them, but it was also a source of income for the academies. With people subscribing to the event, the academies would receive a percentage of the profit coming from the viewership. It costs a lot of money to run an academy. For that reason, events such as these were regarded with high importance. We've already marketed our sides quite well. Jonathan has a lot of pull in our region. The same goes for our Carl. We've run a few promotional campaigns. We say that our goal is 20 million, but I think we can aim higher. This year prospects are very promising. Say, 30 million? All in all, it was a fairly normal conversation. Sitting by the side, Delilah watched all of this with an indifferent expression. The reality was that she felt sleepy. Hearing the other academies brag about their cadets was something she wasn't particularly interested in. That was until Geoffrey Stein, Chancellor of Montel Institute, spoke up. There's something that he'd like to address. The atmosphere turned quiet as his deep voice echoed out. With everyone's attention focused on him, he tapped on his mana pad and displayed a certain interview. It was an interview that everyone was all too familiar with. With a lot of the fire on your team, Captain, your team is currently under a lot of pressure. Do you have anything to say to that? Yes. What is it? Suck my bar. His gaze turned towards Delilah. Haven needs to think of properly punishing their cadets. This type of conduct is embarrassing. Following his words, Delilah frowned before she could say anything else. As if in agreement, several other members present spoke up. Her behavior is indeed inappropriate. I agree. She must be punished. We can't encourage such behavior. It might impact the viewership rating of the event. We must do something about it before the citizens think that the cadets are some crude kids that can't control their mouths. Words of criticism continued for a long time. Very obviously, the members of the other academies weren't pleased with the way a few of Haven's cadets behaved during the interview. After quietly accepting all the condemnations, Delilah looked around the room. Is that what everybody thinks? Yes, we must punish her and release a statement condemning her actions. There's a high chance we might lose viewership because of the interview. It's best if we do something about it quickly. I agree, same. It was the inevitable outcome. Ira had indeed gone a little overboard with the interview. The public backlash was quite severe, with several hate comments directed towards her and her team. Had it been any other occasion, Delilah would have agreed with their requests. However, no. Delilah shook her head. There's no need to punish her. In fact, we should all be praising her. What sort of? We were at 15 million before the interview. Sliding a paper across the table, her eyes traced the very top of it where it read current subscription count. 83 million. We're now at 83 million. The event, it had blown up. All of it thanks to one simple interview. Chapter 105, Midterms, 3. So I have to fill this first? Yes. Please. After you fill the sheet you can collect the bracelets. Okay. Staring at the piece of paper in front of me, I took a pen and started to fill it. It was just basic stuff. Name, date of birth, and so on. Within a few minutes, I was done, or so I thought. Team name. I paused to look at the last gap that I needed to fill. Team name. How was I supposed to fill this? Looking around me, I could see hundreds of different cadets roaming around the hall. There were a lot of unfamiliar faces. Meeting the gazes of a few, I noticed obvious hints of hostility. In particular, I noticed a few gazes in the distance staring at me with hints of mockery. They weren't even trying to hide their disdain as they spoke in loud voices. He's weak. This is the best that there is in her. Just a lot of nonsense. I couldn't be bothered to hear all of it. Ira would have been perfect for such occasions. With how she usually acted, she would have probably beaten them all on the spot. Currently, all team leaders for the upcoming event were called up to collect the rulebook and bracelets which were supposed to be handed to all team members. It was a low-ranked relic, a one-time use. In case a dangerous situation occurred, the bracelet would shatter and the spell, barrier, would evoke, protecting the cadet from suffering any meaningful injuries. Besides that, it also relayed the teams the overall scores of their team and the other teams. It was a must-have item. That said, is it possible for me to come back in 10 minutes? Yes. I wasn't told that I needed to come up with a team name. Can I talk it over with my team? Number. Unfortunately, not. We need the documents signed quickly. And an announcement was made. I'm not sure how you weren't aware of it. Right. So they made an announcement. It was bullshit. But what could I do? Staring at the paper in front of me, I sighed before jotting down a team name. I decided to go with the most random name I could think of. It wasn't going to matter anyway. Here you go. Once I was done filling out the paper, I handed it to one of the assistants on site who handed me 5 bracelets. They were rather heavy to the touch and were also rather thick. Just as I was about to put on my bracelet, One of the assistants stopped me and warned me. The moment you put on the bracelet, you will feel a little bit of pain. Please don't worry. It's part of the procedure. Pain? Why would there be pain? The bracelet does more than just protect you and display your team points. It also measures your heart rate and mana capacity. If something is wrong, well, be quickly alerted. To do that, it'll insert small needles into your skin. Oh, that made sense. But needles. I stared at the device before putting it on. As expected, a pain did come, but it didn't hurt as much as I thought it would. Rather, it felt more like a pinch. Wow, rather resilient. The first cadet who didn't as much as flinch. I'm impressed. Thank you. I wasn't sure whether the compliment was real or not, but I still thanked him. I was just about to leave when I heard a soft whisper reach my ear. There's no problem with your bracelet. My steps stopped and I flicked my head to look back. However, the assistant from before had long disappeared from my sight. Where did? But it didn't take long for me to understand what had happened. It's them. The organization. Lowering my head, I stared at the bracelet again. For them to contact me now of all times. How annoying, especially since I already knew that there was something wrong with the bracelets. After a little investigation, the only possible inspectors that were mentioned in the visions were the ones who checked the bracelets before they were handed over to the cadets. It was obvious to me that whatever was going to happen had something to do with the bracelets. They were the only things that the cadets were allowed to bring to the examination. What should I do? It was a troublesome situation. The only message that I received was a simple, "There's no problem with your bracelet." What did this even mean? Don't interfere. Interfere? Do whatever you want. I massaged my forehead. Why were halting mid-sentence? I pursed my lips. I suddenly started to have an understanding of the situation. So that's how it is. I didn't know how to react. No, rather, I felt like utter shit. In the end, they were just treating me as a pawn. It didn't take much for me to piece the pieces together. By telling me this information, they were essentially giving me a chance to prevent whatever they were doing. It was almost as if they were treating this entire situation as if it was a game. Either way, they weren't going to lose out. If I were to succeed, then Delilah would trust me more. If I were to fail, then their plan was going to succeed. Whatever I did, they would benefit. That feeling, it's disgusting. The feeling of being treated as a mere pawn. I had a hard time trying to stomach it. However, despite my apprehensions about it, I didn't let my frustrations out. There was no need for me to show my disgust towards the situation. At the end of the day, I was also playing with both sides. The irony of the situation made me laugh. Right, fiddling with the bracelets. I took a second look behind me before leaving the premises. Guess I'll continue to play along. 3 days passed in a flash. It was now the day of the midterms. Is everyone ready? There, Labyrinth Raid was one of the most anticipated events in recent history within the Empire. The viewership, which had been expected to be within 2,030 million, surpassed that by a large margin, hitting numbers closely resembling that of the yearly draft. The media was naturally very interested in the event, with recording devices set up all over Haven's arena grounds. Within the tunnels that led to the main stage, the loud voice of the announcer echoed through. In a short moment, we will announce the participating teams' names. Please show your support once they come out. For now, let's welcome the members of Montel Institute. In the corner of the tunnel was a small display that flashed as Jonathan Monroe, the genius of Montel Institute, proudly stood with his sword raised. Behind him were his other group members. Woo! The cheers of the crowd reached the tunnels. Wow! Holy shit! Staring at the end of the tunnel where the crowd was, Kira blinked her eyes rapidly. Feeling the thunderous atmosphere outside, she felt subtle goosebumps run down her body. I can feel the ground quaking by how loud they are. Standing beside her, Josephine stood rigidly. Her face was entirely pale as she held onto the side of the wall to support herself. Really? What's wrong with you? Nothing. I'm fine, pussy. Knock it off, Kira. Can't you see she's nervous? Unable to take it anymore, Lukeson interfered. Instantly, Kira's face scrunched up as she looked up at him. Then get her to calm down. In her current state, she'll probably get knocked out by the wind. That's... Lukeson's lips twitched. He couldn't argue with that. but still making the situation worse. "Ah, please." Ira waved her hand dismissively before looking towards the end where a figure appeared. Leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, he appeared to be deep into his own thoughts. Ira called out for him, "Oi!" and he opened his eyes. "What are you looking at me like that for?" She pointed towards Josephine, who was now on her knees, blankly staring towards the ceiling while silently mumbling, "I'm not nervous." "Nervous? No, you." Ira's eyes widened. "Crap, she's fucking lost it." Seeing that Julian was still silent, she frowned. "What? Say something." "Something? I said something." "The F ha, shit." Covering her forehead, Ira clicked her tongue. How useless could one get? She was just about to take matters into her own hands when she recalled something. "Oh, right. What's our group name?" At that question, all heads flicked in Julian's direction. Even Josephine's head turned as she finally seemed to have recovered a little bit. The news about a sudden team name had left everyone stunned, because that bastard guy had forced them to train so hard for over the past week. They hadn't seen the announcement about the need to come up with a team name. In the end, Julian was the one who had named their team. 3 days had passed since then, and even now they still weren't aware of what their team name was. Feeling everyone's gaze, Julian remained silent. So, only when Ira urged him did he reply, "I didn't put much thought in the name." "Okay, and that's it?" Ira blinked. So did the others. Frowning, Luke's unspoken Ira's dead. "We're about to get called up soon. Shouldn't you tell us what the name is so that we won't get confused later?" Confused? Julian suddenly looked up. All of a sudden, the corner of his lips lifted and everyone's expressions froze. They felt chills. Did he just? Yeah? What is? He can smile? Unbothered by their comments, Julian moved away from the wall and stepped ahead, heading deeper into the tunnel. Just in time, the light that signaled for them to enter flashed. As everyone stared at him in confusion, his even voice quietly reached their ears. "There's no need to worry about getting confused." What does that even mean? Hold up, wait. Following him from behind, the 5 of them headed out of the tunnel. Along the way, Ira would pester him for answers, but all she'd receive was the cold shoulder. From the outside, the cameras picked up their appearance, and the stadium roared with cheers. "You hoo Ira. They're here. Kill them. Boo. It was a mix of cheers and jeers. Nonetheless, their appearance sparked something within the crowd as the entire stadium shook. "Wow, shit. I think I'm going to faint." Ira flinched and Josephine almost tripped over her own feet. Thankfully, Anders supported her in the nick of time. Woo. The crowd's reception was drastically different compared to the other teams that had already set foot into the stadium. It was a lot more heated. If not for the fact that a protective shield separated the crowd from the cadets, things would have been thrown at them. The recording devices picked all of this up as their faces appeared on the magical screens up above the arena grounds. And finally, the long-awaited announcement came. "Let's welcome the newest team." With a short pause, the recording devices zoomed in to pick up the faces of the team. Staring up ahead, they seemed to be eager to hear their names. They were indeed eager. Just what was their team name going to be? With bated breaths, they waited for the announcement which came shortly after. Julian and his sidekicks, at that moment. Besides Julian, all the other members' expressions twisted as their heads flicked towards him. Staring back for a brief moment, his head turned and he acted as if nothing had happened. However, if one paid close attention, they'd notice a subtle tremble of his shoulders. Noticing this, Ira felt her chest tremble. Taking a step forward, she brought her hands forward. His neck, his thick and sturdy neck. In Ira's eyes, it looked lonely. The others quickly widened their eyes. "Wait, Ira. No, stop, not here. I'll kill you." Chapter 106. Labyrinth. 1. The moment Julian and his team entered the stadium, all eyes fell on them as the audience thunderously cheered or booed them. Their reception was vastly different compared to the other teams who had already entered. "He's the Black Star?" As expected, he's not that strong. Carl Redhouse, a cadet with short red hair and eyes, stood with his arms crossed. Standing on his spot, he casually observed the new entrants. His innate skill was, aura detection. So long as the gap wasn't that big, it granted him the ability to have a general idea of someone's strength. Generally, in his field of view, he was able to see hues. The thicker and larger the hue was, the stronger the individual was. He's decent. Such was his evaluation of Julian after using his skill on him. A purple hue surrounded his body. It was neither thick nor thin, just average. That chick with platinum hair is strong though. In fact, upon closer look, within his group, he had the weakest aura. All his other teammates had thicker aura than him. That said, I heard he's an emotive mage. His aura detection wasn't able to assess emotive mages. But it wasn't as though he was worried about that. To him, the one that stood out the most to him was the platinum-haired girl. She was certainly something. What are they doing? A cold voice echoed from the side. Turning his head, Carl caught a glimpse of a young woman with short blue hair and subtly smirked. Amelia Clementine of the Silver Wing Institute. As expected, her aura was just as large as the platinum-haired girl from Haven. Staring into the distance, her brows knit. Are they fighting? They're a bunch of clowns. Her voice was followed by an indifferent one from the side. Turning his head, Carl's eyes paused on the black-haired youth. Jonathan Monroe. Immediately, Carl's expression turned grim. It wasn't because he had bad blood with him, but his aura. It was shocking to the point where even Amelia seemed to be overwhelmed. A monster. Such was Carl's evaluation of Jonathan. Still, swallowing his words, he remained calm and turned his attention back towards the group in question. They were currently stunned. Carl blinked his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing wrong. Blinking again, and seeing the platinum-haired girl being held back by her other team members as their team leader stood still expressionlessly, Carl didn't know how to react. What the hell? I guess they weren't aware that their team was going to be named as such. Overhearing Amelia's words, realization finally dawned on Carl and he laughed. So that's how it is, Julian and his sidekicks. Looking at how the team was, he shook his head. It doesn't seem like we'll need to worry much about them, then. Their overall strength was quite good, but compared to their teams, it was lagging by a little. With that being said, the main reason he didn't see them as a threat was that they didn't even seem to be able to work as a team. They don't have any chemistry. It was an observation that everyone agreed to. It was a little disappointing when he thought about it. After all that talk, next up, let's welcome the next team from Haven. Yet again, the announcer's voice echoed throughout the entire arena grounds. All heads turned towards a certain tunnel. The next Haven team. To be honest, Carl had some expectations. The team leader for the next Haven team was supposed to be Oifke Megrail. In everyone's eyes, she was the real Black Star. It was still a mystery to them how she had not become one. I wonder how strong her team is. In Carl's opinion, it was going to rival Jonathan's. And then, their team name was called. Please welcome, Dreamcatcher. Boom! The surroundings shook as the audience roared with excitement. What? Oif, as a member of the royal family, was an idol to most citizens. Despite some of the tyrannical rules implemented by the Megrail family, they were still extremely respected. Therefore, the moment she stepped out of the tunnels, to reveal her long flowing red hair, peerless beauty, and yellow pupils, the entire arena grounds quaked with excitement. Oif, woo-oo-oo. Black Star. There were even chants about the Black Star mixed within. The sight was one to behold, but... what is this? How? Carl found himself shuddering at the sight before him. Not one, not two, but three. Overwhelming their surroundings, Carl stared at the three massive auras off in the distance. In particular, he stared at the aura that came from a young man with black hair and grey eyes. He was handsome, almost as much as Haven's Black Star, but unlike him, his aura, it was overwhelming, almost to the point where it felt suffocating. How is this possible? The moment Oif's team, which included Leon and Evelyn, entered the arena grounds, the entire surroundings shook with fervor. It was to the point where I had to cover my ears given how loud the noise was. From above, I could see the recording devices centered towards them. Shit, with how loud it was, I could barely hear Kira as she covered her ears with both hands. Thankfully, this didn't last for very long. Once the cheers ended, The announcer shared the rules of the match. It was something that we as a team had already gone over beforehand, so it wasn't anything new. In the end, after a few minutes of talk, we were all led towards separate tunnels. Exams begin, and with the announcer's words, the test began. Immediately, all teams entered their respective tunnel. We did so as well. But unlike the other teams, we weren't in a rush. The quiet sound of our footsteps echoed as we found ourselves in a large square tunnel. Walking at the front, thin threads moved out from my hand. They snaked forward, moving along the path. As we moved, a small device hovered around us. It was most likely their monitoring device for the audience and staff. Just as I took several steps forward, I heard Kira's voice from behind. "Oh, shit." Turning my head, I noticed that she was staring at her bracelet. Curious, I looked at mine too and understood why she was reacting like that. Team score: Dreamcatcher, 110 points, Swords of Fist, 85 points, Crow's Dance, 66 points. Julian and his sidekicks, 0 points. Team score: A. How are they so fast? I mean, it's them. So, Anders was the one who responded to Josephine's question. Yeah, but still, this is crazy. The monsters within the labyrinth were the same as the ones from the mirror dimension. Because of the general strength of the cadets, the monsters included in the dungeon ranked from infant to junior rank. An infant ranked beast was equivalent to 5 points, while a junior ranked was 100 points. Not even 2 minutes passed, and they've killed a junior and 2 infants. Josephine muttered with a baffled look. Staring at her watch, her face paled. At this rate, we might not even rank within the top. Fuck. Cursing, Kira looked at me. Oi, you. Let's pick up the pace. No. We go at the same pace. But, no. Kira raised her hands again. It looked like she was eyeing my neck again. Without sparing her another glance, I elaborated. We've already discussed this beforehand. There will be a boss at the center of the maze. It will count for 5,000 points. I'd rather conserve my energy and face the boss monster than waste time fighting a bunch of weak monsters. This was something that we had already decided beforehand. They were probably taken aback by the strong start from the other teams. I couldn't blame them, but if we wanted to win, this was the best method. Furthermore, I glanced at my bracelet. I'm sure things will become annoying further down the line. It was for that reason that we couldn't afford to waste any energy. At least, not yet. In another part of the maze, swoosh, several figures flashed quickly. Their speed was extremely fast, and wherever they passed, corpses would appear. Eek! A screech resounded up front. I've got it! Oi! I've pushed her hand forward, and a large snake floated in the air. Waving her hand, the snake splattered against the wall of the maze. A chime rang from the bracelet shortly after. Plus 10 points, swoosh. The group didn't stop. Cracker, cracker. From lightning to sword flashes. Wherever they went, all that would be left was devastation. Plus 10 points, plus 10 points, plus 10 points. Chimes continued to ring constantly. They were simply unstoppable. Such seamless teamwork and coordination left the spectators watching outside in a stupor. The team carried on like this for the next few hours. They didn't have a direction. However, they didn't need a direction. Over here, Leon had his instincts. Whenever they encountered a fork road, follow his instincts. It was thanks to this that the team didn't encounter a single dead end. Let's stop here for now. But even so, at some point, they did stop. I took a deep breath and wiped some of the sweat on her forehead. While she wasn't exactly tired, she was also not exactly energized. Looking around, she leaned against one of the walls. Are you guys good? A little. Could be better. As a mage, Evelyn's stamina was amongst the lowest within the group. For that reason, she had a harder time conserving her stamina. The 2 other members, Ronald and Ainsley, were also somewhat tired. Catching up her breath, Evelyn turned her attention towards Leon, who was staring at his bracelet with a frown. What's wrong? Staring at her watch, and seeing that they were first at 751 points, with over 90 points ahead of the second team, she was confused by Leon's reaction. What are you worried about? It's nothing big. Though he said that, Evelyn could tell something was taking over his mind. When she turned her head, she also noticed Oif staring at the watch with a frown. "What's up with these two? Are you guys worried that Sword of Fist will catch up with us?" "No, no," the two replied almost at the same time. Stunned, Evelyn looked between the two of them. Leon looked away from his bracelet and replied, "I'm not worried about them." Then, Crow's Dance. They were the team headed by Carl Redhouse. He was a strong competitor, but Evelyn didn't think he was as strong as Jonathan from Swords of Fist. "Not that too." "Not them too?" Iced Whist. "No, no." Evelyn blinked and scrolled through the list. They were the top 3 teams and the ones closest to them. If it wasn't them, then... Evelyn finally realized and her eyes widened. Them? What sort of? While she had to agree that Ira and Luxon were strong, the others were not as strong. Julian was also somewhat strong, but not to the point where worry someone like Leon and Oif. Julian and his sidekick KH. A strange noise interrupted Evelyn. Pausing, she looked up. Oif and Leon were staring at her expressionlessly. They were looking at her with the same stoic look they usually wore. Could she have heard wrong? Julian and HPFT. Evelyn blinked. Staring at the two of them, her lips twitched, especially when she noticed that their eyes were both bloodshot. "What in the world? Are you guys okay?" In response to her question, Leon took a deep breath and nodded. "Yes." Oif did the same. "Oh." Evelyn casually nodded. Then, just as the two seemed to have gathered their bearings, she quickly spat. Julian and his sidekicks. Chapter 107, Labyrinth. 2. The raid was set to last for approximately 10 hours. It wasn't a long time, but it also wasn't a short time for these types of events. There were some events that would even run for more than a few weeks. This was a moderately small event. Even so, it was one that was packed with non-stop action. Wow! Go! Kill them! The crowd maintained the same energy as at the start. In fact, the fervor only seemed to have increased as the rankings were displayed for all to see. Team score: Dreamcatcher, 915 points, Swords of Fist, 885 points, Crow's Dance, 876 points. Team score: since the start, the rankings remained the same. However, slowly but surely, the other teams were slowly starting to catch up with Dreamcatcher, who took a brief pause to rest. Go, Jonathan. You're only a few points away. You can do it. Needless to say, the atmosphere was heated, especially when they could see all the highlights displayed on the large projections up above. Because the broadcast wasn't solely focused on one team, the attention would shift from team to team on multiple occasions. Thanks to this, all that the spectators saw was endless action. You were in one of the VIP boxes. Several important figures sat, staring at individual projections. Unlike the crowd, they could glance at the individual performances of the teams. It seems like this is going to be a close race, Chancellor Geoffrey Stein said while massaging his thick beard. In front of him, the team, Sword of Fist, was displayed. In particular, a figure stood out as he cleared most of the monsters by himself. It was none other than Jonathan, the pride of the Montel Institute. With a talent that Chancellor Geoffrey Stein believed to surpass Oif of Haven, he was confident in the chance of his institute team reaching the first rank, especially since they followed a heliocentric system, a system solely centered towards one outstanding figure, which was devised to perfectly maximize Jonathan's qualities while covering for his inadequacies. And people said Helio doesn't work. The Chancellor chuckled slightly. The scene before him was the perfect proof that it worked. Well, the race is indeed close, but at the end of the day, it'll all boil down to which team gets to the boss monster first and kills it. Interrupting his thoughts was Chancellor Marilyn Pallius of Rodney Academy. Leaning back on his chair, and observing her own projection, she brushed one of her golden locks behind her ear. Right now it's just a warm-up. What really matters at the end of the day is the boss monster. Whoever gets to it first will most likely win the competition. I'm not so sure about that. Chancellor Geoffrey shook his head in disagreement. While it is true that the boss monster will provide the most points, you forgot something. A smile spread across his lips. It was a disgusting smile that made Marilyn frown. Monsters aren't the only way one can get points. Realization dawned on their only chancellor as her expression scrunched up. Indeed, monsters weren't the only way to collect points. So long as a team defeated another, they'd be able to collect the other team's overall points. The final boss was indeed not the last hurdle. Right after defeating the boss, the teams had to find an exit and escape the labyrinth before passing. Before that, it was all fair and game. The boss is nice. But just because you can defeat doesn't mean you'll end up becoming the victor. At that, Marilyn leaned back without saying a single word. The same was true for the other chancellors as they stared at the screens with somber expressions. While everyone already knew this, to say it publicly like this left a distaste in the mouths of many. The only one who appeared unaffected by the entire conversation was Delilah, who stared at her projection. In fact, she hadn't been listening at all. Her current focus was on the groups displayed before her, all of whom belonged to Haven. So far, they were all performing excellently. However, if Delilah had to be honest, her attention was currently focused on two groups, Dreamcatcher and Julian and his sidekicks. For some reason, staring at the second group name, Delilah found herself raising her brow. It rolls well on the tongue. Still, that wasn't the problem. Staring at the ranking board, Delilah was unsure of what to make of things. Julian and his sidekicks, 105 points. Lagging far behind the other academies, they appeared to be on a leisurely stroll. At the corner of the projection, Delilah could see the viewer count. At first, it had been at over 7 million viewers. It was now at 800,000. She could also see that the public sentiment was getting worse and worse as time went by. Not only the public but subtly glancing towards the other chancellors, she could feel from their expressions that they also felt the same way as the public. It was embarrassing. However, Delilah didn't think the same. Staring at Julian from the screen, her gaze turned somewhat hazy. Are they finally going to make a move? A monster boom. A fire bloomed in the distance as a powerful shockwave swept the surroundings. My clothes and hair fluttered as a result of the aftershock of the explosion. Boom. Before I could say anything else, I was interrupted by more explosions as Ira threw one spell after another. Fucking die. Pursing my lips, I looked to the side and saw Josephine standing still with her mouth agape. Wow. She's totally lost it. Totally lost it. Quietly, the others nodded alongside her comment. Indeed, staring at Ira, I could see that she had totally lost it. I couldn't blame her. While we weren't dead last, we weren't anywhere near the top. For someone as competitive as her, this was torture. Calm down. Moving next to her, I pressed my hand against her shoulder. Her expression immediately changed. Her face morphed from angry to sad to then angry again to then happy. Fuck. Shit. A curse inevitably slipped out of her mouth as her face twisted to show all sorts of emotions. There were perks to being an emotive mage. One such perk was that I could manipulate Ira's emotions to the point where she became confused about what she was feeling. At the same time, it raised a thought in my mind. I wonder, if I develop my ability more, will I be able to stop them from experiencing a certain emotion? It was an interesting thought. Currently, the best that I could do was insert a new emotion into the one that they were already experiencing. In doing so, I put them in a state of confusion, which in turn makes them forget about whatever emotion they were experiencing. In this case, I mixed sadness and joy within Ira's emotions, eventually toning down whatever anger she had. While useful, it did take a bit of mana, and it didn't completely clear away her anger. What I wanted to know was whether I could directly remove an emotion from their mind for a brief moment of time. Fear, anger, sadness. If I could stop someone from experiencing such emotion for a brief moment, during critical moments, then it would prove to be an extremely useful skill. Even better, seal all my emotions for a brief moment of time. Alright, stop. You can take your hand off of me. Looking at Ira, and seeing that she had calmed down, I removed my hand from her shoulder. As I did, I noticed the others look at me with impressed looks, especially Josephine, who raised her thumbs up. As expected of our team leader, you are useful after all. Pretending to not have heard her words, I shifted my attention back toward the tunnels. Closing my eyes, I extended the threads forward. The mana inside of my body started to drain at a faster speed as they extended. However, I continued to do so. I wasn't doing this without reason. Along the way, I'd be able to sense the monsters that were ahead. With that, we could prepare for the incoming monsters, which would put us at an advantage. There's a total of 10. I suddenly paused. I sensed something else. Cadets. I blinked my eyes and turned my head. All of a sudden, everyone's eyes were fixed on me, especially Kira's. They seemed to be salivating, if that was even possible. A group? Yes. Then, they seemed to be fighting monsters ahead. I'm not sure how many. Oh. Kira's fingers twitched. Raising her head, she looked at me with an expression that seemed to say, "We're killing them, right?" Well, killing is a bit, are we? I guess so. While we were indeed going at our own pace, we did need points. I didn't see why not. Thus, they ran up ahead. Good, let's go. Thankfully, Kira didn't rush by herself and waited for us to come. Retrieving the thread, I led them toward where I had last sensed the group. Tracing my memories, I hurried my footsteps while the others followed behind me. I wasn't worried about any of us losing sight of each other, as I had one of my threads circle everyone's ankles. Of course, it was with their permission. As tiny as the threads were, they weren't hard to detect if they were near. I hadn't yet reached a level where I could do that. It's near here. Coming to a stop, I brought my finger over my mouth. We were just by the corner, and with a turn, we'd be able to see the other cadets. If my estimates are correct, they should be fighting monsters. And as expected, clank, in the distance, we could hear the loud sound of metal clashing. Kira's expression lit up at the sound. Turning to look at me, I nodded my head and she immediately rushed forward. A magic circle had already formed in her hand as her feet slid across the ground and she brought her hand forward. Diufa? The moment she turned the corner, her expression faltered and her circle shattered. Noticing her expression, I instantly had a bad feeling and rushed to turn the tunnel. Oh, God. What? The expression of everyone present changed drastically. Perhaps because I somewhat expected for this to happen, my expression didn't change. Standing over the corpses of several cadets was a single hooded figure. In his grasp was a cadet who flung his arms widely. In his last moments, our gazes met. His expression seemed to say, "Help," but, crack, his neck snapped before we could do anything. Tick. At the same time, the small recording device floating next to us fell on the floor, and the figure turned its head, its hollow gaze focusing on us. My body tensed under its gaze. The same was true for the others as they got into combat positions. In the tense silence that suddenly overtook our surroundings, his gaze remained firmly locked on me. I didn't flinch and stared back. At that moment, I realized something. He knows me. No, Julian. Chapter 108, Labyrinth. 3. A strange silence suddenly took over the surroundings. Standing face to face with the hooded figure, neither side moved. Or more like, the hooded figure was too concentrated on me to make any moves. He knows me. The more time passed, the more I was sure about it. Whoever was beneath the hood, knew the previous Julian. My fingers twitched at the thought. For some reason, I felt a different emotion rather than being scared. I wasn't sure what that emotion was, but if there was something that I was clear of, it was the fact that I wanted to see his memories. Thud. The silence was shattered by the low thud of the now deceased cadet's body hitting the ground. From the side, Josephine flinched involuntarily at the sound. On the other hand, Kira frowned. I couldn't tell what she was thinking. With her gaze fixed on him, it seemed like she realized something. And with such thought, she was the first one to speak. Her voice attracted the hooded figure's attention as their head turned to face her. Lowering her head slightly, Kira looked up. "Who are you?" It was an unexpected question. No, rather, it was a logical question, but from what her expression previously read, she seemed to be aware of something else. Her question was met with silence. A magic circle flickered in her hand. It was directed towards the hooded figure. However, before she could even fully form her magic circle, he disappeared. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. Before the others could react, the figure reappeared before me. I didn't react at all. But even so, as their hand grasped my shoulder, I felt my body lift up slightly. In the last few seconds, I watched as the others looked at me with widened eyes. Then, the surroundings changed. It all happened so fast that Kira hardly had any time to react. Her mind had been so preoccupied with thoughts of the hooded figure being connected with her aunt that she couldn't react at all when the hooded figure disappeared before her very eyes. Shortly after, he reappeared right before Julian. In those last moments, her eyes met with Julian's. They felt oddly calm, almost as if he had been expecting such a situation. However, Kira wasn't sure if what she had seen was true or not as he disappeared alongside the hooded figure shortly after. By the time she had moved, they were already gone. In the silence that suddenly gripped the surroundings, Kira's mouth opened and closed repeatedly. She was unsure of what to say at the moment. This. Breaking her out of her thoughts was Josephine, who was looking at her bracelet with a pale face. What? That? Frowning, Kira was about to smack her in the head when Anders spoke for her. The bracelet. It doesn't work. Mine too. Upon hearing Luxon's confirmation, Kira looked down at her bracelet and tried to activate it. However, besides the ranking, the emergency function wasn't working. Fuck. A curse slipped out of her mouth then. What do we do? Hearing Josephine's panicked voice, Kira didn't answer immediately. For some reason, she recalled a conversation they had a few days ago. If anything happens to me, you take the lead. Kira didn't think much of it back then. She thought that in the case he got injured, or the other teams got him, she'd be the next one to take the lead. It made sense since she was the strongest in the team. However, thinking back to the calm expression on his face during those last moments, Kira had another thought. What if he expected something like this to happen? It was a ridiculous thought, one that made absolutely no sense. So, why did such thoughts keep flashing in her mind? Groaning, Kira ruffled her hair. Fuck, now's not the time to think about such things. Looking around, Kira's eyes suddenly paused. They were fixed on her ankle. There, she could still feel Julian's thread. Her eyes widened all of a sudden, and she turned in the direction of where the thread was. Gritting her teeth, she shouted, "Fuck, follow me, this guy." There was no way he didn't know about this. A few moments before the attack, Delilah was quietly staring at all the projections of the cadets before her. There were plenty of projections, but with her mind, she could focus on all of them at the same time. It was of no burden to her. For now, everything was proceeding smoothly. All the cadets were advancing at their own pace, some faster than others. Even so, Delilah didn't particularly care about the speed. At the end of the day, what mattered was the final score, not the speed. The leading cadets were running through the maze fast because they wanted to get to the boss monster faster, but even that wasn't a viable solution since it expanded a lot of energy. Only the elites of elites could follow such a reckless strategy. It was for that reason that Julian's team took her interest the most. For them to go at such a pace, surely they had a plan. What the hell? It was at that moment that Delilah noticed the first irregularity. Lifting her head, she noticed one of the chancellors frowning. Setting her sights on him, Delilah recognized him immediately. He was the chancellor of a medium-sized academy, the Astel Institute. It was a respectable academy. However, for some reason, he was currently making a small fuss. What's going on here? Why is this not working? When she took a better look, Delilah did indeed notice a peculiarity with his projection. It was all black. Immediately, her brows trembled slightly. It can't be. Closing her eyes, she spread her mana outwardly. Within a few short moments, they covered the entire stadium and seeped into the tunnels. However, she felt something block her attempt just as she did so. Immediately, her eyes opened up. There was no trace of panic in her expression. Looking around, she slowly stood up from her seat and excused herself. Her actions attracted the attention of a few chancellors, but that was about it. They were all too focused on their own cadets. Moments after coming out of the room, her figure blurred and she arrived at the emergency entrance of the labyrinth. Located outside of the arena, and in a more secluded area of the academy, where only a couple of small storage buildings stood, it was established so that the participants could be evacuated in case of emergencies. The reason why she came here by herself was because she didn't want to let the news out that something had happened. If the news were to spread, the audience would without a doubt start to panic, which would cause quite a little bit of trouble. Concerning the other chancellors, she couldn't trust any of them. Delilah preferred to act before anybody noticed anything. It was for that reason that she decided to operate by herself. Especially since she also had an idea as to who the ones involved were. It should be this one. Stepping over a certain area, Delilah waved her hand. Immediately, the ground fluctuated, revealing what appeared to be a large metallic trapdoor. Glowing in a multitude of colors were a set of runes. Delilah was just about to enter when she heard a voice coming from behind. "I wouldn't do that if I were you." Without saying a word, Delilah turned her head. An unexpected figure appeared. Aziel Kleber, one that Delilah was somewhat familiar with. He was a known criminal within the Empire. Someone whom the royal family put a heavy bounty on. So he's also a part of them. It wasn't as though she didn't expect it. With a wave of her hand, the space around them fluctuated, and a dome covered their surroundings. Space separation, it was one of her spells. A creation that enabled her to fashion a separate dimension, isolating individuals within it. With this technique, she didn't need to worry about anything getting destroyed or anyone finding out about their current exchange. To the outside world, it looked like nothing was happening. Wow! Taking things rather seriously. Standing taller than her, and leaning against one of the walls, Azel's hazel eyes glowed mysteriously as he looked around. A thin smile spread across his lips. "Even so, I'm happy that the one closest to the zenith recognizes me." How did you get here? Delilah wasn't one to brag, but she was powerful. Her perception covered the entire academy 24/7. Not only that, but the academy also had several other powerful individuals whose perception was just as great as hers. Added to the many devices installed around the academy, Delilah found herself frowning. Something is not adding up. There had been too many problems as of late. Clearly, something wasn't working within the academy. A traitor, perhaps? And for them to be able to do something like this, they were without a doubt high up within the academy. The thought made Delilah's frown deepen. Who? In any case, Delilah couldn't dwell too deeply on the matter. She had a job to do at the moment, and sparing Aziel a single glance, she raised her hand. Cracker! The space around him folded, then compressed, squeezing him into a pulp. It had all happened so fast that he hadn't had any time to react. Silence once again returned to the surroundings. Just as Delilah was about to turn her attention back towards the entrance, a figure hovered in the air above her. Wearing a smile, he looked at her. "You don't seriously think I'd let myself be that close to you, do you?" "I'm not suicidal." Rubbing his neck, he chuckled before reappearing a few meters away from her. He looked to be in a good mood, nonchalantly walking around as if he was enjoying the moment. "Besides a few, I don't think there's anyone in this world that can truly fight on equal terms with you. Sadly, I'm not one such individual either. However, my job is to stall for time. So, His words stopped midway. All of a sudden, Delilah's eyes changed. As if ink had been injected into her eyes, they turned inky black as the darkness spread to envelop the entire eye. A change began to sweep through the surroundings. Suddenly, the background began to fade away. The sun transformed into a star-white orb, casting a hollow light over the landscape. The surroundings shifted to shades of grey, and the ground began to sink beneath Azel's feet. From the depths, black hands emerged, reaching out for him as he surveyed the grim scene with a solemn expression. No longer did her appear as nonchalant and happy as he did before. In fact, that expression was long gone. What replaced it was one of fear and apprehension as he went on to hoarsely say, Domain, Chapter 109, Labyrinth. 4. Before I knew it, my body was lifted and my scenery changed. This went on for several minutes until we eventually came to a stop. Huff. I stumbled forward slightly. When all was said and done and I managed to recover my bearings, I looked up to see the hooded figure staring at me without saying a single word. However, there was something about that gaze that felt familiar. What do I do now? I was in a bit of a slump at the moment. From the way he was looking at me, it seemed as though he knew me, or more specifically, the previous Julian. The problem was, I have no idea what his relationship with the previous Julian is. Were they friends, colleagues, enemies? Furthermore, If they knew each other, wouldn't it be easy for him to tell that I wasn't the real Julian? The more I thought about the situation, the tenser my body became. In the silence that gripped the surroundings, I stood still while meeting the hooded figure's gaze. That was until the figure brought its hands toward its hood and pulled it down. Immediately, my expression changed. Professor. The one standing before me was none other than Professor Bucklam, wearing his trademark warm smile. He greeted me. Fector. It's been a while. I blinked. Right. That was indeed my name. Staring at his complexion and seeing that he was doing well, I nodded slightly. Looking a lot better since the prison. I take it you've been doing well since I last saw you. Ha. Well, it's a nice place. It is. I looked around and leaned my back against one of the walls. So the one who he was familiar with was me, but not the previous Julian. How odd. For a moment, I was convinced that the reason he looked at me like that was because he knew the previous Julian. Instead, it was me. It took me aback. Amid my thoughts, the professor looked down at my ankles. It's nothing. I raised my arm to display the threads. My teammates will come here soon. I did it so that I don't lose sight of them. The professor nodded his head. Then, as if recalling something, he handed me a small map alongside a device. It's a map of the dungeon. This device over here will tell you the general location of the other members within the labyrinth. They will be represented in a red dot. On the other hand, the blue dots represent the cadets. Other members? Although I somewhat expected the situation, it still left me slightly shaken. For them to have such a detailed map of the entire labyrinth, just how did they do it? The thought lasted a few seconds before I was suddenly reminded of a certain figure. No, rather, this makes sense. Atlas Megrail. I had done a little digging up after our last meeting. It was there that I came to know of his identity. It was also that understanding that truly made me aware of how powerful the organization was. For them to have a potential contender for the crown and a high-ranking member of the academy, it's no wonder shit keeps happening. To make matters worse, they not only operated within one empire but all four major ones. Their strength wasn't something a simple academy could contend with. The thought made me shudder. Still, I took the map and device without hesitation. The device was rather small. It was about the size of a stopwatch, and in it, I could see red dots. It's like a radar. No, it was practically a radar. On the display, there were 2 red dots. It was probably us. This will be useful. Then, I turned my attention towards the map. Staring at it for a good moment, I found myself frowning after a bit. This is more complicated than I expected. While I had indeed thought that the labyrinth was big, the map gave me a true view of just how big the labyrinth was. It was massive. In fact, judging from where we were, I felt my lips twitch. We're barely still at the entrance. We were nowhere near close to the center of the labyrinth. Taking another quick skim of the map, I folded it and placed it in my pocket. I then turned to look at the professor. I've been wondering for a bit now, but how did you manage to get yourself involved in this mission? Professor Bucklam was a rather controversial figure within Haven. His appearance here wasn't something I expected from him. Then again, if it was because he wanted to meet me again, it made sense. It wasn't exactly hard. The mission was posted on the mission board and I just took it. Since I met the criteria, it all went smoothly from there. I see. I nodded, pretending to have understood what his words meant. For now, I kept the words mission board in mind. It was a new piece of information. In any case, there was something that I was curious about. If you don't mind me asking, what's the mission about? Pondering. The professor began to explain. We have several units moving around taking care of the lower rank cadets. The boss monster is also affected. We've drugged it with some morphine. It was originally a medium ranking Juno rank monster. With the drug, it should be just beneath the threshold of 10 rank. Not quite there yet. I was only able to understand a small part of his comment. However, I could more or less understand what he was trying to imply. The lower-ranked cadets don't gather much interest from the crowd. My best guess is that they want the higher-ranked cadets to move toward the boss where they will all suffer critical injuries due to how powerful it is. At the same time, Since most of the attention is on the higher rank cadets, their suffering will be witnessed by the entire empire, which in turn can be used as a weapon to push Delilah out. It was a somewhat simple plan, one that I could follow, but there were a few things that weren't clear to me. What about the chancellors? How are you planning on dealing with them? Last I recall, they were all incredibly powerful people. There was no way they'd notice that something was amiss, especially Delilah, who could even stop her. I'm not entirely sure, the professor replied with a helpless smile. It's information that's beyond someone of my rank. Most likely, a few big shots have been sent to take care of them. I see. That made sense. Is that all? Yes, the professor nodded. I just came here to give you the files. Since we're working together and all. Ah, I see. Thank you very much. What a sweet guy. It was a good idea to work with him. For now, I'll complete the mission. What will you do, Vector? I thought for a moment before answering. I'll probably interfere. You will? Yes. I could just ignore the entire situation. But I didn't want to fail the quest. I was still unsure of what the failure would bring, but the boost in stats was quite appealing to me. If I could do it, then why not? Do you need me to do anything? No, that's fine. It's not ideal for you to move. We proceed as you planned in the prison. Understood. With a nod, the professor was just about to put his hood back on when I stopped him. I held up the thread and showed it to him. If you don't mind, is it okay if I attach this to your ankle? Before he could ask why, I explained. The radar doesn't exactly tell me where you are. It only tells me the general location of everyone. It would be better if I attach this to you. I see. The professor didn't seem to be quite on board with the idea, but eventually, he sighed and agreed. Sure, I'll do it. Thank you. With a flick of my hand, the thread moved down and attached to his ankle. Perhaps surprised by how quick the process was, he looked up. That's it? That's it. What else was I supposed to do? All right, I'll be leaving now. Yes. With a nod, Professor Bucklam donned his hood back on and turned to head in the opposite direction. I stared at his back until it eventually disappeared from my sight. It was nice to see his face again. Within the quiet corridors of the labyrinth, a hooded figure moved. It had been a few minutes since he had separated from Fector, and after walking a few more steps, Giel stopped. It's sad I wasn't able to get more information. Contrary to his previous voice, his voice changed, becoming more hoarse. At least, he seems to be committed to his role. Beneath the hood, the face wiggled, morphing from what had previously been the professor's face to a new one. With two glowing red eyes and a youthful face, the figure massaged its mouth. Gradually, he started to get accustomed to his normal voice as he went on to mutter. It's always a pain to change my voice. Indeed, mimic was a unique innate skill of his. It enabled him to change his voice and face as he wished. So long as he had a sample of them, it was no problem for him. In any case, it was nice to see him again. Fector. It was a familiar face. They weren't close, but they knew each other. He's different from the past. He was a lot calmer than compared to his past self. In fact, it was odd to see him like that. I better report this. It seems like Fector is committed to following his role. It was no coincidence that he had appeared before Fector and his team. In fact, he had been waiting for them from the very start. He had been assigned a goal beforehand. 1. To give Fector the necessary tools to carry on the mission. Secondly, to gauge his intentions and gain some information from him. Fector's change in behavior was rather noticeable. There were a few similarities to how he acted in the past, but he was also very different. Giel was able to confirm this upon meeting him. I might need to observe more, but he is certainly different. The reason Giel had disguised himself as Professor Bucklam was because he had been helped by Fector to escape the prison. It was also to check if there was anything between the two. There were a few things that didn't make sense in the prison escape. For one, Fector shouldn't have been aware of what was going on. Secondly, there were a few things that didn't match up between the professor's statement and the other escapees' statements. There were a few discrepancies that he needed to check out. That being said, there was something peculiar that caught his attention during the conversation. Proceed as planned in the prison? It was an interesting piece of information. So was there really something between the two? I wonder, could it be that the halfway through his sentence, Giel suddenly felt a discomfort. The world suddenly looked unbalanced, almost as if it was tilting. What came after that was a sudden wave of weakness, thud. One that suddenly turned extremely painful as he fell to his knees. Wet, stunned, he looked towards the ground. There, his eyes widened as he noticed a large pool of blood coming from his ankles. No, rather, my foot. It was gone. Tuck. Just then, the faint sound of a footstep echoed in the distance. It's Gilles' eyes widened as a dark figure approached from the distance. Tuck. With another step, his figure became clear. Gilles' expression changed at the sight of the person ahead. Before he could say anything else, a hand reached out for his face. A cold voice followed after as Gilles' world turned dark. Like I said, it was nice seeing his face. Chapter 110, Labyrinth. 5. I took a deep breath and stared at the figure beneath me. He was dead. I made sure he was. Killing. It was starting to become easier for me. It was still hard on the mind, but the more I did it, the more I was getting accustomed to it. I wasn't sure whether this was a good thing or not. I'm slowly starting to lose sight of my old self. Perhaps I was. But it didn't matter. People evolved based on circumstances, and this was how the circumstances had made me. I didn't regret it. At the end of the day, people always change. There was nothing wrong with changing. But who would have thought? I looked at the corpse beneath me. My chest itched a little and I ruffled my hair into a mess. The raw emotions that I felt were still lingering in my mind. It was hard to swallow. But I had already seen plenty before. It took me a couple of seconds to fully recover. Part of the speedy recovery was because another more important thought was plaguing my mind. It seems like they were taking notice of my strange actions. I thought that I had been able to clear most of the suspicion based on my talk with Atlas, but it didn't seem to be the case. There were still lingering doubts. Good thing that I was paying attention. The real giveaway was the way that he called me, Vector. It made no sense for the professor to call me like that. But of course, it could also be because he came to learn of my identity. But even so, for him to call me such a name more than once, something didn't quite make sense. Even so, I pushed my doubts down and carried on with the conversation. My attention had been fixed on the map and the radar. They were useful tools. Still, what was the most impressive about the entire situation was that he acted and sounded the same as the Professor Bucklam that I knew. There was only one problem. We proceed as you planned in the prison. He had never planned anything. The fact that he acknowledged such a plan was the greatest giveaway to me. With that, I was certain and proposed to attach the thread to his ankle. I wasn't sure about his strength. However, he was most likely stronger than me. In fact, there was also a high chance he was stronger than my entire group combined. But even someone like him still fell by my hands. Silently clenching my hands, I took out the radar and map. So the red dots represent group members. Just as I said those words, a red dot popped up on the radar. I stared at it for a good minute before setting it aside, taking the cloak from Gilles' body and donning it on. Raising the hood, I took one last glance at the body before leaving. It's not your fault. Such were the words I said before I took a step forward. However, just as I did, I lowered my head to stare at the radar on me. More specifically, the red dot. A thought suddenly entered my mind and I turned back to look at the corpse behind me. That might work. The labyrinth was large, a lot larger than I previously thought. However, with the map, I was able to navigate it smoothly. As I moved, I stared at the thread behind me. Should I detach it? The thread's range wasn't infinite. Its length was equivalent to how much mana I had. Therefore, the greater the distance between me and the others, the more mana I expanded. It was a bit of a problem considering that there were things that I needed to do. Whatever. In the end, I chose to keep it. I was bound to reunite with them one way or another. Huff. My steps felt a little heavy, but I kept at it and took a deep breath. Let's see. Glancing at the radar, I came to a stop. Thump. Just ahead there was another red dot. Fiddling with it, I also saw that there was a small button at the side. While Gilles hadn't fully explained to me how the radar worked, I could tell this was some sort of signal that I could use to alert the nearby members. Looking around, I took a deep breath and evened out my breath. In the far distance, I was able to hear the loud clanking sound of metal clashing. As expected, it's like he said. They were targeting all the low-ranking cadets. It was as Jill said to me. Taking another deep breath to calm my nerves, I lowered my head to stare at my forearm. 2 leaves were glowing. Unlike the first clover leaf, the cooldown for the second was much lower. About 1 hour. That was enough. Clenching my hand, I pressed the button. Help. The piercing scream of a cadet reverberated through the narrow corridor of the labyrinth. Following closely were hurried footsteps as 2 cadets, under attack, attempted to escape the chaos. Unfortunately, it was useless. Spurt. Yuck. Blood gushed from the cadet's body as she collapsed limply to the floor, her eyes wide open in shock. Standing behind her, a hooded figure loomed ominously. The figure stared at her without a disregard as its head turned to look behind where one last cadet remained. Aha! Please, as the cadet pleaded, he continued to press onto his bracelet. He was most likely trying to activate the emergency button, but that was a futile effort. The bracelet, it wasn't working. As the hooded figure drew nearer, the expression of the cadet changed. In his last moments, he tried to launch an attack. Clank. But it was deftly blocked by the hooded figure who merely raised his hand to block it. No, in the end, all that the cadet could do was scream in despair as a hand reached out for his neck, snapping it in one go. Crack crack, thump. Silence once again returned to the surroundings. Staring at the corpses around it, the hooded figure lowered down his hood to reveal a youthful figure. With short brown hair and hazel eyes, he looked no older than the cadets around him. And he was indeed their age. Arian had been a member of the Inverted Sky since he was a child. Dealing with cadets of this level was of no trouble for him. Looking around, his expression was wholly indifferent. As if what he had done was merely something trivial. Bringing his bracelet next to his mouth, he muttered, "I'm done here." After that, he went on to take out the detection relic. He wanted to see if there were any other cadets around that he could target. When he did, he was surprised to see a red dot not far from where he was. Could it be Jill? According to what he knew, the closest one to him was Jill. Last he recalled, his mission was to talk with an undercover agent. A small laugh escaped his lips. He sure has it easy. While it wasn't hard to defeat the cadets, it was no easy work. Arian would much rather be the one to meet the undercover agent. But unfortunately, he wasn't quite familiar with him, so Jill was sent. I still don't know why they put such importance on high beep. He was just about to finish his sentence when his eyes widened slightly. The signal had been used. What's going on? The signal was only used in emergencies. Jill, of all people, was having trouble. Could it be that we have been betrayed? Without a second thought, Arian rushed forward. He didn't need to run very far. With his speed, it took no time to reach Jill. When he did, his eyes widened slightly and his steps paused. What's laying down on the side of the wall was what appeared to be Jill's body. Staring at the detection device, Arian saw that it was coming from the body a few feet away from him. It can't be. Looking shocked, he neared the body. Amongst the members that had joined, Jill was one of the strongest. It didn't make sense for him to put on an emergency distress signal. No, it didn't. Gradually, Arian's footsteps halted. Staring at the hooded figure, he raised his hand quickly as a magic circle formed. The process was fast. Within seconds, the circle fully formed, and the temperature around rose. Immediately after, a large fire spread as it enveloped Jill's body completely. Swoosh. The flames roared within the tunnel as they lit up the surroundings. Arian's ropes fluttered in the aftermath of the attack. I don't know how you managed to defeat Jill, or if you have at all, but there's no way it'd fall to something like this. While it wasn't obvious at a glance, Arian noticed a few discrepancies. But the biggest factor was the fact that he could notice curse magic from deep within Jill's body. It was thin, almost imperceptible, but he could feel it. The flames persisted for several seconds before finally they disappeared. What remained were the charred remains of a body. A small smile tugged at the corner of Arian's lips as he moved ahead. But just as he did, he stopped. Looking around, his expression hardened. What in there? Threads. The surroundings were covered in thin threads. Almost every single space was covered with them. Most shocking was the fact that they had also made their way around his body. But how? How was it possible? Was it because he had been too focused on the corpse that he didn't notice? Or was it something else? Before he could do anything, the threads shrunk rapidly. With a shout, he tensed his body and the threads broke. His expression lit up. They were weaker than. He wasn't able to stay happy for long as his vision darkened shortly after. Spurt and blood splurted everywhere. Tuck, tuck, tuck. Gradually, footsteps echoed in the distance. A figure emerged, coldly staring at the sight before him. Julian retrieved the threads and lowered his hand to place it on top of the corpse. His indifferent voice echoed shortly afterward. That's 2. Chapter 111, different but the same. 1. There were disadvantages to the threads. One such disadvantage was the fact that if one paid close enough attention, they'd be able to tell exactly where they were. This was especially true when I combined Hands of Malady with Ether Weave. The moment I combined the two, detecting the threads was almost a certainty. At the very least, to mages, those that specialized in body, were less sensitive to the surrounding mana. For that reason, I came up with a better way to use them. I stared at my hand. 4 threads were hovering. In particular, my attention was on one thread where the very tip of it was purple. Distraction. Indeed, since it was easy to detect threads that were joined with Hands of Malady, I used one as a distraction while I connected the other threads around in the meantime. By the time he had realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. Staring at the body lying beneath me, I closed my eyes for a brief moment. I savored the scene that I had witnessed. When I did, my entire body shook slightly. My chest felt itchy, and I started to ruffle my hair. When I opened my eyes again, the world around me changed a little. I couldn't quite tell by how much, but it was certainly different. Even so, I couldn't pay much attention to it. There were things that I needed to do. Staring at the relic in my possession, I once again took a glance at the thread connected to my feet before donning a new hood and delving deeper into the dungeon. Killing. My chest trembled slightly. There was a lot of killing that I needed to do. A few moments after the team, Julian and his sidekicks, met the hooded figure. The broadcast for the event was going smoothly. With everyone capable of watching the stream from home or in the stadium, the excitement was at an all-time high. Everything was going smoothly, until, what's going on? Some of the viewers noticed that a certain broadcast was shut off. Is it just me or I can't follow? Julian and his sidekicks. While it was impossible for people to individually follow each cadet, since the only people who were granted such privilege were the chancellors, there were a few exceptions. The exceptions were the teams that the broadcasters knew could pull large numbers of viewers. One such team was Julian and his sidekicks. Given what had happened beforehand with the interviews, a lot of interest was placed on them. For that reason, they were given a special channel that one could use to follow. While the broadcast wasn't very interesting due to its slow pace, people still tuned in to watch. If it wasn't for their skill, then it was for their banter. Hey, Kira. Hey, Kira. Kira. Fuck. Shut the fuck up for a second. I'm trying to concentrate over here. No, but, I've been wondering. What? Do you have balls? Especially between Josephine and Kira, who ended up bickering every few minutes. It was entertaining enough to keep the crowd interested. But, 15 minutes into their dive, their broadcast shut off. It was a peculiar situation, one that didn't escape the sight of many viewers who started to complain to both Haven and the broadcasting stations. What's going on? Why did the broadcast stop? It was just about to get interesting too. Is it because the viewers were declining? I was still watching. We're experiencing technical difficulties, causing the broadcast to halt unexpectedly. Our team is actively investigating the issue to restore service. We appreciate your patience during this time. Such was the response from the broadcasting station as they contacted Haven for some answers. Unfortunately, the only response they got was a flat "we don't know" in a well-curated room. We've received another complaint. This time, it's from another chancellor. A tall and slender woman with long black hair and glasses approached the man seated behind his desk. He sported a black glove as he nonchalantly flipped through the pages of his book. Flip. For a brief moment, silence reigned over the room as the only sound that echoed was the sound of the pages flipped. But gradually, Atlas lifted his head to reply. Tell him we're working on resolving the situation. Some of the recording devices are malfunctioning. I'm sure they'll understand given that several are failing at the same time. I already have. They are not satisfied with the response. Then you can tell them to come to me personally if they have any problems. Understood. With a slight bow, the woman left the room. Atlas fixed his gaze on the door for a few moments, then adjusted his glove before turning to the next page. Flip. As he did, he casually spoke. So there's still no news about Vector? Number. A voice responded from the orb placed beside him. Without saying anything, Atlas flipped over to the next page. As his eyes scanned the words on the book he was reading, he took his eyes away from it. So no news. While it was arranged for Vector to meet with another member, the disturbance shouldn't have lasted more than several minutes. The plan was for him to resume the broadcast shortly after. It was for that reason he chose a rather powerful member to get things done quickly. By now, his broadcast should have already been fixed. And yet, it wasn't. Something went wrong. But where? Could it be possible that Vector got rid of Geel? No, that's unlikely. Vector was strong, but Geel was stronger. That being said, it wasn't exactly impossible. Perhaps, he decided to not turn on the stream. Indeed, since he now has the map and relic, he might not want to be tracked by the recording device. It might look suspicious in the eyes of the audience and her. That was a possible explanation for the situation. Of course, it was just one that Atlas thought on the fly. Who knew what the real answer was? Vector aside, is everything proceeding smoothly? Yes, for now, there are no irregularities. Delilah has made her move. She's currently being contained by the seat below the Genesis. Azeel. Within the inverted sky there were high seats and low seats. Low seats were generally individuals who had the capabilities of becoming a high seat. To become a high seat, one had to either defeat a high seat or become their disciple, eventually taking over their position. Azeel was the disciple of the seat of Genesis. For that reason, his name within the organization was the seat below the Genesis. In Atlas' case, he was the seat of Dawn. Unlike the seat of Genesis, he had no disciple or someone he had decided to take over his mantle. There had yet to be someone who could catch his interest. That being said, no one was interested in taking over his seat through challenge. His power, it was just that deterring. He flipped to the next page of his book. How long do you think he'll be able to hold on? Even though it's his specialty, Delilah isn't someone that he'll be able to contain for long. Our estimates are about 5 hours. Taking into account the fact that she doesn't want to escalate the situation given the large number of audiences and guests, she'll most likely hold back a little. 3 hours have already passed. He should be nearing his limit. 5 hours. That's better than I expected. I guess I can understand why he's a potential high seat. But even so, this is longer than I thought. Even I don't have the confidence to hold that woman for that long. There's no need to worry about that. The seat below the Genesis isn't the only one we have sent. Oh, is that so? Well, that made a lot more sense. A sudden sound disrupted Atlas' words as he looked at the orb. Is something wrong? Yes. The reply came after a few seconds. Just as Atalas was about to ask what had happened, the voice beat him to it. There has been no movement from several members for the past few hours. Something happened. Hours into their search for Julian, Kira, Josephine, Luxon, and Anders were on their last breaths as they turned another corner of the labyrinth. For how long had they been running? How long do we need to keep running for? Fuck. I don't know. I'm just following the fucking thread. Fuck. Cursing out loud, Kira wanted to smack Josephine in the head but found herself unable to do much more besides cursing. She was exhausted. It wasn't just her, everyone was exhausted. They had been running for as long as they could remember, and just when she thought they were near to finding him, they would be disappointed to see that he was still nowhere in sight. Conserve. Energy bullshit. At the rate they were going, they probably wouldn't have any energy to even touch the boss. Bullshit. Though she complained a lot, Kira continued to follow the thread. For some reason, she believed that Julian was waiting for them. It was a crazy thought, one that she beat herself up for the entire time. They had just turned a corner and were about to head deeper when all of a sudden, they stopped. A A figure stood in the middle of the corridor. He was a familiar figure, the figure that they had been chasing after since the very start. Finally, Josephine exclaimed while leaning against the wall, exhausted. "You okay? What happened to you?" As the other questioned, he remained still. In Kira's eyes, he seemed a little off. Setting aside the fact that he was by himself with no hooded figure in sight, his expression was also a little off. No, it's not his expression. It was his eyes. They kept flickering. And just subtly, Kira could also see his expression changing. What sort of? Kira couldn't explain it, but it was creepy. Staring at him, she felt every hair on her body stand. Why? Why did the scene feel so familiar? This wasn't the first time she had seen him do something like this. In fact, this was the second time, and seeing it once again sent shivers down her spine. Why does it look like he's a completely different person? From Kira's perspective, from his demeanor to his gaze and expressions, it seemed as though a complete stranger stood before her. One that was the furthest thing from the Julian she was aware of. Blinking, his expression changed again. So did his demeanor. Yet again, Kira saw a different person. He blinked again. His expression changed again. And so did his demeanor. 3 blinks, 3 people. Crazy. No, creepy Julian. This all eventually stopped until Josephine called out for him. Blinking again, he turned his head and Kira met his gaze. Yet again, Kira found herself unable to associate the Julian she knew with the one that stood in front of her. Before her stood a stranger she knew nothing about. However, that quickly changed after he blinked again, and his gaze returned to the one she was familiar with. "You guys are here." His voice came out rather hoarse. However, as if noticing this, he massaged his throat before looking into the distance. "We don't have much time. We should go." What? What do you mean we should go?" At Josephine's and Luxon's stunned voices, Julian looked at them briefly before massaging his neck. The boss were near. Chapter 112, Different but the Same. 2. I felt my face twitch slightly. It was an involuntary reaction. Something that I couldn't control. Staring ahead, the world seemed a little bit blurry. It switched between clarity and blurriness. I felt sick, and my head throbbed. Even so, I had to keep moving forward. "Boss monster?" What do you mean, Werner? How do you know? I can feel it. No, that was a lie. I could just see it from the map. It was also for this very reason that I had led them here. Wait. What? You can feel it? What sort of nonsense is this? I turned to look behind me. Standing just a few feet from me were my team members. They were all looking at me with incredulous looks. I couldn't blame them. I was just about to speak when Luxon interrupted. "Before any of that, can you explain what happened?" His deep voice echoed within the confines of the corridor of the labyrinth. "You were suddenly dragged by a hooded figure and then all of a sudden we found you here, claiming that you can feel the boss. How does this make sense? At least explain what's going on." His words were met with a wave of nods as Kira and the rest seemed to be on the same page as him. I looked at them for a short moment before nodding my head. Fair. Looks like they didn't buy it. Rummaging through my pocket, I took out a small map and came out clean. I managed to get my hands on this. At first, everyone was confused by the map. However, shortly after, their expressions changed. "A map? Wait, hold on, look at the lines." As if realizing what kind of map it was, their eyes widened. Pointing at it, Josephine stuttered slightly. "How did you get this?" Everyone raised their heads to stare at me. Taking in their expressions, I answered, "From the hooded figure." The fuck? I raised my hand to show them my bracelet. "I'm not entirely sure about what's happening. However, it seems like we're currently under attack." I went on to press the emergency button on the bracelet. When nothing happened, everyone blinked. They then looked at me strangely. The first one to speak was Anders, who stared at his bracelet with a frown. "We already knew. We tried using the bracelet the moment that you were taken. However, it didn't work for any of us." Right. That made sense. In any case, I was able to get the map from the hooded figure. Yet again, everyone blinked. Staring at me with a frown, Luxon deeply said, "You were able to beat him?" Judging from his tone, he didn't seem to particularly believe him. I couldn't blame him. Don't get me wrong, but last I recall, He was very powerful. How in the world did you manage to beat him? I had help. I met a few cadets along the way. Seeing the way Kira was looking at me, it was obvious that she didn't believe my story. I shrugged. If the map is correct, the boss is only a few corridors away. If you don't believe me, you can test it. Kira's eyes narrowed, and I stared back without saying a word. It was Josephine's voice that broke the silence between the two of us. We should try it. Finally, Kira took her eyes away from me and looked at the map. Then, staring at it for a few seconds, she clicked her tongue. All right, fine. Hey. Snatching the map from Josephine, she held it in front of her and proceeded forward. As she passed me, she mumbled, "I still owe you, so," and proceeded to leave with that. Confused, I stared at her back. Oh, what did she owe me for? Wait, Kira, wait for me. The others were quick to follow her from behind. I could tell from their expressions that they had many questions in their minds, but chose to keep them to themselves. In all honesty, it was my fault. I was currently not in the right state of mind to come up with a plausible excuse. Thankfully, they had left things here. Otherwise, I really wasn't sure how to explain myself. Standing still, I stared at their backs for a short moment before taking out the radar. There, I could see a few blue dots. The other teams are close, but they were still a little behind. We were first. Putting the relic back into my pockets, I slowly retrieved a small grey pill from my pocket. It felt smooth to the touch, almost like a pearl, orphan. A powerful drug that served to boost the consumer's power significantly. It was the drug that was supposed to be handed to the boss monster just before the cadets arrived at it. While the pill was powerful, it had strong side effects. For that reason, the pill was supposed to be handed to the beast just before the cadets arrived. That was the original plan. It was now in my possession. Raising my head slightly, I stared at the others before placing the pill in my mouth. I didn't eat it quite just yet. I needed a proper audience for that. A large chamber sat in the middle of the labyrinth. It was where the boss monster was located. Inside a large room with a tall ceiling, a gigantic mammoth-like creature with long tusks and tremendous pressure sat in the middle, with torches scattered around the room casting a dim light over the surroundings. The place looked extremely eerie. Surrounding the hall were over a dozen different entrances. Coming out of one, Kira whispered, "Looks like you were right. We're the first ones here. How should we proceed?" Staring at the monster's head, I didn't answer immediately. I could tell from just standing where I was that it was extremely powerful. Perhaps, it was even just as strong as Geel. Imagining its strength with the drug sent shivers down my spine. No wonder they were confident. There's no way any cadet can deal with that monster if it took the drug. It also made me understand just why the rewards of the quest were so good. Indeed, if I allowed the incident to happen, then I didn't see how anyone would come out of it unscathed. In fact, a lot of cadets were probably going to die. Lowering my head, Kira's face appeared just a few inches away from mine. Staring into her deep red eyes, I was momentarily taken aback by her appearance. It went without saying that her looks were on another level. However, I was quick to push down such thoughts. What do you mean what? Kira's head flicked towards the beast. I said, "What's the plan?" As much as I hate it, the team leader, tell us exactly what we're supposed to do. About that, I suddenly looked towards the distance, towards one of the other entrances. We'll have to first think about how to deal with them. We're here. Spotting the center of the maze, Jonathan and his team rushed forward without caution. Their journey so far had been rather smooth, and staring at the leaderboard, he could see that they were a close second to the Haven team. Team score: Dreamcatcher, 3,915 points, Swords of Fist, 3,901 points, Crow's Dance, 3,871 points. Team score: Get ready to engage. If we defeat the boss, we'll be able to cinch first place. According to Jonathan's calculations, they were probably the first team to reach the boss. The fact that he couldn't hear any fighting in the distance seemed to further fuel his hypothesis. But just as they neared the entrance of the middle area, Jonathan heard the soft sound of footsteps coming from behind. Turning his head, his brows furrowed at the sight that greeted him. Neither side said a single word as they stared at each other. Instantly, heavy tension plunged the space as Jonathan's gaze fell on Oif, who stood indifferently. Just as the tension was reaching its breaking point, Oif opened her mouth. "Now's not the time to fight." Her voice was crisp, sounding rather pleasant to the ears. Staring in the distance, she walked ahead calmly. As she did, she passed Jonathan's group without a single care in the world. In the briefest of moments, Jonathan was tempted to attack her exposed back, but just as the thought came, he felt a slight chill at the back of his neck and turned around. There, two grey eyes stared at him. Who is he? He appeared to be an unfamiliar face. No, rather, after a bit of thought, he remembered and his expression changed slightly. Right, there was someone else ranked higher than Oif. It must be him. It was interesting. Haven's ranking system. The more Jonathan thought about it, the more flawed it appeared to him. It's almost as if they are making fun of everyone. Ridiculous, especially when taking into account just how weak the current Black Star was. He was pathetically weak. How was someone that weak ahead of these two? Taking into account just how powerful the two, no three, there was another powerful one. Jonathan suddenly spoke. "I have a proposition." His words immediately attracted the attention of all present as they looked at him. Taking note of their gazes, Oif's especially, he went on to say, "Let's work together until we defeat the boss. It's no use fighting here before getting to the boss. Since it seems like we're the first two teams, if we work together, we can get rid of it fast before heading for the exit. We won't have to go through the hassle of fighting against the other teams if we do this." His words were mixed with half-truths. While it was true that the faster they beat the boss, the less annoying things would be down the line, the real reason why he wanted to fight together was because he wanted to observe his opponents before fighting them. Currently, he wasn't very confident in defeating them, especially not when they had three people of similar strength to his with one just being a tad bit weaker. However, things would be different if he had more information on them, so long as he knew about them. "Okay." Oif's voice broke him out of his thoughts. Lifting his head, he looked at her with a surprised look. "Just like that?" "Yes." "Oh, a surprising turn of events." Jonathan previously thought he'd have to do more to convince them, but it seemed like they were more reasonable than he thought. With that, the two groups headed for the main chamber together. Of course, the two groups were still wary of each other. For now, it was all just a verbal agreement. Who knew when the other side would backstab them? Huh? They had just arrived at the main chamber when Oif's steps paused. Her expression hardened slightly. It was an expression of graveness. "What's going on?" Following her line of sight, Jonathan's eyes jumped. Off in the distance, he caught sight of another group. They too had noticed their appearance. How could this be? Stunned, Jonathan looked at the group. But upon spotting a familiar figure, his worries were immediately swept. So it's him. The Black Star. Lowering his head and staring at his bracelet, he looked at their points and almost chuckled. 450 points. A far cry from theirs. Still, it wasn't as though Jonathan completely disregarded them. As his expression fixed on the platinum-haired girl, he somewhat frowned. Ira was it? She was someone to look out for. But even so, he could deal with her. So he had just turned around to address the other group when he stopped. Suddenly, his expression changed when he noticed Leon staring ahead with a similar expression to Oif. What? Stunned, he looked to see that they were both staring at the Black Star with grave expressions. Blinking, he couldn't understand why they were looking at him like that. However, before he could say anything else, Leon spoke. As expected. He's here. Chapter 113, different but the same. 3. The recording devices picked up the entire exchange. On the projections available to all citizens, and those above the arena grounds, 3 groups appeared from the sides of the main chamber. They all stood still while staring at each other. A tense atmosphere suddenly enshrouded the surroundings, be it within the chamber and outside. All spectators stared at the scene with bathed breaths. In the middle, a colossal figure resembling a large elephant appeared. It towered over everyone, restrained by heavy chains binding its legs. It remained at the center while all attention was directed towards it. What particularly captured onlookers' attention was the creature's partially decaying form, illuminated by a subtle purple glow emanating from its body and the surrounding torches. It's disgusting. Yuck. Just looking at the creature sent chills down the audience's spine. Even so, their eyes remained glued on the creature. A strange silence suddenly took over the arena grounds as everyone's attention fixed on the screen. They alternated between the three groups. "What are you planning on doing?" Jonathan's voice shattered the silence that took over the surroundings. All eyes focused on him as he looked towards Oif. Immediately, the audience became rowdy. "What do you mean? What do you plan on doing?" "Get rid of the third group before attacking that beast. They're the weakest group. There's no point in working together with them. Things will get too difficult for you both after you defeat the monster. Stick to the plan." Oif's reply took the audience by surprise. "What? Stick to the plan? But why?" Frowning, Jonathan followed her line of sight. His expression carried hints of doubt. "What about them? Knowing him, he won't work with us. Hold them back." "What? Let's take care of them first." Jonathan's voice was interrupted by Oif's gaze. The way she looked at him was as though she was looking at a fool. "Tell your team to keep an eye on them. If they make a move, you can try to stop them or have your team delay them." "Delay? What are you?" His words were cut off as Oif extended her hands outwardly before squeezing them together. All of a sudden, the surroundings shook and the chains around the mammoth rattled. Its eyes, which had been closed the entire time, flared open to reveal its inky black eyes that seemed to suck everything its gaze fell on. Rumble, rumble. The surroundings shook yet again. This time, with even more ferocity. The creature slowly stood up, raising its head proudly as it growled in the air. "Wee-ee-ee-ee." Its growl echoed loudly, making some of the audience members flinch. A figure blurred above it all of a sudden, appearing just above it. It was so fast that the audience was barely able to see it. Thankfully, the broadcast was able to slow the projection down. "Wow! Ah!" With a roar of excitement from the crowd, the projection gradually slowed, revealing two familiar grey eyes and a glowing sword. It was none other than Leon. With his looks and rank within the Haven Academy, he was amongst the more popular male candidates amongst the masses. With a decisive swing, his blade descended, cleaving down upon the enormous creature beneath him. Bang! The recording device shook slightly from the aftermath of the attack as shockwaves swept the surroundings. Once the sound cleared, everyone was stunned to see the creature to be completely fine. "Wow, so strong. Wait, look!" As the confusion settled, amidst the collective belief that Leon's attack had done nothing, a handful of attentive spectators caught sight of a small dent on the creature's thick tusk. "There's a dent." "Ah!" Similarly catching the dent, Leon took a deep breath and pressed his foot against the creature's tusk as he stood on top of it. Bang! Leon's attack was followed by another, and then another. Bang! The resounding echo reverberated throughout the arena grounds, enveloping the spectators in an immersive sensation that made it seem as though they were reliving the entire experience through the lenses of the participating cadets. Just as Leon was about to slash again, the creature let out a shrill cry and stomped the ground. "Wee-ee-ee-ee!" The chamber shook fiercely, and Leon was sent flying back. "Ah, no!" Panic erupted among the audience as Leon's figure was flung backward, hurtling towards the wall with alarming speed. Yet, moments before impact, his body abruptly halted in midair. Before the audience could understand what had happened, Leon lowered his head to glance at Oif, whose face was twisted. "Go again," and then, waving her hand, his body shot forward at rapid speeds. Cracker! Cracker! Bolts of lightning erupted from above, striking the creature's body with incredible force, etching scorched marks upon its surface upon impact. Eek! The creature roared with pain as it struck strashed around, sending a few cadets flying away in the process. Even Leon wasn't spared as he was unfortunately unable to reach it as he skidded back several meters. Ha! In the process, the audience could hear his rough breathing as he looked ahead at the creature with a solemn look. Then, gripping his sword, he whispered something to himself. His voice was just loud enough for the recording devices to pick up as his voice gently echoed within the confines of the arena grounds. We've hardly scratched it, and indeed, upon closer look, despite everything that had happened, the creature looked relatively fine. It was then that the audience understood the severity of the situation. This Was this creature even possible to defeat? I stared at the scene in front of me with nothing but amazement. Leon, Evelyn, they were all amazing. I could just stand where I was and admire their fights for hours on end. They were good, brilliant, amazing. There were no words that I could use to describe how amazing they were. But I rolled the pill in my mouth. It had no taste and simply felt like a smooth pearl. Orphan. The drug was originally meant to be used on the mammoth-like creature in the distance. Ultimately, I took it. The pill had the effect of boosting one's strength for a while. However, at the same time, it also had severe consequences. But I was willing to face the consequences. For my future, I had to do it. As the pill rolled around my mouth, my eyes focused on the recording devices in the distance. They were currently floating in the air, capturing the creature and everything around it, me included. I stared at it and took a good long look at it. Watching, aren't you? I was talking to the audience. Perhaps they weren't. I wouldn't blame them if they weren't looking at me. But that was fine. I was going to grab their attention soon. I had a tale to tell. One that involved 10 people. 10 people that all looked different, spoke different, had different backgrounds, and yet, despite their differences, they were the same. It was a tale that I needed to tell to the audience, and for myself. And with such thoughts, I bit the pill in my mouth. Crack crack. Instantly, I felt my body tremble slightly. It was as if a volcano had suddenly erupted inside of my body. It was hot. Drip, drip. Sweat dripped down from the side of my face. The change was subtle, but it was still picked up by Ira and the others who looked at me in shock. Julian, what? Before they could say anything more, I stared at them and nodded silently, a silent sign of assurance. In the process, I tried to make it seem as though I was fine. However, I was anything but fine. The pain I was currently experiencing, it was hard to describe. But pain, I could handle pain. And it was with such thoughts that I took my first step forward. That tale. It was time for me to tell it. Bang! Skidding a few meters back, Jonathan eventually came to a stop. His breath was labored, and his mana was running rampant. Staring ahead and seeing Oif's group, he clenched his sword and pushed himself forward. Clank! His sword cleaved at the exact spot where Leon had hacked during his first strike. Exactly as his sword made contact with the tusk, Jonathan felt his entire hand go numb. However, crack! His expression grew excited as he noticed fine miniature webs forming around the tusk. Almost. He was just about to follow up when the creature jerked, and Jonathan was thrown a few meters back. Bang! His back smashed against the wall, and he felt a sweet sensation at the back of his throat. Cough, cough. It's so strong he wasn't the only one struggling. Staring ahead, Jonathan could see that the combined effort from the two teams was hardly doing anything to the creature. It was at that moment that they understood just how meaningless their plan was. There was simply no way for them to get rid of the creature fast. At this rate, things will become more troublesome. Jonathan's sword started to glow as he glared at the mammoth. Looking around him, and seeing that everyone was struggling to deal with the creature, he was prepared to use one of his strongest moves when all of a sudden he felt a chill coming down from behind him. It wasn't just him, the others felt it as well. Looking back, a peculiar figure stood. He stood still, his clothes fluttering slightly alongside his hair as he stared at the mammoth with cold eyes. "What are you doing?" Jonathan's voice came out hoarse. Having exhausted a lot of his mana, he could hardly speak properly. Jonathan was just about to tell him to get away so that he wouldn't be a hindrance when he noticed his expression. It was flickering continuously, from the angle of his lips, the intensity of his gaze, and his expressions. They kept flickering into different intensities, almost as if he was trying to replicate different people. What in there? Before Jonathan knew it, the glow around his sword had diminished. Julian's current appearance seemed to suck away the energy out of him. He didn't understand it at first, but lowering his head, he stared at his hands. They were trembling. His breathing started to grow rapidly. When he looked up again, Julian's expression had changed again. His eyes, they were empty, devoid of any light. And then, before Jonathan knew it, threads appeared to surround the place, covering every inch of the surroundings. Everyone stopped. All eyes fell on him then. Jonathan stopped circulating his mana as the sword in his hand stopped glowing. In that moment, realization finally dawned on him. The reason for Oif's words, and Haven's rankings. This, why he was ranked first. What is this? It all finally made sense to him. Chapter 114, different but the same. 4. Help me. I'm scared. Within a dark cave, a boy cried. He looked no older than 8, and he held his legs with both hands. You? In the distance, he could hear the cries of the other children. Hugging his legs tightly, he hugged his body tightly. Where am I? What's going on? I'm scared. Such was Leonard's first memory at the inverted sky. From then on he was subjected to endless torture. I'm sorry, he was beaten. It hurts. It's my fault. Don't hit me. He was forced to repeat the same words each day, for the inverted sky. And he couldn't remember the number of times he had starved. I'm hungry. Every day. Sorry, life was hell. I can't do this anymore. It hurts. Hick. Hick. His cries echoed quietly as he wept to himself. That was when another child approached him. Holding onto a piece of bread, he handed it to Leonard. Raising his head, Leonard stared at the bread. He blinked, unable to understand what was going on. For me? Yes. That was when Leonard first met Jill. He was taller than the other children. He was also smarter. Give them his share of the food whenever someone was hungry. It didn't take long for him to become the group leader. But even then, he could only help out so much. Even as he starved, and took beatings over the other children, the number of children within the group dwindled. What at first had been a group of over 100 children slowly turned into a group of 30. I'm hungry. My stomach hurts. It hurts, Mom. I want to go home. Here. Jill continued to hand over his food. Even as his stomach roared in pain, and his arms were so thin you could see the bones, he gave his food to those who needed it the most. Leonard followed after his example. But even then, the deaths continued. In the end, only 10 managed to survive. From this moment forth, you will be the Dragon Child unit. Jill, Arian, Jacob, Clyde, Laura, Joanna, Carl, Rowan, Evan, and Leonard. These were the names of the members. They were the last remaining survivors of the first trial. Having survived, they had now become full-fledged members of the inverted sky. Because of the shared trauma, they were close to each other. Have mine, take my towel. When one suffered, the other would sacrifice their comfort to help the other. It was like this that they carried forward. In his time with them, it was a certain conversation that struck deeply with Leonard. Sitting by a bonfire, he remembered asking, "Do you remember your families?" No, I do not. As the flames from the fire reflected in the eyes of the children, one of them spoke. I do. It was Laura, the second youngest of the group. With an expression he had never seen her make, she went on to say, my mom. I think she had blonde hair and green eyes. I don't remember much, but I remember that she was warm, like this fire. But it doesn't hurt like this one. I don't know where she is. Looking up, she asked, do you think she still remembers me? Crackle. The fire crackled as the members remained silent for a brief moment. Jill was the one who ended up answering as he threw a wooden stick to the fire. Maybe. To Leonard, Jill was an enigma. He was kind and helpful, but at the same time, ruthless when it was necessary. He was a person whom he found hard to understand. But at the same time, he was someone he looked up to. Just what were his true thoughts? I want to meet her. You will, another member said, staring at the fire. Once we reach a higher rank we'll get more freedom. By then, you should be able to meet your mother. I will help you. Thank you. The group was united. They had to be. They had only each other left. That conversation became an irreplaceable memory to Leonard. From then on the group worked together. They followed a similar routine. They would wake up, train, eat, receive missions, return, and repeat. Let's keep going. Just hang in there for a little longer. Laura, you aren't a very good cook. Then you cook? Well, I'm kind of lazy. Then shut up and eat. Hey, that's my bedsheet. Whatever. Here, have mine. No. I want his. Damn it. Ha ha ha. Their lives were slowly starting to get better. But, to Leonard, there was still something that he felt was missing about that life. He couldn't quite explain it. Every time he would go out for a mission, feel that something was missing. It only hit him in his latest mission. They had fully grown up now. No longer were they children. Standing further back from the crowd, Leonard stared at the sea of people heading for the stadium when he mumbled, "I envy them." The members turned their heads to stare at him. Unlike in the past, they were all different. No longer did they seem as hopeful as they once did. They looked like a shell of what they had in the past. After everything they had been through, it was hard for them to not lose their humanity. But even then, they were the only ones Leonard had left. "You envy them? Why?" Leonard looked at the crowd. "Look at them. All those people. They are all here to watch them." Them? The cadets. A strange silence befell the group shortly after. As all members turned their heads to stare at the audience, Leonard asked, "What do you think it's like?" He nudged at them with his chin. "The acknowledgement of one's existence. How do you think it feels? In a world where the only ones who knew about their existence were each other, how did it feel to be acknowledged?" I pondered over Leonard's question for a very long time. Looking around me and seeing everyone looking at me, I felt the center of everyone's attention. But even then, even though I stood before them, I wasn't really there. I was merely an abstract image of Julian Darker Avenues. They were looking at me, but not the real me. In a way, the story resonated with me. It was hard to keep going when nobody truly looked at you. But I didn't need people to look at me. I was fine with what I had. There was a goal that I had in mind. One that I had to accomplish regardless of how much it hurt. And it was exactly because of such thoughts that I was able to push away the current pain that I was experiencing. The pain. It was eroding every part of my body, from my muscles to my internal organs. I could feel a boiling heat from deep within me. I could feel the pain swell with each second that passed. My stomach started to bloat, and I started to feel stiff. The energy that was accumulating inside my core was threatening to take over my entire body. I needed to let go of it, let it out. Looking around and seeing everyone desperately fighting against the mammoth, I took in their struggling expressions. It was obvious that they were having a hard time defeating the beast. It looked imposing from where I was. Powerful. I took my first step forward. As I did, I extended my hand. The one thing that limited me each time was the lack of mana. However, things were different now. Mana. I had plenty of it. So much so that my body was starting to break down as a result of how much I had. As my breath grew labored, threads started to emerge from my forearm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10. More. I could feel it. With the amount of mana I had, I could create more threads. I wanted to see it. Just how many threads could I create with the amount of energy that I had? 20. No, I could do more. Even as my body started to heat up, I squeezed everything out of me. 30. Such were the number of threads that were currently enveloping my arm. Staring into the distance, I focused my attention on the recording device hovering in the air. I took a good look at it before closing my eyes. I took a deep breath and sunk my consciousness within. There I could feel 4 other faint personalities trying to take over. However, I didn't let them. Not yet. In the silence that took over my mind, I slowly opened my eyes again. When I did, I found the entire world before me covered in threads. Looking ahead, I could see everyone's attention fixed on me, from the recording device to everyone else that was within the room. At that moment, they were all looking at me. I was the center of everyone's attention. Was existing. Everything happened so fast that nobody knew how to react. In one moment, Oif and Jonathan's team were struggling, and in the next moment, they stopped. It wasn't as though they wanted to stop. It was more like they had to stop. What is this? Threads? Covering every inch of the chamber were threads. They surrounded the entire space without leaving anyone with any room to move. What's going on? What the hell is this? The unexpected change caught the audience off guard, prompting some to stand up for a better view of the projection above. However, just as they were trying to understand the situation, the recording device suddenly focused on a certain individual. He stood still at the center without saying a single word. He just stood there, and yet, the moment the recording device stopped on him, he seemed to suck the very air out of the surroundings. It's him. What is he doing? It was a figure that most people were already aware of. Having witnessed his play, they were all too familiar with him. He was a sort of celebrity. Back then, he had gripped the attention of the world with his acting. This time, he grabbed their attention for a different reason. How? The threads. They are coming from him. It was hard for the audience to make heads or tails of what was happening. Before his stream had turned off, everyone saw his group. It was nothing special. Due to technical errors, their stream shut off and everyone turned to look at the other groups that were possible to watch. Everyone had forgotten about them. With how everyone had been performing, it wasn't hard to forget about him. But, staring at the very scene before them, the audience found themselves unable to tear their gazes away from him. If they could forget about him before, they couldn't now. He was deeply etched in their minds. Tuck. The singular sound of his footstep echoed within the confines of the projection as he stepped forward. As he did, the other cadets remained still. It wasn't because they were scared, but simply put, they couldn't. The threads, despite being so thin, they looked sturdy. The silence shattered as the mammoth emitted a thunderous growl, its piercing cry echoing through the air as it fixed its gaze upon Julian. Snap, snap, snap. As it moved, the threads snapped. The audience screamed as they watched this. It was a scene they were familiar with. Just moments prior, all the other cadets struggled to even put a dent in the creature's body. The same could be said to be true for the threads, which appeared to not affect the mammoth's body. Standing still, Julian started at the incoming creature. He didn't seem particularly bothered by the mammoth. Bringing his hand forward, he clenched his hand. The threads compressed into the mammoth, who let out a shrill cry. Blood splurted everywhere. But even so, it continued to change forward. Snap, snap, snap. 10 meters. Julian remained still. 8 meters. The creature neared yet again. Even so, Julian remained still. The audience watched this with bated breath as they clenched their hands against the seats tightly. While he stood motionless, a certain voice floated in Julian's mind as he stared at the incoming mammoth. I'm tired. It was the continuation of Leonard's speech. And it's not the type of tiredness that sleep can fix. I'm tired of not existing, not knowing whether, besides you guys, a person out there even acknowledges my existence. You guys also feel it, don't you? That was slowly fading away. 6 meters. It drew nearer to him. Its massive presence loomed over Julian as the audience looked at the scene with widened eyes and looks of horror. Oh no. Get away. But he didn't. Julian remained standing where he was, his expression changing again as he took on a new persona. It feels empty. I feel empty. I don't know why, I just feel this way. And it's sucking me deeper and deeper each day that I keep on living. 4 meters. It was now practically in front of Julian. Some of the audience wanted to close their eyes. They wanted to look away from the bloody scene that was inevitably going to happen. But, for some reason, everyone kept their eyes fixed on him. It was as if their eyes were glued on him, making them unable to tear their gazes away. So if you ask me why I'm envious, it's because I don't get to have the privilege of even knowing what's it like to know I exist. I'm just a shadow, an endlessly drifting piece of nothing. 2 meters. The mammoth roared. Its body elevated from the ground as its foot drew near to him. I am nothing. And then, thump. The mammoth fell flat a few inches before Julian. Around it were over a dozen purple threads. The audience started at the scene in shock. The same was true for the cadets. As everyone wondered how it was possible, Julian turned his head to face the recording device. His expression appeared for all those to see. A strange silence suddenly overtook the arena as everyone stopped speaking. As he looked, his eyes seemed to say, "Are you seeing this? Seeing this?" Who was he talking to? His face changed slightly. So did his eyes. All of a sudden, it appeared as though he was a completely different person. Julian's eyes widened as he looked around him. "They are watching you." Despite his strange behavior, the spectators couldn't take their eyes away from him. Again, his expression changed. This time, he appeared different again. A new persona. "All of you." He didn't seem to be addressing the crowd, but something else. "Your existence." He was speaking to the 4 entities within him. There were 10, but he could only enter the mind of 4. Even so, Julian understood that despite their differences, they were the same. He had seen it through the four he managed to enter: Jill, Arian, Jacob, Clyde, Laura, Joanna, Carl, Rowan, Evan, and Leonard. These were the names of the young children. The Char Dragon Unit. This was the tale of 10 young people. It was a sad tale. A tale of 10 people who, the longer they existed, the less they felt like they existed. In the end, they all wanted the same thing: to have someone out there acknowledge the fact that they existed. And he put on this performance to let the world see them. The world sees it. I've shown them. Staring into the recording device, he returned to his usual expression. His eyes looked down at the mammoth, and his lips parted slightly. That you existed, different, but the same. Such was the name of their tale. Chapter 115. Interesting. 1. Swoosh. We're almost there. Carl sprinted forward as his group followed him from behind. Turning his head, he stared at them and urged them to quicken their speed. One last push. We should be amongst the firsts. Though he said that, he didn't believe that to be the case. They had wasted too much time trying to catch up with the leading teams. Monsters. That was all Carl could think of as he looked at the scores on his bracelet. From the start until now, the top 2 groups had maintained a steady lead. It only had stopped recently. Most likely, there were already people fighting against the boss monster. That's fine. They'll be exhausted by the time we arrive. We can steal their kill after all parties are exhausted. It was a feasible plan, one that he planned on doing, or at least, originally planned to do. What is this? Standing by the entrance of the main chamber, Carl looked around with an open mouth. The same was true for his team members, who looked around with similar stunned expressions. Threads. They covered the entire space. Was the boss monster some sort of spider? Such were Carl's initial thoughts as he looked around and spotted a few familiar faces in the distance. This, from Jonathan and his team to Oife and her members. Wearing similar grim expressions, they were all looking towards a specific direction, towards a certain man. When Carl turned his head to trace where their gazes were directed towards, his eyes widened. Him? His appearance alone stood out from the rest. Carl was familiar with him. Having scanned him before the examination began, Carl didn't think too much of him. Why is everyone? And then he stopped. He realized a massive creature rested not far from where Julian was. No, rather, it looked lifeless. All of a sudden, he recalled the expressions of the other groups. Slowly, the pieces started to piece together in his mind, and his expression yet again changed. But how? Unable to believe it, he used his skill. He distinctively remembered Julian's aura to be average to above average. How could blink? Blinking once, he made sure to check if he was seeing correctly. He didn't, and as if the words were stuck in his mouth, Carl swallowed his saliva. All of a sudden, he found it hard to breathe. Despite Julian not meeting his gaze, it seemed as if invisible hands clenched tightly around his throat, suffocating him to the brink of breathlessness. Staring at him, or more specifically the aura surrounding his body, he felt his throat grow dry. The aura surrounding his body. It was overwhelming. Absorbing one's memories and emotions wasn't easy. Not only did I have to deal with the aftermath of reliving their memories, but I also had to get rid of their lingering emotions. Were I not to do that, then they'd remain stuck within me, making it harder for me to absorb. It was for that reason that I had to do this. But it wasn't the only reason I did it. Regaining control of myself, I looked down at the creature beneath me. It was lying motionless, on its last breath. Even so, it was still not dead. It had only been weakened due to my curse magic. And so, without thinking twice, I stared at its inky black eyes before clenching my fist. Puchy. Blood splattered all over me. Plus 5,000 points. Shortly after that, my bracelet buzzed and I heard a low chime. Keeping my gaze focused on the mammoth, I gradually raised my head to stare at the recording device and the other cadets. There was another reason that I needed an audience. I wanted the world to understand that I wasn't the Black Star for no reason. I was at a point where I needed to appear stronger than I actually was. I was in a position where I couldn't hide my strength. I had to do the opposite. And glancing around, I could tell I had done a very good job at that. So, turning around, I looked at my group. besides Kira, who was looking at me with a frown. They were staring at me with open mouths. Since when were you capable of making such a move? I ignored Josephine's question and took a deep breath. Let's go. Passing them, I headed deep into the tunnel. As I walked, I never looked back. It wasn't because I wanted to keep appearances up or anything of the sort. It was because my body was breaking down. The side effects of the pill were starting to show. The pain was starting to become unbearable. I needed to get out of here. Thankfully, I was sure that nobody would come after me. I had made sure to put on a performance that deterred others from doing so. And I was right. You have exited the labyrinth, Team Julian and his sidekicks. Your team score is 5,670, rank 1. The surroundings were grey. In the distance, a white sun hung in the air. Hands crawled up from the ground, reaching out for the 4 individuals within the world. Bang! Damn it, I need a little help here. The 4 attempted to resist, casting various spells and wielding their weapons to fend off the grasping hands reaching for them. But, crap. It was a futile attempt. Regardless of what they did, the hands would regenerate and keep coming back for them. Not far from them, a figure stood. In front of her were 2 other figures, Azil, and another individual of similar strength to his. He went by the name Black and was a fiend rank member, a mindless soldier whose only purpose was to follow orders. With their weapons drawn, they attacked her, shying. But that was a futile attempt on their end. With a casual wave of her hand, the space before them folded and the direction of their attacks shifted away from her. What? Delilah remained expressionless. How long has it been? She had lost count by now. At first, it was just one person. He was strong, but he wasn't something that Delilah couldn't handle. However, at the exact moment she extracted her domain, 5 other figures appeared. They weren't as strong as Azil, but they were still rather strong. But it wasn't their strength that bothered her. It was their utter disregard for their own life that made things difficult for her. With their combined efforts, they were able to hold her at a stalemate. Ha! Seeing the look on Delilah's face, Azil sneered. It's been several hours now. By now, all the cadets should have died or suffered serious injuries. How unfortunate. In the end, all of this is because you weren't able to deal with us quickly. Watch what happens when the entire world sees their best cadets die at the hands of the boss. Azil spoke in a tone that was filled with self-assurance, as if the result was predetermined. Throughout the entire exchange, he had been rather talkative. His mission was to stall for time. He wasn't here to defeat Delilah. She was simply not someone he could beat. Pointing his weapon at Delilah, a long spear, his body erupted with a powerful wave of mana. The result of his action caused the nearby hands to shatter as the spear in his hand started to glow brighter. Remember, when everything ends, you'll become the focal point of the world, and not in a good way. Before long, the domain started to show signs of shaking as faint cracks appeared all over the world. This was all due to the influence of Azil's attack. As a lower seat, he was powerful. He was the same rank as Delilah, Tier 9, although he wasn't as strong as her. He wasn't a nobody. He was sure that his attack would at least do something to her. And then, taking one last look at Delilah, he thrust his spear forward. Go and greet the cadets you care so much about. Shing, as if the thrust sucked the entire space around it, the surroundings spun alongside the spear. It was a devastating scene, one which was accompanied by a gentle whistle that echoed in the air. Wherever the spear went, everything would shatter. Crack, crack. In response to the attack, Delilah remained motionless. Her eyes, which had become completely black, were fixed on the spear as its image was reflected in her eyes. Just as the spear was a few inches away from her, it stopped. Azil looked at her stunned. His muscles tensed as he tried to thrust it forward, but it was to no avail. The spear, it refused to budge. Delilah looked back at him with an empty look, almost as if it was devoid of any life. Then, the world shrank. Schlup. Color flooded back into the world as the blackness receded from Delilah's eyes, and she found herself standing in a familiar environment. Silence gripped the surroundings as she stood still. Extending her hand, a black pearl appeared in her grasp. Within it, several figures appeared. Delilah's attention focused on one specific one. He was looking at her with a horrified gaze. Staring back, Delilah tilted her head slightly before pressing her 2 fingers together. Crack. The pearl shattered in an instant. Rubbing her fingers to get rid of the lingering shards of the pearl, Delilah turned around to face the entrance of the labyrinth. Bringing her foot up, she stomped the ground once. A shattering sound akin to glass breaking echoed shortly after as an invisible film shattered under her step. Lowering her body, she opened the trapdoor that led to the labyrinth. As she did, she extended her mana into the labyrinth to see the current situation. But her movements stopped when she did. Blinking several times, she once again extended her mana around. Seeing that she got the same result as the first time, her eyes widened slightly. Nothing? Delilah had originally expected to see a desperate situation upon entering the labyrinth. But much to her surprise, everything was perfect. Almost too perfect. What happened? To the point where she started to question whether something had truly happened or not. Frowning, Delilah took out a small device from her pocket. It was a small cube the size of a small ball. Tapping on it, a small projection appeared. A figure appeared the moment she turned on the projection. A figure she was all too familiar with. And he appeared to have ranked first. Lowering her head to stare at the entrance, she looked back at the projection. Or more specifically, the cadet who appeared in it. Was it you? Chapter 116. Interesting. 2. The moment Julian and his sidekicks came out of the labyrinth, none of the spectators said a thing. They just stood in silence to stare at them. Or more specifically Julian. Yet again, he had pulled everyone's attention. He stole the show once more. What he had done, the public remembered. It was that memorable. In one of the corners of the arena stands, a man leaned on his seat while staring at Julian beneath. He wore a brown top hat and brown coat. It was a nice performance. It was hard to tell who he was addressing. There was no one besides him. He's certainly a very powerful first year. But still, it's surprising how he had managed to single-handedly defeat the monster just by himself. The other cadets may have done a little by tiring it out. But at the end of the day, he was the one who had defeated the monster. It's crazy. Extending his hand, he removed his hat to reveal his dark hair and deep brown eyes. He was none other than the Inquisitor. Pinching his chin, he leaned back slightly. It's almost as if he had taken something. Just as he said those words, Julian, the main star of the show, excused himself. The Inquisitor's eyes traced his back as he left. Closing his eyes for a short moment, he put his hat back on and stretched. Looks like it's also time for me to go do my job. I found it hard to breathe. Looking around, the world seemed to spin. I couldn't see straight and I had trouble walking. Even so, I kept my expression firm and marched forward. I had long left the arena and my teammates. They didn't stop me and let me go. They were probably surprised by my actions back in the chamber. It was good that way. I didn't know where I was going. I was just mindlessly wandering around the academy campus. At this rate, he'll die. That much was becoming obvious to me. My chest burned, and my legs were starting to give up on me. The excess mana that was lingering within my body was threatening to erupt at any second. I could already picture a scene where it'd explode into millions of pieces out of nowhere. That's not good. As I walked, I could feel the gazes of the passerbys on me. Some stopped to whisper to each other, while others stared at me from the distance. I looked at them briefly before continuing forward. I was so out of it that I couldn't tell if they were looking at me because they had seen my performance, or that I looked extremely sickly. Where do I go? To the infirmary? Yeah, number. If I were to do that, they would discover all about the drug that I had taken. The only reason that nobody suspected a thing was because before entering the labyrinth, all cadets had been stripped and searched by the academy inspectors. The only thing that we were allowed to bring was the bracelets. The academy provided the weapons. The drug was something that nobody would think he'd be able to access. For now, I was in the clear. But I knew that I was still not out of the danger zone. Were I to pass out here and sent to the infirmary, then it would instantly become clear that I had taken something. The academy doctors weren't that naive. I can't allow for that to happen. It would destroy everything that I tried so hard to build. Gradually, my steps stopped. Do I have no choice? There was one place that I had in mind. A place that would resolve all my worries. I clenched my fists and covered my mouth. Coughing. I felt something spew out from my mouth. Drip, drip. I didn't need to look to understand what it was. Quickly wiping the blood away from my mouth, I closed my eyes and moved forward again. This time, I had a direction. Inside Atlas' office. A vast office that overlooked the entire academy from the top. There have been 27 reported deaths. All of them belong to cadets from lower-ranked academies. We have yet to make the news public. Listening to his assistant's voice, Atlas remained seated with an impassive expression. Carefully managing his expression, he closed his eyes for a brief moment as his assistant continued. Thanks to Julian and his sidekick's appearance towards the middle, we were able to appease some of the protests regarding some of the cadet groups not appearing in the main projection screen. It was a general briefing about the situation. Every time the name Julian and his sidekicks was mentioned, Atlas would find his brows twitching slightly. However, he was quick to grow used to it. The midterms had yet to end. However, the winner had already been decided with an overwhelming point difference. They were ranked first. Given the amount of time that the other groups had left, it wasn't impossible for them to get close to them, but they were probably too exhausted to do so. In the end, it was safe to assume that the team, Julian and his sidekicks, would end up placing first by the end of it all. The problem now was something else. How should we reveal the news to the chancellors of the other academies? Julian and his sidekick's appearance calmed them down somewhat. In their minds they were probably thinking if their recording device also stopped working and they appeared not long after, surely it suggested that it was nothing big. The assistant paused. But, we won't be able to keep them calm for much longer. Atlas finished the words for his assistant. Eventually, we'll have to tell them the truth about what happened. Yes. Slowly opening his eyes to reveal his yellow pupils, he placed his hand over the wooden desk opposite him and drummed his fingers lightly. Tell them to come visit me. Yes, I will tell them the news personally. Ah, his assistant showed a look of surprise. However, quickly recomposing, she nodded her head in understanding. Understood. You may leave. I will bring them back as you've ordered. With a gentle blow, she left the room, leaving Atlas alone in his office. As she left, he remained seated in his chair. The room plunged into a state of silence. In the silence, Atlas lowered his head to stare at his drawer. He stared at it for a good minute before opening it and pulling out a pair of black gloves, slipping them onto his hands. It was a sort of ritual that he had for whenever he had to do something important. He had just put them on when the door knocked. Tick. That's rather fast. Surprised, he opened his mouth to say, "Coming." Clank, the door opened, but the people he had expected to come didn't appear. Instead, a young man with jet black hair and hazel eyes entered. Little needed to be said regarding his appearance from the moment he arrived. He stood out distinctly. Yet, what truly stood out about him at the moment wasn't his appearance, but the mana coming out of his body. It was rather intense. Atlas' head tilted slightly at the appearance of the youth. Fector. He hadn't expected him to be here. Clank, as Fector opened the door and closed it behind him, he looked around the room for a brief moment before sitting down on the sofa opposite him. He made himself comfortable before looking at Atlas. That was when Atlas noticed his gaze. The way he looked at him, it was one of indifference. A stark contrast from the first time they had met. Back then, while his gaze was somewhat similar, he could feel the apprehension within him. And yet, that apprehension was completely gone at this moment. The two stared at each other for a brief moment as the room stilled in the silence. Then, breaking the silence was Julian, who covered his mouth with his hand. Oh, drip, drip. A red liquid seeped out from the narrow gap of his fingers. Even then, he never took his gaze away from Atlas. Rather, his gaze intensified. It was as if he was telling him to keep looking. I've done it. His voice came out hoarse. Despite that, his voice was clear enough for Atlas to understand. I've done my part. Atlas nodded his head in acknowledgement. I saw. How could he not have seen? He had stolen the show. There wasn't anyone that hadn't seen his performance. Most likely, everyone was still talking about it. So, why would the star of the show come all the way to his office? Clearly, he had a motive in mind. Are you here to apologize for what you've done? It would make sense if he did. They had indeed spent a lot of resources trying to get this plan to work. However, It had all come crashing down because of the young cadet in front of him. It wasn't easy to raise such a talented group. Fekter's expression twitched slightly at the mention of the group. However, he was quick to recover as he shook his head. No, Atlas thought the reason was that, but unexpectedly, Fekter shook his head. Then, Atlas wasn't offended by that. Rather, he had somewhat encouraged him to do what he did. For that, he didn't care at all for the apology. He was just curious about his answer. One that came shortly after. I couldn't care less about what you think. Drip, drip. As the blood continued to drip down from the gaps of his fingers, Fekter's lips suddenly started to close. I only want one thing. As they did, he managed to utter a few last words. Fucking, heal me. His arm limped down shortly after and blood started to spill from all his orifices. Despite that, he maintained his gaze fixed on Atlas. He's out. Even as his eyes remained open, Atlas could tell he had passed out. It was quite a sight to see. Drip, drip, drip. The blood trickled down on the ground in a rhythmical manner, almost like the arm of a clock. It shattered whatever silence was about to take over. Amidst all that, Atlas' mumblings overtook the repetitive sound of Fekter's blood dripping. I couldn't care less about what you think. Fucking heal me. It wasn't that Fekter's words had offended him. Rather, he couldn't care less about what he had said. It was more the tone in which he said those words. How could he describe it? It's as if he is certain it'll help him. Yes, it was that. It was a thought that made him want to laugh. Especially since he was right. Fekter was invaluable to them. His performance had not only solidified his spot as the Haven's top ranker but at the same time, helped Delilah out of a sticky situation. Would that lead to her trusting him more? Atlas wasn't sure. However, his action must have definitely made her confused. Whose side was he on? Hers or theirs? Ha ha. The thought made Atlas laugh. Lowering his head, he took a good look at Fekter. The difference between a potential fiend and low seat isn't their strength but their ability to think for themselves. Fekter was evaluated to be a potential fiend. Looking at his state, and how he had gone to the extent of consuming the drug that was meant for the boss monster, Atlas could see why he was evaluated as such. But at the same time, he could also see something else. Something more calculated. Again, Atlas laughed. Interesting. Chapter 117, Interesting. 3. The Avenue's household was unusually quiet. With servants running all over the place to hold ceremonies for nearby noble houses, the estate was usually busy. Today, however, things were different. In a highly decorated room within the estate, a man stood with his arms crossed while staring at the projection in front of him. He stood in silence as he watched the scene in front of him replay over and over again. Whenever the scene would end, he would bring his hand forward and shift the video back so he could watch it again. It was a broadcast that had swept the entire empire. Originally, Aldrich wasn't interested. There were many things that he needed to take care of. However, curiosity still got the better of him and he ended up getting a subscription for the event. Aldrich was curious about something. His son, Julian. Had he really changed as the reports suggested? In the end, he ended up witnessing something that he hadn't expected to see. Was he hiding his abilities? He watched as his son, Julian, completely took over the entire event with his abilities. The two of them had a slight resemblance with each other, but staring at the figure in the middle of the projection, Aldrich didn't feel any of those familiarities he once used to feel. Rather, he looked foreign to him. Was this really his son? Father. A figure appeared beside Aldrich. It was Linus, his second child. He too was staring at the projection with a frown. That's Julian, isn't it? Yes. Has he always been this capable? No. Do you think it's possible that he improved so much after joining Haven? No. Even then, he is the Black Star. He's been outstanding ever since his entrance, hasn't he? He has. Aldrich turned his head to stare at his second son. Where was he getting with this? Without saying anything, Linus turned his head and their gazes met. Just slightly, Aldrich noticed something peculiar in his second son's expression. However, he couldn't quite tell what it was. Do you think he's been hiding something from us? No matter how you look at it, that seems to be the case. At his words, Aldrich remained silent. He couldn't deny his son's words. There was certainly something about Julian that didn't make sense. He must have had his reasons, which are, I don't know. Linus scoffed slightly. He found the situation ridiculous. Aldrich, on the other hand, remained silent while looking back at the projection. You don't have to worry about it too much. Why? Aldrich didn't respond immediately. Rather, he swiped his hand and replayed the video again. This time, he didn't focus his attention on Julian but a figure at the back. With dull grey eyes, he stood motionless as Julian took the spotlight. Raising his hand, he pointed it towards the projection. Because of him. So they've all died? In a quiet room outside of his office, Atlas leaned against the wall as he talked to the air. Not even one survivor? Number. A soft voice replied to his left. I see. Atlas closed his eyes to absorb the information. One lower seat and several fiend ranks had been sent to delay Delilah. The goal had been to delay her for as long as possible, which should have been possible given the strength of the group. However, things took an unexpected turn. How did she do it? It had to be noted that the ones sent weren't just random people that the organization had sent. They were extremely powerful people. Their loss was a pretty severe blow to them. I am not entirely sure. However, from what I was able to gather, she used a domain. A domain? Atlas frowned. A domain was something that anyone who reached Tier 5 would be able to create. It was usually something that most individuals would keep a secret since it was a sort of trump card. That being said, have you gotten any information on what her domain does? I'm still struggling to comprehend the situation. The fact that so many strong people had died was a big deal, especially when it only took her 4 to 5 hours to do so. Was her domain really that powerful? From what I'm gathering through the memory fragments of those who died, her domain is an entirely different world that absorbs the energy of anyone who is inside. I believe she's capable of absorbing their energy and making it into her own. Is that so? So far, yes. We're still looking into it. Atlas frowned with a grim look. Although it was still not fully clear, if her power was really like that, then something became clear to him. It seems like we need to reevaluate her strength. Not only that, but if she's capable of absorbing their energy and making it her own, then she's also a lot more dangerous than we initially believed. I agree. Atlas' frown deepened. The situation was a lot more serious than he had anticipated. He was just about to say something else when his brow lifted and he turned to look away. He suddenly felt a movement coming from his office and a smile finally appeared on his lips. It seems like someone is about to wake up. I wasn't sure for how long I was out for. All I could remember was seeing the world turn bright before darkness engulfed my consciousness. It was all the fog from there. When I regained consciousness, I found that I was lying on the cold hard ground. It felt rather uncomfortable. Groaning, I rubbed my head. It was throbbing in pain, and the light coming from the top was stinging my eyes. My eyes squinted as I used my arm to cover my eyes. Where am I? I was confused at first, but as I looked around, I realized exactly where I was. And then I remembered exactly what had happened. For a brief moment, my body tensed. Where is he? Did he figure something out? As I looked around tensely, I was relieved to see that I was the only one in the room. At the same time, the fact that I was still alive proved that everything went well. I closed my eyes to feel my body. It's a mess. The mana flow in some places was slower than others, and my core had shrunk slightly. However, besides all of that, it was safe to say that I was out of danger. No, rather, I think I've gotten stronger. I wasn't very conscious back then, but the moment that I defeated the mammoth, I remembered seeing a notification. The notification was accompanied by something else, but I hadn't been able to tell exactly what it was. Thankfully, I could check. EXP plus 67% as expected. It was a notification indicating my increase in experience for having defeated the mammoth. I hadn't felt anything back then because of my circumstances. But now that I was out of danger, I could tell that I had gotten stronger. Lowering my head, I squeezed my hand. My grip was rather weak and my reaction was slower than my brain input. Doesn't feel like I've gotten stronger at all. Rather, it felt as if I had become disabled. Of course, I knew it was merely because I was still not in full health. Still, this is quite a lot of experience. but it made sense considering the strength of the creature, which was around tier 4 to high tier 3. But if that wasn't all, midterms, you have overcome the event. A new notification flashed in my vision. It was accompanied by another. You were able to prevent a tragedy from occurring in the midterms. Besides a few casualties, the midterms have proceeded smoothly. Game progression EXP plus 11% game progression, 0%, 18%, 100%. A familiar sensation washed over me. It was one that I thought I was starting to get used to, but unlike the previous times, I could feel the energy coming into my body was far more thick and pure than the previous ones. My mana core started to expand rapidly and I felt my body surge with strength. The bar continued to rise before my very eyes. It continued like this until it eventually stopped at level 25. Character progression EXP plus 207% exp, 0%-23%, 100%. Haha. An unbelievable amount of progress, one that was supposed to take me months to achieve. And yet, I had managed to achieve it all in one single event. I'm starting to catch up with the top cadets. While I wasn't exactly sure about how strong they currently were, accounting for their rate of progress and the manuals they had, most of the top cadets were tier 3 and above. And unlike them, I wasn't as talented. If not for the quest, I would probably still been stuck at level 20. Perhaps, not even in tier 2. It was the painful reality of my situation. But I wasn't disheartened. Talent or no talent, I was going to work to the point where I became the best version of what I could ever be. That much I have to do. Calamity progress. I've came Egrail, slumber progress 0% Kira Milne, slumber progress 9% Evelyn Javelis. Slumber progress 0%. A new notification appeared, one that I easily dismissed as I struggled to help myself up. How long have I been out for? It was at that moment that I spotted a figure sitting down on the couch on the opposite end, and I froze. He was staring at me with an interested look. When did he get here? I was so sure that I had been the only person in the room just a few moments ago. How was he here? The more I look at you, the more interesting you become in my eyes. His gentle and clear voice echoed within the room. As his golden pupils stared at me, he cocked his head slightly. I was just outside when I noticed something irregular coming from your body. I thought something had gone wrong and came to check on you, but he lowered his head to scan my body up and down. Do you know how surprised I was to see your strength suddenly jump up out of nowhere? Atlas appeared just before me. Before I even had the chance to say anything, he went on to grasp my hand. I wanted to take it back, but as if I had lost all energy from my body, I found myself unable to resist. I stared at him with bated breath. I could practically feel the beat of my heart drum loudly inside of my mind. Anxiety was starting to creep within me. Did he find something out? He eventually let go of my wrist before muttering, "So interesting." Interesting? What did he find out? You have an interesting constitution. While your injuries are still present, you were able to absorb some of the medical properties of the pill. It's because of that reason that you were able to become stronger. From what I can tell, halfway into becoming tier 3. That's a considerable jump. Not bad. The fuck is this guy? Then I understood. He's misunderstanding the reason for why my strength increased. He didn't find anything about the quest or the fact that there was anything wrong with me, that I wasn't the real Julian. I took the opportunity to roll with the misunderstanding. Thank you. There's no need to thank me for something you were born with. You can however thank me for saving you. I remained quiet at that. Oh? His brow raised as he turned to look at me. Not even a word of thanks? It seems like taking my abilities for granted. I again said nothing. However, as if understanding what I meant, he leaned back on his chair. You were lucky. Raising his hand, he pulled his black glove down while clenching his hand at the same time. Orphan isn't a drug that is designed for human consumption. It was originally designed for the boss monster in the labyrinth. The fact that you were able to withstand so much energy is itself a miracle. Closing his hand into a fist, the leather glove squeaked slightly as he turned his attention back to me. The only reason you were able to survive is because of me. Besides, Delilah, There aren't many people that are capable of taking out that much energy from you. But I bet you knew that. He suddenly smiled. Is that why you took the drug? Yes, I nodded then. I wasn't carrying on with the misunderstanding this time. It was the truth. The reason why I took the drug while knowing the consequences that would come from taking it was because I was certain he would heal me. I knew my worth, and so, I used it. With a soft laugh, Atlas covered his mouth with his curled index finger. He seemed to be trying to hide his smile. I just sat there in silence and waited for him to say something. Eventually, he did. And his next words stunned me. It seems like we need to consider upgrading your potential within the organization. Chapter 118. Trip 1. Clank. I was still in a daze as I came out of the office and walked past the corridor that led toward the exit of the building. As I walked, I could hear the rhythmical echo of my steps. They were soft, and yet, they powerfully rang within my mind. Upgrade my potential. It wasn't as though I didn't understand what he was trying to imply. After going through the memories of the few members of the Dragon Charge unit, I was able to get a better idea of how things worked within the organization. It was unfortunate that they had never been in the main headquarters. Otherwise, I would have been able to go myself. There seemed to be a special requirement for one to be able to enter the main headquarters. Or maybe there wasn't. It could just be that the group was too unimportant for the organization to have them enter the main headquarters. It was a bit of a pity considering that I wanted to see how it looked. Still, I thought back to Atlas' words. Crazy it was because I knew what his words meant that I thought the entire situation was crazy. What rank even am I? Nothing within the memories of the 4 members of the Dragon Charge unit told me anything about what the previous Julian's potential rank was. Was he planning on upgrading my potential to fiend rank? There was still so much that I didn't know. He'll need to figure things out better. What do you need to figure out? A soft voice reached me from the front and I stopped. Looking up, my brows jumped up slightly. Chancellor, Delilah. She was standing before me. What was she doing here? No. That was a stupid question. She most likely had some important business to attend to. This was after all where Atlas and a few other important Figure's officers were. As expected, Delilah didn't answer me and just stared at me. She didn't need to say a thing for me to understand what her gaze meant. What are you doing here? I pursed my lips for a brief moment before answering. I was called here by the Vice-Chancellor. Atlas? Yes. For a brief moment, her eyes turned inky as they stared straight into me. In that short moment, it felt as though I was being sucked right into her eyes. An unknown and desolate world flashed in my vision briefly before her figure reappeared before me. What did you do? I answered his questions. I answered shortly after as I took a moment to adjust my mind. It wasn't a lie. I was really answering his questions. He was interrogating me regarding the incident that took place in the labyrinth. And I am done. I was just about to go back to the dorms. Yet again, Delilah didn't say a thing. She simply stared at me for a good moment before resuming her steps. As she passed me, she glanced at me before mumbling, "Get some rest." Tack, tack, tack. The sound of her heels clicking against the corridor's pavement echoed in the air. I stood still for a moment and stared at her departing back. For some reason, her back looked extremely tired. That night, Oif and Evelyn were just coming back from the arena grounds. Overall, their group managed to rank second. It was a fairly good result. However, neither of the girls spoke while walking back to the dorms. They both seemed to be immersed in their own thoughts. It's strange. Perhaps not realizing it, Evelyn let her true thoughts out. Oif's steps paused and she turned to look at her. What is? Evelyn looked around stunned and her steps similarly paused. Then, as if realizing what she had done, she covered her mouth. Oif stared at her for a brief moment. She could more or tell what she was thinking about. Is it about Julian? As expected. Evelyn's reaction told her all that she needed to know, and it was her reaction that made her curious. What do you mean by strange? No, it's... Evelyn fumbled over her words. However, under Oif's intense gaze, her face scrunched up and she eventually relented and shared her true thoughts. Julian, he's strange. As in, he wasn't that strong before. Like, he was okay. He was supposed to be okay. Every time I see him, He changes. I don't know how to explain it. Evelyn tried to find the right words to articulate herself. However, in the end, she could only look at Oif with a helpless smile. It seemed a little sad too. I just don't think he's the Julian that I know. Whenever I see him, I see someone completely different. Even when he changed I could tell slightly it was him. But now? Evelyn shook her head and scoffed slightly. I don't know. I really don't know. Noticing Evelyn's expression, Oif didn't pursue the matter further. Rather, her words echoed deep within her mind. Someone completely different. Every time I see him, he changes. Evelyn's words lingered in her mind, nagging at her even after they parted ways and she returned to the room. Laying down on her bed, Oif blankly stared at the ceiling. Changes, muttering to herself, she closed her eyes. In the darkness that suddenly overtook her vision, a figure appeared. He stood in the middle of a large chamber, his appearance seeming to eclipse that of everyone around him with his cold expression. Threads covered the entire space, with a gigantic creature standing not far from where he was. It was the same scene from the labyrinth. Even now, it had been deeply imprinted in her mind, making it impossible for her to forget. How could she forget? Oif doubted anyone could forget that moment. Someone completely different. Every time I see him, he changes. Yet again, Evelyn's words rang in her mind. They echoed over and over and over again, almost like the buzz of a mosquito, one that she couldn't kill regardless of what she did. Eventually, opening her eyes to reveal her golden pupils, Oif sat up. Looking around, she reached out for her communication device. Taking a deep breath, Oif fiddled with the communication device in her hands. She didn't really know why she was doing this, but it was starting to become impossible for her to sleep. Therefore, pressing on the communication device, she started to speak. "Hey, uncle." As she spoke, her voice came out rather coy. Were anyone to see her like this, they'd be stunned out of their minds. But her uncle was an exception. Besides her brother, he was the only person she respected. Is it possible for you to check something for me? The next day, news of the incident had been kept hushed by the academy. For some reason, the academies involved didn't utter a single thing about the missing cadets. In the end, the situation seemed to have been resolved by the higher-ups. The details of how they had done it were not something that I was keenly aware of. However, I could more or less imagine what had happened. He's probably done something to them. Atlas. Not only was he powerful, he was also a member of the royal family. If he wanted to keep a situation quiet, then he had the capabilities and resources to do so. It was scary when one thought about it. That being said, I didn't really understand why he had decided to cover up the matter when his goal had been to make this situation as big as possible. Did he think it was going to be a waste of time? Perhaps. It's unfortunate that the collaboration with the other academies has to be halted here. I'm not sure about what happened, but from what I've heard, the individual performance will be paused. Currently, I was sitting in the lecture room. Everyone was present. From time to time, I would get an occasional glance, but I ignored it and kept my attention focused on Professor Brett. She was currently detailing us on the situation. I know that you are all disappointed by this. I am too. As she said this, I looked around. Eventually, my gaze fell on Kira. She was wearing the biggest smile I had ever seen her wear in a long time. She almost seemed to be gloating. No, rather, she was gloating. I could more or less tell why she was like that. She hates studying. It became obvious to me from the moment we became team members. Even though we weren't meant to be a study group, there were times in between breaks that we took as a chance to study. Kira was the only one that refused to do any of that. I could still picture the look of scorn she gave us back then. No, I didn't have to picture it. Turning my head, I could see Kira looking at me with that same expression of the past. It was as if she was telling me, "See, you should have listened to me and just rested." That gaze was followed by a subtle laugh. On the bright side, however, I have great news for all of you. The professor's bright words attracted my attention yet again. The same was true for the other cadets who all turned to look at her. "We will be going on a trip." I blinked my eyes as the classroom fell silent. Everyone was having a hard time understanding what was going on. Professor Brett went on to explain. After all that hard work, It's about time we all relax. No, while this excursion won't exactly be a vacation, we will allow you all to take some time to visit the place that we're visiting. It's a nice change of pace after all the time you've spent at the academy. The sudden news took everyone by surprise. However, shortly after, many of the cadets waved their fists in the air in celebration. I couldn't blame them. I too felt the same way. Well, maybe. Was there ever a thing like a break for me? I hope I don't get a quest. Although I hated to say it, I needed a break. Not only because of the injuries in my body which had yet to heal, but also because I needed time to adjust my mental state. Though I was able to keep myself from showing it on the outside, I was starting to pick up certain habits that weren't mine, like, scratch, damn itchy. The more time passed, the more obvious it was becoming to me that the other personalities that I had tried to integrate with me were starting to take over, if even slightly. I needed time to focus on myself and separate my real self from the other personalities that were within my body. That being said, I knew that I had to discard a few. It was impossible for me to keep my sanity with the amount that I had. That was simply too much of a burden for my mind. I needed to let go of a few. I'll find some time to do that later. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Professor Brett clapped her hands. Clap, clap. In doing so, the classroom once again quieted down. Sporting her trademark smile, the professor looked at us before taking out a sheet of paper from behind the podium. That being said, just because the individual examinations have been postponed, that doesn't mean the written ones have. Please take out your equipment. The test will be bang. A loud banging sound echoed from the distance before the professor could even get her words out. It was followed by a high-pitched curse. Fuck. This time, turning my head, it was my turn to laugh. Ha. Chapter 119. Trip 2. Scratch. The sound of scribbling pencils rang out in the classroom. In the otherwise quiet classroom, the cadets were focused on the papers in front of them. Some were scratching their heads in confusion, while others were fully focused on the paper. I was too, as I filled in the questions in front of me. Flipping the page over, my eyes paused on the next question. Describe the weakness of this monster. I paused for a second and frowned, not because the question was hard, but because it was a little too easy. Isn't this the boss monster of the labyrinth? Glacial behemoth staring at the image in front of me, I didn't know what to say. Was this on purpose? In the end, I answered with the only answer that I knew. The tusk. That was the monster's weakness. I had killed it using a different method, but that was the answer. If one would look back on the replay of the event, they'd notice that the tusk was the only area the cadets were targeting. This was the reason. This is going well. Flipping over to the next page, I went on to answer the next few questions. There were no more freebies like the mammoth question, but they were all something that I was able to answer. In the end, all that studying I paid off. Before I knew it, time had passed and it was the end of the test. Marking the end of the examination was the professor's voice. That's it for the examination. Please hand over what you have written. Several groans later, the papers were all placed over the podium where the professor was. Done. Along the way, a listless Kira handed over her paper. This was probably hell for her. Wow, perfect. I will be grading this over the next few days. Hopefully, all of you have done well. Cheerfully stacking the papers together, she went on to speak about the trip. Going back on the news of the trip, we will be departing next week, so all of you pack the necessary equipment and things before we leave. We will be there for about a week, or maybe more. It will depend on how long it will take for us to clear the problem. Professor Brett went on to explain a few more details regarding the trip. The location of the trip was Elna. It was a small town located on the outskirts of the Empire's border with the Ethereal Empire. There were no notable conflicts between the two empires. In fact, they could somewhat be considered to be on even terms. Standing at its center, the Nurzane Sifu Empire was surrounded by all three empires. Because it was the strongest, it was usually viewed as a dangerous entity. It was for that reason that the empire tried to maintain a form of relationship with the Ethereal Empire. Elna was located near the border, right next to a large ridge that separated the two empires. Currently, there was a little problem in Elna. The professor had yet to disclose what the problem was. However, Given that we had been sent, it wasn't anything that we shouldn't be able to handle. Yeah. Bullshit. I could just tell that a problem was going to come up. Call it instincts. In any case, please make sure that you are all ready for the upcoming trip. Oh, and before I forget, make sure you study for the second part of the examination, which will be held a day before the trip. Professor Brett left shortly after that. I sat in silence while the entire classroom stared at the door with blank looks. The silence was shortly shattered by Kira, who slumped down on her chair with a lost look. Second part? This was only the first part? She went on to let out a hollow laugh. It's me. I'm the problem. At least you know. Next to her, Josephine laughed. Kira turned her head to glare at her, but it wasn't anything intimidating. Next time, when you see us studying, how about you study? Ha! Shit. I packed my stuff while I shifted my attention away from them. As I packed up my stuff, a shadow cast over the area that I was in. Surprised, I looked up to see Kira standing in front of me. When did she get here? Her face was currently twisted, almost as if she was constipated. What? I frowned. She wasn't here to fight me for laughing at her, right? You. With a hoarse voice, Kira fiddled with her fingers. It really did seem like she was struggling to speak. I waited for a good couple of seconds for her to speak. However, seeing that she was still not saying anything, I took my stuff with me and stood up. Only then did she react as she grabbed onto the sleeve of my shirt. Wait. What? That? Kira looked away. I frowned again. What's up with her? Her next words came out in a whisper, but I was still able to understand them. It was because I understood them that I had a hard time comprehending the situation. Study. Help me. So much that all I could do was stare at her with wide eyes. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Fuck. Whatever. Fuck it. Treat it as if I didn't Why? Kira stopped to look at me. She roughly tied up her platinum hair behind her while letting go of my sleeve. I don't have anyone else to ask. I blinked. What? You heard me already. I once again fell into silence. Eventually, my eyes fell on Josephine in the distance, but just as I was about to suggest her, Kira cut me off. That idiot is dumber than me, and I can't stand her. But you can stand me. I'm busy. In the end, I still rejected her. Busy with what? You also have no friends. I had no words to say to that. I wanted to refute her words, but as I opened my mouth to do it, I found myself at a complete loss for words. See? You have no friends. And you? It was her turn to be at a loss for words. In the end, she changed the conversation again. Whatever fuck. Just teach me. What do I get in all of this? The next set of exams was in a week. Taking into account that my body was injured and I couldn't train, I could help her study, but it needed to be worth my time. I'll let you hold my hand. Moving to the side, I prepared to leave when she pulled at my sleeve again. No, wait. I stopped and looked back at her again. Her face twitched, and in the end, she mumbled, "Money? Is that okay with why meet me at 6 every morning at the dorm's study area? I'll help you out then. My fee is 100 rand per hour. Don't be late. I will charge every minute that you're late." I left after saying my terms. Kira stood stunned for several seconds before she screamed from behind. "Wait, hold on. This is a fucking robbery." "Hey! There's nothing strange about him." A familiar voice echoed from the communication device in Oif's hands. "He seems to have changed a little when he was young. But don't we all change after we reach a certain age? You've certainly changed a lot once you reached your teens." Just thinking about what I had to go through. Listening to his voice, her lips pulled into a slight pout. It was mainly because it was a voice message and she couldn't answer back. What change? I'm the same. This is all I was able to find. I'm not sure why you're interested in him, but this is all I could find for you. If you have anything else you want to ask me, you can just come visit me at the office. You know where to find me." The voice message ended there. I've stood alone with a frown. She wasn't satisfied with what she received from her uncle. In fact, Oif was even more certain that something was up. He's not the type to answer like that. Atlas, her uncle, he was usually very thorough with his research. The last time she had asked him to do something like this, he had given her a thorough file with all sorts of details. It's odd. But at the same time, She didn't understand why her uncle of all people would lie to her. Was there some sort of secret that she wasn't supposed to be aware of? Something that only a few members of the royal family knew? The more Oif thought about it, the stranger she felt the situation was. Oif, are you coming? Next class is about to start. Ah, yes. In the end, however, she was unable to think further as someone called out for her. Quickly putting the communication device away, Oif cleared her throat and followed. As she walked, her hand kept fiddling over the communication device. Something was up. But for now, Oif took a deep breath. I'll take things slowly. It was early in the morning of the next day. Wham! Yawning, Ira looked at the time. It was exactly 5:30 in the morning. Today was Saturday and so there were no lessons. It was supposed to be her day off, but fuck. Regret had already made its way into Ira's mind. What was I even on? Ruffling her hair, Ira dressed herself in casual clothes. Cotton white shirt, some jeans, and a white hat. This was how she usually dressed on weekends. Coming out of her room, she did one last check of the place before coming down to the ground floor. He said, "Hell, wait for me there." Indeed, the moment Ira came down, she saw him sitting by himself on one of the tables with several books open and a 030 small pile of papers on his right. Judging from the empty cup of coffee on his side and the several books open, he appeared to have been here long before the arranged time. Crazy bastard. The more time she spent with him, the more of a lunatic Julian appeared in her eyes. He was simply inhuman. If he wasn't studying, he was training. And if he wasn't training, he was studying. In Ira's mind, it was starting to make sense how someone like him was able to remain at the top. Even Leon and Oif weren't as crazy as him. I'm here. Calling out for him, Ira sat down on the seat opposite him. What do I do? As she asked, she placed the book she brought from her dorm onto the table. Magic Theory. Flipping it open. She paused on the last page she was on. I know. Ira was stopped halfway through her sentence. Blinking, she looked up to meet Julian's hazel eyes. Before she could say anything, he pointed at the piles of papers on his right. Doing those. Ira closed her book without saying a word. She then stood up and turned around. Yeah, fuck that. But just as she was about to leave, Julian's cold voice echoed from behind her. You were the one who asked me to help you. Yeah, but do you want to pass or not? Ira's face scrunched up. Pass. She wanted to pass. No, she had to pass. It was a requirement her father had set for her in order to stay. Were she not pass, then she'd have to quit the academy. I can't have that. It wasn't that she liked the academy. However, it was less stifling than her home. There was no way she'd want to go back there. In the end, despite every part of her not wanting to be here, she sat back down. Taking a deep breath, she took one of the sheets. There were over 100 of them. I'll never be able to finish them. As she groaned, her eyes paused on the first question. A strange sound came out of her mouth the moment she stared at the paper. Blinking several times to make sure she was seeing correctly, her head flicked up. Without hesitation, she went on to grab another paper. Her eyes widened yet again. Opening her mouth, Ira found herself losing her words. But in the end, grabbing another sheet, she managed to say, "Did you write all the questions yourself?" Chapter 120, Trip 3, Ira groaned while staring at the paper in front of her. How much time had passed since she started? Staring at the clock, her expression twisted. 3 hours. Ira looked up with a hopeful look. Can I take a break? No, I'm going to die. Ira sprawled over her desk and groaned. She felt lightheaded and her body felt limp. She didn't feel like doing anything. How many problems have I solved already? Too many. It was too many. No, but that wasn't the problem. Frowning, Ira raised her head and glared at Julian. At least teach me something. I've been spending all my time doing these damn questions. You've yet to teach me anything. Ira was starting to get pissed off. Throughout the entire 3 hours that she had spent here, She had yet to learn anything from him. All she did was solve the questions in front of her. He had done nothing to help her the entire time. At least tell me how to solve this question. I've been stuck on it for the past 30 minutes. Ira pushed the paper Julian's way. The entire time he had been absorbed in reading his book. Finally, taking his eyes away from the book in his hands, he looked up at her. Their eyes met and he closed the book in his hands. Julian, who had been absorbed in his own studies, turned his attention to the question sheet. Rune study? Yes. I don't know how to do it. I see. Julian nodded briefly before turning his attention towards the books scattered across the table. Carefully looking through them, he picked a book up and handed it to her. The answer is in here. He then returned his attention back on his book. Stunned, Kira alternated her gaze between the book and him. What sort of nonsense? The fuck? Aren't you supposed to teach me? I'm not paying so much money for you to tell me to look at a book. I can just. That's not it. Flip. Julian flipped to the next page of the book he was reading. Without taking his eyes away from it, he went on to explain. I'm not here to teach you how to solve a problem. I'm here to teach you how to study. Lifting his gaze, their eyes met. I'm not here to coddle you. His tone lowered, so much so that Ira suddenly found herself unconsciously sitting up straight. Wait, what the fuck? I can teach you. I don't have a problem with that. Teaching others is one of the best methods to learn. Then, what about you? What will you do when I no longer decide to teach you or you run out of money? Ira frowned. She didn't really know how to answer. What will she do? Would she just hire another tutor, or just go back to her old ways? I'm not here to teach you subjects. That's the professor's job. I'm here to teach you how to take care of yourself for the future. Julian pressed his hand against the book and pushed it back. I won't always be here to teach you. You need to learn to be self-reliant. If you want to improve your grades, you should first learn to do it without relying on others. People will only help you out so much. The one person who will never fail you is yourself. Rely on yourself. Ira lowered her gaze to stare at the book in front of her. Doing so, her brows furrowed. She was just about to say something when she noticed his gaze. The words that she was about to say never left her mouth. Eventually, she took the book and opened it. What am I supposed to do now? You look for the answer. Is that it? I can do that. My discipline first. You need to learn to be disciplined. If I tell you the answer, you'll eventually forget it. The same isn't true if you figure it out yourself. You need to discipline yourself to find the answer without asking. Don't look for a lazy way out. Groaning, Ira proceeded to look for the answer. Fucking bastard. Just say that you don't want to teach me. No need to come up with such a roundabout way of saying it. Found it. It took her several minutes, but she eventually found the answer. Her eyes lit up and she quickly started to fill the answer sheet. Ira felt a weird feeling of satisfaction as she answered the question. It was hard to describe, and her lips unconsciously pulled up. Trying her best to keep them even, she went on to the next question. Yet again it was a complicated question and she looked up at Julian. What about this one? How do I? Halfway through her sentence she realized her mistake and covered her mouth. Fuck this. Pursing her lips, she looked around and found the right book, Body Studies, before proceeding to find the right answer. There were times when she wasn't sure about the answer even with the aid of the book, and ended up writing whatever she could piece together with the information. Either way, Julian would just ignore her every attempt to talk to him. At some point, she stopped looking for him and just focused on her task at hand. So it's like this. Fuck. My head hurts. I want to take a break. Shit. I want to die. I'm dead. Oh, so it's like this. Throughout the hours of the study session, Ira would always let out an occasional complaint. However, despite that, she would always recover after swearing for a good minute. Time ticked and before anyone knew it, a few more hours passed. Opening her eyes, Ira looked around her. The hell? Looking around, she noticed that it was dark outside. Wiping the saliva from her mouth using her wrist, she blinked several times. What time is it? Before she knew it, she had fallen asleep. Her eyes widened when she looked at the clock. It was 10 p.m. Abruptly, Ira stood up and raised her head. Hey, shithead. Why didn't you wake me, you? Kira stopped and looked towards the empty seat in front of her. Realization soon dawned on her and she slumped back in her chair. Fuck. He left, didn't he? Ruffling her hair, Kira blankly stared at the ceiling. She felt lightheaded and drained. She would much rather prefer his hellish training than this. Even so, I guess I did good. Kira felt a certain sense of satisfaction from having gotten so much work done. Usually, she wouldn't have done more than 10 minutes worth of work. That would in turn make her feel like shit for an entire day. Things were different now. I could get used to this feeling. It didn't feel so bad. But, that fucker really went ahead and left without waking me up. It sort of pissed her off. If that bastard charges me even a single extra and then, pausing, Kira's gaze fell on the papers in front of her. She hadn't noticed because it was dark, but waving her hand, a trail of flames manifested in the air illuminating the surroundings. Kira's eyes widened. Taking a closer look at the paper, her eyes paused on the numerous notes around it. There was also a mark written above each paper, less than 39/100ths greater than, you did better here. However, there are a lot of areas you can improve on. For example, for this question, the answer was the alpha rune rather than the delta rune. Compared to the delta rune which speeds up the gathering of mana, the alpha rune slows it down so that the flow is smoother. For the spell, Fire Veil, the alpha rune is more appropriate as the spell would shatter if created too fast. For every question that Kira got wrong, she'd receive a long detailed explanation of what she did wrong and what the real answer was. What in there? Dropping the first paper, Kira looked at the other papers. Flip, flip, flip. Kira quickly skimmed through the numerous papers. Her expression changed with each paper that she looked through. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. All the papers, they were the same, filled with the same notes and corrections. Kira had done a lot of questions today. There were at least more than a couple hundred. Counting all the ones she got wrong. Fuyuck. Kira let out a slow curse. It was no wonder he didn't wake her up. How long did it take him to do all of this? This guy is crazy. Batshit crazy. Flipping another one of the assignments. She noticed a note slipping from it. Picking it up, Kira noticed that there was something written on it. Curious, Kira read what was written on it. You owe me 700 rend. I won't count the time you were sleeping. Make sure you pay up. Come at the same time tomorrow. The note ended there. It was short but the meaning was clear. Staring at it with a blank look, Kira's lips pursed. Then, looking down at the documents and seeing all the notes written, she crumbled up the note in her hand. This isn't good for me. From that day onward, Kira showed up every morning at the exact same time. There was a noticeable difference in her attitude compared to the first time she came. While she did occasionally grumble, it wasn't as much as before. In fact, most of the time she would remain silent while solving the problems next to Julian. It was an odd sight. The two of them studying together. Him not seeing things wrong, right? Is this for real? Quickly pinch my face so that he act. Given how contrasting their personalities were, nobody expected such a development. Regardless, nobody dared to ask anything about it. Julian and Kira weren't exactly the easiest people to talk to. Despite what seemed to be a tense atmosphere around the two, the reality was that it was strangely peaceful. At least to Kira, who did nothing but focus on the questions. So it's like that. It was an odd feeling for her. She couldn't quite explain why she was like that. However, she had an idea of why. Looking up slightly, her eyes paused on the figure that sat opposite her. For the first time ever, she looked at him properly. From his neatly arranged hair and suit to his careful movements as he flipped over the pages. He appeared flawless in everything that he did, but, his eyes. Just faintly, Kira could see the dark circles beneath his eyes. She pursed her lips at the sight as her head lowered to stare at the question sheet beneath her. The reason behind his dark circles was clear to her. It didn't take a genius to understand. It was all because of her. If she didn't, no, fuck. Kira snapped out of it. Right, I need to focus. This wasn't the time for her to feel guilty. She needed to focus on studying. Looking away from Julian, Kira once again locked in and started to fill in the questions. With each passing day, the number of mistakes she'd make would decrease. 51 100ths, 67 100ths, 73 100ths, 81 100ths. Seeing the noticeable improvement in her score, Ira felt a strange sensation. It was hard to describe, but it filled her chest up with a pleasant feeling. It felt addicting and she slowly started to look forward to the lessons. It was odd, but this was starting to become the reality of her life. That was until, everyone, the exam will be starting soon. You already know the rules, so I won't repeat them. The day of the exam finally came. Taking a deep breath, Ira stared at the paper in front of her. For some reason, she was shaking. Holding her arm down, she cursed to herself. "The hell is wrong with you, stupid bitch? This isn't the time to be nervous." No, in the first place, why did she even feel nervous? She had prepared so much for it. Realistically speaking, she was ready. So, why was she so nervous? Gradually, her head turned and her eyes locked on a certain person. An idea occurred to her and her expression twisted. No way. Clenching her teeth, she looked away from him. Fuck that. It was a ridiculous idea. It's not that. Ira stubbornly clung to her refusal. Amidst her struggle, the professor's voice echoed loudly. "You may begin." "Best of luck, Flip." The classroom was filled with the simultaneous sound of pages turning as the cadets flipped through their textbooks in unison. Ira joined them, and as she turned a page, her expression froze. A soft laugh unconsciously escaped her lips as she stared at the question in front of her. She didn't know how to react. The question. I know it. She had done it before. For the first time in a very long time, Ira smiled. It was a genuine smile. And her pencil touched the paper. Chapter 121, Trip 4. That's it. Pencils down. The exam ran for exactly an hour. Hearing Professor Brett's voice, I put my pencil down and rubbed my eyes. Wham! I unknowingly let out a yawn. I was quite frankly tired. But it was a different kind of tiredness from the usual tiredness. For the entire week, I hadn't trained at all. Not because I didn't want to, but because I physically couldn't. My body was still suffering from the consequences of having used the drug. I was still unsure of how long I was going to be like this. While it sucked, it was also a good thing in its own way. I had beaten up my body far too much over the past few months. It needed a well-deserved break. That being said, I pinched the middle of my brows. My head was hurting. I was mentally exhausted. To compensate for the lack of training, I dedicated the entire week to studying. Not only that, but I also spent a major part of the time creating questions for Ira. In a way, it also helped me out a lot. Staring at the question paper in front of me, I felt rather confident. I might even be able to get full marks. It wasn't exactly out of the question. I might not have slept much over the past week, but it ended up benefiting me a lot. The questions that I created for Ira weren't some random questions that I copied from some exercise book. I had created each question myself. Before each question, I'd spend a decent amount of time studying the related subject before writing it down. I only felt comfortable writing it down once I was confident I could answer it without any difficulty. It was extremely tough on the mind, but it ended up helping me big time. And it paid as well. It was a win-win situation for me. Talking about the exam, how did she do? I was a little curious. She did after all pay me to learn. I had just turned my head to stare in her direction when my eyes locked on her figure. Leaning back on her chair, she looked at her nails with a casual look, almost as if she was expecting something. The hell, Ira, how did you do? That question was what she expected as she casually looked away from her nails to look at Josephine. She lightly shrugged her shoulders while opening her palm to get a better look at her nails. Well, just the usual. So like shit? No. Ira blinked and her facade broke in an instant. No. Josephine tilted her head with a frown. But isn't your usual shit, like, lowest of the class type st fuck? Alright, stop. Ira clicked her tongue and looked away, drumming her hand over the table. Her expression twisted. She looked rather grumpy. I could tell at a glance what she was thinking. I shook my head and almost laughed. What a weird girl. I was just about to turn my head away when her head turned and I locked sight with her ruby-eyed eyes. Her expression changed slightly. Staring at her for a moment, I eventually mouthed, "Good job." Her brows jumped up slightly and her head turned. I shook my head yet again and covered my mouth. Wham! Yeah, I really need to sleep. I guess we have come to an agreement. A man stood up and extended his hand towards Delilah. It's also perfect that I came at this time. I heard that the cadets are going on a trip. I hope you won't mind if I join. I don't. Delilah shook the man's hand. Great. With a happy smile, he lowered his head before putting his hat back on. Then, lowering his hat slightly, he excused himself and left the room. Well then, I'll be seeing you again. Clank. The door closed, leaving Delilah standing by herself. Staring in the direction of where the man had left, Delilah closed her eyes and sighed. Inquisitor hello. Muttering to herself, she leaned to sit over her desk. Her current feelings were mixed. Inquisitor hello was a man of reputation. He was amongst the best inquisitors within the Empire. In a sense, he was an ally. His nickname was the Hound. So long as he hit a target, find it no matter what. It wasn't just that. He was also extremely well versed in finding clues and leads. He was that type of person. But there was one problem. He works for Central. That meant that he was directly under her father's orders. Delilah didn't feel comfortable knowing that, especially since she wasn't sure about his motives. Was he here to monitor her, or was he here to carry on with his investigation? Delilah pinched her brows. Her head was starting to ache. However, she soon calmed down. Right. He's going on the trip. The one that the first-year cadets were meant to go to. In that case, at least for now, she didn't need to worry about him monitoring her actions. Rather, perhaps she was overthinking and he had indeed come on his own terms. It might be that. She couldn't guarantee it, but at the very least, for now, she didn't have to worry about him. Turning around, she reached for her drawer. She needed something sweet at the moment. Something to take her mind off of the matter. But, opening her drawer, all she saw were wrappers. Blinking, she slumped over her chair and blankly stared at the ceiling. What is life? The next day, 11:30 a.m. on a Tuesday, I arrived at the entrance of the academy. I was among the last to come as most of the cadets were already present. They all appeared excited about the upcoming trip. Me, not so much. Just get it over with. The damn quest. I had been waiting for it for an entire week, and yet, it had still yet to come. It was tiring. Everyone give me a second of your attention. I'd like to introduce you to someone. Professor Brett was the one in charge of escorting us towards the location. Standing next to her was a man with black hair and hazel eyes. He appeared somewhat haggard with stubbles around his chin. His hair also appeared to be in a mess, but other than that his appearance was clean. You may address him as Professor Hollow. He will accompany us on the trip. It was a rather short introduction, one that the cadets forgot shortly after, as Professor Brett went on to say, once we arrive at the city you can take some time off for yourselves. But before that, you will be paired up in groups of 2. The groups will be random. Professor Brett flashed a small box. Please line up in a single line. Elna, coming out of the portal, the first thing that hit me was the fresh air. The first breath felt almost overwhelming. Then, it was the scenery that took my breath away. Wow! Large, towering mountains framed the horizon as a town appeared in my sight, enclosed by thick walls. With just one glance I was impressed by the sight before me. It looked like a scene straight from a fantasy book. I wanted to get a better look at it from up close. Brrrr, it's cold. Stepping out beside me, Josephine held onto her shoulders. Why did no one tell me it was going to be this cold? Fucking idiot. It literally said in the announcement. Ooh. Yeah? And why are you in short sleeves? I can't take it. Ira tried to maintain a poker face, but she was miserably failing as her lips started to tremble. Coming out from behind them was Oife, who paused to look at the scene before turning away. Something told me she wasn't even surprised by what she was seeing. Why is she carrying so many books with her? In her hand were several books. Was she planning on studying? But exams were over. Whatever. None of my business. Taking my eyes away from them, I looked to my right where a figure stood. Wearing a large coat that seemed to be way too big for him, Leon stared at me. His coat was so large that the only thing I could see was his grey eyes. Noticing my gaze, he asked, "What? You look stupid." Leon cocked his head. It said it was going to be cold. And, so I came prepared. Too prepared. It wasn't as though we couldn't use the mana inside of our body to heat ourselves up. At the same time, Our bodies were also a lot more resistant to the cold. He was simply being extra. "Everyone please look over here." Professor Brett waved at us with her hand. "Like we discussed beforehand, you can take your time to explore the city. However, you must make sure that you stay with your partner. Don't separate." My partner was Leon. I was fine with such a pairing. He was the one person I was the most comfortable being with, not only because he knew my secret, but also because I didn't necessarily have to pretend to be someone else with him. "It's still early in the morning. Let's meet up for dinner, which will be at around 8 p.m. I wish you all the best of fun enjoying your short break." Then, Professor Brett left alongside Professor Hollow, who smiled and nodded at all of us. For some reason, I felt his gaze pause on me for a bit longer. I thought I was imagining things, but thinking about it, yeah, no way I am. He was definitely looking at me. I sighed internally. Hopefully, it was because of a stupid reason, such as because he was a fan of mine or something like that. Either way, I looked at Leon. He stared back at me with a blank look. I spoke first. "So, what do you want to do?" I looked around me. The other groups were still around, most probably talking about their plans. "We have about 8 to 9 hours to kill. What do you want to do?" "Up to you." That, I sighed and nodded my head. "All right, let's just get into the city first. We'll decide what to do later." Okay. I looked ahead and a long road appeared. Briefly, I glanced at the mountains in the distance. I could see snow at the top. The rocky landscape lacked greenery, with smoke billowing from within the city walls, starkly contrasting against the barren backdrop, faintly illuminated by the glow coming from the houses within the city. I had just taken a step when I felt a tug from behind me. Hey! It was Leon. He appeared to be frowning behind his large coat. "What? I don't look stupid." Chapter 122. Elna, 1. A large gate stood before the walls of the city. As we approached, the gates parted, welcoming us into the heart of the city. A sprawling cobblestone road unfolded before us, lined with sturdy wooden houses and bustling stalls beneath them. "Get your fresh vegetables here. They're fresh from Arcana. You won't find fresher vegetables. Buy one get one free. Limited sale for today only." The scene was filled with clamor as the stall owners shouted on top of each other, trying their best to entice the crowd walking around the road. I was left stunned by the unexpected sight before me. This is a lot more lively than I originally anticipated. For a town located in the middle of nowhere, it sure seemed rather lively. "Welcome to Elna." Guards dressed in light armor welcomed us into the city, as if expecting our appearance. We didn't need to go through any checks and entered without problems. As Leon and I passed the guards, I took notice of the strange looks that they were giving Leon. He seemed to have noticed them too as he frowned. I nudged slightly with my chin. "See? They also think that you look stupid." Without saying a word, Leon went on to take off his coat. The stares were starting to get to him. It was quite funny though. He seemed to be the type of guy to take anything literally. Now then, I looked at the town in front of me and rubbed my stomach. Should we get something to eat first? The town of Elna was a lot bigger than I originally anticipated. In fact, it seemed to have everything that one would want from a major city. Restaurants, cafes, hotels, theaters, and even casinos. Casinos? I stopped to stare at the large building to my right. It was an eye-catching building, with the words, "Casino," imprinted on the wooden board on top. A long line formed at the entrance of the building as several individuals stood by the entrance to check who entered. There's casinos in this world? The sight was something that I didn't think I could ever get used to. It just simply didn't make sense to me. How could? No, never mind. I'm not here to question the decision of the game developers. This world, it wasn't fully medieval in style. I had long noticed this. There were a lot of modern touches added here and there. It's a mix of both, I guess. Medieval and modern. "Do you want to go to the casino?" Hearing Leon's voice from beside me, I shook my head. "No." "Then, I was just looking." "Oh." I tilted my head slightly to look at Leon. Why did it seem like he was disappointed? "You want to go?" So he did. "Well, maybe later. Let's get some food first." All right. A large river crossed the middle of the town, with the water coming down directly from the mountains above. It was extremely clear. Around that area were several restaurants and stores. Leon and I settled for whatever looked good. Neither one of us was a picky eater, so it didn't really matter. I'll take this. The dish that I ordered was ember roast, a slow-cooked roast that came from the meat of an ember, an infant-ranked monster. It apparently had the properties of helping the muscles of the body recover, so I deemed it fit considering my situation. Once I was done ordering, I put the menu down and waited for Leon. But, he seemed indecisive about what to choose. There's so much, no, rather, overwhelmed seemed to be more fitting. What in there? This one looks nice too. Ah, no, but this one too. Leon went on to run his forehead. What a dilemma. This carried on for the next few minutes until I couldn't stand it any longer and spoke up. Are you ordering or not? Ah, Leon made a difficult face. Then, looking at the waiter who also appeared exhausted, he went on to point at the menu. I want this. Starfire curry? Yes. And this. The waiter paused. Looking at the menu, his gaze fell on me. Ember roast. The same as him. Yes, that too. And this. Leon cut the waiter again as he pointed at another dish. Wild dragonfish steak? Yes. Okay, also this. This one too. I want to try it. How spicy is this one? If it isn't too spicy, I'll take this one too. I sat baffled staring at Leon as he pointed at the dishes on the menu. Just how much is he going to eat? What in the world? I'll finish off with this. Plaque. Leon closed the menu with satisfaction. Just as he did, he frowned and opened it again, but as his eyes scanned the menu and he found nothing else. Plaque. He closed it again and nodded. Yes, that will be it. Either waiter appeared to want to say something but held himself back. I couldn't blame him. In the end, Leon had ordered every single dish on the menu. He ended up wasting so much time when he could have just said I want it all. This guy. Letting out a short sigh, I turned my head to stare at the scenery before me. It was stunning. From the tall mountains in the distance to the crystal clear river that passed through the middle of the town. It gave off a completely different vibe than the academy. In a way, it was a nice change of pace. You know, taking me out of my thoughts was Leon's voice as I turned my head to meet his gaze. The way he was looking at me was strange. What? You've changed? What nonsense. I don't know, you just seem so different than the first time that I met you. In what way? I didn't feel like I had changed at all if I had to be honest. Was he perhaps talking about my strength? If so, that you were smiling. I opened my eyes wide and touched my lips. I was smiling? When? I don't think I've ever seen you smile at all. It's weird actually. He rubbed his arms and looked at me with an uncomfortable look. Goosebumps. What? The fact that I smile? Yeah, it's weird. The fact that he agreed without even an ounce of hesitation was what took the words away from me. Me smiling. Was it really that weird? Is it bad that I smiled? Was this his way of telling me that I was losing sight of the facade that I was trying to keep? If so, don't worry, no. Not really. I blinked yet again. What do you mean, not really? It's a good thing, I think. You think? I looked around before whispering. Wasn't the whole point of me doing the act so that I wouldn't be found out by the others? It was, yes. Then, you didn't look like a person that wanted to live. Stunned, I looked at him. I opened my mouth, but the words that I tried to get out refused to leave. Regardless of how hard I tried, I couldn't find the words to refute him. He continued, I don't know about your past. In fact, I don't know much about you at all. The only thing that I can tell is that trying to achieve something. But whatever you're trying to do, it's eating at you from the inside. Or at least, used to. You seem more at peace lately. I don't know why. It's just that. Leon paused to look back. The waiter was coming with several dishes and a nice smell wafted through the air. Wiping the corner of his mouth, he turned to look at me slightly. It doesn't look like you want to die anymore. At the same time, in a different part of the town, we have a situation. Ira stared at Josephine with a serious look. Rubbing her head, she looked to be struggling. What? Josephine looked at Ira with a worried look. Tell me what's wrong. Well, Ira eventually shook her head. No, never mind. It's nothing. NNNG. Come, just tell me. Now I'm curious. I'm telling you, it's nothing. No, just tell me. You can't just do that and act like nothing happened. Ha! Fuck. Whatever. So fucking annoying. Glaring at Josephine, Ira whispered something in her ear. Eh? Ah, so it's just that? What do you mean just that? Well, it's normal, you know. Ah geez, I thought it was something serious. Oi bitch, it is serious. Yeah, whatever. Go to the bathroom. I'll wait for you here. Are you for real? Yeah, thank you. Ira muttered her words of thanks with a soft whisper, one that Josephine pretended to not have heard as she brought her hand near her ear. What? I didn't hear. Fuck off. Flipping her off, Ira walked in the direction of the bathroom. Gradually her back faded into the crowd, and as it did, so did her direction, and she started to hum to herself. Turning to face the opposite direction, she headed toward a large building in the distance. One that said, casino. Just like that, Ira had vanished. On the outer walls of the town. How is the situation? Do you notice anything out of order? Not yet. Two knights stood at the top of the walls, carefully overlooking the outside of the town with grim looks. The knight's captain, Sir Tristan Blackwood, a tier 3 nigth, and a man in his mid-40s took out his pocket watch to look at the time. It's still early. We have time before the next wave. Who? The other knight let out a nervous breath. What do you think? Do you think we can survive this one? I'm sure of that, Sir Tristan answered with a confident look. Turning his head, he looked towards the town beneath. It was currently bustling with activity. From where he stood, he could see the smiles and happy expressions of the citizens. But of course, they were used to it. Despite its outer appearance, the town was cursed. Behind their smiles was a pain that only they could understand. Sir Tristan Blackwood was one such person. He understood their pain all too well. He'll be coming back soon. It's a promise. Keep this for me. Even now, he could still hear the sound of his sister's voice as she ventured outside of the town's walls. But that had been 30 years ago. He had barely been 8 back then. His sister, she didn't keep her promise. Taking a deep breath, he put the pocket watch away. The pocket watch. It was a gift from his sister. It was meant to have been a temporary gift to him. He was meant to use it to keep track of the time that she was away. To this day, he hadn't stopped counting. For what reason was he so uselessly clinging to the idea of his sister coming back? The captain laughed to himself. Get the preparations ready. He'll be leaving for a while. Leaving? Where to? Sir Tristan paused and looked back. Fiddling with the pocket watch in his pocket, he suddenly smiled. To meet our reinforcements. Chapter 123, Elna, 2, Ding. A chime rang in the air as Oif and Evelyn stepped out of the bookstore. The two of them had been paired up together. Coming out of the store, Oif held on to several books. The pile was quite long, with Oif having to hold the books with both hands. The two quietly walked around the town before finding a place with a nice view to eat. I'll have this. Unlike Oif, Evelyn took her time to choose her dish. Her eyes turned unusually serious as she scanned the menu. Evelyn was taking so much time that I felt compelled to say something. Are you ordering anything? I am. It's been several minutes. I know. So quiet. I was taken aback. This was the first time she had seen Evelyn act that way. In fact, taking a look at her now, she seemed like a completely different person. Even her aura appeared to be different. What in there? I'll have this one, please. I'd also like it for it to be accompanied with some given wine. Oif's expression turned even stranger. Given wine? What the hell was that? Even though Oif was a noble, she had never heard of such a type of wine. It sounded fancy. Evelyn's response was cold. I take my food seriously. I see. The atmosphere turned awkward, but not for long as Evelyn shifted the attention towards the book on the table. Food aside, what did you get? Oif had spent quite a bit of time searching for the books. Evelyn hadn't had the chance to check what she had bought. Oh, right. Oif flipped one of the books open. Besides study materials, I also got some information about the town. Since we're here on a mission, I thought it was appropriate to do so. Oh? Evelyn grew somewhat curious. Taking a sip of her water, she leaned back, brushing her purple hair behind her ear. What did you find out? I frowned. Skimming through the book, she paused after a short while. Looking around, she lowered her voice to whisper, a necromancer. Evelyn had to hastily cover her mouth to prevent herself from shouting. Thankfully, no one noticed her outburst as she apologized to Oif. Sorry. It's fine. Taking a breath to calm herself down, Evelyn whispered back. Did you say a necromancer? Yes. Oif nodded her head with a serious expression and flipped the book to a certain page. According to the book, a necromancer has been haunting this city for over 30 years. Several raid parties had been sent by the town to fight against the necromancer, but unfortunately, they ended up in defeat every time. It's a powerful one. Wait. Did you say for over 30 years? Yes. Oif grimly nodded. 30 years. Evelyn stayed quiet for a short moment to digest the information. Then, once she did, she asked, and they've never asked for help? No. Oif shook her head. Despite being from the Megrail family, this was the first time she had heard of such a case. This either meant that the Megrail family ignored the situation, or the town had never asked for help from outsiders. Oif was leaning more towards the latter, especially since the Empire took rogue necromancers extremely seriously. Belonging to the curse category, these beings possessed the ability to revive the dead and control them as puppets. While individually not powerful, their power lay in their ability to amass an army of these puppets, rendering them a significant threat, especially if they were given a lot of time to grow. What is this? Evelyn rubbed her forehead in shock. As a noble, she understood well just how powerful a necromancer was. For the town to not have reported such a dangerous entity for so long. How strong is it now? I don't know. Oif shook her head and closed the book. However, if the Academy sent us, it means that we can handle it. You think? Yes. If the situation was serious, then her family would have already sent someone by now. That's a relief. Evelyn patted her chest in relief. Just then, her eyes paused on one of the other books on the table and her expression scrunched up slightly. Raising her head, she looked at Oif weirdly. Why do you have that? What? Evelyn pointed at the book in question. That. Oif covered the book with her hand. I wanted to cross-reference some things. I have a similar book in English, so I wanted to use it as a reference for when I'm learning. Oh. Evelyn wasn't sure whether to believe her or not. How is that supposed to help? Don't tell me you actual know. Ria no. In the end, Evelyn stopped caring. There was something else that was more important. Their food was here. Here you go. Enjoy. Immediately, a nice smell wafted through the air and Evelyn smacked her lips. Aroma. 9 out of 10. It's pleasing to the nose and isn't overbearing. It cuddles you like a warm blanket in winter. Picking up the fork, Evelyn was just about to dig into her food when she paused. Who? Not far from where they were, she spotted two figures. The two were walking together without saying a thing. It was an odd sight. As if noticing her reaction, Oif turned her head. What? The moment her head turned and she took notice of the two, her head flicked back into place. It was almost as if she was avoiding them. Wait, what? Confused, Evelyn looked at Oif. However, before she could get any words out, a shadow cast over the area they were in. It was none other than Leon. Leon. Hello. Looking behind him, Evelyn noticed that Julian was there as well. Looking at the river, he appeared to be lost in his own thoughts. It was a weird sight. Turning her head, Oif confronted Leon. What are you doing here? I was wondering if you found anything. Squinting her eyes, Oif's head briefly looked back and then she sighed. Opening one of the books, she started to recount everything that she had told Evelyn. It took no longer than 10 minutes and by the time she was done, Leon was staring back at her with a frown. A necromancer? Yes. That's troublesome. It is. Especially since we don't know how strong it is. However, judging from the initial scouts by the Academy, it doesn't seem like something we can't handle. That's Leon paused halfway through his sentence as his gaze fell on a certain book on the table. In a flash, his head flicked back to Julian and then to the book. His unusual actions attracted the curious looks of the girls. What's wrong with you? Is this book? Leon pointed at it while lowering his voice. Why do you have this? His grey eyes stared deeply into Oif's. He almost seemed shaken. Didn't I tell you it's cursed? When? I just bought this. Hey, what are you doing? Splash. Oif's opened her eyes wide. By now, Everyone's attention was on Leon, who seemed like a totally different person. What the hell was that for? Leon didn't appear all that bothered about Oif's anger. Rather, he seemed relieved. But not for long, especially when he noticed Julien's gaze directed towards that crystal clear water. His eyes seemed to be fixed on the cover of the book. Oh, no. And for the first time in Evelyn's life, she witnessed Leon's expression crumble. Time passed. It was now time for dinner. The day had passed in a flash, and before I knew it, we had to return to the Renvers Point, which was located in the hotel we were staying in. It was a large building that stood out just as much as the casino. The walls were adorned with paintings depicting all sorts of images, while rich wooden accents, from polished oak furniture to finely carved beams, added warmth to the ambience. It's a pity that we weren't able to go to the casino. Leon nodded in agreement as we entered the building. After the meeting with Oif, we spent the better second half of our day looking into the situation. If I had one word to describe it, then it'd be grim. The situation was grim. While the place looked joyful and happy on the outside, it was merely an outer facade. A facade that they had created just for us. She's not here too? A sudden shout snapped me out of my thoughts. Looking towards where the sound came from, I noticed a haggard-looking Josephine by the entrance of the hotel. With sweat dripping down the corner of her face, she frantically looked around. Oh, no. Oh, no. Leon and I exchanged glances as we both grew serious. Don't tell me. What's going on? Oif was the first one to step up. She too appeared equally serious. Probably, she also realized what we had found, and the fact that the professors weren't here yet added to the tension. Did something happen? This. Oif. Josephine rubbed her hair in frustration and panic. What? The tension around the room elevated, so much so that one other cadet urged from the back. Spit it out. What is it? It's Kira, Josephine said exasperatedly. Kira? What about her? She went missing. I've been looking for her the entire day. She was meant to have gone to the bathroom, but she never came back. Oh no. What if Josephine stopped? Blinking her eyes, she turned her head. In the distance, a figure appeared. Josephine blinked yet again to make sure she wasn't seeing things. When she was sure it was indeed Kira, her expression changed. Kira? Wait, why does she? That's... ? Everyone's expressions changed the moment they looked in the same direction she was looking at. What's going? When I faced the direction they were looking at, I understood perfectly why their expressions were like that. What is she doing? No, more importantly, why was she dressed like that? Puffio holding onto a big cigar, Kira greeted all of us. Her nonchalant air mixed with the arrogant expression she was making stood out, and people started to look her way. It wasn't just her expression that stood out. Where did you get that? But the huge fur jacket that she was wearing as well, with black stripes across, and the fact that it draped all the way down to her legs. She stood out amongst the crowd. Coupled with a pair of sunglasses and a cigar, she looked like a pimp. Oh, you mean this? Kira pinched and pulled on the coat. Puffin took a drag of her cigar. Smoke lingered around her face for a couple of seconds. Nothing much. Just gambling and shit gambling. Josephine's eyes widened. Wait, what? You went gambling? I stared at the scene speechlessly. Kira nodded while putting her hand in her pocket. No. For real. I went in there with all my money and, she scratched the side of her face. I lost everything. But, she raised her finger, as if trying to justify that she had gambled all her money away. I still managed to win myself this nice jacket, made from real Belstron skin. Fucking awesome, right? Keek. Plus, I also got a free box of cigars. They're of good quality. Want to try one? Josephine opened her mouth, but the word just refused to leave her. Misunderstanding her actions, Kira stuffed a cigar in her mouth. You care? There you go, and lit it up with her finger. Now take a big puff. Cough, cough. Why do my eyes burn? Kaka. Slapping her thigh, Kira bent over and started to laugh. Did you see the face you made? From that point forward, everyone lost interest in what was happening. It was just the normal stuff. That was until the large blaring sound of a horn echoed throughout the entire town. Chapter 124, The First Wave, 1. What's going on? What's happening? What is this sound? The blaring sound of the horn echoed throughout the air. It was loud, and as if a spell had been cast on the entire town. The atmosphere drastically changed. It suddenly became extremely tense. Click-la, the lights went out everywhere, and the shops closed, leaving everything deserted in an instant. Just as we were wondering about what was going on, Professor Brett entered the reception with Professor Hollow behind her. As compared to her, who had a grim expression, he seemed more relaxed. "Everyone, please calm down. There's no need to be tense." Her calm voice seemed to have an effect on the cadets, gradually easing the previous spreading panic. "I will let you know more of what's going on later. For now, please follow me. I would like for you to see what is happening for yourself." Professor Brett left shortly after that. We followed her from behind. Tack, tack, tack. The only sound echoing within the town was the sound of our footsteps as we walked across the now deserted streets. It was a strange sight, especially considering how different it was from the day. Wow. Fuck. Even Kira appeared to be creeped out as she rubbed her chin against her fur jacket. On the other hand, Leon walked beside me with the same look he always wore. Glancing at him, I couldn't tell whether he was concerned or not, but it didn't matter. Soon, we approached the city walls. Over 100 guards greeted us near the stairs that led to the top, with a tall man in his 40s taking the lead. "You are here." He almost seemed relieved by our appearance as his stiff face relaxed slightly. I took a moment to take a good look at him. He wore light armor, and with blonde hair and blue eyes, he looked no different than a noble. With that said, despite his appearance, I couldn't associate him with a noble. There was something about his demeanor that was vastly different than that of a noble. He was more wild, or better said, rough. "Let me have a moment of your time." Even his voice was rough, with his tone sounding rather deep. Clearing his throat, his sharp blue eyes scanned us. "I've been told that you are the cream of the crop of our empire." He started off with a very obvious statement. "My name is Tristan Blackwood, I'm a Tier 3 knight and a proud citizen of Elna." Pausing, his blue eyes paused on several of us. I thought he was going to give us a stern lecture about us being young and reckless and all that, but I was wrong. "I understand that you look young, but I won't judge you for it. In fact, I am proud to know that our empire has young people like you in our midst." Rather, he started off by complimenting us. As his eyes scanned us, his expression turned extremely grim. "With that being said, this will be no easy mission. In fact, I don't even know if I will be able to guarantee you your life. We have lost far too many people already. It's because of our stubbornness that the situation reached this level, and for that, I am truly sorry." Bowing his head, he earnestly apologized. No one said a thing. I didn't as well, especially when I noticed the expressions of the other knights behind him. "Have suffered far too many losses to count. Everyone here, be it me, or the knights that you see behind you. We have all lost someone dear to us, and all of it is our fault." They appeared to be pained. Some were even shaking. For growl. Just then, a loud growl echoed in the far distance, and the faces of the knights changed drastically. The same was true for the captain, who hastily turned his head. "Oh, no." Without saying another word, he rushed up the stairs of the walls. "Follow procedures quickly. Close the gates." The horn sounded again, and the city gates began to close. Despite the suddenness of the situation, everything proceeded in an orderly manner, with all the knights following orders without a single problem. As I looked around, Professor Hollow's voice reached my ears. "Cadets, make your way up." Captain's orders. Looking up, the professor beckoned us with his hand. Exchanging glances with Leon for a brief moment, we climbed up the stairs of the wall. The walls stood about 8 meters high and were constructed from solid stone. As I ascended to the top, the first thing that caught my eye was the large ballista stationed there. With arrows stretching over several meters and pointed metal heads, they looked extremely intimidating. But that wasn't what caught my attention. Holy crap. I stared off into the horizon. A large cluster of, what in the world is that? Humans? Skeletons? No, it was hard to describe. However, the only thing I could think of at the moment was zombies. A large cluster of zombies. Having overheard my mutter, Leon looked at me with a questionable look. Zombies? Yeah, zombies. What is that? right. Realization hit me not long after. This wasn't a term used in this world. I pointed at the monsters in the distance. Well, whatever that is. Their movements were slow, with some of them wearing armor resembling that of the guards at the top. Staring at the numerous such creatures, I shuddered slightly. The scene looked straight out of a horror movie. The creepiest part was that many of their bodies were preserved due to the cold, leaving their skin blue as a result. Just as I locked eyes with one of the zombies in the distance, their mouths parted open as they began to shout, growl. Their sound pierced through the air. Behind them, the sun was beginning to sink toward the horizon, casting the sky in a gentle veil of orange. With one scream, the zombies made themselves known. Load the ballistae. It took 3 nights to operate a ballista, but even that was a struggle as they let out strained goo shouts as they loaded up the arrows. Shoot, xiu, xiu, xiu. The air whistled as several enormous arrows shot forth, casting shadows on the land below. They streaked through the air and crashed into the hordes of zombies in the distance as a dust cloud formed. Boom! Like bowling pins, their zombies scattered and flew everywhere. Oh, it hit. The cadets threw their hands in the air in celebration the moment the arrow hit. That was awesome. However, looking around and taking in the grim expressions of the knights on the walls, I knew that things weren't as simple as they seemed. And as expected, they weren't. They were getting back up. What the? As if nothing had happened, the zombies regrouped from the ground and resumed their march forward. The creepiest part was when the zombies picked up their missing limbs and reattached them to themselves as if it were nothing. Growl. I felt goosebumps staring at the scene. This really did seem like a scene from a horror movie. Reload the arrow. Reload the arrow. We need to hold them off until the sun rises again. They will leave right when the sun comes back up. Reload the arrows. Accompanying the captain's shout, I heard a new piece of information. So the zombies only come out at night, and they will stop during the day? Now this. It really did sound like a game. Don't falter. Keep reloading. This is just the start. You already know the drill. The knights reloaded the arrows and prepared for the second round. A similar scene from before occurred. Enormous arrows shot forth from the ballistae, hurtling toward a large horde in the distance. Each arrow streaked through the air at incredible speeds before colliding directly with the horde. But even so, again, none of the arrows, did a thing. With each arrow shot, the knights grew increasingly fatigued. I could vividly observe this from where I stood. Sweat dripped down their faces, and their hands shook as they carried each arrow to the ballistae. It was a tragic scene. However, as if they were on some sort of drug, they continued to load the ballistae without letting out a single complaint. Thump. Even as some of them fell over due to tiredness. Quickly replace him. Go, go, go. It was a grim scene. One that made me realize just how gruesome each day had been for them. So they've been doing this every single day for 30 years. It made one wonder just why people still chose to remain in this town. It wasn't as if the citizens couldn't run away. It was possible. So, what is keeping them from leaving? Sir Captain, let us do something. At this rate, the soldiers won't be able to last much longer. Is there a better way of doing this? Do they not have any weakness? Snapping out of my thoughts, I turned to look to my right. A small circle had formed around the captain, who had to halt his commands to look back at them. It appeared as though some of the cadets could no longer take the scene they were seeing. Let us help. The captain dismissed them with a wave of his hand. Later. Your role will come later. As for weaknesses, they don't have any. They don't. I was the one who said that as Leon turned to look at me. Feeling his gaze, I sliced my neck with my hand, cutting their necks and stuff. That could work. It worked in the movies. Leon tilted his head and looked at me with a gaze that seemed to say, "Are you stupid?" No, rather, I think he was just about to say that when I stopped him. "You still look stupid." He lowered his head with a frown. Most probably, he was thinking about a comeback. I didn't let him. So cutting necks doesn't work? For a game, it sure didn't respect the main rules of zombies. What works then? Killing the one behind all of this. A voice interjected from behind us. When I turned to look, my gaze met with a oifs. As the wind blew, scattering her red hair all over her face, she went on to say, So long as the necromancer is alive, the undead will be able to revive infinitely. Looking towards the hordes of zombies, I frowned. And that's the problem. Nobody knows where the necromancer is. It's for that reason that they've been stuck in this stalemate for so long. It all clicked then. So the problem is finding the necromancer? Yes. From what I've managed to get, they've sent several search parties in hopes of finding it. Unfortunately, none ever came back, and those that did weren't able to find a thing. I see. Moving toward the edge of the wall, I leaned slightly to get a good look at the zombies. Despite their slow speed and the barrage of arrows, they were steadily making progress. Their numbers overwhelming. Barrage of arrows. They were steadily making progress. There, as the cold wind pierced my skin, I had a sudden thought. Since it was possible for me to use the second leaf on people I killed, is it possible to use it on them? Chapter 125. The first wave. 2. Is it possible? The idea seemed feasible. However, I wasn't sure if I could actually do it. What if there was a limit to the second leaf? A limit that prevented me from using it on those who had died for far too long. What then? Ksu, ksu. The thunderous echoes of ballistic firing resonated in the distance as I stood atop the city walls, gazing down at the unfolding spectacle below. The goal of this expedition is to find the necromancer. So far, in the 30 years that the attacks have started, they hadn't been able to find a single thing. Was the necromancer that hard to find? Or was it simply because they were too weak? I turned my attention towards the Knights Captain. Reload. Reload. Someone has fainted again. Replace them quickly. Reload. He was barking out orders left and right as he ran around the entire walls. The organization amongst the knights was impeccable. However, looking at their exhausted and haggard expressions, I could tell that they were on their last legs. They were weak. Far too weak. Even the Knight Captain was weak at only tier 3. He was just about the same strength as us. In fact, I turned my head to look at Leon beside me. This guy is probably stronger than the Knight's Captain. It was a bit of an odd realization. What? As if noticing my gaze, Leon flinched slightly. Yes. Flinched. He stepped away too. Realization soon dawned on me and I sighed. I'm not going to call you stupid. There was a time and place for such a thing. You won't? Yeah? I calmly nodded to reassure him. Your face does that for me. I covered my mouth upon realizing what I had done. I was just about to apologize when they were coming. 2nd Battalion, move out. The loud shout of the Knights Captain echoed throughout. Finally turning his attention towards us, he pointed towards the horde of zombies who had nearly reached the perimeter of the walls. Cadets, help out the 2nd Battalion. Please help us control and manage the undead. Grow. What? We're fighting now? The cadets were astonished by the sudden command. At the same time, the gates beneath opened, and a group of over 100 knights charged forward. Fight. Clank. Sparks instantly flew in the air the moment the two sides clashed. What was most shocking was the fact that the zombies were able to keep themselves upright as their flesh remained intact. It was as if their skin was made out of metal. The hell? Besides me, Ira watched the scene with astonishment. What are these things even made out of? Not only are they immortal, but their skin is also as tough as metal. What kind of... Don't worry about that now. Attack first. I've stood on top of the wall. As her red hair fluttered, she extended her hand forward. Her expression quickly distorted as she focused her attention on the horde of zombies beneath. Yuke. A groan escaped her small lips as over a dozen zombies clamped up together. What's going on? The knight, who had been in an intense fight with the zombies, halted for a brief moment as they noticed the zombies suddenly freezing on the spot and moving back. Swoosh. Shortly after that, a figure jumped down from the wall. It was Leon. Thump. Softly landing on the ground, his sword glowed, illuminating the surroundings. Stomping his foot on the ground, he slashed. Shing. His sword drew a beautiful arc in the air. At the same time that he slashed, I've compressed her hands together, clumping up even more zombies together. And, bang! The impact of his attack and their zombies resonated loudly in the air, the sound mimicking that of a bat hitting against hard steel. It resounded throughout the air and spread throughout. Did it work? Look, it worked. When all was said and done, over 100 zombies scattered across the ground with their bodies cut in half. Just as everyone was about to rejoice, a shocking scene occurred. Ah, they were getting back up. What the hell is this? Indeed, it was just as they said. Seconds after Leon's attack, a purple glow basked over the zombies, forcing their bodies back together. Gruel. Getting back up, they stood up and proceeded to head for the walls. It was as if Leon's and Oif's combined effort had done nothing. Fuck. Even that didn't work. Just how sturdy are these zombies? Ira and Josephine shouted from the walls with incredulous looks. Not far from them, the other cadets stared at the scene with a little apprehension. They were probably intimidated by what they had seen. One could say that Ira's personality was handy on these types of occasions. Get the fuck out. Let me try. Jumping out of the wall, 2 orange magic circles floated on each of her palms. The mana condensed to her side as she pushed her hands forward. Swoo! The world illuminated as brilliant flames shone. They spread throughout, engulfing the incoming zombies like an avalanche of fire. I stared at the flames that lit up the world for a brief moment. They were gorgeous, but even they had no effect in the end. What the hell? This time, even Ira was at a loss for words. Given the power of her flames, I also thought she'd at least do something, but in the end, the zombies appeared completely unharmed, walking out of the flames at the same speed. Get back, get back. The commander's voice reached us from beside us. His face was pale, and sweat continuously dripped down his face as he ran around the walls giving orders. Hold the undead back. Prevent them from entering the city. Stop them at all costs. Cadets, conserve your mana. Just try your best to hold the undead back. Try to resist until the sun comes up. There is no use going all out against them. Stopping. He waved his hand. Fire. Xiu, xiu. The arrows shot forth. Thump. Alongside each arrow, a soldier would fall from exhaustion. They'd quickly be replaced by another soldier who carried on their burden. Fire. Xiu, xiu. I stared at the scene unblinkingly. Hey. What are you doing? Before I knew it, I was standing on top of the walls of the town. My body was still in terrible condition, and Oif was tugging at my clothes from behind. Are you going to try something too? Didn't you hear the captain's words? We need to contain them. Leon's and my attacks combined had no effect. We show no. I shook my head while staring at the zombies beneath. The number seemed endless. They stretched for as long as the eye could see, and they were all headed towards the town. For what reason? I wasn't sure. But, extending my hand, a thread flew out. My core burned at the usage of mana, but I didn't mind the pain and watched as one of the threads circled around one of the zombies' necks. Making sure it was all secured, I pulled with my hand, flinging the zombie in my direction. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Oif's surprised voice echoed from beside me. I ignored it and opened up my palm. Plaque. Closing my palm and grasping its neck, I stared at its hollow eyes and pale skin. Gruel. It squirmed under my grasp, but I kept my grip firm. Staring at it for a good moment, I activated the second leaf. My world turned dark. The sun shone brightly. A group of 4 stood before the city walls. They stood tall, and towered over the surroundings. Before them was a young teen. He looked familiar. Where have I seen him? Are you all ready? Ah, it was his voice that gave it away. It was young, but it was also familiar. The captain. The young teen in front was Captain Travis. So this was from decades ago. We are ready. They looked nervous, but they held conviction as they stared into the distance. A burly man pounded his chest. Do not worry. We will come back and avenge our fallen comrades. That's right. They were young, and they were brave. The group of 4 seemed to be just a little bit older than the captain. Travis, make sure you stay here. We will be back before you know it. With your sister too. You don't need to worry about our safety. We are the best knights in the village. You know of our abilities. The young boy nodded his head. Okay. He appeared to be hopeful. And with such thought, He brought his hand towards his forehead in a salute. His back stood straight. Subjugation force number 27. I wish you all the best of luck. The four saluted back. Subjugation force number 27 will be departing. 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 The quartet embarked on their journey, striding forward along the road. I trailed behind, content to observe their progress from a distance. Let's do this. Let's avenge our predecessors. With our strength, we will defeat the damned necromancer. They were all smiles along the way. They, who had been stuck in their town for their entire life, were finally on an adventure. Along with the nervousness, was a strange sense of excitement. I watched them laugh. I watched them struggle. I watched them help each other. And I watched them bask in the sceneries that their adventures brought them. Amazing. Wait until we return and tell Travis about our journey. Hell be so jealous. Amidst the struggle was a joy that one couldn't explain. But I felt it all as I followed them from behind. The journey was a long one. I didn't know for how long they had walked. However, the scenes around all made up for it. From waterfalls to rivers to rocky surfaces. It was a breathtaking sight. Sights that I wasn't able to enjoy for much longer as a large dome of purple appeared in the distance. What's this? The necromancer. Within the dome, a veiled figure stood. The moment I laid my eyes on it, I felt a sense of oppression coming from it. That. But it wasn't the necromancer's appearance that startled the group of four. No, it was Mom. Dad. I see them again. The numerous figures that stood in front of the necromancer. Each one of them, they were a figure that the group was familiar with. Level 1. Anger, EXP plus 0.2%. I felt their anger. Level 2. Sadness, EXP plus 0.4%. But I also felt their sadness. Attack. The group of four charged. Their target was none other than the necromancer. With their weapons drawn, they attacked. That was the last thing I saw before the world turned black. That was when I understood. Their journey, the one that I had followed from behind. It had come to an end. Julian. When I snapped out of it, I found myself in a familiar environment. What are you doing with that thing? Have you lost it? Oif's voice was still echoing from behind me. Gruel, in my grasp, the zombie struggled. I stared at it again. This time, an image overlapped with the zombie in my grasp. It looked much younger and had a smile on its face. Gruel, opening up my palm, I let go of the zombie and flung it back into the distance. As I did, I stared at the numerous zombies that were approaching. 30 years. For 30 years, this town, Elna, had sent its best knights to fight against the necromancer. For 30 years, they failed. Yes, these thousands of zombies in front of me. They were an accumulation of the 30 years of fallen soldiers who had died trying to fight the necromancer. They were the brutal reality behind the smiles of the citizens. Chapter 126, Exploration, 1. Thump. Just a little longer. The sun is almost up. Thump. Don't give up now. We're almost there. Thump. One by one, soldiers dropped down to the ground due to exhaustion. Keep going. Just a little longer. The captain's voice continued to echo throughout. He appeared to be the most tired of them all, but by sheer willpower, he kept himself standing as he continued to bark orders. Clank, clank. The knights below were also on their last legs, struggling to contain the zombies. And so were the cadets who, despite their strength, were also struggling. It made sense when considering the fact that the zombies were immortal. It also made one wonder how this town had managed to stay afloat with just one Tier 3 knight. It was most probably their burlesty and organization. One more minute. I also helped out here and there. Using the threads, I contained and pushed many zombies back. I thought about keeping them separate, but the manual exertion was too much. In the end, the only thing I could do was push them back. If only I wasn't injured. I felt a stinging pain each time that I used my mana. While I didn't mind the pain, I could notice it sharpening with each minute that I circulated my mana. That wasn't good. I'm at risk of worsening my injuries. It was for that reason that I paced myself, unlike the others. Shying, especially Leon and Oif, who were practically drenched in their own sweat. Standing beside me, I could hear just how labored Oif's breath was as she utilized her powers to create an invisible wall, blocking the zombies from advancing. It had to be said, just the two alone were of great help. On the other hand, fuck. Why is my Fi not doing anything? Kyra's performance was not great. It wasn't because she wasn't trying or anything like that, but it mostly came down to the fact that the zombies were Fi resistant. Whenever the flames swept, nothing would happen. Cracker. Evelyn on the other hand was faring much better. Using her skills, she was able to contain quite a few zombies. Do something. Turning my head, I locked eyes with Alfie. Breathing laboriously, she tiredly nudged at the zombies with her chin. You can do more than this. There's no need. I cut her off. It's time. Staring at the horizon, the plane began to be shrouded in a veil of orange, blanketing over the region and the horde of zombies. The sun had started to set, and following its appearance the zombies' movements started to slow down. It's over. It was one of the soldiers who shouted that, and as if his words had an effect, all the zombies magically stopped moving. It's over. We can finally rest now? Everyone was exhausted, be it the cadets and the knights. Nobody could hardly lift up a finger. Even Leon, who usually seemed expressionless, showed a reaction as he stared at the frozen zombies. Wiping the sweat from the side of his face, he walked closer to one of the zombies to get a closer look. But just as he took a step, something happened. Look! All of a sudden, as a cadet pointed toward the zombies, I watched stupefied as a purple glow enveloped the zombies completely. I felt a familiar sense of oppression coming from the purple veil as it covered the zombies. Before anyone could say or do a thing, the zombies faded. What? Did they just vanish? Unsurprisingly, the cadets were astonished by the development. The same couldn't be said for the soldiers who slumped down on the walls tired. Treat the injured, count the casualties. The only one who didn't rest was the captain, who hurriedly moved around to check on every single person on the wall. I stopped for a moment to stare at him. The image of his younger self overlapped with his current image. He's no different than he is in my memories. Always prioritizes others over himself. But for him to have been at this for so long, just where did he get the willpower from? Is it from the constant deaths of his comrades, or his drive to keep the people of this town safe? The more I looked at him, the more curious I became. Should I use my ability on him? My thoughts were stopped by the sudden appearance of the professors in the distance. They had unusually serious expressions. Now that I think about it, I haven't seen them the entire time. Where exactly had they gone? I didn't need to wait for long to know the answer. Stopping before the Knight's captain, Professor Hollow was the first one to speak. We weren't able to fully trace the mana surrounding the undead. We managed to get a wisp of it, but as of yet, we still haven't locked onto it yet. We will need a few more days to fully lock into them. I see. The captain nodded his head in understanding. You can take your time. We've managed to hold on for so long. We have enough patience. Realization dawned on me as I overheard their conversation. So they were tracking the necromancer. Indeed, all subjugation squads had died before returning to the town. They still didn't know the location of it. But the same couldn't be said for me. I know where it is. I had seen it in my memories. In fact, I could even go right now, but no, not yet. I looked at my hands. They were shaking slightly. It was obvious that my body was still suffering from the after effects of the drug. I would be of no use if I were to go there. In fact, it'd be putting myself in danger. Looking around, and seeing the exhausted looks on the cadets and the soldiers, I kept my mouth sealed. It wasn't that I didn't want to tell them where it was. Not that such an option was possible since I couldn't just go up to them and say, oh, I know where it is. Follow me. I'd have to explain myself. And there was a real possibility of my ability getting exposed. I didn't want that to happen. Not when the situation was still in control. Since that was the case, I planned on letting things flow for as long as possible. Right? For at least until I can heal up. I remained faithful to my words. For the next several days, I remained quiet and let the professors figure out the location of the necromancer. Every sunset, at the same time, zombies would appear from the horizon. And every sunset, the knight, alongside the cadets, battled against the horde of incoming zombies. Fire, xu, xu. Open the gates, cadets. Clank, clank. The scene from the first day repeated. It would first start with the rain of arrows from the ballistae. Then, when the zombies reached a certain distance, the cadets and knights would charge forward to repel their attacks. This went on for several days, and by the time it was the fourth day, finally, the professor managed to trace the mana locked onto the zombies. I've gotten a trace. A meeting took place shortly after that. The meeting took place in the Knights' headquarters. In a fairly large space, the Knights and cadets gathered round a large dimly lit wooden table. The location is quite far from here. Professor Hollow was the one to speak. With his usual laid-back expression, he unfurled a map and placed it on the desk. The journey will probably take 1 or 2 days. Even now, I am unsure of how the necromancer is capable of controlling so many undead from such a distance. We will only find out once we get there, Professor Hollow explained. Taking out a pen, he circled a large area over the map. My detection skills tell me that the necromancer is over around this area. Coming closer, the Knight's captain frowned. That's quite a large area. Not just 2 days. It might take you more. If planning on going on an expedition and taking the cadets with you, then I'm not sure if we'll be able to last much longer. The reason we've asked for reinforcements is because we can no longer hold on. There's no need to worry about that, Professor Hollow reassured as he looked towards Professor Brett. She, alongside several other cadets, will remain here. On the other hand, I will go and check out the area alongside a few elite cadets. That's, before the captain could say a thing, Professor Hollow placed his palm over the map. I've already made my decision. With Professor Brett here, you won't have to worry about anything bad happening to the town. He wasn't wrong there. Professor Brett was a tier 4 mage. Besides Professor Hollow, whose strength I didn't know, she was by far the strongest. In fact, she alone could handle a large portion of the incoming zombies. The reason why she and the professor hadn't intervened over the past few days was probably because they were trying to provide us with some real-life experience. At least, that was my guess. It became apparent to me when the two would intervene when certain cadets were placed in difficult spots. It made sense when one thought about it. We were the elites of the Empire. The loss of a single cadet was big. Other than that, the two were also busy tracking down the necromancer. Now then, regarding the teams, I've already made up a list of the cadets that I will bring with me. The air around the room changed as the professor's gaze swept the room. For a brief moment, his gaze paused on me. This is the second time. I knew it from before, but he wanted something from me. What exactly? Julian Darker Revenues. My name was called up expectantly. Leon Ellett. And so were the rest of the members. I've came Egg-Rail. It was the strongest cadets of the year, or those that performed the best during the past few days. Kira Milne. Even Kira was called up. However, when thinking about it, she was of no use staying back, and she probably knew it as she clicked her tongue. TSK. Clap, clap. Clapping twice, the professor gathered our attention. Those whose names I've called, please get ready. We will be departing in an hour. Please get ready. An hour? Kira stood up in shock. Her face was still somewhat pale from the last wave. We still haven't slept. How is this? The time for sleep will come later. For now, get ready. It is currently daytime. We can't leave when the undead will come back. But that's it. Meeting dismissed. If there is anything else we can talk about it later. Standing up, Professor Hollow proceeded to leave the meeting room. No, wait. Tracing his back with my eyes, I leaned back on my chair. Though I looked tired on the outside, my mind and body were fresh. Unlike the other cadets, I didn't go all out. I rested my body and interfered occasionally, just enough to make it seem like I was doing something. I knew that something like this was going to happen. Good thing I did. Lifting my head to stare at the ceiling of the room, memories flashed in my mind. There were several, about 9. They were memories of 9 different people who took the same journey. Sorting them out, I frowned. Something doesn't make sense. There was something about them that bothered me. However, I couldn't quite find the reason for this. The memories, They always ended right as they attacked the necromancer. But there was something about the necromancer that didn't make sense. But what exactly was it? I silently clenched and unclenched my fist. I guess I'll find out. Chapter 127, Exploration, 2. The more I stayed in the town, the more apparent it became to me that what I had previously seen was just a facade. Walking around the cobblestone streets to head for the main entrance of the town, I could feel the gloom on the people's faces. It hadn't been obvious before, but it was clear now. My steps halted as I spotted a figure in the distance. He was the captain, currently taking care of the wounded. His face was pale as he ran around. "Someone get me some water. Heal him up." Even now, he was still working. Despite his pale face and the fact that he was limping, he put it all to help those who were in need. It was a scene that would move anyone. But there was something about him that didn't quite make sense to me. So much so that I found myself moving towards him. "What are the injuries? Any dead?" "All right. Good. It seems like the reinforcements have been of help." "Excuse me." Finally taking note of me, he paused. "You are a cadet from Haven?" "No, I know that." "Julian from the Avenues Barony." Julian, okay. He nodded and looked around, taking a moment to wipe the sweat from his forehead. "Is there anything that I can do to help you?" "Yes, actually." "What?" "What's the number of the last subjugation squad?" He looked taken aback by my sudden question. I explained to him. "I overheard some people saying something about subjugation squads. I presume they are the squads that have been sent to fight against the necromancer. I'm curious. How many have been sent so far?" The captain didn't answer immediately. Rather, he made a difficult face, almost pained. Eventually, lowering his head, he answered. If we count your group, then it'd be subjugation squad number 255. 255. I drew a cold breath. Just how many people did they send over? "The amount of people that we've sent, I've already lost count," he continued while I remained silent. I could hear the sadness in his voice as he spoke. "Everyone that you see here, they've all lost someone precious. We're the last remaining people of the town." That sadness quickly shifted to anger as his fists clenched together tightly. "Every damn year, we have to watch as our population dwindles and our best warriors die. Every damn year, I have to watch as the young recruits of the town are trained to be sent to their death." I stared at him without saying a single thing. I looked deeply into his expressions and the emotions he was letting out. At a glance, there didn't seem to be anything wrong. Rather, I somewhat was starting to believe him. But there was something that kept nagging me at the back of my mind. Why? He raised his face to meet my gaze. "You speak as though you care so much about the people. So why haven't you gone there yourself?" The captain's expression froze, and his lips trembled. If before I could see anger and sadness, now I could see guilt. A lot of guilt, that he didn't even seem to be capable of formulating his own sentences. It was as if something was eating at him. But what? What exactly was that? If that wasn't enough, there was something else that bothered me, especially when I sorted through the memories I had looked through. "What about the first subjugation squad?" "First? What about them?" The captain's reaction was all that I needed to know. "I've heard your sister participated in it." Yes. "Were they also there to fight the necromancer?" "From what I Captain, we need your help." Unfortunately, my words were cut short by a shout in the distance. The captain, who was called, found this opportunity to excuse himself. "I can't thank you enough for your help. If you need any help, I'd be more than willing to offer it. But as you can see, I have to go now. If you would excuse me." Those were his last words before he left. I stood in silence, staring at his departing back. Within the memories, I had seen him grow up, from a young boy, to a teenager, to a young male, to the middle-aged man that he was now. Every time, salute the subjugation squads as they left. And every time, remain back in the town. It had been a long time since he had become the strongest person in the town. And yet, people who were weaker than him had still been sent. For what reason did he choose to remain here? Something doesn't add up. "What are you doing?" A sudden voice jolted me out of my thoughts. When I turned my head, I met eyes with I and the rest of the members who were set to depart for the exploration. "I was just talking to the captain," I answered, adjusting my backpack. While I still felt that there was something odd about the captain, I didn't have anything to work with. Maybe I'll find something out when I get closer to the necromancer. I was rather curious about it, especially since it had something to do with curse, magic. Although it had only been in visions, I felt a strange sense of comfort in the purple dome that the necromancer was in. I wanted to go there to make sure that what I had felt was real. Perhaps I'd be able to find something that would help me grow my strength there. Hopefully, I won't have to learn necromancy. I wasn't really a fan of zombies. Let's go. The professor is waiting for us at the entrance. All right. Nodding slightly, I followed the group from behind, walking alongside Leon, who looked at me strangely. Did you find anything? Not quite. Not quite. I don't have much to work with for now. I just find the captain suspicious. Suspicious? Leon frowned, turning his head to stare at the captain in the distance. As his eyes locked onto him, his brows gradually rose. What? I looked at him in surprise. Did you find something? But how could that be? He had only just looked at him. Not wrong, Leon eventually answered. He is hiding something. Or more like, the events seem to be centered around him. No, rather, the entire town. He cocked his head. It's difficult to tell. But he is hiding something. What? How did? I've got good instincts. What the hell is this guy on about? Was this something that main characters were just born with? The worst part was that I couldn't even ask him about it since he probably wouldn't answer. So for that reason, I rubbed my forehead and asked, how confident are you about your instincts? They've never failed me before. I see. I once again turned to look at the captain. So even Leon thinks that there's something off about him and his story. Since he felt like this, chances were that there was indeed something. However, despite knowing that, I decided to leave him alone and follow the group from behind. So far, I still didn't have a lot of information. I couldn't just confront him without reason. More than anything, I was more intrigued by the necromancer, or the dome that was surrounding it. There was something about it that I felt resonated with me. Is everyone here? As our group arrived at the entrance, greeting us, there was Professor Hollow, who rubbed his eyes. With a large backpack behind him, he blinked his eyes and did a short head count. Once he was sure that everyone was present, he turned around to face the town's gates. Since everyone is here, let's prepare to depart. We don't have much time. With light steps, he went ahead and crossed the gates. The others followed shortly after him. I stood in silence for a short moment before taking a step forward and following them from behind. Thinking about the large purple dome that awaited us in the distance, I knew that it wasn't going to be an easy trip. That being said, I'm surprised I still didn't receive my quest window. At the top of the town's walls, a man stood solitary, staring at the departing group in the distance. Clenching onto the pocket watch and holding it closely to his chest, he repeatedly muttered the same words over and over again. Sorry, sorry, sorry. There was no one aside from him. And it was for this reason that he allowed the tears to stain his cheeks. Drip, drip. Sorry, I want to go. Sorry, but I have to keep my promise. The man was none other than the knight's captain. Holding onto his pocket watch, he bent over with exhaustion. I promised. And then, mustering every little bit of strength he had left, he brought his hand towards his forehead in a salute. Subjugation Force 255. I wish you all the best of luck. The journey was a quiet one. Besides Josephine and Ira, who would bicker from time to time, and Professor Hollow, who would occasionally talk, nobody said a word as we tracked forward. I preferred for it to be that way. Staring at the familiar environment, I couldn't help but pause on certain occasions. It wasn't that I wanted to pause, but every time I would see a familiar spot, images would flash across my mind. Do you think we'll be able to make it back? The images were followed by their conversations. We will. I'm sure of it. Even if we don't, we should at least try something to help out those that will come in the future. Woo! I suddenly feel energized. That sleep sure did help. Ha ha, now that we don't have to constantly fight the undead, we can feel energized again. Let's go. I saw countless memories and countless people walking along the familiar path. Their images would appear whenever I reached a familiar spot. reminding me of the history that this path had. Hee, it's my birthday today. I'm turning 15. Happy birthday. Let's celebrate your birthday now. Once we return, we will make sure to celebrate it with everyone. Hee. Wherever I walked, familiar faces would show up. I had never physically crossed this path before, but it felt as if I had crossed it several dozen times, all with different people. I've decided, when we get back, I'm going to propose to Emily. Ha ha ha. You only have the guts to say this now because we're on a journey. You were scared shitless the last time you even saw her. Bar from laughs to tears, I had seen and experienced them all, immersed in the memories. I didn't realize that it was already dark. Let's stop here for the day. What brought me out of the memories was the professor's voice as he came to a stop. Within the rocky region, we found ourselves in a flat piece of land. The perfect place to set up camp. Let's set up our tents and start a fire. We will resume our journey tomorrow morning. We aren't far from the destination. I turned to look back in the direction of where we came from. They were probably fighting against the horde by now, right? Given the time, it made sense. I was sort of glad that I joined the exploration group. This was especially true since it meant that I could rest even more. Alright. Stretching my body, I started to help out the other cadets as we started to set up camp. Thankfully, the process wasn't hard. Within 10 minutes, the tents were set up and a fire lit up in the middle. On top of it was a pot where our food was cooking. Crackle, crackle. A strange silence suddenly took over the group as all eyes fell on the fire burning in the middle. The silence, however, was broken by the professor who stirred the pot with a spoon. I keep a photo of my wife and my kids in my wallet. Everyone looked up at him as he stared at the fire. I did too. Suddenly, I felt like he was going to speak about himself to break the silence, but I use it as a reminder as to why I never have money. No one. And here I was trying to liven up the mood. Stirring the pot, Professor Hollow muttered, "Tough crowd." The previous silence that took over the group returned. This time, it felt strangely tense as the expressions of all the cadets turned weird. This was especially so for Leon, who looked at me. His face, it looked extremely strained. Amidst the silence that took over the camp, I found myself covering my mouth. As all eyes fell on me, my chest trembled. Leon looked at me with widened eyes as he shook his head. It was as if he was saying, "No, don't," but it only made things worse. Clenching onto my shirt, I burst out laughing, and the previous tension that lingered within me vanished. Chapter 128, Necromancer. 1. Sometimes, all it took was one mutual interest for people to hit it up with each other suddenly. The fuck am I witnessing? This? I'm not seeing things wrong, am I? It was the next day. The expedition group had resumed their walk towards the necromancer. However, compared to the previous day, things appeared to be different. Ha ha ha. Good. Thank you. It was Julian and Professor Hollow, walking ahead of everyone. The two had been inseparable since last night. But that wasn't the most shocking thing. He can laugh like that? Seeing the subtle smile on Julian's face as he talked to the professor, and recalling how he had laughed the previous night, I've had a hard time making heads of tails of the situation. It was as if she was seeing a completely different person. Turning her head, Ife's gaze fell on Evelyn. She appeared to be the most shocked by the scene that was unfolding before their eyes. How? And Ife once again recalled the words she had told her not so long ago. He's changed. Julian certainly did seem like a different person than he usually appeared. It could just be that he found himself comfortable with the new professor. Perhaps she was overthinking. And she probably was. But, why do I feel like something isn't right? Turning her head, her eyes paused on another figure with long platinum hair and red eyes. Her gaze was locked on Julian. It was hard to read her thoughts. However, the sight of her made I frown. Right, I did hear rumors about the two of them spending time together. Could she know something? At first, I thought that way, but the more she looked at it, the more unlikely this seemed. Just as she had taken another step forward, she hastily covered her mouth. Aku. I've sneezed. Covering herself up, she pursed her lips. Looking up at the sky, she frowned. Is it just me, or is it getting colder? It was almost as if I had met a long-time friend. No, Rather, I had never had a proper friend, be it in this life, or my past life. It was hard to tell. However, for some reason, I felt extremely comfortable when talking to the professor. It was weird. I heard you were one of the cadets involved in the incident that happened in the forest. That was until a certain event was brought up and my heart twitched. I didn't show it on the outside and merely looked at the professor, who was looking towards the distance with a serene look. We weren't far off from the destination. I could feel it. Are you perhaps referring to the incident with Professor Bucklam? Yes. Professor Hollow turned his head and our gazes met. It was an unfortunate event. I was quite close with Robert. You were? What bullshit. I had seen his memories. There was no such figure in his life. With that being said, I pretended to understand. He went on to elaborate. Well, you can say we knew each other, acquaintances. Oh, I still didn't believe it. Rather, I raised my guard up without showing it outwardly. How was he? I asked, pretending to be interested in the conversation. He didn't speak much, always played checkers by himself at the academy campus and all. He was a peculiar fellow, if those are the right words to describe him. That does sound like him. It was no secret that the professor spent most of his lunchtime playing checkers by himself. That much everyone knew. Yeah, he was quite known for it, wasn't he? Yeah. Just as I thought he was going to continue the conversation, I was surprised to see him leave it there. It made me question whether I was being overly cautious or not. In the end, I still kept my guard up. That was until, I heard a sneeze. Turning around, I noticed a few cadets, I've included, covering themselves up. It's getting quite cold. Yeah, I can barely feel my lips. I frowned at the sight. Cold? While it certainly was cold, it wasn't nearly as bad as everyone was making it out to be. Something wasn't quite. We're almost there. Professor Hollow's words brought me out of my thoughts. Just as he said those words, I felt a weird energy pulse spread throughout the area. What there? It made my chest heavy, and my breathing became rougher. But outside of that, I was able to suppress the discomfort. Cough, cough, arc. To my shock, the same couldn't be said for the others whose faces paled. Two can't breathe. What's going on? I looked around in confusion. Not only did the others seem to be dying, but there were several who dropped on the floor on one knee. Ira and Evelyn in particular. Leon seemed to be faring better. This is troublesome. Professor Hollow's voice echoed from beside me. Raising his hand, a transparent dome covered the area around us. Almost instantly, everyone felt a sense of relief as everyone slumped to the ground. What the hell was that? I was curious too. Unlike them, I didn't feel that much. Lowering my head to stare at my hands, I raised it back up to stare at Professor Hollow. I was just about to ask him for an explanation when he beat me to it. We're currently in an elemental heavy region. Tracing his finger in the air, the professor went on to say, the curse element appears to be the most predominant here. For those who specialize in elemental magic, you'll find yourself struggling to breathe. It's normal. You just need to adjust your body to the high density of curse mana in the air. You may also find that the affinity with your own element will decrease. This is a side effect of such an environment. His explanation wasn't long, but I was able to understand it. Elemental heavy region? This was a new term for me. Closing my eyes, I felt the mana in the air. As expected. It was just as he said. It was thick in there. Curse element. That said, curse element? It didn't quite sound right. But I was no game developer. For those that do specialize in curse magic, Professor Hollow turned to look at me. You'll find that it's become much easier for you to circulate your mana. Not only that, but it's also faster and easier for you to create spells. It was as he said. With just a thought, I knew I could summon Chains of Lycantria and Hands of Malady with little to no delay. I could also probably channel them for a longer period of time and much more efficiently. The best part of it all was that it didn't hurt. I could hardly feel my injuries. It was great. How long had it been since I had felt like this? All that aside, the professor's expression turned grim. He stared into the distance with a frown. It looks like the situation is a lot more dangerous than I previously anticipated. I can feel that we're very close to the source. And we were. Although such a scene never occurred in my memories, I could more or less tell from the landscape that we were near. How many times had I been here in my memories? Well, take a moment to wait for you guys to adjust yourselves to the environment. The decision was as such. I had no complaints. Rather, I sat down on the ground and guided the mana inside of my body. There was something that I wanted to test. Since the curse element here is thick, what happens if I practice my spells? Will it boost my progress? I put that to the test. Level 1, Hands of Malady, EXP plus 0.1%. Level 1, Hands of Malady, EXP plus 0.05%. Level 1, Chains of Lycanthria, EXP plus 0.1%. Level 1, Chains of Lycanthria, EXP plus 0.05%. Notifications flashed before my very eyes. Both spells started to increase in proficiency at visible speeds. I started to grow excited. What would happen once the spells reached the next level? Would they evolve? If so, what would become of them? I sat there in silence and basked in the environment. The visible improvement felt exhilarating. But even then, I knew that I couldn't enjoy such a sensation forever. Seems like everyone is ready. Let's head deeper. Rubbing my face, I stood up from the spot. What a pity. If possible, I would have preferred to stay a little longer. Maybe I'll find a way of doing so later. For now, there was something else that I wanted to figure out. I will try my best to guarantee your safety. However, there may be circumstances where I may be unable to assist you. Since that's the case, I hope you all get yourselves ready and react for the worst case scenario. Everyone heeded the professor's words, channeling their mana and drawing their weapons out. Only then did we proceed forward. Unlike before, our steps were slower and we were more careful. We were following the right direction, I could tell. In the mountainous area, we followed the only path forward, winding its way through the rugged terrain as jagged rock formations towered on either side. A strange silence took hold of the group as we marched forward. Everyone could tell we were just a few meters away from the source of all trouble. It was for that reason that everyone remained quiet. And then, a familiar purple-shaped dome appeared in the distance. It was large, far bigger than what it was in the memories. What is that? You too can't breathe. And the same was true for the sense of oppression that lingered in the air. It was a stark contrast to the one in the vision, so much so that the professor was forced to take a step back, raising his left hand to shield us. Stay back. But it was too late. In the distance, within the sphere, over 1,000 familiar figures entered our vision, their heads robotically turning to face our direction. Each one seemed to be fixated on our presence, their gazes piercing through the space between us with an unsettling intensity. How are they here? Weren't they? But if that wasn't bad enough, a cloaked figure, shrouded in darkness, stood in the middle. The moment its gaze fell on us, it felt as though my entire body had frozen in place as if caught in the grip of an icy hand. The same was true for the others who stopped dead in their tracks. This, Professor Hollow's bitter voice echoed from beside us. Who exactly did the scouting? Chapter 129, Necromancer, 2. The air was tense. Feeling the necromancer's gaze, it felt as though I was on pins and needles. My skin crawled, and my legs felt like lead. Breathing alone became hard. Huff. It felt as though a heavy truck was weighing down on our chest. Thousands of eyes were locked onto us. Hick. A screech came out of the necromancer's mouth. It was hard to see its features, covered beneath the cloak, but the necromancer wasn't tall. From where I stood, it appeared to be rather small in stature, about that of a young teen. Hick. Screeches continued to come out of its mouth, their sound resembling that of a strangled beast. What the hell is it trying to say? Is it even saying anything? The sounds were starting to get to the group. And just as it screeched yet again, Professor Hollow stopped in his tracks as his eyes narrowed. You've got to be shitting me. His words came as a wake-up call to me. Staring in the direction of where he was looking, I saw it too. Faint cracks around the space near the necromancer. They hovered in the air, attached to the very fabric of space. Mirror crack. The words effortlessly came out of my mouth. It was one of the gates that led to the mirror dimension. How did the mirror dimension expand? The mirror dimension was a separate reality from the known world. However, its expansion and influence were real. From within the cracks, monsters would emerge. Like viruses, they would come out and drain their influence over the land near the mirror crack, slowly turning it into the same environment as within the mirror dimension. By killing all the monsters, one could contain the mirror crack and stop it from letting the monsters come out of it to expand their influence over the land. A mirror crack needed constant surveillance since there was no way to close it. In total, there were about 20 contained cracks within the Empire, 1 within the Academy, 15 others with the Guild, and the rest with the Megrail family. And now, the 21st crack had appeared within the Empire. The situation is a lot more serious than anticipated. We will have to retreat for now. This was Professor Hollow's evaluation of the situation. It was an evaluation that I could agree with. This isn't something that mere cadets should be handling. We'll have to get Central to take care of this, Ma. His words were cut short by a distant shriek. It came from the necromancer. Eek. Before I could even react, something flashed above us as Professor Hollow rapidly spun and brought his hand up. Clank. The surroundings shook. Hick. And the professor groaned as he retreated several steps back. A towering beast, resembling a wolf but twice its size, loomed over us. Its massive fangs dripped with saliva, and its piercing black eyes bore into us, locking us in its fierce gaze. Drip. Drip. The hair on the nape of my neck stood on edge. Careful. This is no ordinary monster. The professor's words came out as a warning. Remember when I said I might not be able to protect you? With both hands positioned in front of him in a fighting stance, he grimly stared at the monster. Now is that time. Boom. His body shot forward like an arrow, appearing right before the creature in a flash. Everyone moved back. At the same time as Oif's shout, the professor's fist clashed against the wolf's claw. Bang! The space around us shook. Dotak. Just the after effect of the attack was enough to push us all back several meters. This, fuck. As everyone looked back, all eyes fell on the professor who stood evenly with the beast. This is absurd, one of the cadets muttered, staring at the fight in the distance. Just from the mana pulses the two were emitting, the cadets could tell their strength. It was for that reason that everyone was shocked. A terror rank? If that's the case, does that mean Professor Hollow is at least tier 5? Evelyn questioned, staring at the professor in the distance. Wait, hold up. And as if realization suddenly dawned on her, she rigidly turned to face the necromancer. Evelyn covered her mouth. This is ridiculous. Eek. A powerful shriek escaped the necromancer's mouth as it leaned in our direction. Move back quickly. Damn it. Just as Oif's shout came, two shadows cast over the area we were in. The first one to react was Leon, who pressed hard against the ground and slashed upwards. Clank. Clank. His attack was quickly followed by Oif, who raised both her hands in the air. Oak. Her face paled significantly as two smaller wolves appeared above us. Julian, do something. Even without her saying it, I was already on it. Clenching my hand, 8 threads burst out of my forearm and latched onto the wolves in the air. If there was a difference between these threads and the usual ones, it was that the purple glow was more prominent and darker. My face twitched slightly as threads moved forward. It's nothing. But I brushed it off. The moment it latched onto the wolves, they howled as their bodies spasmed. Fucking die. This was quickly followed up by Kira, who brought her hands forward and flames engulfed the entire surroundings. Share, ha, ha, thump thump. Accompanying her heavy breathing, 2 black lumps dropped to the ground. That wasn't too hard, Kira managed to mutter amidst her heavy breath. I was just about to tell her to stop talking when another shriek echoed and several more shadows cast over the area around us. I was the first one to react this time. As if my body acted on its own, I raised my hand up and shot the threads up. 1, 2, 3, 4. I pushed myself to the limit, with 10 threads that covered the space around us. But it wasn't enough. Snap, snap, snap. I felt a sharp pain for every thread that snapped. The mana inside of my body started to drain rapidly, and before I knew it, I was on my knees. Thump. Drip, drip. Sweat poured down from the side of my face. Fuck. Although I had originally thought I was fit enough to fight, it became clear just now that I was merely lying to myself. I was nowhere near fit enough to fight at the moment. The fact that my vision was blurry and my chest was hurting was perfect proof of that. Oi, get up. What the hell are you doing? I felt something grab onto my shoulder amidst my blurred vision. Red, white, it was something of that nature. Fuck. What's wrong with you? Weren't you supposed to be the strongest? A nearby growl told me that another monster was near us. Fine. I pushed Ira away and stood still. Looking around, the world appeared blurry and the sounds were hardly reaching my ears. The only thing I could hear was the sound of my own breathing. Huff. It was getting rougher with each second that passed. Why is my body not responding? Regardless of what I tried, it seemed as though my situation was getting worse. The pain also intensified, as if my insides were twisting together. With each blink, my vision would alternate between clarity and blurriness. Clank, clank. From the wolves to the cadets. I could see the bitter struggle everyone was going through. Currently, I was the only one that was doing nothing. I lowered my head to stare at my hand. I tried to channel my mana, but all that did was twist my insides further. It was a despairing situation, one that was further solidified by a loud shriek in the distance. It was the necromancer. All stopped at that moment, be it the cadets or the wolves. All eyes fell on the necromancer and the horde near it. A strange silence enveloped the surroundings, one that was quickly broken by the sudden movement of the necromancer and its army as it started to move. Growls accompanied the necromancer's screech as the zombies came alive. Thump. They stepped forward in unison, the ground shaking as a result. Thump. Then came the next step. Thump. And then the next one. The unified sound of their steps felt despairing as they drew nearer to us. And yet, despite the situation, I couldn't take my eyes away from the necromancer who stood at the center of it all. Even as the zombies drew near, I fixed my gaze on the necromancer. Run. Retreat. Cadets ran past me at that moment, their faces pale with fear. Leave this. We can't fight this. The same was true for the professor who turned back and ran in the opposite direction. At the same time, he tried to contain the terror-rank wolf who for some reason, remained still and didn't chase. Rather, it was looking at. Oi. What are you doing, Julian? I was the only one that didn't run. What are you doing? Run. Thump. The zombies drew nearer to me. I wasn't sure though. I wasn't looking at them. Blinking my eyes, I stared at the group of people in the distance. They had only just noticed the fact that I was still standing where I was. Julian, their expressions. They were a mix of surprise and worry. Worry? I wanted to laugh then. What sort of nonsense? Thump. The tremors became more apparent. I could feel the zombies a few meters away from me. However, I wasn't scared. The sound of their steps drowned out the noise around. Soundlessly, I stared into the distance, towards the other cadets and the professor. They were all looking at me, probably saying something, but it was hard to hear. Not that it mattered. The zombies. They had surrounded me from all sides. It was too late for me. Chapter 130, Necromancer, 3. It all happened so fast that nobody even had the time to react. Move. Fall back. Retreat. Seeing the incoming waves of undead, the cadets had no choice but to retreat. The same was true for Leon, who hastily moved back. Shying. With his sword, he slashed past everything that was in his way, helping some of the cadets along the way. PFTTT, let me help. They were a group comprised of 15 cadets, the elites of Haven, and yet, they were all struggling so much. Fall back. All of a sudden, the professor's loud voice echoed in the distance. Just in time, Leon turned his head to stare in his direction. The professor was running at full speed towards them. Behind him was the giant wolf. Its towering figure and pressure loomed over them from the distance. However, much to everyone's relief, it wasn't chasing the professor. Rather, it was looking at the approaching horde of the undead. Retreat. Though the professor didn't look like he'd suffered any serious injuries, seeing his disheveled state, one could see that he had spent a lot of energy. The fight wasn't an easy one. Thump. The ground shook with each step the undead took. Everyone moved further away. Wait. Everything was proceeding smoothly until someone stopped to stare into the distance. There's someone still there. Their gaze was locked on a certain figure. "What are you doing, Julian?" Indeed, a single cadet stood motionless in the distance. He wasn't far from the horde of undead. In fact, he was merely a few meters away from getting swallowed up by them. As if noticing Julian, the professor, who had just managed to retreat to them, opened his eyes wide. "Ilgo-ja-woo-oo-oo." His words were cut short by the wolf's howl. All of a sudden, the atmosphere changed again. The pressure that surrounded the space intensified. It became apparent that the wolf was about to attack again. The target, no one knew, but they had no time to dwell over such a matter, especially when the pressure that surrounded them increased by the second. So much so that Leon could not breathe for a short moment. The same was true for the other cadets. Damn it! It took Professor Hollow's spell to alleviate a lot of the pressure. But by the time he had done that, it was too late. The undead had reached Julian. As if time had frozen, all eyes fell on him. He stood with the same collected gaze of his, staring at everyone equally. He appeared completely unbothered. Alone, he stood in the middle. And alone, he disappeared from their view. Several cadets screamed horrified, unable to grasp the situation. Shit! Professor Hollow was the one in most trouble. Alternating his gaze between the cadets behind him and Julian, he clenched his teeth. Crap. He had made his choice. Retreat. What? Some tried to protest, but he cut them short. It's too late. It's either you or him. I can't risk you all dying here. Once his mind was made, there was no changing it. Despite the protests, Professor Hollow cast another spell and forced everyone to retreat. Retreat. It was chaos. Utter chaos. Nobody understood what was going on, or at least, they refused to believe the reality of the situation. All besides one person. Leon. Leon lifted his head slightly. Fiddling with something in his hand, he placed it in his pocket before turning his attention back to the undead. Gruul. They growled in the air. He stood in silence for a brief moment before turning away from them. Go. In this chaos, he followed the others back. Not before muttering a few last words. "I'll be waiting." I let my eyes stay closed for a moment, then opened them. Gruul. I was surrounded from all sides. The familiar-looking zombies, and the purple dome. It was all the same as before. As expected, I rubbed my chest and looked around. There was a small space around me. Not a single zombie was walking near me. Rather, they seemed to avoid me as they moved forward. Why weren't they attacking me? I extended my hand to touch one of the zombies. The moment I did, they turned their heads and cocked their heads. It was almost silly, but they didn't do much after that. They continued to march forward. A woo-oo. A certain muffled cry echoed in the distance. It most probably came from the wolf. Now that I think about it, the wolf stopped attacking the moment the zombies started to move. Was there a connection to this? Could it be that the zombies only reacted because of the wolves, and not us? I wonder. It was an interesting thought. A woo-oo. The wolf howled again, but this time, its cry was a lot further than before. Is it running away? To where, and why? The necromancer maybe? Thump, thump. The zombies continued to move forward, the ground shaking at their unified steps. It was hard on the hearing since it was so loud, but they eventually stopped. Thump. And silence returned. That was until, swoosh, 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 their heads turned and all eyes locked on me. It was only for an instant, but I flinched. How creepy. I felt like the protagonist of a horror movie. Amidst my thoughts, their zombies parted ways. With their gazes still lingering over me, they created a small path. I unconsciously took a deep breath, because in the distance a figure appeared. They weren't tall, and their features were covered by a large cloak. It was standing there surrounded by all zombies, locking eyes with me. I felt scared by it, but despite my fear, I took the step that led to it. Fear was a meaningless emotion in this situation. What was the point of being scared when I was surrounded from all sides? I only stopped when I was a few meters away from it. If I could faintly feel it before, I felt it even more now. How terrifying. Just standing still proved to be a difficult task. The pressure coming out from the necromancer's body wasn't something that I had ever felt before, especially when I could tell that it was currently suppressed. I quietly met its gaze. It just stood there without muttering a single sound, carefully observing my every feature. "It's cold here, isn't it?" I was the one to first break the silence. At my words, the necromancer raised its head to stare at me. I wasn't even sure if it could understand my words. "The cloak helps you, doesn't it?" It was just small talk. I wanted to see if I could communicate with it. But it didn't seem like I could. Rather, I must have annoyed it as the pressure around me intensified. "Grumpy, aren't you?" But it didn't really affect me as much as it did before. Was it because it meant no harm, or because I was getting used to the thick environment? I wasn't sure. Either way, the necromancer didn't react. All it did was continue to stare at me until it turned around. A path cleared for it as the zombies parted ways. Scrunch. It stepped forward, heading deep into the horde. It said nothing, but I understood what it wanted. "Follow," was what it said. It wanted to show me something. Tack. I followed it without saying a word. The path was narrow and the zombies' gazes continued to fall on me as I walked. I learned to ignore them, but as I walked past, I couldn't help but see a few familiar figures. "Hey, are you feeling okay?" Their voices echoed in my mind whenever I passed them. It's getting cold outside." With each step that I took, a familiar figure entered my sight. "We're almost there." It was almost as if they were still alive. "It was nice to celebrate your birthday with us, wasn't it?" The 12th Subjugation Squad. The 45th Subjugation Squad. The 111th Subjugation Squad. The 56th Subjugation Squad. The soldiers that had been sent to subjugate the very creature that I was following. They were all present. The necromancer's back shrank as it walked faster than me. Despite being surrounded by so many zombies, its backs looked rather lonely, like a kid who had a lot of toys to play with but no one to share them with. And then, the necromancer stopped. I did as well. "Ah!" The sound inexplicably escaped from my lips as I looked up. Cracks appeared in the very fold of space before me. But that wasn't what made me let out that sound. Rather, it was the enormous corpse that rested in the middle. It looked like a rock at first, but upon closer attention, rather than a rock, it was more like a dragon. A rock dragon. Its figure towered over anything around it, and if not for the faint purple film covering its body, I wouldn't mistaken it for a simple boulder. Purple film. My eyes widened as I lowered my head to stare at the necromancer. So that's what it is. A lot of the pieces within my mind started to piece themselves together. All the collection of memories that I had managed to collect flooded my mind as the information that I had gathered became clearer to me. There were still many questions that I had, but I understood something. It was a sad realization. The powerful necromancer before me, the powerful monster that everyone wanted to subjugate, the focus of the town's hatred. It had never been an enemy, to begin with, but rather, another unlucky soldier like them, a member of the 1st Subjugation Squad. I couldn't see the expression it was making from its turned back, but I could guess. For the first time, it spoke. 30 years. It was a high-pitched voice. One that belonged to a woman. Her words ended there. It had most probably reached its limit. But it didn't matter to me. I didn't need a voice to speak to someone. I took a step to approach the necromancer whose back was turned away from me. Tack. As if sensing my step, she turned to look at me. I held out my hand to it, lowering my head in a sign of faith. "I know you may not understand me right now, but I have a request." I wasn't sure if what I was doing was the right thing, whether what I had pieced together was the correct sequence of events. But I nonetheless tried. I raised my head and tried to peer through what was beneath the cloak. "Will you let me see your world?" Chapter 131, Necromancer, 4. It was a cold day, just like it usually was. Elno was a city located high above sea level. The cold weather was something that Aurelia was used to by now. Here, it's getting cold. She had a younger brother. He was about to turn 10 in just a few months. Aurelia herself was only 14. but she was talented in the field of magic. It was her talent that allowed for her and her brother to survive in the treacherous conditions. The two of them had no parents. They had died in an accident a few years prior. It was up to the then 12-year-old Aurelia to take care of her younger brother. We've noticed a suspicious mana wave quite far from the town. We're thinking of creating a small squad to check the situation out. Aurelia, you're a mage. What do you say? Will you go? The pay will be good. Me? Ha, yes. There's no need to worry about your safety. You may be weak now, but the people you will go with are strong. Very strong. They are just missing a talented mage. I'm sure you'll be able to help. I'll go. There was no hesitation in her answer. Aurelia accepted the deal without a shred of hesitation. Ha, is this the young girl that will be joining us? Welcome. Wow, we're about the same age as my daughter. I wish she was as talented as you. The group consisted of 4 members, a mage, a tank named Grok, a beautiful elder sister who acted as support, and a charismatic young man serving as the damage dealer. Everyone was older than her, but they welcomed her in warmly. There's no need to be shy. We won't bite. Well, Gork might. Ha. Oi. Aurelia felt a warmth that she had only felt with her brother. It was as if she had found her second family. The day for her departure eventually came, and a little boy stood near the gate of the town. Good luck. May you come back safe. Come back to us quickly. Surrounding them were the citizens of the town, bidding them good luck and throwing flowers at them. Amidst the cheers, Aurelia faced her crying brother. Hick. Saiter. He'll be coming back soon. She caressed his head. It's a promise. Keep this for me. She handed him her pocket watch. It was one of the last things that she had to remember their parents. Aurelia thought it'd be a great idea to give it to him. See this? Aurelia pointed at the watch. Make sure you keep track of the time. Alright. Once I get back, I'll let you scold me for being late. Alright. Okay. The young child quietly muttered while lowering his head and grasping onto the watch with both hands. Good. Aurelia stood up satisfied, and turned around. There, 3 figures stood. They stood smiling while staring at her. Are you coming? Hawk said while crossing his arms. He looked like the older uncle she never had. He looks just like you. Come on, let's do this quickly so that we can all come back to this quickly. Ha. Yes. Ruffling her brother's head once more, Aurelia returned their smiles. Let's go. Their journey began then, an adventure that Aurelia was going to enjoy until the very end. Would they come back? Yes. Aurelia was sure of it. How do you even kill this thing? I walked around the enormous boulder. It was huge, about the same height as the city walls. A purple film covered its outline, allowing me to perfectly see the head of the dragon. It looked just as one would expect. Its strength is reduced quite a lot over the years. A voice entered my head. I turned to see the necromancer. No, Aurelia standing next to it. Her voice was clear now. I could hear it perfectly. It sounded sweet. It was very powerful. 3 hooded figures appeared behind her. Their frames looked familiar. We were able to suppress it until now. But that is our limit. We don't have the power to kill it. I see. I looked at the rock dragon once again. It wasn't noticeable before, but now that I took a good look at it, I could see its frame gently moving up. Quite clearly, it was still alive. How do you kill it then? Was it simply not possible? Or was there a means to do it? Aurelia remained silent. Then, turning her head, she looked at the 3 other people beside her. They turned to look at each other until Aurelia shook her head. Cannot kill. I contemplated deeply. So it can't be killed. That probably means that it's too strong for them to kill it. But just how strong is it? Looking at the creature, I didn't feel a thing. The purple film was doing a good job of suppressing it. Why did you not report this to the village? I cannot. Is it because you need to contain it? Yes. Aurelia nodded slightly. I see. So she couldn't leave the area. The situation was starting to become clear to me. Or, at least, some parts of it. There were still several things that didn't make sense. However, now was not the time to dwell on them. If you were to leave now, how long would it take for the dragon to awaken? 8 hours. That was hardly any time, especially when it took days to get to the town. That's too little. If there was one thing that I was sure about, it was that the Empire was soon going to send some reinforcements. With the proper information about the necromancer, they were sure to send several powerful figures. However, I turned to look at the rock dragon. They'll all die, me included. The moment Aurelia died, the earth dragon would awaken. And not only that, but there was also a terror rank creature lurking outside. I needed to find a way to get this information to them before it was too late. There was only one problem. How can I get the information to them? It wasn't as though I had a communication device with me. At the same time, it was also impossible for me to return. Who knew when the wolves might show up to assault me? I wouldn't have been scared if the professor was still with me. However, considering that Aurelia could only cover a certain area, I knew that there was a chance of me dying if I were to step out of her zone. The reality of my situation sank in. I'm stuck. And I had done this to myself. Do I just wait for the reinforcements to arrive so that I can tell them? But for how long would I have to wait for that to happen? I stood in silence for a moment before shifting my attention to the purple film that was covering the rock dragon. An idea suddenly crossed my mind. I looked towards Aurelia. If I were to cast the same spell as you have, is it possible for me to delay the awakening of the dragon? Waving my hand in the air and feeling their curse element in the air, I showed her my hand. A magic circle started to form. TZZZ, it shattered immediately after. However, that didn't matter. I just wanted to show her that I could do it. I had seen it in her memories. How long do you think we can delay the rock dragon's awakening? The concept was simple. Although I was nowhere near as strong as Aurelia was, if I were to cast a similar spell on the rock dragon, then it would be possible for me to prolong the time that it stayed dormant. That way, I would be able to return and relay the information to the Empire, which would immediately send adequate reinforcements. At the very least, before things became too complicated. Once the rock dragon woke up from its slumber, it would without a doubt attack the nearest town, Elna. Success or failure really depended on how things would play out from this point on. I faced Aurelia. Do you think it's possible? She remained still, staring at me from behind the cloak. How? I could tell that she was taken aback by the fact that I could perform the same spell as her. But that wasn't really it. I had yet to learn the spell. It would take me some time for me to fully learn it. And even then, would my strength be good enough to help at all? Aurelia wasn't originally this strong. The ones who had put the beast to slumber were her comrades. 30 years had passed since then. Having spent so much time in this curse-filled area, she had grown powerful enough to keep the rock dragon dormant with her magic. In a way, she had probably mastered curse magic. Would I be able to prolong the rock dragon's dormancy if I learned the spell? No, I can. I looked around me. The environment was perfect. With their curse element dominating the space, I knew that even if my proficiency over the spell was going to be weak, it would be boosted by the environment that I was in. And not only that, I once again stared at Necromancer. No, Aurelia. She was still looking at me, demanding a sort of explanation for what I did. I could understand her confusion, but now was not the time. Extending my hand, a magic circle floated. It wasn't the spell that she had shown before, but rather, another one. Hands of Malady. The experience bar was currently at 55%. It was just 45% experience from reaching the next level. In hindsight, there was no need for me to learn that spell. Setting the fact that it was a spell too complicated for the current me to learn, most curse magic had similar principles. To weaken. If I am to use Hands of Malady on the rock dragon and manage to weaken it, I might be able to increase the time it takes for it to awaken. I knew that it didn't really make sense considering my strength. But what if I were to use the environment to my advantage and advance the spell to the next level? What would happen then? It's worth a try. Insanity. I was being totally insane for even thinking about it. But it was the only thing that I could do. Therefore, taking a deep breath, I stared at Aurelia and the three cloaked figures behind her. Despite having seen her memories, they stopped after a certain point. The current her was a lot more powerful than the past her. I didn't know if she was going to accept me or if I was going to succeed. But it was worth asking. Soldiers from the Empire will soon come to get rid of you. When that happens, the rock dragon will awaken and everyone will die. Most probably, the citizens of Elna as well. I want to stop that, so we had the same goal after all. Please teach me everything that you know. Let me reach the next level. Chapter 132, Sorrow and Joy. 1. Ha, ha, ah. Her breathing was rough and her entire body shook. Did we do it? Aurelia felt like her voice was hardly coming out. Looking at the enormous creature lying down in the distance, her breathing stopped. What should have been an easy expedition turned into a far more difficult one than they had anticipated. A monster of gigantic proportions showed up. It was powerful, to the point where it would leave one in despair. Guys? Aurelia looked around her. The land was scorched. Deep fissures marred the ground as debris lay strewn across the surface. It's dead, isn't it? Her eyes were locked on the gigantic creature. It was lying on the ground, with its eyes closed. I can't breathe. Just the creature's presence felt suffocating. Her entire body was numb. Her breath was rough, and she felt pain everywhere. It's not dead. A familiar voice broke the silence. Gork. His entire body was covered in blood, and his face was pale. Only managed to deal it some serious injuries. It's still an infant after all, but we aren't strong enough to penetrate its body. This is our limit. Can't? Aurelia blinked. Cannot? Another voice echoed. It was from Daphne, the support of the group. Her face was also pale. Turning her head, she looked towards the front. She called out a name. Liam. He stood before the dragon, looking at it with blank eyes. Can't defeat it. His tone was flat. Something that was so unlike him. What do we do? Aurelia was starting to panic. At this rate, once it wakes up then no, I can't. Thinking about her little brother, she forced herself forward. Aurelia, what are you doing? Daphne stood before Aurelia and tried to stop her. But Aurelia remained stubborn. She couldn't let the monster awaken again. Not when her brother was still in town. Kill it. Have to. No, stop. We can't. What do we do then? Daphne's words stopped then. Silence took hold of the space. It was a silence that Aurelia broke yet again as she took another step towards the dragon. This time, none of them stopped her. The area is thick with their curse element. That's the element I specialize in. She raised her hand and placed it right on the rock dragon. I know of a spell that can keep it sleeping, but, no, it's nothing. Aurelia shook her head. There was no time to hesitate. If it was for the sake of her brother, and the people of Elna, then she was willing to do this. We might not be able to return. Her hand glowed as a purple circle floated before her. The moment I cast this spell, I won't be able to return. What? What do you mean? The group members sounded startled by her statement. Aurelia turned to look back at her other members. A smile finally graced her lips. I'll need someone to protect me. Will you do that for me? The smile. It was the smile of someone who had made up their mind. A mix of sorrow and joy. You want me to teach you? I could feel the doubt in Aurelia's voice as she looked at me. Yes. Please teach me. There was no better person to teach me how to control their curse element than her. Even Haven didn't have such a person. At the very least, not the first years. From the second year onwards, the professors would change. For first years, the professors were at around tier 4 to tier 5. Second year and up, they would be of higher tier. It made sense considering that the second and third year cadets were stronger. Aurelia remained silent at my request. She didn't seem all too keen on teaching me. Come on, Aurelia, what are you waiting for? Gork spoke up, his tone sounding rather lively. We've been here for far too long. I want to go back to see my family. Same. Yeah, I'm tired. It's time we take advantage of this opportunity to go back. Don't you miss your brother? Brother. Finally, the words came out of her mouth. She mumbled them repeatedly until her head raised and our eyes met. How much time do you think before reinforcements come? How much time? I frowned. I wasn't quite sure. It can be a couple of days, 2 maybe more, a week, months. I wouldn't be surprised if they took months. The situation was delicate, but it was still within control. They weren't aware of the rock dragon. In that case, they were probably discussing who to send to defeat Aurelia. You don't know? Not exactly. And that was a problem. Not knowing when the soldiers would come was a big issue. It meant that I needed to train with the thought that each second was the last. If the reinforcements were to come, I couldn't guarantee I could stop them to explain the situation. It was possible that they would. However, I knew that the chance of something going wrong was possible. I wasn't planning on sitting back and letting such a chance happen. There's nothing wrong with being prepared. Turning to face the rock dragon, I swallowed my saliva. I need to do this. For my sake, sit down. Orly motioned me down with her hand. I did as she asked and sat down. I take it you agree to teach me? She didn't reply and stood behind me. Channel your mana. I did as she told me. In the moment that I did, I felt something cold, almost chilling and touching my back. Don't look back. Focus on your mana. My face twitched slightly the moment I called forth my mana and the chilling sensation from my back disappeared. Injured? Yes. Why? I took something that I shouldn't have. It's a mess. I know, I replied with a bitter smile. There was no denying the current state of my body. It had healed significantly, but not enough. I started to grow a little worried. Would this affect? Yes. Orly cut me off coldly and stepped back. I cannot teach you. I blinked and looked back. What do you mean it will break your body? You might die. I might die if I don't do anything. The chances of that are less likely. I covered my forehead, letting out a frustrated breath. Just let me be. It's not lick. My decision is final. Her tone was final. With those words, she turned around and walked up to the rock dragon where she placed her hand. A powerful pulse swept the area. Yuke. Groaning, I stood up and walked up to her. I don't understand. Aren't you desperate to meet your brother? If you don't let me do this and the soldiers attack before I can do anything, the rock dragon will awaken, and once that happens you know what will happen to your BR. Yuke. I felt another powerful pulse, and my breathing momentarily stopped. Holding onto my throat, I fell on both knees. Thump. Cough. Cough. And started coughing. Mind your own business. Leave it. Something cold grasped my shoulder. When I looked up, I realized that it was Gork. She's a stubborn one. Once her mind is made up, it's hard to convince her otherwise. Come rest with us. Silently clenching my fists, I wordlessly stared at Orly before standing up and following Gork from behind. Sat on a couple of rocks were the other two members of the first subjugation squad. Liam, their damage dealer and leader, laughed. Ha ha ha, looks like you're having it rough. Oi, you. Daphne playfully punched his shoulder. Don't tease him. You know damn well how frustrating Orly's stubbornness is. Yeah. While the two conversed, I sat down on one of the rocks. I tried to sort out her memories, and yet, regardless of how hard I tried, I couldn't find a single reason for her to reject my request. Why? She clearly wants to return to her brother. This is the best option. So what if I suffer some pain? Amused to damn pain. In fact, it was rather weird for her to say such words when she had turned so many of her people into zombies. It was fucking bullshit. What are you thinking so deeply about? Breaking me out of my thoughts was Daphne's voice. When I looked up at her, it almost felt as though she was smiling from beneath the hood. Thinking about how unfair her decision is, right? So you are. Was she a mind reader or something? Don't worry, she reassured me. She may be like this, but she's a softie. She might not train you, but that doesn't mean you should give up, right? Right. I lifted my head. Just because she isn't willing to train me doesn't mean that I should just give up on the idea. I looked up towards the sky. The purple dome still surrounded the space, and their curse element was running rampant. Recalling how fast I was progressing before, I snapped out of it. Right. I looked towards the three with gratitude. Taking a deep breath, I closed my eyes. Then, level 1, Hands of Malady, EXP plus 0.1%. Level 1, Hands of Malady, EXP plus 0.05%. I started practicing. Level 1, Hands of Malady, EXP plus 0.2%. Time seemed to flow at a different speed when one immersed oneself in something. Level 1, Hands of Malady, EXP plus 0.1%. Level 1, Hands of Malady, EXP plus 0.05%. The notifications kept pouring into my vision. I wasn't sure how long had passed. Drip, drip. My vision was blurry, and I could hear the faint sound of my sweat hitting the ground. More. I just focused on their curse element that was coursing through the air. There was so much of it, and everything was flowing so smoothly. From time to time, it let out a pained groan. It was sharp, and I could feel it worsen with every minute that I practiced. But I didn't care. Again, pain was something I was so used to at this point. If anything, it served to remind me of the fact that I was still conscious. 57%, 61%, 66%, 70%, 73%. The experience bar continued to rise. Drip, drip. It was starting to get cold for some reason. It didn't bother me at first. I was too immersed to care. I was in a strange state. It was as if the world around me had disappeared and it was just me in the middle. I felt naked, but at the same time, I felt in utter control of everything around me. It felt good. So much so that I wanted to continue to bask in it. Ah, this is good. This is very good. Swoosh. I abruptly lifted my head and snapped out of the state. Yuck. As if my chest was on fire, I clenched onto my shirt and coughed repeatedly. Cough, cough. It burned. It hurt so much. I tried to look around, but I couldn't see a thing. Everything was so blurry. Ah. No. I did see something. A faint dark figure. It stood not far from where I was. Aurelia, was she the one that brought me out of it? I mustered up a smile. Finally going to teach me? But all I received was silence. The next time I blinked, she was gone. Ha! So it wasn't the case. Wow, look at you. I heard faint voices coming from around me. Is he dead? No, not yet. He's been pushing himself quite hard. These guys. Oh look. His eye twitched. He can probably hear us. Hello. A large black hand waved at me. Hee hee, you managed to get Aurelia to worry over you. That's a big achievement in my book. A big achievement? Well, you still failed to convince her. Ah, fuck. I was starting to really hate these guys. The world turned dark shortly after that. Chapter 133, Sorrow and Joy, 2. The cold never ceased throughout the year. Aurelia and the members of the first subjugation squad remained faithful to their commitment, standing where they were and guarding the dragon. Are you tired, Aurelia? It's been several months since we've been here. Isn't it okay if you take a break? Daphne looked around. Reinforcements from the town should also get back here soon. When they come, we'll be able to tell them of the situation. Despite Daphne's words, Aurelia's attention remained fixed on the dragon before her. The mana in her body was rapidly draining and her face was pale. She was hungry and she was thirsty. Her body ached, and she was cold. Despite that, she kept her hand fixed on the dragon. It was as if nothing else could distract her. Ah, they were here. Or at least, until she felt a few presences in the distance and her head turned. 4 silhouettes appeared in the distance. They looked familiar. Ah, she was just about to talk to them when Daphne screamed, "A woo oo oo oo," and the cry of a wolf echoed in the air. Before any of them had any chance to react, several wolf-like creatures appeared, lunging towards the reinforcements that had come. Ah, no, Aurelia screamed, but her voice reached nothing. Ah, help, hellhounds. What are they doing here? Blood littered the earth as Aurelia stood paralyzed. What are you doing, Aurelia? Even despite her party members' protests, she remained still. Clank, clank. The sound of fighting echoed in the distance, one that eventually ended with the cry of the creature. When all was said and done, silence reigned over the surroundings, one that was shattered by the voices of her comrades. Ha ah. Where did those beasts come from? Oh, no. Daphne rushed to aid the wounded, but it was already too late. Please hold on. To Will, Jackson. It's me, Daphne. Hold on. Despite her words, Jackson lay on the ground with his eyes wide open. He wasn't staring at her, but at Aurelia, who looked back at him. He continued to stare at her until his very last breath. Jackson. Daphne's cry of despair echoed throughout. Aurelia continued to stand alone in silence, one that she inevitably broke with her own step. Scrunch. She came to a stop when she was near Jackson's corpse. There were 3 other corpses around. Aurelia could recognize their faces. They had been at their farewell ceremony right before they departed for this journey. Jackson, Monica, Clara, and Austin. Aurelia knew their names too. What are you doing? Disregarding Daphne's voice, Aurelia bent down and placed her hand over Jackson's corpse. A faint purple glow emitted from her body. Corpse Control, a beginner-type spell that allowed one to control corpses. Belonging to the curse category, it wasn't a common spell and was somewhat frowned upon. However, Aurelia was in possession of it. It was a spell that Aurelia hated with her guts. Loathed. The spell was, after all, the cause of her parents' death. Her outstanding talent in there, curse field was what pushed her parents to acquire the spell. If not for their gruel, Jackson's eyes flared open as a growl escaped its lips. Daphne's eyes widened, and her head snapped to face Aurelia. Did you just wait? What are you doing? The others also showed signs of protest, but Aurelia ignored them yet again and moved on to the next corpse. Ostina. He was about a few years older than her. A talented archer. Had he been given a bit of time, Aurelia was sure he would have been one of the strongest people in the town. Gruul. Unfortunately, he too fell prey to her spell. Aurelia, you shouldn't be doing this. These are people that we know. We should. Gruul. Despite what the others said, nothing could get through Aurelia as she continued to cast her spell over all the members of the reinforcement group. Gruul. When all was said and done, 4 familiar figures stood before her. Aurelia could feel the looks of astonishment and disapproval from her friends. Just as they were about to say something, she cut them off. They died. Yes, but more people will come. Aurelia continued to speak, her eyes slowly losing their luster. This will happen again. We need to stop it. But this is the only way. Aurelia turned around and moved back to the dragon. As she walked, she looked for the hellhounds, but there was no sign of them. It was as if they had no interest in them. I'll kill them all, she pledged to herself. Time passed. The next group came. This time, it wasn't just one group. It was several. Aurelia could recognize each member. But the same scene from before occurred. The hellhounds attacked. Help. She, alongside her group members, tried to help, but it was no use. Hick. How did this happen? Yet again, everyone died. Gruul. And more undead joined their group. It was a never-ending cycle. Every few months, or year, the town would send its best warriors to where she was, only for them to die at the hands of the wolves. Sometimes they would be single groups, and sometimes they would be large groups with hundreds of people. But each time they'd come, they'd lose at the hands of the hellhounds. No, stop, she screamed. Don't come. But no one listened. You can't defeat them. Stop, she cried. Hick. Call for help from the Empire. But no one heard. Stop being so stubborn. Each year, Aurelia would plead with them, but her words couldn't reach them. Gradually, she lost her voice. Gruul, kill the necromancer. I'll kill you. You evil bastard. If not for you, my family would still be here. Fuck you. Aurelia could feel it. The deep-seethed anger and thirst for revenge were already rooted in the citizens' eyes, forcing members to come back each time even though the situation was hopeless for them. And they were all directed towards her. Wakey. An annoying voice woke me up from my slumber. My vision was clear once again. It was Gork. Did you have enough rest? You feeling better? I sat up and groaned. My body felt like shit and my head throbbed. Looking around, the sun was starting to set. Rubbing my neck, I was just about to stand when I paused. I heard a rough laugh coming from above. It was Gork. It seems like you've finally noticed. Noticed what? Your body feels better, doesn't it? It does. Or more like, I felt more in control with the curse element in the air. It was flowing a lot more smoothly. Gork laughed again. Before he could explain, Liam, who was standing behind him, started speaking. A certain someone helped you while you were asleep. Helped me? I looked around. Who? And my eyes soon locked on a certain figure. Huh? I tilted my head. But didn't she say she wouldn't help me? She's a softie, Daphne said from the side, playing with a wooden stick and drawing circles on the dirt. I looked at what she was drawing. It looked crude. It was a small house with 2 people. She continued to fiddle with the stick, adding trees, grass, and flowers. It looked like the drawing of a 5-year-old. Of course, I didn't tell her. Even if she says she won't teach you, it's mainly because she doesn't want you to die. But die because of her. Daphne raised her head and our gazes met. Try feeling your body. I did as I was told. Closing my eyes, I took a proper look at my body. When I did, my eyes flashed open. Maybe I was still unconscious and I was dreaming, but checking my body, I found that a lot of my injuries were healed. There was still some damage, but it was a lot better than before, especially when I had damaged my body trying to practice my spell. She's shy. That was all Gork needed to say for me to realize. Aurelia, despite her cold response, she still wanted to help me. In a way, this was her own way of teaching me. Her way of acknowledging my efforts. Staring at her back, I kept my mouth shut. There was no need for me to say anything. Even if I said it, she wouldn't react. All I needed to do at the moment was train hard. Right, I need to train. Time was limited, and each second mattered. I had just taken a breath and gotten ready to start training when Daphne's voice reached my ears. Oh, it's starting. Starting? What is SD? I abruptly cut off my words as my eyes widened and I looked around me. Just as I spoke, the sun started to set and an extremely powerful pulse of energy swept the surroundings. Following the pulse, the zombies that were surrounding the five of us disappeared. It was a familiar scene. I looked around in shock before settling my gaze over to Aurelia, who still had her back turned against me. Where did they go? My voice didn't seem to reach her as she remained quiet. It was Daphne who answered in her stead. You already know the answer, but focus on your training. The safe around us. Don't ask. There was still so much that I wanted to ask. However, I could see that it was going to be pointless. Maybe she's doing it to stop the town's knights from coming here? It made sense when I thought about it. Still, what if I give the zombies a message? Would they? No. I was quick to scratch such a thought. Besides the fact that I had no pen or paper, thinking about how the knights would attack the moment the zombies showed up, the message was probably going to get destroyed in an instant. Still, I raised my head. What about me? Is it not possible to send me back with their zombies? Zombies? Daphne cocked her head curiously. What are those? Right. My lips twitched and I corrected myself. Undead zombies. I like that name. Daphne seemed to smile beneath the hood. It looked as though she was about to answer when Liam beat her to it. It can only be done to the undead. Do you think we'd still be here if it was possible? Right? That made sense. The little hope that I held shattered just like that. Don't worry. A hand pressed against my shoulder. Just keep practicing. We have faith in you. Facing them, and seeing them, I eventually nodded my head. All right. Clenching and unclenching my fists, I let out a long breath and closed my eyes. I'm at 73%. I need 27% left. I can do it. Yet again, I fully immersed myself in training. Level 1, Hands of Malady, EXP plus 0.2% level 1, Hands of Malady, EXP plus 0.07%. Chapter 134, Sorrow and Joy, 3, Elna. The day after. In the captain's room, a visible gloom shrouded the space as several individuals sat alongside the table. There's a mirror crack, and a terror rank hellhound alongside a few lower ranked ones. That's not accounting for the necromancer whose strength appears to be around the same level if not stronger. Professor Hollow was the one to speak. I've already asked for reinforcements. The Empire will soon send a platoon to our aid. His expression was extremely gloomy, and besides him and Professor Brett, no one else from Haven was present. The cadets had no business being here. How long will the reinforcements take? Captain Travis asked from his seat. Will they send reinforcements immediately, or will they wait a while? I don't know, Professor Hollow answered with a frown. Central had only told him that they'd send some troops and high-ranking knights to deal with the situation. However, he wasn't sure how long it would take for them to come, especially since the situation was still manageable on their side. While high-ranking knights weren't sparse, they were still highly sought after. It was hard to mobilize them quickly unless it was an emergency. TSK. The professor clicked his tongue at the realization. Recalling the scene from the day prior, his eyes closed. Memories of the past resurfaced, and his eyes twitched. Again, I've failed. Professor Hollow. A voice broke him out of his thoughts. It was none other than Professor Brett. What should we do about the death of the cadet? What sort of expression was he currently making? Hollow asked him to himself, leaning back on his chair. They had already relayed the news of the cadet's death to the academy. Had it been any other cadet, the situation wouldn't have been as troublesome. However, this was the Black Star, the strongest first year within Haven, one of the Empire's most promising geniuses. It was an extremely sensitive situation. Would the Academy send someone over to retrieve his body? But what if he's not dead? Professor Hollow rubbed his forehead. He had seen him get swallowed up by the undead. There was no way he was able to survive. It was unrealistic. With such thoughts, he sighed. For now, nothing. Gradually, Professor Hollow found his voice. I've already relayed everything to the Academy. What happens next will be up to them. He helped himself up from his seat. Taking a moment to look around, he grimly nodded his head. Meeting dismissed. At the same time, in another part of the town, Leon sat down and stared at the flowing river. The water was crystal clear, and the cold wind swept over, scattering his hair all over his face. In the silence that surrounded him, the chair on the opposite end of his table scraped and a figure sat down. What are you doing? Leon turned to look in the direction of the figure. With long flowing purple hair, it was none other than Evelyn. Her gaze. It looked strange to him. Do you? So was her tone. It sounded like a mix of sorrow and confusion. Not feel anything from his death? His death? Right. Julian was dead. Or at least, that was what everyone thought. He knew he wasn't, especially not after seeing his gaze at the end. Leon knew then that Julian had something planned. He was always like this, at the very least, the current version of Julian. He was someone who surprised him time and time again. It was for this reason that he wasn't worried. Rather, he was curious. What exactly was he going to do? He'll play along for now. I don't know how I'm feeling. Evelyn sighed while leaning her head over the table and massaged her forehead. I also don't know. I really don't know. She appeared lost. Do I hate him? Or do I not hate him? Rumbling to herself, she ruffled her hair. Eventually, she stopped and raised her head to face Leon. What even is he? Every time I see him, he's a completely different person. I know you told me he's not the same Julian from the past, but I can't get the image out of my mind. What the hell am I even supposed to do? Evelyn's voice cracked at certain points, but no tears came out of her eyes. In Leon's eyes, he could tell that while her lingering feelings from childhood were still there, they had majorly faded. They weren't romantic, but they were still there. It was for this reason that her gaze felt burdensome, especially when she went on to ask, which version of Julian died? Which version? Leon didn't know how to answer that. But since he said he was going to play along, he eventually gave her an answer. The one that you don't know. The one that I don't know. Evelyn blinked, tilting her head in confusion. What does that Eve? The current Julian is not the same Julian from your memories. I know. Leon placed his hand over the table and stood up. If you know, then you should already know the answer. Evelyn blinked again, seemingly unsure of how to react. Taking one last look at her, Leon answered, wiping away all previous memories of the Julian in your memories. What do you feel about the death of the Julian you met at the Academy? The Black Star. He tapped on the table once. That's the Julian that died. Leon left shortly after that. What? Evelyn sat there in silence for a long time. It appeared as though she was in deep thought. She wasn't the only one. Not far from her, another figure sat, having overheard the entire conversation. Ira put her pencil down. Before her were several books. Right, she was studying. Why was she even studying to begin with? And these questions, why were they so fucking hard? Fucking hell. SKRTCKK, scrunching up the paper before her, Ira cursed and tossed it to the side. So annoying. Studying was meant to be something she had started to like, and yet, why was it so fucking annoying all of a sudden? Damn it. You're awake again. How are you feeling? Like shit. I rubbed my eyes and sat up. My head throbbed, and just everything hurt. However, that sensation didn't last for very long. Channeling my mana, I found that my injuries had healed yet again. Of course, they were still not fully healed, but I had worsened them during my training. My gaze unconsciously drifted towards the one in question. Thank you. And words came out of my mouth. They were met with silence as she kept her back facing my direction. I didn't mind it. I had started to grow used to her quietness. What a rude lass. Daphne, who was sitting beside me, shook her head. She used to be a lot more cheerful, you know. She used to swing on my arms at times. Right? right, I remember that. She was so cute. Aurelia, do you want to swing on Gorksams again? Ha ha ha. Aurelia, do you want to swing on Gorksams again? While the two laughed, I helped myself up. My eyelids felt heavy, and I wanted nothing more than to sleep. But I had no time for that. I needed to continue to train. I needed to upgrade. Hands of Melody. I was close. 95%. I was just missing 5%. I was close, and yet it felt so far, especially when the progress was starting to stagnate. Right, whatever. I should be able to get it in the next session, or the one after. Yet again, I lost track of time. Time seemed to flow at a different speed as I just focused on absorbing the curse element in the air and tried to understand it. A familiar pattern started to set. I'd first lose track of time. Drip. Then, the sweat would come, as if the two had some form of agreement. Pain would come right after that. It stabbed right through my body. Like thousands of needles had punctured every part of my body. I'd withhold the pain for as long as I possibly could. My pain tolerance was high, and yet, even I had no choice but to succumb to it after a certain point. The world would turn dark, and I'd wake up again. Wakey wakey, how are you feeling? A familiar greeting. It had almost become a routine for me. Like shit. Rubbing my eyes, I looked around me. The pain was gone again, and my body was healed. It was time to start again. I waved my hand to check on my progress, only to find myself pausing and blinking my eyes. 95%. I covered my mouth. For a moment, I felt like laughing. No, I did laugh. It just came out of my mouth without my permission. I blinked to make sure that I was seeing correctly, and yet, 95%. The results remained the same. There was no change. I felt my lips tremble. Did I just waste a day? All that pain, and time, what was it for? I rubbed my head. No, now is not the time to panic. Perhaps I had not been training hard enough. I looked around me. My gaze eventually paused on Aurelia. The entire time, her only focus was the dragon. It was as if everything else mattered little to her. I opened my mouth but closed it again. I repeated the cycle once more. I had no choice but to. The only person I could rely on was myself. Closing my eyes, I went through the cycle once more. It would first start with the immersion, then, the sweat, pain at last, and then, black. 95%. I blankly stared at the window with my back on the ground. I don't understand. Why had the progress halted? Was there something that I was missing? Clearly, this method had been working up to now. Why wasn't it working anymore? Why? My eyes yet again unconsciously drifted towards Aurelia. I wanted to ask her but stopped myself again. I knew she wouldn't answer me. This was something that I needed to find for myself. But regardless of how hard I tried, my mind remained blank. I couldn't think of anything. This isn't something I can do. The painful realization of my situation became clear to me. Raising my hand, I blocked the distant sun. It was shining brightly, and my eyes were starting to hurt. A shadow cast over my face as I did. Clenching my fist, my hand slowly turned purple. Feeling the rough surface of the ground with my back, I turned my palm and looked at my hand. It was entirely purple due to Hands of Melody being in effect. A simple touch and it'd be able to cast the spell on another person. A rather convenient skill when used alongside Ether Weave. I wonder how it feels. I had used it so many times on opponents, and yet, I still wasn't sure how others felt when put under the spell. Would they just feel weak? Or was there more to it? A sudden thought crossed my mind. Before I knew it, my hand was near my face. And then, I placed it over my face. I couldn't remember anything after that. Chapter 135, Sorrow and Joy. 4. Voom. The space wobbled and a leg stepped out. Coming out of thin air were three figures. The very air changed the moment the three stepped out. Wearing thick metal armor with a golden lion insignia, they looked around. "Are we here?" Captain Wesley Render of the Hell Lion Brigade asked. Looking around, he could feel the cold tickle his skin. With a thick mane of blonde hair, a moustache, and a bulky body, he was a perfect fit for the brigade. "BRR, Captain." It's cold. Behind him were the two other members of the brigade. With short black hair and blue eyes, Samantha had a distinctive mole at the bottom of her chin. At Tier 5, she was an important member of the brigade. On the other hand, standing beside her, with long black hair covering his face and a hunched back, Ray looked around while muttering to himself, "I'm tired. I want to go back. Why always me?" "Stop complaining," Samantha sighed. Ray was a rather unique member. He was hard to describe, but if Samantha had to put it in words, it'd be extremely introverted. If not for the fact that this mission involved a curse heavy area, they wouldn't have brought him with them. Brushing her hair, she looked towards the walls in the distance. Is that the town?" "It should be," the captain replied. Samantha nodded while her eyes fluttered with interest. "They said it's a necromancer. I wonder how strong it is." "We've got people coming." Just as the captain spoke, a few individuals showed up. Recognizing one of them, a smile crept on the captain's face. "If it isn't a familiar face, I didn't expect to see you here, Inquisitor Hollow." "Finally here." Brushing his hair back, Inquisitor Hollow looked at the captain before him. "You guys came a lot faster than I thought." "Ha ha, well, we had some free time, and given that it has something to do with a mirror crack, Central deemed this place to be rather important." "That's true." Turning his head to stare at the town, the Inquisitor nudged with his chin. "Let's have a talk. There's a lot that I need to fill you on." It first started with the weakness. My body grew limp and I lost control of it. Blankly staring at the sky, I couldn't move at all. It was as if I was completely paralyzed. Is this it? It didn't seem to be that bad. At least, that was until my head started to ache. The world started to spin and my stomach churned. Something started to build up in my stomach. With each minute that passed, the more it built up, and then, blag, it all came out of my mouth. But I was still paralyzed. All I could do was remain still on the ground as the puke flowed out of my mouth. Uke. There was so much of it that it started to suffocate me. I can't breathe. Blag. And if it wasn't bad enough, the puke continued to flow out of my mouth. With my eyes wide open, I lay on the ground unable to do a single thing as my breath left my body. A weird, almost suffocating tingling permeated the depths of my mind as I tried to find some leeway to breathe, but it just never appeared. I was running out of oxygen. The tingling sensation became more apparent as my body started to spasm on its own. "Air, I need air," I internally screamed to myself, but my body refused to listen to me. Gurgle. The vomit continued to spill. My knees trembled, and my neck twitched. The world was starting to get dark. The tingling was as strong as ever, and it felt suffocating. But I could do nothing about it. I was slowly starting to lose sight of my own conciseness. And yet, there was an irony in all of this. Level 1, Hands of Malady, EXP plus 0.3% Level 1, Hands of Malady, EXP plus 0.01%. I had finally started to improve again. My world turned dark after that. When I woke up again, the first thing that I noticed was the large notification in front of me. 97% it had worked. Looks like someone has woken up again. "How are you feeling?" I didn't answer as I usually did. Rather, I helped myself up and faced the ground on both knees. I lowered my head to stare at my hand. It was purple again. My chest trembled with nervousness. I could see why. Recalling the pain that I had previously experienced, I felt hesitant. It was a different type of pain, a suffocating and drowning one. I wasn't accustomed to such pain. However, thinking about my current circumstances, I grit my teeth. I have to do this. Turning my head, I glanced towards a certain figure. I was sure I wouldn't die. She was after all protecting me. Even if she didn't show it, she cared. The only thing that I needed to handle was the pain. Okay. I closed my eyes. Then, I brought my hand towards my face. Thump. I fell forward this time. Gurgle. And I yet again started to choke on my own vomit. The tingling sensation returned, and the suffering continued. Despite that, amidst the torture, I focused my perception entirely on my experiences. From the paralysis of my body to the churning in my stomach, and the throbbing in my head, I focused all my attention on those feelings. I needed to properly understand how the spell worked to jump to the next level, what effects it brought to those that it hit, and how effective it was. I focused my attention on such thoughts. It hurts. I can't breathe. I can't focus. My stomach hurts. I'm hungry. I'm thirsty. The more I started to dissect the feelings, the more I started to understand the depths of the spell. Not only did the spell weaken someone, but it also made them experience all sorts of pain. It became clear to me the more I was under such a state. This sucks. When I woke up again, I immediately checked the progress bar. 99%. I was almost there. I was just one experience away from leveling up. Hands of Malady. Ideally, I'd have to put myself under such torture again. But I didn't. I understood that there'd be no point in doing that. Rubbing my eyes, I checked my body. As expected, it was all healed up again. Daphne's voice reached me from the side. Are you not going to do the same thing this time? No. This time, I answered. Oh, you finally talking to us again? Daphne raised her voice as if shocked. I scratched the side of my face. The puke that had previously been around me had disappeared, and my clothes were clean. I looked towards her and lowered my head. Thank you. It's nothing. It's nothing. She waved her hand at me. What I did is nothing compared to Aurelia. If you want to thank someone, you should thank her. Right. I nodded at her. There was no denying this. If not for Aurelia, I wouldn't have gotten to this point. And at the same time, without her, I wouldn't be able to progress to the next level. Taking a few steps in her direction, I only stopped when I was a few meters behind her. She, like usual, was staring at the rock dragon. I'm almost there. I started to speak. I've hit the limit of what I can do by myself. Indeed, I had hit the limit. Although I was only missing 1%, I knew that I wouldn't be able to cross the 1% regardless of how much time I had. I don't know how long it will take for the Empire's reinforcements to come, but I am almost done reaching the next level. I don't know how to reach the next level. Not minding her silence, I lowered my head. Please teach me. Yet again, I asked her to teach me. I knew that I didn't have to ask her. Despite her coldness, she had been teaching me diligently the entire time. Every time my body recovered from one of those sessions, I felt a certain energy coming from her. It guided me on the paths I needed to use and how to use my mana more efficiently. In fact, it felt as though my overall mana purity had improved. It was tainted the last time I checked. I wonder what it is now. Too bad I couldn't check. Why? Yet again, Aurelia asked me why. I didn't hesitate to reply. Because I have to. You have to? Aurelia's body turned and I came face to face with her. Smiling, I replied, I don't want to die. I want to go back to Elna. Do you not want to go back as well? There was no reply, but the answer was obvious. I sat down, crossed my legs and placed my back against hers. I'm ready whenever. I could tell that whatever I needed to do to get to the next level would lead to unbelievable pain. But I was ready for it. If it meant getting over everything and reaching the next level, I didn't mind putting myself through this torture. Why do you do this to yourself? Even Aurelia seemed confused by my perseverance. I have seen you torture yourself to the point of death each time. You have no regard for your body at all. It's as if you don't even care about yourself. Why? Why are you doing this? I didn't reply immediately. Without looking back, I stared ahead. In the distance, I could see Daphne, Gork, and Liam together. Noticing my gaze, they waved their hands at me. I felt like smiling, but I didn't. I couldn't find it in me to smile. Still, when I thought about the situation, I pursed my lips. It's for the same reason as you. Me? I want to go back. Yes, I wanted to go back. But not to Elna. Somewhere else. Somewhere further away from here. A very far place that I wasn't sure I could go back to anymore. Still, it was worth a try. For that reason, I could take on this pain and put myself under such pain. We are not that different, Aurelia said, her voice reaching my ears from behind. That's why I didn't want to teach you. I know. A cold hand pressed against my back, and my body trembled. Yet again, I felt pain. It coursed through all corners of my body like molten lava. I shouldered the pain in silence. People like us will never be happy. In the silence, Aurelia's voice continued to echo. We keep chasing for things that even we know are probably not possible. I could hardly focus on her voice. The pain was making its way through every corner of my body. And yet, despite knowing that we can't stop ourselves. My shoulders trembled, my heart trembled. We are cursed to be like this. An unspeakable pain captured my body. It weakened my entire body, and once again, I grew limp. Automatically, my body limped forward, but a hand stopped me. Regardless of whether we like it or not, we still try to chase that meaningless goal of ours. It held me straight. I hate it, stopping me from falling over. I hate you, and it kept me upright. I hate you because I hate myself, allowing me to get a better look into the distance. And for that, I can't help but want to cheer for you. My vision changed. An notification flashed, and in that moment, all the pain that I experienced disappeared. My shoulders felt light, and so did my chest. All I felt was relief. Level 1. Hands of malady, greater than level 2. Grip of pestilence. I did it. Chapter 136. Sorrow and Joy. 5. It was hard to describe how I currently felt, but I didn't need to describe it. Level 1. Joy. EXP plus 4%. I could see what I was feeling. 2. Did it. Level 1. Hands of malady, greater than level 2. Grip of pestilence. I had finally upgraded my spell to the next level. Grip of pestilence. It was as I predicted. The name changed alongside the level increase. It was as if it had become a completely new spell. No, it had become an entirely new spell, one that shared similar principles to the old one. It looks like you've succeeded. Aurelius' voice reached me from behind. Taking a deep breath, I pursed my lips before nodding. I did. I truly had succeeded. Ha 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 ha. A familiar laugh echoed in the distance as 4 figures showed up. Have you succeeded? It was Gork. Idiot. Didn't you literally hear him? Yeah, but I just wanted to hear it from him. As usual, Gork and Daphne bantered together. I stared at them for a moment before taking a deep breath and standing up. My body still ached, but I could handle this much. So, Liam alternated his gaze between the 4 of us, eventually settling his gaze over me and Aurelia. What's the plan now? Silence took hold of the surroundings after the question. The answer was obvious, and I turned my body to stare at the enormous rock dragon. Even now, the pressure coming from it was terrifying. There was a reason why I hadn't moved closer to it throughout my entire time here. The pressure was simply too overwhelming for me to bear. Are you ready? I felt Aurelia's gaze. With a glance, I could tell she was encouraging me in her own way. Meeting it, I nodded. Yes. Although I had just come out of an intense session, the adrenaline was still coursing through my mind. My mind felt clear, and all the details about the spell and what led to its creation were still fresh in my mind. If I were to take a break, then I wasn't sure I would be able to perform it as well. There was no better time than now. Okay. Aurelia nodded her head and walked up to the dragon. I followed her after a moment of silence. Looking at the enormous creature before me, I felt a little nervous. This next step was going to be important. I'll be able to go back after this to Elna, and where the others were. I was starting to miss the academy and the town. This place felt a little too suffocating for me. With such thoughts, I took my first step towards the dragon. Tack. I didn't feel much on my first step. Tack. I felt something on my second step. Tack. In the third step, my brows twitched. There was a certain pressure lingering in the air that felt uncomfortable. Tack. The fourth step. Tack. The fifth step. Tack. The sixth step. The seventh step. Yuke. I momentarily stopped. My entire body felt heavy. It was as if the gravity surrounding the space had doubled. I could feel my breath become heavier as a result. Still, I was merely a few steps away from the dragon. I could do it. Drip, drip. Ignoring the sweat that had accumulated on my forehead, I took the next step forward. Yet again, the weight over me intensified. It felt as though a massive boulder was hanging over my shoulders. Pausing, I took one last breath and pushed forward. Uke. Groaning loudly, my leg felt like lead. It took every part of me to lift it from the ground and push myself forward. The world turned hazy for a moment. And then, tack. I took the final step. Huff, huff. Breathing heavily, I rested my hands over my knees. If before it felt as though a boulder was resting over my shoulder, it was now 2 to 3 boulders. Not sure that's even possible. It just felt like that. Tell me when ready. Aurelia spoke as she placed her hand over the rock dragon. I looked at her with bafflement. How could she even withstand such pressure? Every second felt like hell to me, and yet, it didn't seem to bother her one bit. I guess she's used to it. Ready. Catching my breath, I took a short moment to stare at the dragon. I was currently by its head. With a jaw lined with sharp teeth, its head was massive. Its eyes were shut tight, and its scales resembled hardened plates of rock. Occasionally, a wisp of steam would escape its nostrils as it breathed deeply in sleep. Fucking creepy. Extending my hand forward, a magic circle floated and my hand turned purple. It was the same as in the past. However, compared to before, my hand was a deeper shade of purple. Strange runes appeared all over my hand. They were a further deeper shade of purple, and they pulsed as though they were alive. It was a strange sight, one that I couldn't observe for long as I closed my eyes and placed my hand against the surface of the rock dragon, right close to its eye. Tzzzz, accompanying a sizzling sound. A sharp pain coursed through my hand, making me flinch. It felt as though I had touched fire. It'll take care of most of the burden. Try your best to keep up with me. I nodded through the pain. To will. I poured all the mana that I had into the dragon. The process wasn't very difficult. It wasn't as though I was doing anything hard. I just needed to use my new skill on the dragon. While it was true that the skill had gotten stronger, the main point was that I was inside of a curse rich zone. This meant that my spell was going to be further enhanced. Coupled with Aurelia's help, I groaned and my head flicked back. Keep it steady. The rate at which my mana drained increased all of a sudden. It funneled out of my body at a rate that I couldn't control, and for a moment it felt as though I was going to get sucked completely dry. Resist. Voom. A humming sound reverberated in the air. A little longer. Aurelia's voice continued to echo in the background. Rumble, rumble. A trembling of the ground startled and I almost lost my footing. Shit. Thankfully, I was just able to keep myself from falling as I gripped onto one of the plates on the dragon's head. I was just about to sigh in relief when, all of a sudden, I felt my heart freeze. So did my blood. My expression froze shortly after. Blinking once, I looked at my reflection. Right, my reflection. Gulp. I thought I had heard the sound of my own swallow, but I wasn't sure. I had no time to think about that. My mind grew blank, as if time had stopped. I stood still while staring right into the slit of the eye. It was looking right back at me. A towering pressure concentrated over me as my legs started to wobble. Level 1, Fear, EXP plus 0.5%. Level 1, Fear, EXP plus 0.7%. Notifications kept flashing over my vision. I didn't need to be reminded to know what I was currently feeling. The paralysis that I was currently experiencing was the best proof of that. The more I stared into the eye, the more it felt as though it was sucking me in. It was a familiar sensation, one that I recalled feeling in the past before. It took a moment for me to recall. That's right. The only one to have ever made me feel this way was Delilah. Her eyes, they too felt like this. Rumble, rumble. As my surroundings shook, and the air hummed, I continued to keep my eye fixed on the eye. My heart had long stopped beating and my back was drenched in sweat. Every hair on my body stood on end, and my breath slowly started to quicken. Time continued to stand at a standstill. I thought it'd last forever, but eventually, the eyelid came to a close and silence returned over the surroundings. Despite it closing, I didn't for once a second feel like it had. My mind still refused to listen to me. We're done. It was a sudden tug at my shoulder that snapped me out of it. When I turned my head, I realized it was Aurelia. Did we? Yes. She nodded. We're done. We can go back. I took a deep breath. So it was finally over. It's not over yet. Coming to a stop, I looked at Aurelia. What did she mean by that? I was just about to question her when I looked up. Realization finally dawned on me. My power has weakened. My presence can no longer deter the hellhounds from attacking you. I also won't be able to defend you. I see. I could see that, especially when we were currently surrounded from all sides. Standing in the middle of it all was a certain familiar hellhound, the leader of the pack, and the one that had fought Professor Hollow. It was staring right at me. The most terrifying part of all this was the fact that it wasn't the only one that was staring at me. All of them were. Ha ha ha. A distant laugh echoed. It was none other than Gork, who stretched his body. What's this? It's just a bunch of dogs. There's nothing to be worried about. Yeah, I agree, we've been through much worse. Let's just deal with them first. Ha ha ha. I could feel the excitement in their voices as they stretched. Clearly, the prospect of returning back home excited them to no end. I almost smiled then. Having spent enough time with them over the past few days, I started to grow attached to them. They were quirky, but they were the reason I was able to remain sane despite all the pain I had experienced. They were the best people I could have asked for. Can you hold out? I asked, turning to look at Aurelia. She seemed a little weak at that moment, and I could understand why. It wasn't easy to put the rock dragon under such a powerful spell. It must have taken a lot of her energy. The fact that the pressure coming out of her body wasn't anything I felt uncomfortable with was a testament to that. I can hold out. Are you sure? Yes. I somehow didn't believe her. However, thinking about how stubborn she was, I knew that I had no choice but to take her word for it. And thus, shifting my attention toward the hellhounds in the distance, I locked eyes with a particular one. It was standing further back from the leader. The already almost depleted mana depleted further as my hand turned a deep shade of purple. Then, as I extended my hand, the air in front of the wolf shimmered, distorting into a purple appendage that reached out and seized the wolf by the neck. Unlike Hands of Malady, the hand didn't shatter at the simplest of touches. With a tight grip against the wolf's neck, the hand clamped down as the hellhound howled into the air. In mere seconds, the hellhound's body began to convulse, foam forming at its mouth. The process took no longer than a couple of seconds, and before anyone could react, thump, the wolf had collapsed to the ground, convulsing violently as foam bubbled from its mouth. A strange silence took over the place as I stared at my hand. So this is the upgraded version of Hands of Malady. Not bad. I looked up again, taking a moment to stare at the others beside me. Finally, it was time to return back. Chapter 137, The End of a Long Journey. 1. Bang. The surroundings shook as I took several steps back. Yuck. I felt a sharp pain in my chest as I clutched it to stop the bleeding. It seems like you're having a hard time, aren't you? Hawk's loud voice reverberated throughout the grounds as he laughed at my misfortune. You can do more than that. Give him some slack. On the other hand, Daphne appeared to be on my side. He's tired after everything that he did with Aurelia. Don't be too hard on him. TSK. Clicking his tongue, Gork charged at the hellhounds. Shying. Let me have my fun. Despite being surrounded from all sides, the atmosphere was rather lively. I stood at the center of it all as the hellhounds attacked from all sides. Gruul. Unlike before, the zombies were on my side, covering my back. It was a rather new experience and I couldn't say I disliked it. I can get used to this. Pay attention. At the front of all this was Aurelia, who utilized the zombies in a way that made it hard for the hellhounds to reach me. It was an astonishing sight, especially after she had used so much mana to seal the rock dragon temporarily. The fact that she was still able to fight so well was mind-blowing. Does she even run out of mana? Aren't you tired? I am. How are you able to continue? Aurelia didn't answer immediately. After a short moment, she looked ahead and just faintly, I was able to catch a glimpse of her features beneath the hood. I want to go back. Her gaze swept the surroundings. That's why I can continue. Swoosh. A thick pulse swept the surroundings following her words. A purple film covered the zombies on the ground, forcing their detached limbs back together. Gruul. A familiar scene replayed in front of me as the zombies stood up once more and returned to block the hellhounds. I stared at the scene in silence. It was cold, just as it had been on the very first day that I had come to this place. Ha ha ha. What are you bastards even thinking of doing? You aren't getting past me. And yet, despite the cold, I felt that the scene before me was anything but cold. I couldn't see the expressions on their faces, but from their voices, I could see just how excited they were to go back. They almost sounded like little children. Don't be reckless. Don't die before we manage to return. Won't be a problem. You idiot. help. Was it because I was also excited, or was it because I had already lost it? Seeing the scene in the distance, I felt the pain in my chest disappear. My body also felt lighter as I took a step forward. My leg. It's got my leg. Stop. Don't move. You idiots. Even Aurelia was starting to speak more as Gork was flung in the air by a hellhound. No. Seeing such a scene, I laughed. Looks like I really need to step up. At this rate, we'll be wiped out. Slapping my cheeks, I threw all caution out of the wind and joined the fight. In the rocky grounds where the cold pierced, it didn't feel so cold anymore. Elna, the strongest person in this town? Captain Zhenda's tone was deadpan, lowering his head to stare at the middle-aged man before him. His eyes squinted. You seem a little too weak to be a captain. What's the deal with this? Well, embarrassed, Captain Travis replied. We used to be a lot stronger. Our strongest warriors of the past may not have been as strong as you, but we were definitely not weak. Then, 30 years have passed since we started fighting the necromancer. In that time, all our best warriors have died during the battle. Only the captain, because there's no one else that can take the mantle. I see. Frowning, Captain Zhenda nodded. He had been briefed beforehand about the situation. Glancing around, he sat down on one of the wooden chairs in the room. Crossing his legs, he placed his hand on the table. So you're saying that this situation has been going on for 30 years? Yes, Captain Travis replied curtly. Wow. Captain Zhenda looked at him in amazement. You're also telling me that for 30 years you've sent over so many people just to deal with a single necromancer? I've heard you've sent over 255 squads in the time that elapsed. Is that true? Yes, Captain Travis replied with his head lowered. A squad comprises of 4 members. From the moment the second subjugation squad didn't come back, a large raid with over several dozen squads had been prepared. Understanding dawned on Captain Zhenda, who closed his eyes. So you didn't send 255 individual squads, but rather, large raid teams that comprised several smaller squads. For the most part, yes, I see. The captain's fingers drummed over the wooden desk as silence reigned over the space. It felt rather oppressive, especially since the 2 other members of his squad were standing behind him with straight faces. They too gave off an extremely intimidating pressure. Eventually, the drumming stopped and the captain's eyes locked onto the town's captain. There's a few things that I don't understand. I need you to clarify me on that. Please ask. Captain Zhenda leaned forward as his expression turned extremely serious. Explain to me why for 30 years you've allowed this to happen? The more the captain learned about the situation, the more unbelievable he found the situation to be. For 30 years, this town had constantly sent over their best warriors to deal with the necromancer haunting them. For 30 years, they were defeated. And yet, for some reason, they kept sending their soldiers to their deaths. What sort of nonsense was this? This whole entire situation would have been resolved had you called the Empire for help. Tell me, for what reason did you allow for this to happen? Captain Travis' face turned pale at the question. Looking around, his lips quivered slightly. However, under Captain Zhenda's oppressive gaze, he had no choice but to open his mouth. Undead. The what? Undead. They were all citizens of this town. Family. Trying his best to suppress the quivering in his voice, the captain continued. Imagine if your loved ones died and transformed into undead, mindless puppets whose sole purpose is to come back to attack us. His body trembled, as his fist clenched tightly and his face turned red. How would that make you feel? The more he spoke, the louder his voice became. To know that the ones you loved are being used to attack us? The stuttering had also stopped. The seed of hatred and revenge has already corrupted the minds of all citizens. All they can think of is revenge. We have long known that what we've been doing is stupid, but we are reminded, every single day, of their deaths. Bang! The captain's fist came smacking against the wooden table. It's as if the necromancer is sending them to us every day in order to remind us of what it did to us, to show off its trophies. As spit flew out of the small town's captain's face, Captain Zhenda remained quiet the entire time. He was starting to get a better picture of what was going on. And taking the opportunity when Captain Travis was out of breath, he calmly asked, how many deaths have occurred in the town when the undead attacked? deaths. Out of breath, Travis looked up. None, ha, yet. None. There, ha, undead and very strong, ha. Swallowing, Travis caught up with his breath. For now, we've been able to handle them daily. They are slow and very strong. However, they don't die. For years, they've been trying to force their way into the town. We've managed to hold them back for so long, but we can't do it anymore. Lowering his head, Travis stared at his arm. It was trembling. We can't hold on any longer. It's for this reason that we've asked for help, because after 30 years, he bit his lips. We understand that all our efforts have been meaningless. We can't get our revenge. His head lowered after that. To all those present, it was clear that he was unresigned by the decision. The anger within him had been clear for all those to see. Unfortunately, it was too late. Turning his head, Captain Zhanda turned to face a familiar face. Inquisitor, do you have anything to add to that? No, not much. Inquisitor Hollow shook his head. The area is dense with the curse element. I presume it's coming from deep within the mirror crack rather than the necromancer, but you already know that. His gaze fell on one of the knights standing behind the captain. He was just about to continue when he stopped. It wasn't just him, but almost everyone in the room stopped. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In unison, all heads flicked towards a certain direction. The eyes of all those present widened as they rushed out of the room and made a run for the city walls. It took them little to no time to reach the walls, and without hesitation, they ran past the city gates where their figures blurred, only coming to a stop a certain distance away. Their expression changed as their gazes swept the distance. Thump, thump, thump. In the distance, thousands of figures appeared. Their steps echoed in unison as they marched forward. At the helm, 5 figures led the march. One figure, in particular, stood out. His clothes were tattered, and he bore cuts all over his body. Engaged in conversation with those around him, he abruptly halted his steps and glanced up as if sensing their presence. His hazel eyes met with the groups and the army behind him stopped. Ha! A sound escaped Captain Zhanda's mouth as he looked at the scene ahead. Weren't they supposed to only show up at night? What are they doing here? Chapter 138, The End of a Long Journey, 2, cough, cough. My chest ached. Holding on to my mouth, blood dripped down from the gaps of my fingers. Every part of me ached. It's so beautiful. The scenery. It has changed so much. I could hear the voices of the members of the first subjugation squad beside me. They were staring at the scenery with brilliant gazes. Was that tree the before? No, it wasn't. And what about that rock? How would I know? This waterfall? It was. They just wouldn't stop talking. I stared at them while holding onto my chest. Cough. The fight had been a hard one. We didn't manage to kill the hellhounds, but that had never been our goal to begin with. We just wanted to get out of there. To get back home. Onward to Elna. Ha ha ha. Dud, dud. The ground shook slightly. Turning around, I stared at the army of zombies following us from behind. You couldn't send them back? No. Aurelia shook her head. I don't have enough mana. That's fair. She had been one of the most active in the last battle. It wasn't easy to hold back the terror-ranked hellhound. It was in fact a miracle for her to have been able to hold on after the last spell. What are you going to do once we go back? Aurelia didn't answer immediately. In that brief moment of silence, I noticed that everyone was looking at her. Eventually, the words did leave her mouth. I don't know. I never really thought about it. You didn't? I thought it'd be stuck here forever. Strangely, Aurelia's steps seemed light as she walked. I do have a little brother though. I wonder how he's doing. I remember telling him to keep count of the amount of time I would be gone for. Is he still keeping count? PFTT. As if. He probably stopped counting a week in. Daphne placed her hand over Aurelius. Such an adorable little thing. Even after so much time passed, still the same. Stop. Aurelia brushed Daphne's hand away. Hee hee. Look at this cutie. Daphne ended up hugging Aurelia tightly as she struggled under her embrace. Uck. Ha ha ha. Let me join. No. Her. I stood to watch the scene with a smile. They looked like a family. A happy family of 4. What about you? And then, their attention turned to me. What are you going to do? What am I going to do? I wonder about that. Probably go back to the academy. Everyone besides Leon probably thought I was dead. But would they even care if I was dead? I could still recall the faces of a few. But to what extent did they care? Haha, I really didn't know. I also want to go back home. Oh, right. Quite young yourself. I didn't really take note of it considering our situation. Liam walked around me, closely patting my body in the process. Wow, what muscles? Did you say muscles? Crap. Stop him. He's going to. It was too late. Shoving Liam aside, Hawk started patting my body all over. Wow, there are some developed muscles. I couldn't tell before. But you have some talent. Smack. His thick hand smacked against my back, and I winced in pain. Yuck. When you come to visit me, I'll make sure to teach you how to develop your muscles further. Stop it. Can't you see he's injured? Cough. Coughing. I glared at Gork, who awkwardly turned his head. Yeah? Anyways, Daphne turned to look at me. Welcome to visit us anytime. Haha, yeah, come visit us. Our journey is about to end, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't see each other again. There's no need to be so reserved. We still haven't taught you a thing. Only Aurelia had that pleasure. Seeing them look at me like that, I could only shake my head. Fine. I was planning on visiting regardless. Come now, our journey is almost over. Let's go back. Punching the air, Gork and the rest rushed ahead. I stared at their back for a moment before shaking my head. These guys, they were such children. Our journey continued. The scenery continued to change. Sometimes we'd stop to observe it. I had seen the scenery before, but it had been with different people. That's another new thing. It was nice to see them enjoying the journey. I wish this journey lasts longer. Aurelia smiled beneath the hood as she spoke. It's so pretty. The wind blew, and her hood fluttered. Julian. My gaze met with hers. In that moment, I could see a change in her. For once, her cold facade seemed to melt ever so slightly. It had been so long since I'd seen the outside world. I used to take it for granted, but the wind blew again. Her hood fluttered further. I didn't know it was so pretty. Right. I turned my head to stare in the direction of where she was looking at. It's pretty indeed. Rocky peaks jutted into the sky, casting long shadows over the landscape. Besides us, a small stream flowed gracefully, its clear waters winding through the valley. Trees flourished, their leaves rustling in the breeze. Without a sound, I imprinted the sight into my mind. And then, several figures appeared in the distance. They stared at me for a moment before rushing towards me. Julian? The first one to come was Professor Hollow. He seemed startled by my appearance. He probably didn't think I was still alive. Julian? Isn't that the name of the cadet that died? Another figure appeared. I didn't know who he was, but I could more or less guess. You didn't die? I opened my mouth, but no words came out. My lips were parched. How long had it been since I had last drunk something? Before I could even say anything, a figure rushed from behind. I recognized him in an instant. It was Captain Travis. You. His eyes seemed to be fixed on Aurelia. There seemed to be a deep-seated hatred in his eyes as he looked at her. That was when I finally found my voice again. Wait. All attention fell on me. Before I could say anything else, the wind blew again. Swoosh. Aurelia's hood fluttered again, finally falling back to reveal her features. Captain Travis' face underwent a dramatic change in that moment. Sister. How? I could tell he had recognized her. I felt my head ache. Just as I was about to explain, he rushed towards me and grabbed me by the collar. What happened? His voice was hoarse as he spat to my face. It's you, isn't it? His grip on my clothes tightened. The fucking necromancer, aren't you? The one fucker who has been screwing with us for so long? It's you. I didn't reply. Logically speaking, his accusations made no sense. I was still young. The necromancer had been haunting the town for 30 years. It was a stupid assumption to begin with. Even so, I couldn't find the words to reply. And as if he knew too, his grip on my clothes weakened. Where is she here? You disappeared and then came back. Everyone thought you were dead, but explain to me this. He pointed at Aurelia and the others. Why are they all dead? I took a moment to stare at him and the people behind him. They were all looking at me with the same skeptical gaze as he was. I couldn't blame them. Turning my head slightly, I fixed my gaze on the 4 other people who stood by my side. Without their hoods, I could see them clearly. Their faces were pale, and their eyes were closed. There was no trace of breath in them. They were dead. They had long been dead. Overwhelmed, my chest trembled as I took in the sight. The memories of my time with them flashed for a moment, and I reached out, placing my hand atop the captain's before finally finding my voice again. "My name is Julian Darker Avenues." In the silence, I spoke, not to Travis, but to the unfamiliar man that I presumed was from the Empire. "I've come back with them to relay important information to the members of the Empire. These people over here are the members of the first subjugation squad." I introduced each member one by one. Aurelia Blackwood, Hawk Stetton, Liam Markin, and Daphne Richards. I spoke slowly. They, the first subjugation squad, had been wiped out during their expedition with the exception of Aurelia Blackwood, who became the sole survivor. A rock dragon was found at the entrance of the mirror crack. What? Captain Travis' voice cracked as his grip on my clothes further loosened. I turned to look at him. "For 30 years, she kept the dragon sealed. For 30 years, she..." I pursed my lips and looked behind me. Tried to bring the dead back to their families. And for 30 years, she had been scorned for it. The grip finally completely loosened. I kept my gaze fixed on the captain. "To ask you a favor." I clenched my teeth. It was starting to get hard for me to speak. A familiar pain washed over me. It wasn't a physical one. Pursing my lips, I finally forced the words out. "Please welcome them back home. Their journey. I wish for it to finally end." The cold pierced my skin. A familiar road met my sight. We were close to the town walls. "For how long did you know for?" Aurelia's voice reached my ears. "About what?" "That we were dead." How long had I known?" "From the start." "Is that so?" "Wow, that's so unfair." Look at this guy. He's been happily talking to himself the entire time." Everyone's voice continued to reach my ears, but the only one that I could focus on was Aurelia's. "I'm sure everyone will be disgusted by what I did." Her voice, it was so clear. "I've been thinking, on the day that the raid failed, she knew the rock dragon would eventually attack the town. Too weak to seal it, she used her life force. That day, she died. How could anyone accept us in the state that we are?" In the last moments before her death, she used corpse control on herself. With that, she was able to remain faintly conscious. Had I been stronger, would all of this have been avoided? That day, she lost her voice. Would I have been able to warn them? The hellhounds never attacked her for a simple reason. They only attacked the living. But without her voice, she couldn't stop the subjugation squads from coming. In the end, everyone who came died. Would things have been different then? From the moment someone dies, their life force depletes. To keep the dragon sealed, she used their life force. And with time, her strength increased. So did the number of people that died. Would I have been able to send them all back to their families? The attacks, they had never really been attacks. It had just been her attempt at trying to send the dead back to their family. "Hey, Julian." Aurelia's voice grew faint. "Thank you. Talking to you. For the past few days, I felt like I was alive again. Even if I'm just a creation through of memories that you've seen. You didn't hate me for being cold, right?" I shook my head. "No, that's good. I'm tired of being hated." "I will never hate you." A familiar set of walls appeared in the distance. They were tall and grand. "It's been so long," Aurelia muttered faintly. Home. In the silence, we stepped through the gates. Thousands of eyes stopped on us as we entered. All of us, standing on each side, they looked at us. The citizens of Elna. It was a scene that was reminiscent of one from a memory I had buried deep in my mind. The memory of the time when the first subjugation squad had been sent out. But in contrast to the warm atmosphere from back then, this one felt cold. At least, until, clap, someone clapped. Clap, clap. What followed the first clap was a second, and before I knew it, the entire town had started to clap, 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 clap. Amidst the welcome of the crowd, the cold that pierced the world seemed to have shattered. What replaced it was a comfortable warmth. But our journey wasn't over yet. There was still one last step. Stop. Adorned in brand new clothes, Captain Travis stood in front of us. That was when we all stopped. The clapping stopped, and silence took over the place. Without a sound, Captain Travis stared at Aurelia, fiddling with the pocket watch in his hand. He took a deep breath. 15.598,467 minutes. His voice echoed loudly throughout the entire town. That's how long it took for you to come back. Not a day has passed where I didn't count each minute. Like I promised, I didn't leave. I stayed here to wait for your return. Despite his best attempts, his voice eventually cracked. Too stubbornly waited each day. Even as the years passed for your return. Despite everyone telling me that you had died, I knew you would return. Drip, drip. Tears started to fall down the side of his face. Me sister promised me, of course she'd return. Keeping his face straight. He tried his best to stop the tears from spilling. But that proved to be an impossible task. It must have been so painful to hold on for so long despite everyone hating you. A lot of time has passed, and we thought we had somewhat moved on. But, lifting his head, he looked around. He took in the expressions of the citizens as they looked at the familiar faces of the undead. Seeing everyone return, you've finally given all of us closure. And for that, thank you. As the town's captain, forcing a smile, the captain brought his arm to his forehead in a salute. Drip, drip. As his tears stained the ground, he stared at Aurelia. Sister no. Aurelia Blackwood, as the captain in charge of Elna, I welcome you, and all the members of the subjugation squads back to Elna. Drip. You can rest now, you've done your job. In the silence that took over shortly after, I met gazes with Aurelia. Despite knowing that she was dead, for a brief moment, I thought I saw a smile on her face. Not just hers, but Gork's, Daphne's, and Liam's. I didn't say anything to them and just nodded my head. Go. Thump, 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 thump. The zombies at the back were the first ones to fall. Thump, thump, thump. Gork, Daphne, and Liam followed shortly after that. And lastly, thump. Aurelia fell to her knees. Without a sound, she stared into the distance. I can rest now? Her voice yet again reached my ears. You can, I replied with a smile. Hee hee. It's a pity. What is? To wanted to enjoy the scenery for a bit longer, but, she looked at her brother and all the citizens of the town. This is good too. The cold returned. It pierced at my skin. Aurelia took one last look at the town before finally falling over. Thump. That day, all members of the 255 subjugation squads returned. At the helm of it all was Aurelia, who brought them all back. This was the end of a long journey. Her journey. Chapter 139, The End of a Long Journey. 3. I stared at Aurelia and the others for a long time. At that moment, recollections of my time with them flashed before my eyes. They may have not been alive, but to me, they were. You came back. It was a familiar voice that broke me out of my memories. Before I knew it, Leon was standing beside me, similarly staring at the scene with his usually stoic face. You were taking longer than I expected. He handed me something. It was a small pearl. It pulsed not too long ago. That's why I knew you were finally back. I grabbed the pearl. It was a relic that belonged to the Avenue's households. Its purpose was to detect the general location of those it had locked on. In this case, me. With Leon being my knight and all, it was something that he naturally had. If something were to happen to me, to be able to find me at any time. I handed it back to him. You waited until now to save me? I thought you'd be fine without my help. You also looked like someone who didn't need help. You thought wrong. Did I? Leon stared at the same scenery that I was looking at. The citizens had already surrounded the dead bodies, with many of them embracing the loved ones they once knew. I could hear their cries from where I stood. They echoed loudly in my mind, especially when I noticed the people surrounding the members of the first subjugation squads. There were a couple of elderly people and a few young kids. Is this Grandad? Grandma? Why do they look so young? So pretty. For some strange reason, staring at the scene, I recalled a certain conversation that I had with Leon. One that I had not so long ago. Right, I guess. I felt Leon's gaze from the side. About what? What you said before to me, when we were sitting by the river. It doesn't look like you want to die anymore. The words echoed in my mind once more. I think. Right. Think? Yeah, think. I didn't understand what he had meant back then, but now I did. Staring at Aurelia and the others, it became clear to me. Back then, the only reason I held on was because of my brother. Even now, I still held on because of him. My goal still hasn't changed. I still wanted to go back home to him. But, death. Perhaps, there was more to life than just my brother. Yeah, I don't really want to die. That much became clear to me right now. For once, I felt like life was worth living. Things progressed quickly from there. The corpses were all moved away, and the town became quiet again. I felt the cadets' eyes on me as I walked. They were clearly curious as to how I had managed to survive, but before any of them could question me, I was dragged away from the scene. Tell me more about the situation. I was currently sitting in a small room with the unfamiliar man. He introduced himself as Captain Shunda. Despite the pressure that was coming out of his body, I didn't feel intimidated. Compared to Aurelia and the Rock Dragon, it was hardly anything. Accompanying a terror rank hellhound, there's a rock dragon. I am not entirely sure about its strength, but it's definitely stronger than the hellhound. While the rock dragon was most probably also terror rank, it was after all a dragon. I wasn't very familiar with the concept of dragons in this world, but it was safe to assume that they were a tier above regular monsters. It is currently under a strong spell. However, the spell won't last for long. In fact, it was already almost on the verge of breaking. There isn't much time. If reinforcements don't come, then, I didn't need to finish my sentence. My meaning was clear. The silence that accompanied my statement also served to indicate that the captain could tell the gravity of the situation. Is there anything else that I need to take note of? The area is saturated with the curse element. It's best if you bring someone competent with curse magic. It'll be more beneficial when dealing with the rock dragon. One of the reasons why my spell was able to help Aurelia in sealing the rock dragon was because of how dense the surroundings were with the curse element. If not for that, this would have never been possible. Right, I am already aware of that. Captain Shunda stood up from his seat. He'll request the Empire to bring a few more curse specialists. It'll make things less troublesome. Pressing his hand against the table, he deeply looked at me. You did well. He said I did well. If what you said is true, you potentially saved me, and my squad. I sat quietly without saying a word. The same is true for everyone within the town. You've saved everyone. Take a rest. You deserve it. The captain smiled before turning around and heading for the door. Before he left, his steps paused and he looked at me. It's a pity you were in tonight. And then he left. I sat there in silence, unsure of what to do. I saved everyone. Muttering to myself, I laughed. While true, I hadn't done what I did with the intent of saving everyone. The only one that I cared to save was myself. But it turned out like this. It's funny. The misunderstanding. It was a funny misunderstanding. Ha! Rubbing my forehead, I stood up and left the room. The cold yet again pierced my skin. It didn't really bother me. Rather, I was starting to grow used to it. Are you done? Coming out of the building, a certain someone greeted me at the entrance. Professor Hollow. Leon was also next to him. What are you doing here? Nothing. I just wanted to check up on you. You did? How kind of him. I opened my arms and showed him my body. As you can see, while I'm a bit battered up, I'm doing fine. I see. That's good. He looked relieved. It was strange, but I could more or less understand why he was acting this way. You made the right decision. Yes? He tilted his head in confusion. To not save me. It was the right decision. Did have done the same if I had been in his position. At the same time, it was also my fault. Back then, I had gambled with my own life. The citizens may not have noticed given that they wanted to stop the zombies from entering the town. But looking through the memories of each citizen, I realized something. The zombies. They never attacked anyone. They just mindlessly tried to force their way into the town. Even if the citizens noticed, what else could they have done besides stop them? That was why I didn't react back then and allowed myself to be swallowed up by them. It was a gamble that ultimately paid off. Still, it was ultimately my decision, and if I were to have died, it would have all been on me. You had to prioritize the lives of the other cadets. I get it. No, there's something I'm curious about. though. I cut him off before he could continue. He stopped to look at me. If I were to have died, would you have taken my body back? He stood in silence before nodding his head. Yes, that much I would have done for you. I see. It was nice to know. Thinking about the last scene of the journey, I sort of realized why Aurelia stubbornly kept bringing the zombies back to this town. While it was true that everyone was dead, closure only came after the bodies returned. It was a meaningless act, and yet, it carried such importance to those that were affected. Although I wasn't sure about how'd feel that way about me, perhaps the parents of the previous Julian would have felt better seeing his body return to them. It was just some random thoughts that I had. Meaningless thoughts. Although it doesn't happen often, cadets die on occasion. It is inevitable given the world we live in. Had your body not been in good condition, we would have cremated it before sending it back to your parents. Cremated? My finger twitched all of a sudden. As if sensing my reaction, Professor Hollow cocked his head. What is it? No. It's nothing. I turned my head to look away. It was fucking stupid. I see. I won't push you to earn it, I muttered quietly. Pursing my lips, I shook my head and looked away. But just as the professor was about to speak again, I found myself cutting him off. The cremation. Did I earn it? As if realizing what had happened, the professor's eyes widened. Taking a step back, he pointed at me. His expression seemed to say, no you did not. Looking back at him, I held on to my mouth. My shoulders were shaking, but I couldn't help it. It was just there. The chances were too good for me to pass. Or so I thought as I stopped smiling the moment the professor's expression turned extremely serious. Oh, briefly, I started to regret my actions. The look of disapproval from Professor Hollow was clear to see. You should be ashamed of yourself. It was my turn to step back. He similarly stepped back. He did not. Good. Still too young to deal with the likes of me. So it seems. Despite my appearance, I was technically 24 years old. I was proud of my jokes. But it became clear to me that there were mountains behind hills. I hated to admit it, but he got me. Damn it. It pissed me off. I was just about to say something else when I paused. I felt my expression change. The hell. As if noticing my strange reaction, Professor Hollow turned his head. His eyes eventually fell on the same thing I was looking at, and his expression changed. He couldn't help it. Leaning against the outside wall of the building, Leon looked at the sky with a hollow expression. He looked no different than the zombies from before. His face was pale, and for a moment, I thought I saw his soul leave his body. Hey, are you okay? Professor Hollow shook his body, but it was no use. Leon was completely unresponsive. What's going on? He's fine. Fine? What do you mean fine? Can't you see his eyes? They're so hollow. Professor Hollow's eyes widened as he let go of Leon. This time, it was his turn to look defeated. I was about to continue when a dripping sound caught my attention. Drip, drip. When I turned to look at the source, my eyes widened. So did the professor's as he hastily grabbed onto Leon's shoulders and wiped the corner of his mouth with his handkerchief, staining it red. Crap. Hold on. Okay, maybe it was serious. Chapter 140. The end of the trip. 1. The Empire was quick to act. With information about the rock dragon, coupled with the confirmation of the mirror crack, a new team was sent over in a matter of hours. The situation was no longer under control as it had been in the past due to the necromancer. Thus, the town of Elna welcomed new faces as an army of knights poured in from the entrance of the city walls. Beneath the sun's glare, their golden-plated armors gleamed brightly, presenting an imposing sight to onlookers. Not bad. Sitting at the top of the castle walls, I breathed the fresh air while looking at the scene from above. The collective pressure coming out of their bodies made me shudder. But if that wasn't all, a new group emerged from behind. Wearing black robes with purple stripes, they trailed behind the knights. They should be members of the magic tower. Judging from the purple stripes, they should be curse specialists. While most cadets aspired to join a guild through the draft, there were two other destinations that the cadets wanted to join: the magic tower, and the Knights Council. Under the direct control of the Megrail family, they only recruited those who had a certain level of strength and were amongst the very top in the Empire with regards to talent. Sounds interesting. Either the guilds or the magic tower. Such were my options for the future. I wasn't limited to joining them after graduation. I could join right after the first year. For now, I was still unsure of which one to join. Not that it currently mattered to me. I need to get in touch with Audiobook later. There was something that I needed to ask her. It wasn't anything important. Just wanted to ask her about a certain book that I wanted to buy. Taking my eyes away from them, I looked to my right side. What? I rolled my eyes. The one that showed up out of nowhere. So, I'm just enjoying the scenery. Okay, good. Silence returned to the surroundings and I leaned back slightly to take in the breeze. As my hair fluttered, a lock of silver hair fell on my face and I looked at Kira. She looked back at me with a growl. Bastard. What? I brushed her hair away from my face. Move away. Your hair is getting on my face. It happens. It's long and shit, you know. That's why I'm telling you to move. TSK. Kira clicked her tongue. With a slightly angry look, she aggressively placed her hand in her pocket and shoved something onto my chest. Here? I looked down in confusion. When I did, I blinked several times to make sure I was seeing correctly. Kira's voice came shortly after. So, that shit you know? Fuck. Whatever. I just owed you and stuff. I thought you had died and I felt shitty for not having paid you. Kind of felt like I robbed you and shit. What? In the middle of her speech, she bit her lips. Just wanted to make sure that the next time you die I won't owe you shit. This girl. I'll take it. Holding back my laugh, I put the money in my pocket. In the end, she did all of this because she felt bad she never had the chance to pay me for the tutoring lessons. Usually people are happy to not pay for stuff. I guess she was different. Thanks. Sure. I thought she'd leave after that but she continued to stay. Meeting my line of sight, she pursed her lips and leaned forward to stare at the scenery beneath. There's still a few things that I need you to teach me. Teach you? Yeah? It's like, you care? Kira let out a strange sound as my fist came smacking against her head. Holding onto the top of her head, she glared at me. The fuck was that for? I said it before. Stop relying on me. No, you should already know how to study by now. You don't need me. Still glaring at me, Kira remained silent. Kira, what? Nothing. There was actually something that I wanted to ask but realized she probably wouldn't know either. It was about the thing with Audiobook, but recalling her relationship with her, I realized it was meaningless to ask. What? Don't leave me hanging like that. I said it's nothing. No, fuck. You can't just say that after making me curious. I just did. Her mouth closed to a pout. Fucking shit. Muttering curses under her breath, she eventually let it go. Whatever, I'm leaving. Waving her hand in dismissal, Kira finally turned around to leave. I stared at her back for a brief moment before finally shifting my attention back to the scenery beneath. Or so I thought. Hearing Kira's voice, I turned my head. The words that I was about to say never left my mouth. How could they when I didn't know how to react at what I was seeing? Standing a few meters away from me, Kira held her middle finger in the air. Take that, you scum. Below, near the entrance of Elna. It's nice to see you again, princess. I've stared at the man kneeling before her and then the several dozen kneeling behind him. She had vague recollections of him, but that wasn't important. There's no need for such formalities with me. Right now, I'm a cadet at the Haven Institute. Treat me as such. I'm sorry but that's a difficult quest for us. I pursed her lips. While it was true that she was the princess of the empire and the people before her were her subordinates, I felt their attitudes to be rather burdensome, especially when she took note of the way the cadets around her were looking at her. It made her want to sigh. Still, holding herself back, she acknowledged their presence. All right. That's fine, I guess. Her gaze swept over the dozen members of the Knights Council and Magic Tower. Each and every one of the people present boasted incredible power, and with just a single command from hers, they'd move at her command. While she did have the authority to issue them orders, it was only limited to her title. Perhaps, one day she'd be able to fully command both the Magic Tower and the Knights Council. How are the preparations? We are ready to depart at any time. We've already sent several scouting teams in advance, and the reports are true. A rock dragon has been found. I see. Oif nodded her head slightly. Even though she was still stuck in Elna, she could more or less guess that the Empire was in a state of uproar. It had been a long time since a dragon-type species had appeared within the kingdom. They were extremely rare, and at the same time extremely fierce. But that wasn't the reason why the Empire was in uproar. The reason why the Empire was probably in uproar was because there was a high likelihood that the rock dragon would have a transfusible bone. Unlike most creatures that had a small chance of containing a transfusible bone, dragon-type creatures had a greater chance of dropping such bones. Not only that, but their innate ability they would grant to the user would also be in a league of its own. And coming from a terror rank creature, I could already foresee the trouble that was destined to come in the future. I wonder what they'll do with the bone. In a way, the news was both a blessing and a disaster for the Empire. Terror rank bones were extremely rare, let alone one that belonged to a dragon-type creature. Whoever came into possession of such bone would most likely soar in the future. The other empires were probably aware of that. The likelihood of them doing something in the future was rather high, especially when considering that such events had occurred in the past. As such, I found the situation to be both a blessing and a disaster. I could already feel the incoming headache, and all of this was because of one person. Raising her head, I've stared at the city walls above her. At that moment, her gaze paused on a certain person. Lazily leaning on top of the walls, his cold gaze swept the area beneath with no regard. He was someone that should have been dead and yet wasn't. If not for him, none of this would have happened. Even now, she was curious as to how he had done it. For some strange reason, the more I knew about him, the more mysterious he became to her. His skills, which she had previously thought were lower than hers, proved to be superior to hers. Not only that, but he was also able to survive an encounter with several terror rank creatures and a necromancer. It was ridiculous. He was ridiculous. Ha! And yet, letting out a long sigh, I couldn't help but be impressed. And that was also ridiculous. That night, Leon returned to his room and immediately slumped over the wooden chair. He sat there in silence. He liked the silence. Today, he had come dangerously close to his death. The memories of his childhood flashed before his eyes in those moments. Such memories. Never again. What do I even do about it? Leon pondered about the situation. It had been manageable before, but things took a drastic turn at his arrival. It's as if there's two of him. He was already having a hard time dealing with one. How was he going to deal with two of them? It was impossible. Holding back his frustrations, Leon sighed and prepared to get to bed. It was late, and he was feeling extremely tired. In particular, his head ached. He had just arrived at his bed when he frowned. There was something about it that didn't seem quite right about it. By nature, Leon was a paranoid person. It had been something that he developed over the years of being hunted. For that reason, he noticed the slightly dispositioned cushions and wrinkles that hadn't been on his bed before he left. Someone's been here. Leon deeply stared at his bed before his head flicked to look around. His eyes quickly scanned the room for anything else that seemed out of order, but it was all just as he remembered. The only difference was his bed. Did a cleaning lady stop by? It was a possibility. Yeah, it was. Swoosh. With quick movements, Leon flicked the bed sheets up and gripped his sword. He was ready. He was prepared. Or so he thought. Oh. His entire body froze at the sight that greeted him. An innate fear he hadn't experienced in a very long time took over his entire body as his expression crumbled. Splash, just faintly. He could hear the sound of something splashing in the distance. But that didn't make sense. There was no river nearby. Ooh, no. Leon took a step back. Cursed. Knew it. I was right. His entire hand was trembling. He just couldn't understand how this was possible. Leon blinked to make sure he wasn't seeing things. Unfortunately, the image didn't change. His chest trembled as a result. A book rested on his bed. It was wet, staining the sheets beneath it. But that wasn't the problem. He recognized the book. How could he not when he distinctively remembered throwing it in the river? With a pale face, he took several more steps back. Cursed. It really was cursed. Chapter 141. The end of the trip. 2. The sun rose from the east, casting an orange light on the rocky terrain. Crunch! The silence that took over the surroundings was broken by the single sound of a step. We're close. Captain Janda stopped and turned around. Behind him, several dozen knights neatly lined up. Their golden armor gleamed beneath the sun's glare, making them look all the more imposing. Standing in formation, they protected the magicians who stood at the back. "Captain, here is the report." Receiving a paper from one of the knight members, the captain read the contents before frowning. "We need to hurry." Handing the paper back, he beckoned the members with his hand. "The fight has already started. Let's hurry." Indeed, just as the report stated. The moment they arrived at the destination, pulses of mana swept the surroundings as the heavy sound of metal clashing reverberated through the air. Clank, clank, clank. Members of the advanced squad were already fully engaged with the hellhounds who attacked fiercely. Awoo! Their howls pierced the air. Foolish. Standing close to them, the captain signaled with his hand and the knights behind him charged forward. The same was true for the members of the magic tower who cast all sorts of spells toward the hellhounds. Awoo! Awoo! Their unexpected interference took the hellhounds by surprise as they howled in the sky. But it was too late. PFFT. Blood spilled into the air. It was a brutal scene. Even the terror-ranked hellhound wasn't spared from the massacre. With over a dozen Tier 5 knights attacking together, its resistance was futile. In a matter of minutes, its body cleaved in half. Thump. "We are done. All hellhounds have been cleared." Once all was said and done, the knights and magicians went on to report to the captain who stood before a large boulder. His expression was grim. "This is a lot more difficult than I anticipated." "Why am I shaking?" the captain wondered, staring at his trembling hand. Supposedly, he shouldn't be scared considering the squad he was with. Even so, the innate fear that the dragon brought wasn't something he could brush off. It makes one wonder how a single squad from such a small town was able to reduce it to such a state. In all honesty, the answer was obvious. The rock dragon had most likely still been in its infant stages back then. The mirror crack must have just formed, and the dragon was still not fully acclimated to the new environment. Typically, the best time to deal with monsters coming from the mirror crack was during their first appearance. The environment within the mirror dimension and the outside world was quite different. It took time for the creatures to get used to the new environment, making such a situation the most ideal for humans. It's a pity we only found it now. With 30 years having passed, although it had been sealed, its body was now most likely accustomed to the environment and it had reached full maturity. It was for that reason that the pressure felt overpowering. Get the preparations done quickly. There was not much time to waste. The only reason he had been standing still and waiting was because he alone had no chance of killing the rock dragon. It wasn't its strength that was terrifying. What was truly terrifying about the creature was its large and almost impenetrable outer layer. He couldn't defeat the rock dragon. It wasn't his job to defeat it. He was only here to block it if anything were to happen. The same was true for the knights. Their job was to protect the magicians who were getting ready to cast a large spell. They were currently the only ones that were capable of subduing the rock dragon. Howlin'. The captain's words fell short. Staring ahead, he caught sight of his own reflection. At that moment, his entire body shuddered and he brought his hand toward his broadsword. "Get ready." Rumble, rumble. His words were accompanied by a rumbling. The boulder shook, and so did the surroundings. Fully focused on the large spell they were preparing to cast, many of the mages were caught off guard, losing their footing in the process. Protect the mages. The knights stood in formation. "It's awakening. Raise your shields." Captain Janda held his broadsword forward. A tremendous wave of mana poured out of his body. Rumble. The ground continued to shake. In the chaos, rocks fell down the large boulder as something protruded out from its back. Swoosh, swoosh. Two distinctive shadows cast over the knights. The atmosphere surrounding the terrain changed. "Don't panic. Stay in formation. Protect the magicians." Captain Janda continued to bark orders. In the meantime, the color around them started to fade. The world turned gray, and the captain felt his heart squeeze. The same was true for the knights who silently swallowed their saliva as they cranked their necks to look up. Swoosh, swoosh. Lifting from the ground, a strong gale poured down on the knights. At that moment, the captain looked up. His eyes locked onto the dragons. And then, Ru-oo-oo-oo-oo-ah. The dragon roared. After 30 years, it had finally awakened. Moments prior, Elna, I stood amidst several graveyards, enveloped by greenery. With a light heart, I sank to the ground. You've finally decided to visit us? Took you long enough to visit us. It was getting quite annoying staying with these three. Good thing you've come. I could still hear the voices of Daphne, Gork, and Liam in the distance. Couldn't help it considering that I was standing before their graves. They were well polished, and flowers filled the space beneath. There were many of them, and I could even see a few letters scattered. I was tempted to open them, but I held myself back. It was none of my business. Instead, I focused on their graves. It's not bad. Their graves. They were quite beautiful. What do you think? Mine has more flowers than that big bastard. It's not a competition. Stop. It was odd, but the three just wouldn't stop talking. The funniest part was that they were just fruits of my own imagination. Not that it mattered. To me, they were alive, within me. I leaned back to stare at the sky. The sun hung brightly, casting its light on the graveyard beneath. Hundreds of graves encircled the space, each one belonging to a member of the subjugation squads. I knew the names of each and every one of them. In a way, it was because I knew everyone that I felt a little overwhelmed. Why aren't you saying anything? You going to keep ignoring us? Drowning out the noise from the three, I leaned back and basked in the rare warmth coming from the sun. Can't say this was a bad trip. I started to reminisce about my time here. In particular, I thought about my gains. While my deer may not have risen by much, my overall strength was far stronger than it had been in the past. Not only was I able to upgrade Hands of Malady to Grip of Pestilence, but I was also able to gain a lot of memories. Gorks, Daphnes, Liams, Aureus and so on. I had lost count of the number of memories I had looked at. It had to be noted that every member of the subjugation squad had been amongst the strongest warriors within the town. In essence, I had over several dozen memories from them. That meant that I had a lot of untapped knowledge that could be useful further down the line. I still hadn't gone through them and sorted them out, but if I were to, then I was confident I'd be able to further improve my strength. It didn't end just there. While many memories were of no use to me, such as those that belonged to knights, they weren't technically unusable. Well, to me they were. But that didn't mean they were useless for others. What if I were to teach them to others? Or what if I could sell them? Would I even be able to do that? Would it be disrespectful to them? I pondered for a moment before shaking my head. They were dead. What point was there to think about such a thing? Either way, teaching others the techniques I knew wasn't exactly easy considering that I only had superficial knowledge about the techniques. But at the very least, it helped me understand how others fought. If I encountered someone with similar fighting styles, I'd know more about how they fought, making things easier for me. Letting out a long breath, I closed my eyes, only for me to open them up again as I turned to look in the terrifying. Sensing the energy coming off from the distance, I shuddered. Distance. It has begun. The fight with the rock dragon. I could tell from a glance that it wasn't a fight that I could have ever hoped to be able to participate in. Perhaps one day, but not the current me. It's a bit of a pity. I was thinking about the dragon bone. It would have certainly helped me out a lot. Unfortunately, I had no way of killing the dragon. The same was true for the hellhounds. Still, I was satisfied with my gains. I only had 4 more bones that I could integrate within me. I needed to be careful with what I needed to add, especially since I couldn't remove a bone after integrating with it. Once I integrated with a bone, that was it. There were no take-it-backs. Swoosh. Feeling the breeze, I ruffled my hair and stood up. It was time for me to return. Standing up, I looked towards the distance. There I could see Daphne and the others waving at me. Leaving already? This time, I nodded. What? You only just came. You didn't even talk to us. The 3 glared at me and I laughed to myself. Next time, DSK. Whatever. Don't break your promise though. It gets quite lonely in here. Sure. I smiled and in the next moment, they vanished from my sight. That was except for a single figure who stood in the distance. With short blonde hair and blue eyes, she sat on top of a black tombstone. She looked young, about 14 years of age. With her legs dangling over the tombstone, she looked up. Meeting my gaze, she raised her hand and waved. In the next moment, She too disappeared. Just like that, I found myself standing in the graveyard by myself. I took in the sight before me and closed my eyes. Without looking back, I headed back into the town. This journey. It had also come to an end for me. Chapter 142. The end of the trip. 3. It was unfortunate, but I was never able to see the fight between the members of the Empire and the Rock Dragon. We were evacuated from the town shortly after the fight began and sent back to the academy. The same was true for the town natives who were brought back to the academy for temporary shelter. Everything moved by so fast that before I knew it, we were all back in the academy. It's Sunday today. You just came back from a long trip. Take some time to cool off. Classes will resume as usual tomorrow. Professor Brett's voice echoed from the front. Her words were accompanied by subtle groans. Couldn't be helped. Everyone was tired and nobody looked forward to resuming classes so fast. I was the same. Oh, right. And then, as if recalling something, Professor Brett smacked her palm with her fist before smiling. It was a smile that gave one chills. Your test results. They'll come out tomorrow. I heard a strange sound from the back. There was no need to look. I could more or less guess who had made the sound. Well then, Professor Brett clapped her hands. Enjoy your day off. She proceeded to leave shortly after that. The same was true for the other cadets. Sadly, I wasn't one to have such privilege. Turning around, my eyes locked with Professor Hollow's. He had an unusually serious expression. Get ready. They were waiting. Yes, unlike the others, I didn't get to rest. Understandable considering what had happened to me. The academy wanted a clarification of what had happened. It was for this reason that I was being singled out. Let's go. Professor Hollow had just turned to head in the direction of where we were supposed to go when I caught sight of a certain figure in the distance. With a pale face, the glaring black circles beneath his eyes especially stood out. In particular, I could hear his faint mutterings from where I was. Cursed, knew it. Book, just a bunch of nonsense. As if noticing the abnormality in him, the professor stopped. Looks like the situation is a lot more serious than anticipated. Yeah? What do you think happened? I wonder. My lips twitched. Maybe, he didn't sleep. Nightmares. Probably. Isn't he your knight? You don't seem particularly worried. No. I'm very worried. Really? The professor tilted his head to take a better look at me. After a few seconds, he leaned his head back. I don't see it. I've been told I've got a very stoic face. I guess. Taking another look at me, the professor eventually shook his head. Well, that's fine. I'll check up on him later. Let's see if my worries are meaningless. Sure. Like that, the two of us left. It was late into the night, and I stood outside the interrogation hall. The interrogation took more than a few hours. Facing the heads of the academy, I could only relay to them everything that had happened in the time that I had died. Of course, I omitted a lot of information considering that a lot of them had to do with my second ability. Nonetheless, I was able to get out of there without revealing too much. Even if they were skeptical, it wasn't as though they could force information out of me. Especially since I ended up resolving the entire incident by myself. Right. I paused for a moment. Now that I think about it, I did resolve the entire situation by myself. At the very least, the necromancer part. You did. A familiar voice sounded from behind me. When I turned to look, I found Delilah standing a few meters away from me. Chancellor. Instinctively, I reached out for my pocket but stopped when I realized it was empty. Feeling her gaze, I pursed my lips. Just came back, so, got nothing on me. Oh, Delilah's eye twitched. I'm not here for that. Why do you look so disappointed then? Anyways, I have a couple of things that I need to speak to you about. A couple of things? Yes. First thing. Delilah waved her hand and handed me a letter. This is an invitation to an important event that will take place in a month. You can check it out later and if you want to come, tell me. Before I could even voice my doubts, she continued. Other than that, the results of the Jovink Award will also be revealed soon. I've been asked to relay the information to you. You will soon receive an invitation for it. Jovink Award. It took me a couple of seconds to remember, and when I did, I smacked the palm of my hand. It was the acting award. Good. I need some money. The award was going to be a great opportunity. I didn't vote for myself for no reason. Just as I thought that was it for the information, Delilah spoke again. There's something else. More? What else was there? Although we haven't discussed what exactly it is, we're planning on rewarding you. It took a moment for me to process her words. But when I did, I opened my eyes slightly. I wasn't surprised by the news. Rather, I was hoping it would happen. I did after all do a lot of the work. What sort of reward? I made sure to contain my excitement as I spoke. Undecided. Can I decide? It depends. Depends? Depend on what? The Academy isn't the only one that is considering rewarding you. I blinked for a moment before realizing. The McGrail family? Correct. I closed my eyes for a brief moment. Right. Yet again, I wasn't surprised. It'll either be like this. Delilah spoke again. The McGrail family contributes individually, and if such a case occurs, we'll also reward you individually, or we both decide on a reward together. The decision hasn't been made yet. A major reason we interrogated you today was to decide what option we'll go with. I see. That made sense. Realistically speaking, I was fine with either option. Either 2 rewards or 1 bigger reward. I was fine with either, especially since I couldn't choose. Is that all? Yes. I nodded my head slightly. This was quite a pleasant piece of news. I wonder what type of reward they'll give me. A better manual, a bone, money. It'd be fine with either one of those 3 rewards. However, if I did have to choose, then it'd be money. After all, with the right amount of money, I could buy something similar to the first and second rewards of my own choosing. I will update you more on the first 2 pieces of information that I told you. Delilah's voice broke me out of my thoughts. Looking up, she was staring back at me with her inky black eyes. Again, a familiar sensation washed over me the moment I looked into her eyes. The sensation. It was familiar to the one that I felt when meeting the dragon's eye. Is there a correlation? It was odd, but for some reason, I didn't feel disturbed by the sensation. Rather, it felt as though I could do something similar. Maybe I'm going crazy. Not yet, but given time, perhaps it was possible. My fingers twitched. I really wanted to ask her more about it, but before I knew it, her figure had already vanished from my sight. I hadn't even noticed. Leaning my head back, I let out a long breath. Perhaps next time. There was no need for me to rush it, especially since I was just going based on speculation. The first thing that Kira did upon returning back to her room was clean up her place. Changing into a set of casual clothes, she started to polish every nook and cranny of her room. A week had passed since she had left her dorm, and while it had been clean since the last time that she had left, dust had started to accumulate. Kira couldn't stand such dust. So, brush. Kira started to clean. From the area beneath her bed to the corners of the room. She left nothing untouched, and within an hour she was done. Phew. Wiping her forehead, she looked around the room. It was sparkling. At least, in her mind. Better. Only now did she feel satisfied and relaxed. Going to her bed, she opened one of her drawers and paused. Locking eyes with the box resting there, her expression changed. Fuck me. It had been a while since she had last seen it. Been a while. Crazy. This was an all-time record for her. For an entire week, she hadn't had any cravings to smoke. It used to be a daily thing, but, this is fucking nuts. Kira had mixed feelings about this, especially since the reason she stopped smoking was silly. Sniff, sniff. Pinching her shirt up to her nose, she sniffed it. Even the smell is gone. Kira felt that she was almost unrecognizable. She was starting to change. Tossing the pack back into the drawer, Kira dropped on her bed and blankly stared at the ceiling of the room. For a moment, she let herself drift into her own thoughts. She remained like that until eventually, she pursed her lips. I'll get the results of my exams tomorrow. The grading system within Haven was rather simple. From F to A, Kira's grade bordered the S and Ds. Never in her life had she ever received anything above a C. Was tomorrow going to be the first time for her? Bar, thump. For some reason, Kira started to feel strangely nervous at the thought. She was confident of getting an E, perhaps even a D. However, I don't want that. It wasn't even because she wanted to prove her own efforts. Rather, it was more because it would serve to further prove the fact that she was changing. Just maybe. No. Fuck. Ira slapped the sides of her cheeks. Don't get ahead of yourself, bitch. There's no guarantee that you did well. Flipping her body to the side, she tucked herself into bed and closed her eyes. Right, there's no need to get my hopes up. Chapter 143, Progression Analysis, 1. The next day, it was finally time for the results of the exams to be revealed. Ira sat in her seat with her eyes closed. Though she was trying her best, she was unable to stop herself from breathing heavily. She was nervous. Very nervous. After all, she was going to see whether her efforts had paid off or not. The fact that failure would mean expulsion didn't mean much to her. No, that was a lie. It did mean something. However, when taking into account that this had been the very first time she had actually tried to do well in an exam, that concern seemed rather irrelevant to her. For once, she wanted her effort to be acknowledged. Can you stop? Ira blinked and looked to the side. Josephine, sitting a few spaces to her right, was glaring at her. What are you, in heat? I can't focus when breathing so heavily. The hell? For the first time in a very long time, Ira didn't know how to retort. In heat? When what she said did sink in, her expression crumbled. Oi bit, I will now be handing over your examination papers back. Ira's words were abruptly cut by Professor Brett's. Her head flicked, and her back unconsciously straightened. We had 2 written exams. I will be handing the papers to all of you at once. I've graded them all during the trip and double-checked. If you aren't satisfied with your mark, you can come talk to me and we'll see if adjustments can be made. Professor Brett proceeded to hand over the papers one by one. A strange silence suddenly took over the classroom as the cadets who received the papers immediately flipped over the pages to look at their scores. Some showed looks of despair while others showed looks of excitement. It was a bit of both. Flip, flip, flip. The sound of the pages being flipped was agonizing to Ira. Licking her lips, she rubbed her hands together. They had unknowingly become rather sweaty. And then, here you go. Her papers finally came. Ira sat still for a moment. Though the papers were right before her, for some reason her mind blanked. It was just, fuck. Ira pinched her arm. Since when have I been such a pussy? Right, it was just a fucking exam result. Or at least, Ira kept repeating to herself before reaching out for the first paper and turning it over. Score, 1763, 27%, grade, E. Her body froze and her hand trembled. For a brief moment, her mind blanked. To the point where Josephine, who had already looked through her paper, managed to sneak a glance. Wow, damn. All it took was the sound of her voice to make her snap out of it. Blinking, Ira massaged her mouth. Right, this is to be expected. This wasn't the paper that she had studied for. That one was. Where was it? Looking around, Ira started to panic. It was just in front of me. Where in the world? And then, her face twisted. The paper. It was in none other than Josephine's hands. Oi, what are you? She was just about to snatch it back when she noticed the expression on Josephine's face. It was as if she had seen a ghost. This. What? No. The hell was this bitch? What did you do? Josephine's gaze slowly traveled towards Ira. How much did you sell your hands for? Who in the right mind would even pay for that? What? Give me that. Ira snapped the paper from Josephine's hand. Then, lowering her gaze, she looked at the score. Ira couldn't quite tell what sort of expression she was currently making, but she could more or less guess. It was probably something similar to Josephine's, but, a laugh soon escaped her lips. As if some sort of spell had been cast over her, all her stress vanished in that moment. Her hands felt tingly, and so did her body. Biting her lips, she looked at the score again, and again, and again, maybe, one more time. Score, 4871, 68%, grade, B. For the first time in her life, Ira felt like she had achieved something with her own merit. And, It felt great. Carlson Hall. I found myself in the familiar training grounds. The morning classes were over and it was now time for the afternoon classes. The results from the examination were 1B and an A, a score that was below what I expected of myself. However, I wasn't disheartened. It hasn't been long since I've come to this world. It's already a miracle that I was able to get such grades. No, rather than a miracle, it was more like the fruits of my own work. Right, I had worked for those results. The first semester has already ended. It's been several months since you all have taken your progression analysis. With the exams over, it is now time to check on your overall progress. Professor Olivia J. Kelson started to explain. Everyone should already be familiar with the process. Given how we have already done this before, I don't think there's a need for me to introduce you to the examination, right? Nobody said a thing. Clearly, everyone was already familiar with the process. The same was true for me. I mean, how could I forget? It was here that I bled from my eyes. Perfect. The professor clapped her hands. Since you are all familiar with the process, let's get started. Pointing at the different stations, she went on to say, the groups will be the same as last time. The assistant professor in charge of you will also be the same. My mouth twitched slightly. Great. Off you go. Following her words, the cadets dispersed. I was the same and headed towards a burly man with thick eyebrows and a bald head. Gilbert was it? Whatever. Not worth remembering. Unlike the last time, he didn't openly look at me with hostility. It was a lot more subdued than last time. Nonetheless, I could still feel that it was there. Gather around, cadets. I didn't make a scene and just followed along. Doing a quick head count, he put the pad down and led us towards a familiar spot. The order will be the same as last time. Our first test will be the mana test. Within a space no larger than a classroom, a sizable magic circle adorned the ground. Positioned above it, a desk held 3 distinctive orbs. Since most of you are already familiar with the process, I won't say much. He turned to look at me and I stepped up. First test, mana concentration test. Place your hand on the orb. All eyes fell on me then. Without a sound, I followed his instructions and placed my hand on the orb. At the same time that I did, I channeled my mana into the orb. Mana started to drain from my body as a white glow spread out from the orb. It wasn't quite blinding, but enough to make me squint. The process didn't take very long. By the time I was done, I received my score. Score value 2.581. His words were met with a subtle silence. Your previous score, 1.716. An improvement of 0.865. When I turned my head to look at him, I almost smiled. His expression, it looked like he had swallowed a bug. Grade excellent. I felt like laughing but held myself back and moved on to the next orb. The Mana Purity Orb. Unlike the previous examination, I was rather nervous about this one. Mana Purity wasn't something that could be changed easily. It signified the degree to which the body converted the mana in the air into usable mana. The purer the mana, the more powerful and effective a spell was. My previous score was tainted. I wonder what mine is now. Place your hand on the orb. Having recovered from the previous score, the assistant professor nudged at the orb before me. I did as he asked and placed my hand on the orb. A familiar glow surfaced from the surface of the orb. It lasted no more than a couple of seconds before the assistant's voice rang again. Mana Purity Standard. Standard? So it really did improve. I had somewhat of a hunch from back in Elna. I had felt it from my mana flow, and the subtle increase in power of my spells despite not having ranked up in any other way. The real question was, how? The assistant professor's voice broke me out of my thoughts. When I turned to look, he had an incredulous look on his face. How did you manage to improve your purity and quantity at the same time? He wasn't the only one that was looking at me strangely. Almost all the other present cadets were giving me the same looks. I couldn't blame them. After all, it was hard to improve one's mana purity while at the same time improving the quantity. Did you eat some sort of medicine? Ignoring him, I placed my hand on the last orb and channeled my mana. It was simply my own way of saying, mind your own business. The physical exam came after. Unlike the previous test, I hadn't improved much in this aspect, but there were still improvements. Having integrated a bone in my body, it was only natural that my physical fitness increased by a few degrees. That was excluding the fact that I trained every single day. To me, such improvements were to be expected. I'm also not the only one that improved a lot. What a monster. I can't believe he scored 3.671 on the physical score. Doesn't that mean he's close to reaching tier 4? That's on the level of our professors. I've too. She scored 3.553 on the physical score. And that's not even her forte. Evelyn and Kira also improved significantly. Why did we have to be in the same year as these monsters? Such scores were to be expected from them. I wasn't the only one that was training like crazy every day. Further on to that, with maybe the exception of Leon, the others had access to far better resources than I had. There was no point in comparing myself to them. Julian. I only snapped out of my thoughts when my name was called up. Looking up, I headed forward and took a seat. Clank. A black bracelet clamped down on my wrist. It was time for the last test. The mental examination test. I could still recall the exact details of it. This was the one test I could never forget. I was just about to get myself mentally ready for the incoming pain when a hand pressed against my shoulder. Let me warn you, it was Professor Kelson. She was looking at me with a serious expression. Moderate yourself, Cadet. I don't want you to go blind like last time. If something similar to last time happens, I'll end the examinations and fail you on the spot. Her voice was firm. I could tell at a glance that she was being extremely serious. Okay. But that was fine. My body should be able to hold out this time. Previously, my body had been what set me back. Things were different now. I was sure it could hold out for longer. The real question was whether I could withstand the pain. Right, pain. I no longer carried a single pain. I closed my eyes and let the darkness take hold of my vision. Within the darkness, over a dozen figures appeared. Each figure carried a different pain, a pain that I experienced and was all too familiar with. From the pain of burning alive, to the pain of being tortured every day and brainwashed. Within me, I carried such pains. This test, I wasn't the same as last time. Opening my eyes, I realized that my surroundings were quiet. All eyes were on me. Be it the professors and the cadets from the different areas at this moment, I was the center of attention. Fine. I'll show you. Our pain. I looked at the professor. Start it. Chapter 144, Progression Analysis. 2. That marks the end of your examination. I will hand over your scores later. For those that haven't seen a massive jump in their scores, please don't be disheartened. There will always be a next time. Hearing the assistant professor's words, a few cadets showed downcast expressions and nodded. The harsh reality of the matter was that not everyone was able to improve significantly. At least, when compared to Leon, Ife, and the others, their progress was rather minimal. But if that wasn't bad enough, those who saw the least amount in this round would be put on a watch list. If the next progression analysis hardly saw any improvements, then they would, unfortunately, be held back a year or expelled from the academy. The academy poured a lot of resources into sustaining the cadets. The academy was a harsh place. Only the top of the top were allowed to stay. You've improved a lot. I've said, standing with her arms crossed beside Leon. She was looking towards the assistant professor in charge of their group. You too, Leon replied curtly. He more or less was already aware of what his results were going to be, hence why he wasn't surprised. I've continued, with your scores, you should be first overall. I think so. I see. Unlike last time, Ife didn't seem to be particularly hung up at the fact that she wasn't first. While it was indeed true that he had ranked higher than her, the gap between the two of them hadn't widened at all. In fact, Ife appeared to have shrunk the gap, especially the mental fortitude part. In that, she had managed to surpass him, which was a bit of a surprise for him. Leon was just about to mention it when he noticed a change in the atmosphere. A strange silence suddenly took over the training grounds. Turning his head, Leon immediately understood the reasoning behind the silence. So it's that again. Julian was about to take the mental fortitude examination. Everyone present could still vividly recall the previous time he had taken the examination. How could they not when he had created such a scene? It was still vividly imprinted in the minds of all those present. And looking around, Leon could see that he was right. As of right now, this very moment, all eyes were locked on Julian, who had his eyes closed. Not a single soul said a word as they simply stared at him. Then, his eyes opened and his voice quietly echoed within the confines of the training grounds. Start it. It was a familiar sensation. It tickled my body, almost as if a current of low-voltage electricity was coursing through my body. From the bottom of my feet, all the way up to my head, the sensation ran through every corner of my body. 0.1 just like before. The assistant professor quietly called out the pain level. The score was rather simple. It went from 0 to 10. The higher the score, the more painful it was. Typically, mental scores were in line with, if not below the tier someone was in. Since I was tier 2, my pain tolerance was expected to be around 2. The higher tier damage was, the more powerful their pain tolerance was. 0.2 the score increased. It hardly tickled. 0.3 back then. It was at this point that I started feeling something. But, nothing. I felt nothing. 0.4, 0.5, 0.6 the numbers continued to increase. Even so, I still felt nothing. It was odd. Back then, I was sure that by this point I had felt something. 0.7, 0.8 the numbers continued to climb. Opening my eyes, I looked around me. Everyone was staring at me intently. It was weird. Why was everyone so concerned with my score? 0.9, 1.0 the assistant professor continued to call out the score. 1.1 there. I felt something there. My chest grew heavy, and my leg twitched. The discomfort had started. 1.2, 1.3 it had yet to reach the point of becoming a pain, but it wasn't anything pleasurable. 1.4, 1.5, 1.6 the numbers were continually getting called, and the sense of discomfort became more apparent. With that said, it was still discomfort. The pain had yet to come. 1.7, 1.8, 1.9, 2.0 by now, I could tell that the gazes at which everyone was staring at me had changed. It was as if they were looking at some sort of maniac. It couldn't be helped. 2.1, 2.2 I had yet to feel any pain. The situation was so weird that Professor Kelson started to have some doubts herself. She had been monitoring from the side the entire time to make sure that everything flowed smoothly. Do you feel any pain? I don't, I calmly replied while the assistant professor's voice echoed in the background. 2.3 you don't? She frowned, lowering her head to check the bracelet. Could it be malfunctioning? I wondered that too. Though I did feel something, it wasn't anything like the previous time. It also made me question whether the bracelet was malfunctioning or not. No problem. After a quick check, Professor Kelson moved away. The way she looked at me changed. You really? Her words ended there. 2.5, 2.6, 2.7 the count continued. By now, the assistant professor's voice was the only thing that was echoing throughout the training space. Everyone was too busy staring at me with heavy expressions. 2.8, 2.9, 3.0. Finally, I felt something. My left arm twitched and so did my face. Looks of relief appeared on the faces of many of the cadets. 3.1, 3.2 the pain increase was rapid. In just a few seconds after the pain started, it intensified. It was so fast that for a moment, I almost let out a groan. My entire body hurt at this point. A certain heat was covering every inch of my body, giving the illusion that I was currently on fire. 3.3, 3.4 with each count, the pain grew progressively worse. I clenched my teeth and gripped tightly onto the armrest of the chair. Finally, I started making sounds. 3.5 the sensation of my flesh tearing apart consumed my thoughts as the fire seared through my skin. The pain was excruciating, stealing my breath and leaving me gasping for relief. Taking deep breaths, I closed my eyes. Remember. I sank into my consciousness. It was dark, and it was empty. However, within that emptiness was a certain figure, a disfigured one. I walked towards it and placed my hand over its head. Memories flooded my mind. A young child, a sister, a burning mansion. The pain he felt, all of it, I relieved it. And 3.6, 3.7 I was finally able to calm myself down. Compared to that pain, this was nothing. Hence, 3.8, 3.9 even as the numbers increased, my body stopped shaking and I sat still, unmoved. 4.0 The burning stopped. I felt a new pain this time. Suffocation. I was currently being suffocated. Yuck. Though I couldn't see, I could imagine my face turning entirely blue. Submerged beneath the depths of the ocean, I found it hard to breathe. 4.1 4.2 The air vanished, and I felt a crushing weight over my chest. 4.3 Panic clawed at my throat. I started to grow desperate for air. 4.4 My muscles strained, and my lungs burned with every attempt at breathing. 4.5 Gripping tightly onto the sides of the chair, my legs started to spasm. My previous record was 5.04. I was extremely close to reaching such a score. I was close, but, can I surpass it? I thought I could, but I was starting to doubt it. Right now, the pain was so intense that I could hardly keep myself from falling unconscious. Unlike last time when I had secluded myself into the depths of my mind, I was conscious of everything. I could hardly remember what had happened in the first attempt. Before I knew it, the score was that and my body started to fail. This time, my body wasn't failing. There were no excuses for me. Should I just do the same thing as last time? Turtle myself into my inner consciousness? That wasn't hard for me to do. I was sure I'd be able to easily surpass my previous score were I to do that. But, no. That was the same as running away. That place. It was a place of comfort that I had created back when I had cancer and was suffering from pain every single day. It had been useful back then since I needed to run away from the pain. The same couldn't be said for my current self. I didn't need to run away from the pain. I needed to withstand it. My enemies weren't going to let me enter that state of comfort. I could only endure. 5.0 I caught my breath. For a split second, I could breathe again, only for me to be unable to do so in the subsequent second. My entire body was hunched down, the gravity surrounding my space intensified. I could hardly keep my back straight. 5.1 5.2 5.3 Clank. Clank. My right hand slipped down from the chair and my body lurched down. In that split second, I saw black and I thought I had fallen unconscious. No. But I was quick to stop myself. I bit my tongue and clenched my teeth. Not yet. 5.4 5.5 5.6 The numbers continued to rise and so did the gravity surrounding me. Although it was only imaginary, my entire body was starting to lean forward as a result. Before I knew it, my face was in my lap. I struggled to breathe. It felt suffocating. 5.7 5.8 I knew I could let go as of right now. I had already surpassed my previous self. Nobody was going to say anything that the previous score was a fluke or the like. 5.9 But I wasn't doing this for them. I was doing this for myself. 6.0 I wasn't trying to prove anything to anyone. I wasn't withstanding the pain for some silly recognition number. I just didn't want to run away from it. 6.1 Since it was bound to come, I had to get used to it. 6.2 Pain grows when one doesn't grow from it. I was trying to grow from the pain, and for that simple reason, 6.3 6.4 6.5 I allowed myself to experience it. I allowed myself to memorize it, and I allowed myself to embrace it. Coughing. I looked up towards the assistant professor who was still counting, towards Professor Kelson who was looking at me with concern, and towards the other cadets. I stopped coughing then. 6.6 Clenching tightly against the armrest of the chair, I pulled myself back up and straightened my back. 6.7 Looking around, I sat there without saying a single word. 6.8 Even as the numbers continued to rise, I remained quiet. 6.9 My back. 7.0 It remained firm. 7.1 7.2 7.3 7.4 7.5 7.6 7.7 7.8 7.9 8.0 8.1 8.2 Till the very end. I remained unmoved. And then, that's enough. I finally ended it all. The count stopped and the pain vanished. When I looked down, my entire body was trembling. In fact, I had lost complete control of my body. Closing my eyes, I leaned my head back. And then, 8.23 The assistant professor spoke. That's your final score. Chapter 145. Progression Analysis. 3. What the hell? It was hard to describe the scene that was unfolding before their eyes, from the focus of everyone's attention to the fact that the surroundings were eerily quiet. No one said a single word and focused on the cadet who sat by the chair with a stoic expression. His back was straight and so was his breathing. It was strange. From the way he was sitting, it didn't seem like he was in any pain at all. What sort of? Olivia Kelson stood by the side with open eyes. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. 7.98.0 The disbelief became more apparent with each word that came out of Gilbert. It was just unbelievable. Mental fortitude was an extremely important category. To be able to remain clear-headed under pain was extremely important during raids and fights. But not only that, several known monsters had the ability to brainwash and manipulate humans at will. A strong mental fortitude would prevent one from falling into such a skill. It was normal for mental fortitude to rise with time and strength. Generally, the stronger one was, the stronger their mind was. That was generally how it worked. And yet, how was this even possible? 8.18.2 The numbers continued to rise. That's enough. It was only after his voice echoed that the counting finally stopped. However, 8.23 The assistant professor spoke. That's your final score. There was nothing Olivia could say about the score. 8.23 It was an absurd number. A number that was almost unheard of, with only a few people capable of achieving such a feat. Unless someone has suffered an incredible amount of pain in the past, it's almost impossible to achieve such a result. No. Rather, it was impossible for someone so young to have suffered through so much pain. Even if he were to have been afflicted by the worst of diseases, it still wouldn't be enough to be able to help him achieve such a score. So, how was it possible for him to achieve such a score? The professor wasn't the only one who was baffled by the results. The ones who were most baffled by the results were none other than the cadets. They had, after all, gone through the same examinations just moments prior. They all understood just how painful the examination was. Crazy bastard. Ira grumbled under her breath while staring at her hand. It was shaking slightly. Her turn had yet to come, but just recalling the pain she had gone through the first time around, she found herself shaking. Back then, her score had been 2.93. It was a great score, amongst the very top of the year. And yet, here she was, staring at the anomaly who scored a ridiculous 8.23. Maniac. Such was the only word she could use to describe him. Ira wasn't the only one who had such an evaluation of him. Oif shared a similar opinion to hers. But at the same time, her gaze couldn't help but drift slightly towards the man on her right. He had been standing quietly the entire time while staring at Julian, who had an indifferent gaze. She had a hard time understanding his thoughts, but that wasn't an issue for her. Shifting her attention elsewhere, her gaze locked on to Evelyn's. Unlike Leon, her expression was like an open book. There was visible confusion etched on her face as she looked at Julian. It was intriguing, especially since Oif was still hung on the words that she had previously told to her. He's different. And not only that, for a cadet to be able to reach such a score at such an age, he was definitely hiding something. Of that, she was sure. It made her more intrigued. My hands felt like jelly. No, rather, my entire body was like jelly. It was hard for me to stand, and if not for the professor's help at the end, I would have been in trouble. Are you alright? Should I send you to the doctor? It'll be alright. Shaking my head, I rejected the professor's good intentions and found an area to sit on. As I moved, all gazes fell in my direction. The looks the cadets were giving me, I was already familiar with them. Sitting down, I leaned my head back and closed my eyes. My mind was exhausted and I could hardly think. Despite that, I couldn't help but feel excited at the score that I received. 8.23. It was significantly higher than I had anticipated. With my body sturdier than before, and the fact that I carried with me all sorts of pains from all sorts of people, I was able to achieve such a score. As of right now, that was my limit. I knew that if I were to push myself further than this, then I would have been in big trouble. It was a satisfying result. one that didn't leave me feeling like shit like the previous one. That will be it for today's progress analysis. Professor Kelson's voice broke me out of my thoughts. Before I knew it, a few hours had passed and all the examinations were done. You should all have received a score. Please make sure to train hard for the following one, which is set at the end of the year. It's just right before the draft. Speaking, Professor Kelson made sure to emphasize the last part. There were certain criteria that a cadet needed to have in order to become eligible for the draft. One such criterion was a minimum score of 3.0 in either the physical or manual examination. I had yet to reach either, but I was confident that by the end of the year, I'd have my manual score at around 3.0. Clap, clap, clapping twice, Professor Kelson gathered the attention of all cadets present before speaking again. Do take what I said to heart. For now, this is the end of the class. Since it is the last one of the day, you're free to do whatever you want after this. Have a good day. And with that, the cadets proceeded to leave. Well, except me, who remained seated on the ground. What else could I do? I could hardly move. Do you need a hand? Thankfully, I had an eye for these types of stuff. Lifting my head, I reached out for the outstretched hand and helped myself up. Once I was standing, I thought about taking a step forward, but I only stopped at the thought. As if they were made out of lead, my legs refused to budge. Taking note of this, Leon shook his head. There was no need for you to go that hard. Just staying at the same score as before would have been as impressive. I guess so. But that wasn't the point. I just wanted to test myself. Still, Leon scanned my body from top to bottom. Seeing the state that you're in, I don't think it was the right idea for you to push yourself to this extent. Next time try to moderate yourself. Don't try. Actually do it. You might end up crippling yourself if you go too hard. How long was he going to nag me for? You understand that? I've been wanting to say. I've got a new joke that I've been meaning to tell you. Do you want to hear it? Is that a yes? Why do you do this to me? What do you mean? I'm helping you out. And, aren't you supposed to be my knight? I am. Okay, good. Are you ready to hear it? I cleared my throat. Just before I could get my words out, Leon spoke. What do you want from me? I paused and looked at him. He looked like a defeated man. Such a look. Yes. This is how it's supposed to be. Stop speaking for a while. My head hurts. On it. Leon pursed his lips and stopped speaking. Staring at his figure from the side, I finally felt a little sensation in my hand as I brought it to a close. I felt oddly powerful at the moment. With that, he helped me back to the dorms in silence. The next day, my body was still extremely sore from the mental examination, but I felt a lot better than before. Here you am, sitting in the classroom. I yawned. The classroom was unusually quiet today. Apparently, there was an important announcement. I was a little curious, but I was in no state to properly focus. Wham! Especially when I couldn't stop myself from yawning. I was too tired. May I have your attention? The professor in charge of the announcement was Professor Hollow. I sat up slightly. In the meantime, Professor Hollow placed a stack of papers on the podium before speaking. Some of you may already know what's going on, but I'll say it for those that aren't aware. His gaze swept the classroom. After witnessing impressive performances from several cadets during the midterms, the guilds have reached out to us to collaborate on a program tailored for these promising cadets. The faces of the many cadets in the classroom changed. I couldn't quite understand why they were reacting the way that they did, but I soon understood. Remember, achieving a specific perimeter score and meeting draft eligibility criteria doesn't automatically ensure selection by a guild. Another crucial aspect influencing their decision is personal preference. This underscores the significance of this opportunity for each of you. The air grew tense at his words. For that reason, when you enter the guild for the experience, you must do your utmost to impress them. We're talking about your future here. Don't throw it away. Reaching out for the papers on the podium, Professor Hollow waved them in the air. I don't need much from you. Once the lesson is over, come over to the podium and select which guild you want to enter for the experience. There's no guarantee that you will be able to enter your selected guild, but it doesn't hurt to give it a shit. With that, he placed the paper back on the podium. Wait, don't stand up just yet. The cadets had just started to head for the papers when Professor Hollow raised his hand and stopped them. At that moment, I felt his gaze pause on me. Me, one last thing. And then, it paused on someone else. I was starting to get a bad feeling. There's another request from the guilds. All cadets stopped whatever they were doing and looked up. Leon. Professor Hollow called out his name. Julian. And then mine. I swallowed my saliva. They've specifically requested the top 2 cadets fight each other in a demonstration. They want to properly assess your skills. I turned my head and I met gazes with Leon. He also seemed shocked. But within the shock, there was something else. I then recalled what had happened the day prior. FCK, Chapter 146. Beneath the Moonlight, 1. My mind blanked temporarily at the announcement. The demonstration will be between the top 2 cadets of the year. It'll be a fight that will demonstrate the general skill level of our top cadets and something that will be viewed by the top executives of the 15 guilds. From how he spoke, he was making it seem as though it was something important. It probably was, but is it compulsory? I blurted out all of a sudden. The gazes of everyone in the classroom fell on me. Compulsory? Professor Hollow looked at me with a strange look. He seemed to be getting an idea of what I was about to say next. Well, I wouldn't say it's compulsory. However, I forfeit. The classroom turned silent. Feeling everyone's gazes, I shrugged. What? Did they really expect me to accept this absurd request? Firstly, I could fight Leon whenever I wanted. He was my knight. Secondly, I was still not up to par with him. Simply put, I didn't have the confidence to beat him. Since I was also not gaining anything from this, I didn't see the need to accept this. Wait, Julian. Don't act rashly. Let me finish speaking. I leaned back in my seat and allowed him to speak. Nonetheless, my mind was pretty firm. I wasn't going to accept the offer. And if they were to force me to take it, then I'd just forfeit. So. The professor massaged his forehead. Most probably, he was feeling a headache. I did feel a little sorry for him, but I was currently feeling a greater headache. This is a great opportunity for you to enter a guild's good graces. Not only will it be beneficial for you in the coming draft, but it will also help convince them to give you a great contract in your rookie year. And, if you do this, you'll be able to increase your draft stock, which in turn will get you a better deal for the future. This is a lot of money we're talking about. I see. Even more of a reason why I had to reject this offer. If I were to lose, which was extremely likely, my stock would drastically fall and the reputation that I had built up until now would crumble. All my hard work, gone. Just like that. Fuck that. Still no. Professor Hollow stood in silence while staring at me. He seemed to be trying to gauge my real intention, but I didn't budge. I'll ask again. Can you think about this carefully? There's a chance you might get on the bad sides of the guilds and, I'll just join the magic tower. Then, there was no rule that said that I needed to join a guild. In fact, was it possible to create a guild? Maybe not. Guilds exist, to begin with, because they have control over a mirror crack. There weren't many mirror cracks to begin with. If I wanted to create a guild, then I needed an unclaimed mirror crack. And, my thoughts stopped there. It took several seconds for them to come back. When they did, I felt my heart race. Could it be possible? All right, I won't force you. Professor Hollow's voice broke me out of my thoughts. In the end, with a sigh, he turned his head to look at someone else. Oif, how about you? Ranked 3rd. Oif was the next one in line. She didn't answer immediately. Rather, she turned her head to look at me. Her golden pupils locked onto me for the briefest of moments before looking away. I'm also not interested. Her cold voice echoed within the classroom. Ask someone else. You too? Professor Hollow massaged his head again. It looked like he was seriously feeling the headache. Not that he didn't understand Oif's choice. I could understand why too. She had nothing to gain from the demonstration. The guilds. What did it matter to her? She was already familiar with most of the heads. Not only that, she was also from the Megrail family. She had access to her own private mirror crack. Oif had no need to impress them. Evelyn, I can. Finally, someone agreed and the professor finally relaxed as he quietly murmured, "Thank God, to himself. The selection ended there. Exhausted, the professor looked around the classroom before pointing at the papers. Choose the guild that you want to join for the experience and hand back the sheet by tomorrow. I'll go and inform the facility about the matchup. Before leaving, he threw one glance in my direction before shaking his head. As he left, his back looked rather lonely, like that of a man who says "I'm home honey" to a honey jar. I felt a little bad, but there was nothing for me to gain and so much to lose. That being said, is it possible? My mind couldn't help but continue to wander back to the thought that I previously had. Realistically speaking, it wasn't possible. I had a higher chance of receiving the dragon bone. Even so, my mind couldn't help but lean towards that possibility. It was nuts. I was nuts. Letting out a long breath, I lean my head back. Doesn't hurt to ask. How long will you stay there? It's been over a week already, Inquisitor. Yeah, give me a second. Moving a couple of files around the large table of his temporary office, Hollow opened up a drawer and stuffed the documents in. Then, relaxing his upper lip, a pencil fell on the desk with a small tack. You were saying, Dash. There was a brief silence before the voice finally returned. When are you returning? You've been at Haven for over a week. Your investigation shouldn't take you so long. We need you here. That. Hollow looked around before scratching the side of his face. With a bitter smile, he flicked the pencil on the table. I think I might need more time. More time? Yeah, I still need more time. There's not much that I managed to find in the past week considering that I was out of the academy. However, if you give me more time, I feel like he'll be able to find something. How sure are you of that? The voice spoke after a brief moment of silence. Hollow didn't answer immediately. Instead, his gaze hovered over a small picture frame on his desk. Besides the small lamp that dimly lit the surroundings, it was the only piece of decoration on his desk. Staring at the picture, Hollow's gaze changed slightly. Then, recalling everything that he knew, he leaned back on his chair before answering. About 90%. 90%? 90%. Hollow flatly repeated. You want to talk about your reward? Yes. I sat on the opposite end of Delilah. The moment class ended, I headed for her office. Being her assistant, it took me no time for me to reach her office as no one obstructed my path. Didn't I say that we're still discussing it? I know. Then, I rummaged through my pocket before sliding it over the desk. Delilah's gaze alternated between it and me. The silence continued. I slid it further closer to her. She didn't budge. The bar did. And then, placing her hand over it, she leaned back on her chair. Are you trying to bribe me? Crinkle. I wouldn't dare. It's good that you, Munch. No. I'm not someone that would, Munch, be bribed so easily. I understand. To bribe, Munch, someone like me, you'd need far more than, Munch. I slid another one over. Delilah's lips pursed. Crinkle. What do you want? The Wego. It's nothing much, to be honest. It was my turn to lean back on my chair. Well, in all honesty, there was no way I could bribe her. This was just me lightening up the mood before making my request. Staring at her, I hesitated for a moment before speaking. Regarding the reward, is it possible for me to request something? Delilah blinked her eyes and brought the bar away from her face. You want to request something? Yes. Is that possible? Her inky black eyes locked on me and her back straightened. Putting the bar down, she dabbed her finger over the empty wrapper of the previous bar before subtly placing it in her mouth. What do you want to request? Well, I scratched the tip of my nose. I sort of already knew the answer to my request, but I still asked. The mirror crack in Elna. Can I have the rights over it? As expected, the moment I revealed my request, Delilah's eyes widened. It was the first time that I had seen such a reaction from her, and it took a moment for me to snap out of it. When I did, her face still hadn't changed. Do you have any idea how big your request is? I do. While the mirror dimension was dangerous, it was also a land filled with opportunities. The monsters inside. Not only did some drop bones which could go for an absurd amount of money, but their skin and regular bones also sold for a lot of money. Simply put, it was a gold mine. Further adding to that, the mirror crack needed to be contained. One needed enough strength to prevent it from expanding. In the short term, what I was asking was simply impossible. I understood that, but it wasn't as though I didn't think it through. I'm not asking for it to be handed fully to me. I understand that it's impossible given my current strength. However, I'd like the chance to be considered as one of the candidates for the crack. Within the absurdity of my request, I didn't feel like the possibility of my request being accepted was zero. The reason for this was simple. Atlas Megrail. Such a person existed. What if I were to use him to get this opportunity? Perhaps create an outpost of some sort for the inverted sky. Not only would that enable me to become closer to the organization, but it would also serve to help them monitor them better. As if realizing something, Delilah remained quiet. Tap, tap, tap. Her slender fingers drummed over the wooden desk. Then, closing her eyes, she nodded her head. You'll most likely be rejected, but I'll let them know. That's all I ask for. I stood up from my seat and nodded. Then, placing another bar on the table under her gaze, I left the room. The moment I did, I felt a huge weight lift over my shoulders. The chances of my request getting rejected were high. However, if I were to present my cards correctly, then the possibility wasn't non-existent. I just need to convince him. Atlas. It's already dark. Coming out of the building, I looked at the sky. It was dark, and the moon hung in the sky, blessing the campus with its faint glow. The surroundings were quiet and serene, a rare occurrence in the busy and loud campus streets. In such a calm environment, I headed back to the dorms. I was tired and needed to catch up on my sleep. I'll study a little before heading off to bed. At least 1 hour. It was always a good idea to study right before going to sleep, since it was proven that studying before bed helped the brain learn new things. Nothing heavy, but mostly look through of lecture material. I wonder if she's doing it. I had also taught Kira to do this. She seemed pretty excited about her score. I had been watching. Just as I arrived at the dorms, I stopped and raised my head. A figure sat on the stairs that led to the building. Holding onto a wooden sword, I recognized the figure. Immediately. It was Leon. That duel you rejected. Want to have it privately? Chapter 147, Beneath the Moonlight. 2. After finishing his evening training, Leon headed back to the dorms. He had picked up quite the sweat, more so than usual. Leon wiped the sweat from his forehead and reached the dorms. Coming from training? But at the entrance of the dorms, a purple-haired girl greeted his sights. She seemed to be studying on one of the common room tables. What are you doing? Can't you see? Evelyn pointed at the books and notebook on her table. I'm studying. No. I saw that. He wasn't blind. Then why did you ask? You don't usually study here. I guess. Evelyn brushed her hair behind her ear. Did you know Kira got a B on her score? So you don't. Evelyn laughed. She's been bragging about it the entire day. Oh, and? What did that have to do with studying here? Before the exam, I saw her study here the entire week. I wanted to see if it makes any difference. Leon cocked his head. Then, moving forward, his eyes paused on her exam paper. Wait. Evelyn tried to cover up her score, but it was too late. He had already seen it. You also got a B? Yeah? Evelyn lowered her head. I tried hard, but this was the best that I got. Things started to click in Leon's mind. And so you wanted to study here because you thought it'd help you? Well, yeah. Leon didn't know how to reply from then. He had also seen Kira study here. However, there was a slight problem. She hadn't been studying by herself. There was someone else with her. Leon just wasn't sure whether to bring that up or not. I know, but it didn't seem like he had to. Evelyn could pretty much tell from the expression he was making. The reason why she got better is because of him, right? Evelyn raised her head and their gazes met. Leon was just about to say something when she stopped him. I get it. Not the same person. That much became clear to me after today's ordeal. Closing her notebook and the books piled up on the table, Evelyn stood up. If it were him from the past, then he would have taken the challenge and forced you to give up in a way to make himself look good. Leon didn't say a thing because she was right. Had it been the previous Julian, That was exactly what was going to happen. He was that type of person. But he didn't do that. It's obvious to me now that he's changed to the point where I find myself wanting to ask for his help too. Not that it matters. She paused in front of him. I'm now the one that you need to fight during the demonstration. Yes, I'm going to prepare a lot. Me too. I want to win. Leon remained quiet. He locked gazes with Evelyn for a few short seconds before finally, she turned away from him and left with her books. Leon stood in silence for a brief moment while staring at her back. Evelyn. She had always been rather competitive. He had lost count of the number of times she had challenged him in the past. He would always end up losing, but things were different now. Leon was sure he could beat her. But that was the problem. Although she was a good opponent, she wasn't the person that he wanted to fight. His stupid jokes aside, Leon had caught glimpses of Julien's true strength several times. His instincts also warned him about him. Not even a OIF gave him such a feeling. I want to fight him. It turned out Evelyn wasn't the only one that was competitive. Leon was pretty competitive himself. For that reason, coming out of the dorms, he sat by the staircase with his wooden sword. It was currently dark outside, the moon shining on the landscape beneath. Leon didn't know for how long he sat there, but gradually, a figure appeared. It was a familiar figure. One that eventually stopped not far from where he was, with sharp features that made it seem as though he was looking down on everyone he cast his gaze upon. Julien's gaze locked onto his. As usual, his gaze was overbearing and Leon smiled at the thought. I really do want to fight him. That stupid face of his. That duel you rejected. Want to have it privately? He wanted to beat it. Has this guy lost it? I couldn't for 1 second understand what was going on. Staring at Leon who stood on the opposite end with the sword in his hand, I felt my face twitch. You want to duel with me? Yes. Why? Why not? Why not? The hell was this guy thinking? There were over 1,000 different reasons why. For one, because I don't want to. Was that a good enough excuse? But I want to. Seriously? My knight. And it's my duty to make sure that you're strong enough to deal with potential threats when I can't cover for you. What bullshit. Here, Leon tossed me a small bracelet. It was rather heavy, and when I looked at him, he started to explain. There's a difference between our mana pools. Since that's the case, I'll restrict my mana to be of the same level as yours. Wouldn't that make things fairer? Fairer my ass. The experience difference between the two of us was huge. No, wait. Thinking about it, I wasn't exactly inexperienced. There were a dozen different memories within me, all belonging to different people who walked through different paths. But even then, they were all strong people who had their fair share of fights. If I were to include those then. Why do you want to fight me so badly? Is there a reason why I need a reason to want to fight you? Yes. Actually, I'd want to fight another person for no reason. Fair. Leon shrugged, playing with the wooden sword in his hand. I just want to see who is stronger between the two of us. Is that all? That's all. I stood in silence while observing his expression. I wanted to see if he was just making a random excuse up, but seeing the graveness in his expression I could tell he wasn't lying. He really did want to fight me for that simple reason. And what about me? Did I want to fight him? It isn't as though I don't want to fight him. Before, the only reason I rejected the offer was because it would potentially affect my draft stock. The chances of me losing against Leon were rather high. In fact, I didn't think I could beat him at all. And yet, that didn't mean I didn't want to fight him. Truthfully, I also wanted to see the full extent of his powers. My powers too. Just how big was the difference between us? With everything that I had experienced, would I be able to fight him properly? Not just with my skills, but with the memories of the people within me. Fuck. Ruffling my hair, I cursed. Fine. Looking around, and I pointed in a certain direction. Let's go somewhere else. This isn't the right place for us to fight. We were right in front of the dorms. Our fight would wake everyone up. Furthermore, fights between cadets were prohibited unless it was in the training grounds which were currently closed. As if taken aback by the fact that I had accepted the offer, Leon didn't react immediately. Rather, He looked at me with an incredulous look. I nudged him with my hand. Why are you acting like that? The one that wanted to fight me. Let's go. I don't have all day. I really didn't. Especially since I still needed to revise for an hour before going to bed. All right. In the end, Leon snapped out of it and followed me from behind. Catching up to me, he asked, "Where are we going to fight?" "Don't worry about that," I answered flatly. "I know of a good place." That said, Delilah wouldn't mind me going there, right? Ife's schedule was rather packed. From her daily training to studying, she had a lot of things that she needed to do. With that being said, it was usually manageable. That was before. However, the flyers are almost ready. We have already done a survey. There aren't any noticeable competitors. You should be able to win. We're done on our side too. The elections for the student council were just a few months away. Ife had been eyeing the position ever since joining the academy. The position, while not as important as that of the Black Star, was also quite an important one. Since she couldn't be the Black Star, she hoped she'd at least be able to join the student council and become its president. That way, she'd be able to influence a lot of the important decisions of the academy. There were a lot of things that she was unsatisfied with. It was for this reason that she was busy. Wham! Before she knew it, the night had already come and the academy grounds were empty. Holding into a large stack of papers, Ife was on her way back to the dorms when she heard a voice coming from the distance. "That duel you rejected. Want to have it privately?" Her steps paused. She felt that the voice was quite familiar. But just who did it belong to? "You want to duel with me?" Yes. "Why? Why not?" Another familiar voice. "What's going on?" Curious, Ife kept her presence hidden and moved forward. It was then that she caught sight of two familiar figures. It was Julian and Leon. "Why would the two of them? I just want to see who is stronger between the two of us." Overhearing their conversation, her eyes widened. "He wants to duel Julian." Was he perhaps not satisfied with his rejection before? Ife half expected Julian to reject, but contrary to her expectations, Julian actually accepted the offer. Baffled, she could only look at him with wide eyes. He had actually accepted? But wasn't he the same guy who had rejected him in front of the entire class? Why the sudden change in heart? Lost in her thoughts, Ife didn't realize that Leon and Julian had already started to leave. For a brief moment, Ife didn't know how to react. Standing behind a tree with a stack of papers in her hands, her eyes traced the backs of the two before shifting towards the papers and then back to the two of them. This went on for a couple of seconds, until, Ife bit her lips. Putting the papers on the ground, she followed them from behind. "I can't miss this. I have to see it." Her curiosity had gotten the better of her. Chapter 148, Beneath the Moonlight, 3. The location that I chose was near the cave where I had previously trained. I still had access to it, and used it now and then. The only problem that I had with the facility was that it'd return all battered up and bruised by the end. It usually made the days after a complete nightmare for me. "This isn't a bad place," Leon murmured while looking around. Surrounded by trees, the area was one of the few flat spots within the forest outside of the academy campus. Technically speaking, we weren't supposed to be here. In fact, we weren't even supposed to be outside of the academy campus. The only reason why we hadn't got caught was because I had explicit permission from Delilah to go out of the academy walls. The guards in charge knew me, which hence why they granted me leave. And since Leon was my knight, it was also not a problem getting him out. Most likely though, they would notify Delilah of the situation. I was fine with that. Clank. Clamping the bracelet on his wrist, Leon looked at me. I stared back before putting my own. Clank. There's 3 settings. Put it in the second setting. It should limit our mana to the same level. Got it. Listening to his words, I did as he told me and adjusted the setting of the bracelet. It wasn't hard. There was a small display at the top, and all I had to do was turn the small wheel that was on the side. 2. Locking onto the second setting, the mana within my body started to drain. It wasn't much, but I felt a little uncomfortable. "Are you ready?" When I looked up, I noticed that Leon's expression was rather pale. "Are you alright?" "I'll be fine." He didn't seem fine at all. "I'll take your word for it, I guess." Bad condition or not, I was sure still be able to hold well against me. Taking a deep breath, I closed my eyes. Though I didn't show it, my hand was currently shaking. It would be a lie if I said that I wasn't nervous. Leon, besides being my knight, he was the true strongest cadet of the year. The main character of this world. He was someone that even Oif would have a hard time defeating, let alone me. It'd be delusional to say I wasn't nervous, but I opened my eyes. I want to try. I wanted to see just how far I had gotten over the past half a year in this world. Are you ready? I didn't answer immediately and channeled the mana inside of my body. Clank, 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 chains wrapped around my left arm. Then, staring directly into Leon's eyes, I nodded my head. I am incoming. Leon's voice faded into the night, his figure blurring away from the spot he had previously been standing on. In the next moment, he was right before me. I instinctively raised my left hand. Clank, despite the fact that he was using a wooden sword. The moment the sword came into contact with the chains, a loud metallic sound reverberated through the air as I slid back several meters. In the silence, I looked at my arm, which was entirely numb. The pain that accompanied the numbness was something else. Thankfully, pain was something I could deal with, and I brushed it off just in time for Leon's second attack. I raised my hand again, but as if the sword was a snake, it curled around my arm and directly aimed for my exposed torso. In that brief moment, I caught sight of Leon's face. His gaze. It was almost unrecognizable. He was usually stoic and hardly showed any emotions, but at this moment, there was something more to that gaze. It was cold, chillingly cold, and the wooden sword hit my torso. Bang. I remained quiet. The pain was there. It was certainly there. I could feel it. My left eye twitched involuntarily as I met Leon's gaze. Then, in that brief moment when our gazes met, I squeezed my right hand. Threads encircled the surroundings. They neared his neck, his arms, his legs, and almost every part of his body. Wherever I looked, there were threads. His movements halted then. The two of us stood face to face with each other. Such a moment lasted only for a brief moment before Leon's body suddenly blurred, reappearing off into the distance. In the moment when his figure appeared again, I reached with my hand in his direction. The mana inside of my body drained rapidly and my hand turned purple. At the same time, a translucent purple hand materialized right beneath his chin. His expression changed the moment the hand appeared. Still, he was quick to react. Bending back, he just narrowly missed the hand. TSK. I clicked my tongue. That was close. Still, I didn't stop. I knew that I needed to be aggressive. Without hesitation, I reached with my hand again. At the same time, I withdrew the threads. Swoosh. Dodging again, Leon slammed his foot against the ground and pushed his body in my direction. Bang! It was as if the earth had exploded. In the instant his foot made contact with the ground, everything beneath it shattered, and he appeared right before me. I could hardly catch his movements, but I could more or less guess what he was trying to do. Bringing my hand forward, I managed to block his first attack. Clank! Sparks flew and I staggered back. Uke. Before I even had the chance to catch my breath, he was on me again. Clank, clank, clank. Leon was relentless with his attacks. Regardless of what I tried, he just wouldn't give me any breathing room. To the point where I started to feel suffocated. But such a feeling, it's similar to the mental examination one. Could there be a correlation? Clank. I was pushed further back. Halfway through my breath, Leon was already on me. With the wooden sword above his head, his muscles tensed. Instinctively, I brought my hand up to block. Bang! But I had clearly fallen for his trap as his foot smashed against my stomach, sending me flying back. Uke! A sound escaped my lips as I fell on my back. It came from me hurriedly taking in a breath. Leon's relentless attacks had made it impossible for me to breathe. The sensation wasn't one that I particularly enjoyed, and yet, it was also not the first time I had experienced such a sensation. Rather, I experienced it during the progression analysis. Blinking my eyes, the world around me felt blurry. Moving my hand, I felt the coarse texture of the ground beneath me. It was rough, brittle, and I quickly rolled to the side. Bang! Dirt flew on my back as I pushed myself up from the ground. I then brought my knee in front of me and shielded myself from the incoming strike. Swoosh. Yook. The attack came. Clank. My entire body shook. I felt it within my bones. Taking several steps back, I caught a glimpse of the deep imprints I left behind on the way. My face twitched the moment I paused. I think I broke something. Still, I could move it, and without a second thought, I moved to the side and dodged his strike. Bang! The tree behind me shattered in one single hit, and I secretly swallowed to myself, I tanked that? How was my body still in one piece? I took that moment to distance myself from him. By now, my breath was heavy. While I couldn't see myself in the mirror, I knew that I was currently looking extremely pathetic. Good thing I rejected the professor's offer. Had I accepted the proposal, I was almost certain the outcome would have been even worse than the current one. Are you trying? There were hints of disappointment in Leon's voice. Looking up, he was standing where he previously was with a frown. I've seen your strength. Why are you holding back? Strength my ass. I was on drugs. Are you going to take the fight seriously? Without making a sound, I closed my eyes. It became clear to me after the exchange I had with him that the gap in our skills was still quite noticeable, and that was fine. I didn't for one second believe that I had a shot at beating him. That said, it wasn't as though I had revealed all my cards just yet. There was also a certain trump card that I was hesitant to use. If possible, I didn't want to use that move. Taking a deep breath, I opened my eyes again. The world that I knew had turned grey. Looking around, everything felt dull to me. Leon was staring back at me with the same indifferent gaze of his. Are you ready? Even his tone sounded indifferent. I wanted to laugh, but I couldn't. I simply was not me at the moment. Swoosh. Without saying a word, I had already made a dash for him. Chains wrapped around my left hand. He raised his sword and swung downward diagonally. I didn't dodge. Bang! The hit landed exactly on my shoulder. My body shook, but I didn't care. The only thing on my mind at the moment was Leon. I stared at his image before me and felt my lips curl. Without hesitation, I clenched my right hand and threads emerged from behind him, stopping his movements. Bang! My fist hit him squarely in the cheek and he staggered back. For the first time, I had hit him. The damage didn't appear to be much, but in that moment, something dripped down from his nose. It was red. My breath quickened. So did my heartbeat. More. That red. I wanted to see more of it. Within the colorless world, the only color staining it was red. Swoosh. Without care, I charged at Leon. Bang. Bang! A familiar scene repeated. Dashing at Leon, counterattack and hit me all over. It disregarded each and every one of his attacks, exchanging blow for blow with him. Through his footwork, he was able to mitigate the damage that his body sustained. Sometimes, tilt his chin just enough to reduce the impact from my punch, or sometimes even avoid the threads carefully set up around him. Not that it mattered to me. More. At this very moment, all I cared about was red. I wanted to see red. Bang, bang, bang. We continued to exchange blows. I ignored the pain, and just went wild. Such reckless fighting method clearly flustered Leon, who started to look overwhelmed. Ha. I laughed then. I felt like I was close to seeing even more red. Swoosh, swoosh. I continued to swing and charge forward. More. Leon took a step back. Clank. And then another. Clank. And then another one. Moyuk. But that all came to a stop after a certain moment. Just as I had taken a step forward and was mid-swing, my body froze. It just stopped moving. My arms sagged and I blinked. What the? My body. It refused to listen to me. Regardless of how hard I tried, it just wouldn't budge. And just as I tried again to move my body, something flashed from my right side. Before I even had the chance to understand what it was, I was lying on the ground. The moon shone brightly from above and the left side of my face hurt like hell. So it's come to this. I looked up slightly to see Leon in the distance, supporting his body slightly on the nearby tree. I could practically hear his breathing from where I was. I could also see the bruises and cuts all over his face. He clearly didn't have an easy time. Still, compared to my injuries, they were probably nothing. The victor was clear for everyone to see. He had won, and I had lost. This was the expected outcome, and yet, why do I feel so frustrated? My left hand twitched. I could now move my arms, if ever so slightly. Taking a deep breath, my chest trembled. I hurt all over, but that pain, it was nothing compared to the sense of frustration that I was currently feeling. I don't want to lose. It wasn't as though I didn't accept my loss. He was clearly better than me. Still, I didn't want to lose. Not when I've yet to do everything. There was still something that I could do. It had been a while since the last time I had used it. The mental toll it would have on my mind wasn't something I could deal with for a short period of time. In fact, it had taken me several months just to feel okay again. It wasn't an experience that I wanted to relieve again. But, Russell. Hearing the faint rustling sound, I bit my lip. Leon was coming over. Russell. His steps drew nearer. In that moment, I brought my left hand over my right where a tattoo rested. Russell. He was just a few meters away from me. I could feel it. And when I raised my head, my eyes met with his. That was when our eyes locked. And just before he could say anything else, I pressed it. The first leaf. Chapter 149. Beneath the moonlight. 4. I stood in a familiar black world. It had been a while since the last time I had used the first ability. Unlike the second ability which granted me the ability to feel and experience one's emotions, the first ability subjected me to the selected emotion to the extreme. Because it made me experience an emotion to the extreme, I always felt hesitant to use it. Unlike the second ability, the mental toll it took on me wasn't something that I could easily brush off. There had been times when I had acted out of character because of it. It was for that reason that I was hesitant to use it. Red anger, purple fear, blue sadness, green surprise, orange love, yellow joy. The wheel appeared in front of me. Looking at it again, it felt rather daunting. Anything but love. The goal in using the first ability was so that I would have a chance at beating Leon. Love wasn't going to help me. I shuddered at the thought. The wheel spun. I stood in silence while the colors alternated. I felt nervous staring at the wheel. I could more or less imagine the pain I'd have to go through, but at the same time, I was looking forward to it. I had delayed this for too long. In the darkened world, the wheel continued to spin. It spun and spun and spun, until it stopped. Purple fear. I blinked. Fear? Again? The world around me shifted. I was back in the forest outside of the academy. Leon was standing in front of me. I found my voice again. Did something go wrong? Everything was the same as before. From the little details to everything else. It was the same as in my memories. No, wait, I can feel my body. Realizing that I was standing and that my body was in top shape, I realized this was all an illusion. But why Leon? How was that going to induce fear over Spurt? I felt a sharp pain in my neck. The world turned upside down and I lost my voice. Tack. The last thing I saw before the world turned dark were 2 leather shoes. It was then that I realized what had happened. I had died. Darkness overtook my consciousnesses shortly after that, only for light to return shortly after that. Yet again, I was standing before Leon. I felt a sharp pain in my head, one that I was able to brush off rather quickly as I focused my attention on Leon. This time, I was able to catch a glimpse of his face. It was cold and almost emotionless. It felt extremely intimidating, and before I knew it, I had unknowingly taken a step back. This, thump. The powerful beat of my heart drummed in my mind. It echoed louder and louder. The Leon in front of me. He looked so much like the Leon in the first vision I ever had. Spurt. Before I could even react, I felt a familiar pain beneath my neck. The world yet again flipped and darkness overtook my consciousness. The scene repeated. Breathing heavily, I looked at Leon. I was soaked in sweat. Leon yet again stood before me. His cold gaze bearing down on me. Lifting my head, I stared at him. Clenching my teeth, I charged forward. Threads appeared all over the place and I raised my left hand. But, Spurt, darkness yet again took over my consciousness. Leon stood before me again. The sight of him sent chills down my spine. Recalling the amount of times that I died, I secretly swallowed my saliva. Despite knowing this was all an illusion, the deaths were real. I felt and experienced all of them. Yet again, I charged forward. Unlike last time, I tried to dodge his attack, but, the result didn't change. I hadn't even made it a single step before the world flipped. What do? I looked around. My head felt light and my hands were trembling. The world around me felt sharp and I started to perceive the little things. From the raising of my hair to the quickening of my breathing. Fear. It had started to take over my mind. I don't want to die. Even if it was fake, I don't want to die. I stepped back while keeping my eyes fixed on Leon. I needed to think of a solution to get out of this. I could still vividly recall the time when I had experienced anger. Back then, I had lost track of the amount of time that I had been stuck within the imaginary world. I wasn't sure for how long I'd be stuck in this world too. For that reason, I needed to think. I was standing before Leon again. I had died again before I knew it. I held my head with both hands. It was quick, but the pain was still lingering within the depths of my mind. It just wouldn't disappear. I was used to pain, but this pain wouldn't disappear. The more I died, the more it seemed to accumulate. I felt helpless. What do? It was such helplessness that added to the fear. Drip, drip. My entire body was soaked in sweat. My shirt was practically sticking to my body. Turning to look at Leon, my heart froze. No. An intense feeling built up within me. Before I knew it, I moved back and ran. I need to get away. Buy myself some tea. The world turned dark again. No. Yet again, I stood before Leon. No. My head throbbed again. The pain from before returned. It was far more intense than it was before, and for a moment, I staggered. I was quick to brush the pain away. How could I not when I knew that I didn't have much time? I need to think of something. Looking up, my pupils dilated and I stepped back. Fear had started to imprint itself within my mind. All I felt was fear whenever I looked at him. It felt agonizing. And the sound of my heart continued to drum loudly within my mind. It was so loud that I had a hard time thinking. It was then that I caught it. Placing his hand over the hilt of his sword, I tensed my body. And then, the world tilted. Yet again, I had died. Leon stood before me yet again. Thump, thump. The only sound within the surroundings was the heavy sound of my heartbeat. I tried my best to suppress my breath, but it was hard. Still, I remained rooted in my spot and stared at Leon. My entire body was shaking, and every part of me told me to run. Even so, I remained rooted where I was. And, yet again, I died. I flinched at the pain that engulfed my mind. It was as though my entire skull was being split open. Even so, suppressing the pain, I stood firm with my gaze on Leon. The fear that I was currently experiencing, it was more prominent than ever before. Despite every part of me telling me to run, I remained still. My lips trembled and so did my entire body. The sound of my breath was the last thing I heard before the world turned dark. Leon stood before me again. I remained still. At the same time, my face spasmed. The pain was starting to get harder and harder to contain. Yet again, I died. And again. And again. And again. At some point, the pain in my head became unbearable. I screamed my heart out, but no one heard. How many times does this make? My lips felt numb. Looking around, the world appeared hazy. I had started to lose track of the amount of times that I had died. It just wouldn't stop. It was just an endless cycle of death, fear, and pain. It was torture. My screams filled the surroundings. And so did the sound of my death. The cycle continued to repeat. I had started to lose count of the amount of times that I died. Why do I do this to myself? Just run. Why aren't you running? It hurts. Voices echoed within my mind. I had long lost track of time. The only things I could feel were the fear and pain. Spurt, yet again. The world turned upside down. Coming to. I made no sound. I just stood still and stared at Leon. The pain within my mind was hard to describe. It hurt to the point where I could hardly think. Still, it didn't last long. When it did disappear, it was just me and Leon. Again, the two of us. He placed his hand towards the hilt of his sword and I closed my eyes. Spurt. The inevitable came. So did the pain and the fear. But this time, there was something else that was starting to enter my mind. Numbness, yes. I was starting to feel numb to everything. Spurt. Death no longer scared me as much. Rustle. Standing before Leon, I perceived my surroundings better. A gentle breeze wafted through, and the trees rustled. It was quiet and the beat of my heart finally steadied for once. In the silence that suddenly took over the surroundings, I stood before Leon. He stared back at me with the same gaze of his. It felt chilling to look at, but I had started to grow used to it. It didn't scare me anymore. As if noticing this, Leon frowned. For the first time since appearing in this world, he showed a reaction. I didn't do anything and just waited for him to make a move. Spurt. He eventually did, and the world turned dark. When I opened my eyes again, the first thing I saw was the moon. It shone brightly from above. My entire body was in pain and I could hardly feel it. Even so, when compared to the pain I had previously experienced, this was nothing. Rustle. I raised my head. My gaze fell on the set of grey eyes that were locked on me. In that moment, time seemed to come to a standstill. His figure overlapped with the one within the illusionary world and my body trembled. At the same time, something flashed before my vision. Level 1, Fear, EXP plus 17%. It was a notification. One that was accompanied by another. Level 1, Fear, greater than Level 2, Fear, and then, I spoke. When was the last time you were scared? Chapter 150. Beneath the moonlight. 5. The very air chilled. When was the last time you were scared? Julien's voice layered, echoing in the air. Leon's steps came to a sudden halt. In that moment, his body stopped listening to him. Sweat started to form in his palms and his breathing started to quicken. Ha! It all happened so suddenly that Leon had a hard time understanding what had happened. Before he knew it, Julien had already helped himself back up. He struggled to do so, but he was still able to get up. Julien's body was battered, and blood was leaking down from the cuts all over his face. He looked extremely frail. He looked like topple over with just a touch. And yet, his body refused to move. Why? Looking at the way you look right now, perhaps you have. Julien's voice was like a quiet whisper. It smoothly transmitted in the air before entering his mind. Ha! Leon felt his breathing quicken yet again. What's going on? He looked down to check his hand. It was trembling. And then he realized, emotive magic. Julien had finally started using emotive magic. Fear? A laugh escaped his lips. So this was how his emotive magic felt. He had always been curious, wondering just how immersive it was considering that it had enabled him to rank first within the year. He now knew. Gripping his shirt, he clenched his teeth. It felt suffocating. Ha! To the point where he almost stepped back. It's intriguing, right? Julien's voice continued to echo in the background. It first starts with the sweats. He seemed to be describing his current situation. Then, your heart starts to beat faster. For some reason, his words, your breathing hurries to match that pace. They synchronized perfectly with everything that he started to feel. The sound drums at your mind. It felt creepy. Thump. Leon swallowed his saliva. He was having a hard time keeping his head clear. It goes something like that, right? Before Leon knew it, Julien was already standing a few feet away from him. He was merely a step away from him. His entire body froze the moment he looked up to meet Julien's gaze. Memories of the past replayed themselves and his body started to shake. A distant past that he wanted to forget. But that wasn't all. Currently, the Julien that stood before him, he felt extremely pressuring to the point where Leon had a hard time meeting his gaze. It's annoying, right? Julien's head slowly reached for him, as if time had started to slow down. Leon stared at the hand which reached for his shoulder. Leon stared at the hand, frozen. His entire body simply refused to listen to him. The hand drew near. And then, no, Leon snapped out of it the moment the hand was about to touch him. Bang! Sinking his foot against the ground, he mustered every little bit of strength he had to push himself back. Swoosh! Just narrowly, he managed to avoid his hand. Ha! But it was close. Had he been a second later, then he was sure Julien's hand would have reached him. He could only shudder at the thought of what would have happened had the hand touched him. The surroundings turned quiet. Leon looked up and met Julien's gaze as he stood quietly. The two eyed each other from their respective distance. Neither said a word. Ha! The only sound that Leon could hear was the sound of his heavy breath. The more he looked at Julien, the more intimidated he felt. It was steadily piling up with the seconds. Standing a few feet away from him felt like he was holding on to a large boulder over his shoulder, one that progressively grew heavier by the second. I don't have much time left. That much was becoming clear to him. There was no second that passed where he didn't notice the worsening of his condition. From the sweat to the beat of his heart, all of them were getting worse. Quite frankly, he had been confused. Back at the midterms he had shown skills that were far superior than what he had shown now. Based on what Leon had managed to glimpse of Julien, he hadn't been confident before the fight. He thought loose, or at least, put up a good fight. And yet, the fight turned out much different than he had anticipated. Yes, he had been flustered at times, but he had been in utter control throughout the entire exchange. It had been disappointing. But that was the past. Right, I keep forgetting, Julien's forte. It wasn't his individual skills. No, rather, it was his emotive magic. Are you not going to make a move? Julien's voice echoed again, and Leon's head flicked up to stare at him. The back of his hair stood on end the moment their gazes met and his face showed signs of cracking. How am I going to handle this? He was stumped. The fear, it had taken over his mind and was making it hard for him to think clearly. Still, he had to do something. Staring at Julien, he could tell that he was injured. In fact, the only reason why he didn't move was because he couldn't move. Right, I can do this. Clenching his teeth, Leon gripped onto the handle of the wooden sword. He had just taken a step forward when, he tripped onto something and stumbled forward. Thump. Before he knew it, he was on the ground on all fours. Turning his head back, he noticed a small thread on the area he had been in. When did it? A shadow cast over the area he was in. Leon looked up and his grey eyes met with Julien's hazel eyes. At that moment, Leon opened his mouth but the words refused to leave it. The fight. He could still continue. He still had a few cards up his sleeve, but, staring into Julien's gaze, whatever resistance he had vanished. In the end, he let go of his sword. Fine. And he tossed it to the side. You win. He had lost. Leon closed his eyes. It's all on me. In the end, the main reason for his loss was due to his negligence. He had been so focused on his skills that he had forgotten the one thing Julien was known for, his emotive magic. He took a deep breath. Sitting down, he placed his hands over his knees. Overwhelming, that's how describe Julien's emotive magic. Having felt it for the first time, he finally understood why people feared emotive mages. The craziest part was that this was most likely just the starting point for Julien. Leon could already envision how nightmarish Julien was going to be in the future once he developed his emotive abilities further. It's frustrating dealing with someone like that. You lost. I know. I just wanted to remind you. Julien sat by his side. He too placed his hand over his knees. Taking a quick glance at him, Leon got a better look at his face. It was battered up and was bleeding everywhere. His face cracked, and before he knew it, a laugh escaped his lips. Taken aback, Julien turned his head. What? No, it's... Halting his laugh, Leon massaged his face before feeling the corner of his lips lift. Julien frowned. It's what? Your face. My face? It looks stupid. A silence ensued after his words. Staring at Leon, Julien didn't say a word. Perhaps because he was too tired to argue. He eventually shook his head and leaned back to stare at the moon. Perhaps. He ended the conversation there. Rustle the breeze wafted through, scattering Julian's hair. Leon stared at him for a short moment before also leaning back to stare at the moon. It feels oddly calming. Beneath the moonlight, the two enjoyed the brief moment of peace. In the end, Leon lost. But, oddly enough, I'm not disappointed. Not far from them, I've stood in silence. She had witnessed the entire fight from start to finish. With her abilities, it wasn't hard to conceal her presence from them. Furthermore, with her family name, she had no trouble going out of the academy. What could the guards do? At worst, they'd report the situation to her uncle. Not that she was scared. He knew about how much of a busybody she was. It was just who she was. Currently, she was at a loss for words. It was hard for her to describe what she had witnessed. Just like Leon, she had expected Julian to fight with the skills that he had displayed several times in the past. In particular, the ones he had shown back in the midterms, and yet, he hadn't done that. Rather, he almost appeared like a completely different person. It made I've question whether he truly was taking the fight seriously or not. There were changes here and there, but in the end, Leon was able to overpower him. I've had just been ready to leave when a change occurred. When was the last time you were scared? Even now, she could recall the words he had spoken. She may not have experienced it firsthand, but taking note of the changes in Leon's demeanor, she knew that it was no joke. Emotive magic. Julian had finally used it, and it was overwhelming. Leon, the second person who had ranked above her. He looked completely powerless under Julian's words. It was as if his body refused to listen to him. That was probably when the fight ended. There was not much else that happened. It was sort of one-sided, with fear completely taking over his mind. Leon had been unable to notice the thread placed beneath his foot, tripping over it. That was the moment that marked the end of the fight. In the end, Julian had won. Pursing her lips, I've turned around and quietly left the scene. On the way back, I've's thoughts continued to drift towards the last scene. In the end, the only thought in her mind was, emotive magic. She needed to find a way to counter it. It was far too scary. She had just taken a step further when a warm voice called out for her. Her body froze, rigidly turning her head. Her eyes fell on the familiar figure. With his long blonde hair, piercing yellow eyes, and striking features, he looked like the sun himself. Uncle. I felt her left eye twitch. And she tried to make excuses. I was just going out to take a breath. I already know. Atlas cut her off and I lowered her head. You still haven't changed. Regardless of how old you are, you're still a busybody. I know. I pouted. She didn't like to be reminded of this. It was just that whenever something piqued her curiosity, she'd stop at nothing to relieve her curiosity. It was a good fight, wasn't it? Hearing her uncle's words, I blinked. You saw? Oh. Oops. Atlas covered his mouth. I didn't know how to react. No, she did. Hopping forward, she hugged his arm. Uncle and started to act coy. It was the surefire way of getting him to calm down. You also watched it? Just as guilty as I am. Forgive me for this one. Let's just leave it at this, okay? Alright, stop. I'm not mad. And it worked. With a helpless look, he gave in. I didn't see a thing. Thank you. I've happily hugged his arm. But what she didn't notice was the subtle narrowing of his eyes as he gazed back towards where she had come from. In that brief moment, Atlas' lips curled as he mumbled, interesting. Once again, his interest had been aroused. Factor.